Outside the tent, the cold wind howled, but inside, warmth lingered in the air. Ji Qingwu took a deep breath and moved closer to the bed. Her hands trembled as she helped remove the silver armor, outer robe, and inner garments from the man lying there. His cold eyes were sharp, as if they could pierce right through her. She picked up a piece of cloth and gently covered his eyes, then nervously sat down beside him. Shadows intertwined within the tent. Ji Qingwu felt great pain, as if she were being punished. She regretted deeply that she had forgotten to take the special medicine that could ease her suffering. Ji Qingwu was someone who had traveled from another world. To cure a rare illness that modern medicine could not heal, she made a deal with a system called Peanut. The system gave her 2 years to travel to the Great Liang Kingdom, win the favor of the northern general, and bear his child. However, Ji Qingwu had made a mistake at first. She had approached the wrong general. By the time she realized it, there was little time left. So, she used a special method to complete her mission with the true northern general, and then she disappeared. 9 months later, in a worn-out tent, Ji Qingwu lay pale and weak after giving birth. Beside her were 2 sleeping babies wrapped in soft cloth. "Peanut, is my mission complete?" she asked. "Congratulations, host. The childbirth mission is complete. Now cleansing your body and restoring your health." A strange golden light swept over her. Her complexion quickly turned rosy, and her strength returned. Her illness was gone, and even the damage from childbirth had been healed. For the first time, Ji Qingwu felt what it was like to breathe freely. Her eyes brightened. "Since I've finished the mission, I'll pack up and leave the camp right away. Reminder, once you leave, the children will have no one to care for them. They will cry through the night, and when they grow up, they may face hardship and unkind treatment." Hearing the system's exaggerated warning, Ji Qingwu frowned and interrupted. "Their father isn't dead, is he? And besides, you never said anything about aftercare." "That may be true, but morally speaking." "Now you want to talk about morals?" she muttered. When her life had once been counting down by the second, there was no time to waste. Ji Qingwu waved her hand and reminded calmly, "We signed an agreement. After giving birth, I'm free." The system had never encountered a case where someone wanted to resign right after giving birth to twins. But this seemingly delicate woman had once used medicine to bring down an entire military camp and forced the mighty general of the north into submission, which led to her pregnancy. There were no feelings between them. Supporting her back, Ji Qingwu slowly sat up and said, "My biggest compromise is that I'll take our daughter, and you can raise our son." "That's fair." In the end, the system accepted her proposal and updated the terms in its database. Ji Qingwu's gaze fell on the baby boy wrapped in pale blue silk. She gently touched his forehead with her fingertip. "Little one, a true man should see the world, and a brave girl should too. Your mother will take your sister, and go ahead." She removed half of the twin carp jade pendant from her neck and carefully tucked it into the baby's blanket. The world was vast, and she wanted to see it with her own eyes, now that she had her health back. With great determination, Ji Qingwu set off on a new journey with her little daughter. But good times didn't last long. Not even 3 days later, Ji Qingwu realized the world outside was far harsher than she had imagined. It was an age of chaos, with warlords dividing the land and fighting for power. No one knew who would rule in the end. Many common people were suffering, wandering without homes, and in some places, life was unbearably cruel. Ji Qingwu saw countless refugees. As a lone woman with a newborn, finding a safe place to live became her top priority. Without travel papers or household records, she carried her baby and secretly crossed from the Liang Kingdom into the neighboring Nanchu Kingdom, which was relatively peaceful. There, she finally found a place where they could live quietly. The childbirth system wasn't entirely useless. It could cure infertility, and successful treatments earned points that could be exchanged for special abilities. While fleeing, a kind woman in her 40s took Ji Qingwu and her baby in for a few days. To show her gratitude, Ji Qingwu cured the woman's long-term infertility. It was a simple case, and Ji Qingwu earned 100 points, which she immediately used to exchange for the art of disguise. Although Ji Qingwu's face was not a rare beauty, it was as fresh and bright as a summer lotus touched by morning dew, something hard to find in this world. After giving birth, her figure had become softer and more graceful, which might easily attract unwanted attention. In a small border town of the southern Chu kingdom, Ji Qingwu ran a small clinic. To avoid drawing notice, she disguised her appearance every day. Her life was peaceful and simple. She earned enough to raise her child and lived without much worry. All she hoped for was that the troubled times would soon settle so she could resume her travels. Unknowingly, for years had passed. One day, Ji Qingwu was sorting herbs, holding a piece of eucalyptus bark she had gathered herself from the mountains, carefully scraping off the rough outer layer. She wore a light blue and white robe. Her disguised face was dark, her eyebrows thick, and her features plain. The only thing that still stood out was her pair of bright, lively eyes. Dr. Wu. Ji Qingwu used the name Ji Wu in this town, so everyone called her Dr. Wu. A woman in coarse clothing hurried into the clinic. When Ji Qingwu looked up and saw the woman's worried face, she immediately guessed that she was another patient troubled by years of childlessness. As soon as the woman saw her, she tried to kneel. Dr. Wu, I came all the way from Dan County to ask for your help. Dan County was more than 100 miles away. Ji Qingwu studied her carefully. The woman's face was smooth, her lips rosy. She didn't look like someone who had just traveled a long, tiring road. Ji Qingwu gently stopped her from kneeling and said calmly, Please, sit down and have some tea. Tell me slowly. Dr. Ji, please help me. My husband and I have been married for 6 or 7 years, but I still haven't had a child. Others already have 2 or 3 by now, and seeing that makes me both anxious and sad. Ji Qingwu listened patiently to her story. Sometimes, the more anxious you are, the harder it becomes, she said softly. Please place your hand on the pillow so I can take your pulse. She placed her fingers on the woman's wrist, and her thick eyebrows twitched slightly. Madam, have you had your monthly cycle this month? The woman looked uneasy, but nodded. Yes, it comes every month. I even wish it wouldn't. Ji Qingwu withdrew her hand, rolled up her sleeves, and wiped her hands with a cloth. You may go, she said. Dr. Ji, what do you mean by that? Ji Qingwu replied directly, Since you won't tell me the truth, there's no reason for me to treat you. The woman stood up, put her hands on her hips, and shouted angrily, I didn't expect you to be such a snobbish doctor. You see my plain clothes and think I'm poor, so you just say a few careless words to send me away. Since I'm here today, you must find out what's wrong with me. Many patients with infertility refused to hear the truth, and quite a few had reacted with anger when told. Ji Qingwu picked up the piece of tree bark she had been scraping and said calmly, without looking up, You've never had a monthly cycle. You were born without so it's impossible for you to have children. No matter how skilled I am, I can't create something out of nothing. The woman's eyes lit up at her words. She quickly walked to the window and called out, Lord Ji, this country doctor is truly talented. When Ji Qingwu heard the title Lord Ji, her heart sank. Something was wrong. Ji Qingwu had come to this world only in spirit. She had taken over the body of a young lady from an official's family. Coincidentally, that lady's surname was also Ji, and she looked exactly like her. However, the real Miss Ji had gone missing as a child and was later raised by an old doctor in the mountains. If the people outside were from the Ji family, Ji Qingwu's heart began to race. If she had one clear trait, it was that whatever she feared most always seemed to happen. Her intuition was unusually sharp. For example, that night when she had a man in the military tent, though it had only happened once, she had known afterward that she would definitely become pregnant. Ji Qingwu stopped what she was doing and looked toward the door. To keep out wind and insects, she had hung a white gauze curtain at the entrance of the clinic. A hand lifted the curtain, and a pair of black official boots stepped inside. The newcomer was a tall, handsome young man with a calm and dignified air. The woman waiting by the door greeted him respectfully, my lord. Ji Chonglin gave a slight nod. As you expected, "My lord, this Dr. Wu is truly skilled." She said my illness was something I was born with, exactly the same as what the famous physician Lu Shi and Linen diagnosed. At a glance, Ji Qingwu could tell that this man was a capable and upright official. His features were refined, and his presence carried a sense of integrity. Ji Chonglin cupped his hands politely and said, "Dr. Wu, my surname is Ji. I was passing through this area on official business and heard much praise for your medical skills. I would like to ask you to examine a family member of mine." Ji Qingwu felt uneasy inside, but her face remained calm. She glanced at the woman dressed as a noble lady and said coolly, "If that's the case, sir, there's no need to test me. But Nanshu and Linen City are far apart, and I'm not fond of long journeys." He looked her over carefully. Though this female doctor was not striking in appearance, she had a gentle and graceful air. Her soft voice and the way her plain silk robe outlined her slender figure made her seem refined and composed. However, her fingers were tightly clasped, showing that she was troubled and hiding many secrets. Ji Chonglin grew suspicious and said, "Dr. Ji, Nanshu is a distant and rough land. From your accent, you must be from Linen. The new emperor has ruled for 3 years now, and the people there live in peace. Why not return home?" The ruler of Great Liang had been corrupt and weak, and when she first arrived in this world, the nation was already in decline. Now, the new emperor of Northern Li had taken Linen City. Ji Qingwu hadn't paid much attention to the news, but everyone in the streets spoke of how brave and capable the new emperor was, how he led his troops across the river, surprised the enemy, defeated their leader, and swiftly dealt with traitors and rebels. Seeing her lost in thought, Ji Chonglin continued to persuade her. "With your medical skills, you would have no trouble making a living in linen. If you need help, the Ji family owns many shops. We could rent one to you at a low price or send people to assist you." Such a generous offer. What was the Ji family really after? Ji Qingwu gently rubbed her little finger and said softly, "Sir Ji, perhaps most people love the city's splendor, but I prefer the quiet beauty of a small border town." Ji Chonglin raised an eyebrow and sat across from her. He had already examined the clinic carefully. On the corner of the table lay a picture book meant for teaching young children. "So, this doctor must have a child of 3 or 4 years old?" he asked. "Oh, and what about your child's future? Do you not care for that?" Ji Qingwu's face stiffened. He had noticed she had a child, but her daughter wasn't here at the clinic. Since arriving in this town, she had been busy earning a living, so she found a trustworthy family to help. During the day, she sent her beloved little girl, Jiujiu, to stay with them, worked at the clinic, and brought her home each night. Ji Chonglin casually picked up the picture book on the table, flipped through a few pages, and said slowly, "When parents love their children, they plan for their future. A small picture book is not enough for proper learning. It's best to find a real teacher." Ji Qingwu's throat felt dry. She licked her lips and drank the tea in her cup in one gulp. If there was one thing inconvenient about living in southern Chu, it was that her little Jojo was already 4 years old, just the right age to start school. But here, people were more concerned about survival and food. Education for children naturally came second. Ji Qingwu had always hoped to find a good teacher for Juju, someone who could teach her the principles of living wisely and safely. Seeing her expression soften, Ji Chonglin continued, "I believe your young child is at the age to begin studying. Why not return to Linen City with us? It would also give you a chance to reunite with your family." At the mention of family, Ji Qingwu's mind suddenly brought up the image of that man. She shook her head hard, and when she looked up, she saw Ji Chonglin watching her thoughtfully. Sweat formed on her forehead. She picked up a piece of cloth from the table to wipe it, revealing her pale wrist. Ji Chonglin noticed the brown stain left on the cloth. Leaning slightly closer, he smiled faintly and said, "Madam Wu, why do you hide your true face? Was this man a fox spirit in disguise?" One by one, her secrets were being uncovered by him. Annoyed, Ji Qingwu said, "Sir, I simply like this way of dressing. Surely that's not against the law." "Of course not," he replied. "In this border town between 2 nations, Many people had fled from famine, so most were wanderers. Ji Chonglin's tone turned serious. But do you and your child have proper registration papers? Is your stay here legal? Those without documents will be expelled from the border and punished. That punishment meant being permanently marked on the skin, an unbearable thought. He was threatening her. Ji Qingwu might look gentle and weak, but only when she was not provoked. She suddenly slammed her hand on the table. The square sandalwood table shattered under the force, sending wooden splinters flying through the air. No one had expected her strength to be so great. Ji Chonglin stepped back in shock. The woman who had been seeing the doctor quickly stepped in front of him, clearly acting as his guard, and scolded, "How dare you be rude to the envoy of Bailey?" Ji Qingwu gave a cold snort. So he was indeed an envoy from Bailey. No wonder he spoke so well and noticed every detail. She glared at the two people before her, showing not a trace of fear. Over the years, every time she cured a patient, she would exchange her rewards for new skills, most of them for self-defense. With her strength alone, even if the two of them joined forces, they would not be her match. Just as the tension in the room grew sharp, a small child came out from behind the curtain. The little girl looked about 3 or 4 years old, but she walked with surprising steadiness. Her round face was full of smiles, and she held something carefully in her hands as she ran straight toward Ji Qingwu on her short legs. Ji Qingwu frantically signaled to her daughter with her eyes. Then came a loud, cheerful call, as if she wanted everyone to know exactly who she belonged to. Ji Qingwu could only watch helplessly as her chubby little daughter ran up to her. The girl held out a freshly picked fruit with both hands, her bright round eyes full of affection for her mother. In a soft, childish voice, she said, "Mama, this is for you. I picked it myself." The other two couldn't help but look at her. The child was adorable and well-behaved. But as Ji Chonglin looked closer, his expression suddenly changed. He murmured, "She looks so much like."
Too much like.
Hearing that, Ji Qingwu's back stiffened. She gently patted her daughter's head and said softly, "Jujio, be good. Mama will eat it later. Go play on the couch inside for now." The little girl, named Jujio, wasn't shy at all. She tucked the fruit into her small cloth pouch, played with the red string around her neck, and walked inside happily. Ji Chonglin's eyes lit up when he saw the jade pendant hanging from that red string. Wasn't that? He quickly calculated the young woman's age in his mind, trying to calm his excitement. He asked as evenly as he could, "Is this child your own?" Ji Qingwu looked at him warily. Her dark eyes turned just like the little girl's had earlier, bright and alert. Did he really need to ask? The answer was obvious. The envoy who had just threatened her suddenly had tears in his eyes. "Qingwu, come home with your big brother." Even though Ji Qingwu had prepared herself mentally, she was still stunned when Ji Chonglin called himself her big brother. It wasn't until she sat in the carriage heading back to Bailey, holding her daughter in her arms, that she finally began to realize what had happened. Little Juju, however, adapted quickly and was already sleeping soundly in her mother's embrace. Although Ji Qingwu had disguised her appearance, she couldn't hide the fact that her daughter looked exactly like a smaller version of herself. Ji Chonglin, the eldest son of the Ji family, immediately recognized her as the younger sister who had gone missing years ago. She lifted the curtain of the carriage window and saw that the woman who had earlier pretended to seek medical help from her was no longer dressed as a village woman. Now, she wore a neat military uniform and rode a horse at the back of the convoy. Ji Qingwu's guess had been right. The woman was Ji Chonglin's bodyguard on his mission to the southern kingdom of Chu. At that moment, Ji Chonglin lifted the heavy curtain of the carriage and stepped inside. As soon as she saw him, Ji Qingwu began, "I'm not. You are? You're the 5th daughter of the Ji family, my own sister." Ji Chonglin's voice was firm and full of certainty. He had already written a letter to the family, sending word of her return. He had recognized the child's face at first glance. She looked just like his long-lost sister. But the most convincing proof was the jade pendant hanging from the child's neck on a red string. It was one half of a pair of matching pendants shaped like 2 koi fish. When Lady Ji was pregnant with Ji Qinggu, she had dreamed of two koi swimming together, a sign of good fortune. She had then ordered a craftsman to carve two identical pendants from warm Kunlun jade, the fish joined head to tail. Now only one remained, but it was enough to confirm Ji Qingwu's identity. Looking at his sister, lost for so many years, Ji Chonglin was filled with emotion. He never imagined that the little girl he remembered would now be a mother. Noticing her thickly drawn eyebrows, he asked gently, "Sister, why do you dress like this?" Lowering her eyes, Ji Qingwu replied softly, "It's inconvenient for a woman to travel and practice medicine alone. This look helps people trust me as a doctor." Realizing that she must have suffered greatly over the years, Ji Chonglin said no more. Ji Qingwu watched the curtain sway with the movement of the carriage. Since returning to Linen was now certain, she decided to think of it in a positive light. The Ji family had been a powerful supporter of the new Emperor of Bailey before his rise to the throne. They were well respected in the capital, and with such a noble family as her mother's side, Ji Qingwu's daughter, Juju, would surely have a bright future ahead. Back in the northern military camp, Ji Qingwu had once given General Zhao Mingyan a strong drug and humiliated him for a night. Now that the war was over, he would surely be rewarded and might even settle in the capital. If they happened to meet again. Just thinking of the man's cold and stern face made Ji Qingwu's neck tingle with fear. She must never let her identity be discovered. After traveling for more than 10 days, their carriage finally reached the capital of Linen. "Xiao Wu, we're almost home," said Ji Chonglin. He didn't feel tired at all. Having found his long-lost younger sister and thinking of reuniting with the family filled him with excitement. Ji Qingwu peeked out through the gap in the carriage curtain and saw the tall, grand city gates rising before her. Following her gaze, Ji Chonglin smiled and said, "That's the Phoenix Palace, where His Majesty now lives after ascending the throne." Ji Qingwu had never been to Linen before. Ever since she had arrived in this world, she had lived deep in the mountains. To follow the man she was destined to meet, she had chased him all the way to the border camp. For years had passed, and the war was over. The man who had finally claimed the throne now ruled from the capital. The new Emperor of Bailey had not built a new palace but had only repaired the old one, showing that he disliked luxury and cared more for the people's well-being. Even in the southern state of Chu, Ji Qingwu had heard that under his rule, the nation was prosperous and the people lived in peace. Linen was now a city of dazzling beauty and prosperity. Ji Qingwu was mesmerized by the splendid view. The little girl in her arms woke up, rubbed her eyes, and cheerfully climbed onto Ji Chonglin's lap. "Uncle, I want to see." Overwhelmed by the sweet sound of uncle, Ji Chonglin forgot all about the rules near the imperial palace and secretly lifted a corner of the curtain. "All right, uncle will show you." Ji Qingwu had already explained that her daughter's nickname, Juju, was how the child called her mother, not him. But Ji Chonglin refused to believe her. Just then, Lan Ling, the female guard riding behind their carriage, moved her horse forward to block their view. She reminded him, "My lord, that's not proper." When passing by the imperial palace, carriages were not allowed to lift their curtains or look toward the palace gates. Ji Chonglin and Juju both looked downcast, one tall, one small, and somehow they looked a little alike. Ji Qingwu pressed her lips together, trying to hide the smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. As the carriages neared the Ji residence, her heart began to race. Perhaps it was because she was close to home, or maybe because her brother Ji Chonglin had made her feel safe along the way. In her past life, she had been abandoned at an orphanage after falling ill with a rare disease. She had never met her parents, nor had she ever known the warmth of family. But in this life, she not only had her own blood relatives, she was also about to have the home she had always dreamed of, just a few streets away. The women of the Ji family had been waiting at the gate for quite some time. The weather was hot, and they had already been standing there for nearly an hour. Among them stood a tall, striking young woman whose sharp eyes showed clear impatience. "Why must we all wait here? When the carriage arrives, the servants can simply come and tell us," she said. Just then, a servant came running toward them, panting heavily. "They're back. The young master's carriage has entered the city," he shouted. Madame Chiao, Ji Qingwu's birth mother, brightened at the news. If the carriage had entered the city, it meant they were almost home. The impatient young woman from earlier was Ji Qingyuan, the legitimate daughter of the Ji family's second branch. Madame Wu, her mother, turned to her maid and said, "Fuling, bring a parasol for the 4th Mississippi." Then she gently patted her daughter's hand. "Your aunt has been waiting here since early morning. We've only been here a short while. Let's be patient." Ji Qingyuan clung to her mother's arm and said playfully, "Mother, you're the best. My skin is delicate. I can't stand this harsh sun." While all the other women stood under the blazing heat, Ji Qingyuan alone held a parasol. Madame Chiao glanced at the mother and daughter, but quickly looked away. She had no time to argue with them. Her eyes were fixed on the road ahead. Why aren't they here yet? Didn't they say the carriage had already entered the city? Madame Chiao was in her 40s and had been waiting the longest. She had come to the gate as soon as the sun rose. "Madam, please don't worry," said Nanny Li gently. Then, spotting movement in the distance, she pointed excitedly. "They're here. They're coming." The sound of hooves grew louder, and soon the carriages came to a slow stop. Ji Chonglin was the first to dismount and bowed respectfully. "Greetings to mother and second aunt." Everyone's eyes turned to the delicate hand lifting the curtain behind him. Madame Chiao, usually calm and proper, could not stay composed this time. Anxious and excited, she stepped forward quickly. From the carriage jumped out a chubby little child, as soft and lovely as a carved jade doll, who ran straight into Madame Chiao's arms. The maid beside her, Granny Li, gasped in surprise. "What an adorable little one!" When Madame Chiao saw the child's face and the jade pendant hanging on her chest, she lost control of her emotions. Tears streamed down her face as she held the child tightly, crying as if her heart would break. "My dear little one, Mother has finally waited for you to come home." The hand holding the curtain lifted again. This time, a young woman stepped out. Her features were gentle and refined, her manner calm and graceful. Ji Qingwu had not completely revealed her true appearance, but since she was returning home to meet her family, she had restored most of her original looks. Since entering the city, her heart had been heavy with worry. She did not know if the Ji family would truly accept her and her child. But when her eyes met Madame Chiao's, her heart trembled. The woman before her wore her hair in an elegant bun, dressed in a dark green silk robe trimmed with gold. She held the child in her arms, her face streaked with tears. In her eyes were mixed emotions, pain, love, and deep regret. Ji Qingwu felt her own eyes grow moist. Seeing her, Madame Chiao suddenly came back to her senses. Although the child in her arms looked almost exactly like her daughter when she was little, the age did not match. The young woman before her, she was her real daughter. Madame Chiao tried to speak, but tears flowed again. Granny Li quickly supported her. "Madam, please, you'll frighten the child." Ji Chonglin reached out to help Ji Qingwu down from the carriage. She wore light makeup, her brows soft as willow leaves, her eyes bright and gentle. Ji Qingwu was dressed in a pale green gauze gown that Ji Chonglin had specially asked Lanling to buy from town. The cuffs were embroidered with light pink lotus buds, giving her a fresh and graceful look. Though her clothes were simpler than those of the Ji family's ladies, they were elegant and full of quiet charm. At that moment, a breeze rose and lifted the hem of her dress. The light fabric fluttered and wrapped gently around her, outlining her graceful figure. "Fifth Miss looks like a lotus fairy," one of the young maids murmured dreamily. Madame Chiao wiped away her tears with a handkerchief. She looked at Ji Qingwu, then at the small child in her arms, dazed. "You are. And this is." Ji Chonglin quickly smiled and explained, "Mother, this is our 5th sister, and the little one in your arms is her daughter, Jiujiu." Madame Chiao was stunned for a moment. In his letters, Ji Chonglin had only written that he had found their 5th sister, that she had lived a hard life in a small border town, earning money by grinding tree bark and even learning some unusual skills. But he had never mentioned that she was married and already had a child. Seeing that more and more people were gathering at the gate, Ji Changlin said, "Mother, let's go inside first. We can talk more comfortably there." Looking at her long-lost daughter and holding her little granddaughter, Madame Chiao finally felt at peace. Her throat tightened, but her voice was firm. "Yes, let's go home." As she spoke, Madame Chiao took Ji Qingwu's hand. Both their palms were damp with sweat, and they paused for a moment in surprise. Then, to everyone's astonishment, the usually strict Madame Chiao walked back into the house, holding the child in one arm and her daughter's hand in the other. The old matriarch of the family was still resting and had not yet risen. So everyone returned to their own rooms, planning to visit the Showan Hall later to pay their respects. In the small garden, the flowers and plants were lush, and the servants worked neatly, sweeping and trimming the branches. Inside the main room, Juju nestled in Ji Qingwu's arms, her little eyes growing drowsy. Nanny Li approached softly and said in a gentle voice, "Fifth Miss, you must be tired from the journey. Let me take the child to rest. You and Madam can have a quiet talk." Madame Chiao also spoke kindly. "Nanny Li once cared for you and your brothers. She's very experienced. You can trust her with the child." Ji Qingwu nodded and handed Juju over. After a moment's thought, she took out a small piece of old cloth with faded patterns from her sleeve. "Nanny, this is what Juju likes to hold when she sleeps. Please keep it by her side." After Madame Li left, only the mother and daughter remained in the room. Smelling the gentle scent of gardenias from her mother, Ji Qingwu slowly relaxed, no longer as tense as before. Seeing her daughter sitting quietly without speaking, Madame Chiao hesitated before asking, "Xiaowu, since you are already married and have a child, where is your husband now? Why didn't he return to Linen with you?" Ji Qingwu had already expected her family to ask about her child's father. Lowering her eyes, she said softly, "Since the day my child was born, her father has been stationed at the northern border with the army." Madame Chiao nodded, then asked, "Did you send word to your husband about your return home?" "I haven't heard from him for a long time. I don't even know if he's still alive." Ji Qingwu sighed, pretending to be calm. "Perhaps he has already forgotten about us, or maybe he has fallen in battle." Madame Chiao frowned with concern. All these years, her fifth daughter had been living away from home without her parents' support. Perhaps she had married a man who didn't truly care for her. Her daughter's clothes were plain, and she wore no jewelry. Compared to the other young women of the Ji family, she looked far too simple. Such a man, Madame Chiao thought, was not worthy of her Xiaowu. Her eyes grew firm as she said, "Xiaowu, he is gone." Ji Qingwu widened her eyes in surprise. Her mother truly was remarkable. With just one sentence, Ji Qingwu could see her mother's nature. Decisive and capable, a woman who knew how to take charge. She liked that kind of straightforwardness. Madame Chiao had already made the decision for her daughter. Even if that unreliable husband was still alive and came looking for her, he was only a low-ranking soldier. The Ji family could easily handle it. Afraid her daughter might still hold on to the past, Madame Chiao spoke gently. "Xiaowu, I've lived long enough to understand. Let the past go. You must look forward. Don't waste your youth on someone who doesn't deserve it." Ji Qingwu nodded, her fair face full of trust. Seeing her daughter so obedient warmed Madame Chiao's heart. But the next moment, Ji Qingwu stood up, walked to the center of the main room, and under her mother's surprised gaze, she knelt down gracefully and bowed deeply to the ground. The words she spoke made Madame Chiao's heart tremble deeply. "Thank you, Mother, for your protection." Her voice was clear and gentle, like the sound of jade beads. Madame Chiao had imagined many times that when her fifth daughter returned home, she would cry and blame her. But the child showed no trace of resentment, so understanding and sensible. Madame Chiao's eyes grew moist. She quickly stood up, walked to Ji Qingwu's side, and helped her up. She wanted to hold her daughter in her arms, but realized that Qingwu was now taller than her. "Xiaowu, from now on, as long as I am here, I won't let you suffer again. We are mother and daughter, deeply connected. I only fear I haven't protected you enough." As she spoke, tears spilled from Madame Chiao's eyes. Ji Qingwu took out a handkerchief scented with medicine from her sleeve and gently wiped her mother's tears. "Mother, don't cry. If you cry too much, your eyes will swell and won't look pretty." Her tone was soft and comforting, like coaxing a child. Madame Chiao felt both sad and happy, thinking she would give her life for this daughter, without hesitation. The two were speaking quietly when Manhwa, the head maid of Anju Courtyard, knocked on the door. "Madam, miss, the old madam has woken up and is waiting for you." Madame Chiao said, "Xiao, come with me to greet your grandmother." Old Madame Ji had 2 sons and 1 daughter. Ji Qingwu's father, Ji Balian, served as a high-ranking official in charge of salt transport outside the capital and only returned home when reporting to court. The second uncle, Ji Shulan, had passed away several years earlier. From the main branch, Madame Chiao had 1 son and 2 daughters. Besides her eldest son Ji Chonglin, Ji Qingwu also had an elder sister, Ji Qingrong, who was already married. The second branch was small. Madame Wu, a widow, lived with her son Ji Chonyan and daughter Ji Qingyuan. Ji Qingwu was the 5th child and the youngest in the family. When mother and daughter arrived at the Showan Hall, where the old madam lived, many people were already seated inside. Madame Wu's laughter was bright and proud. Even through 2 doors, Ji Qingwu could hear it clearly. As Ji Qingwu helped Madame Chiao enter, the room gradually fell silent. Her elder brother Ji Chonglin was not present, occupied with official duties. Seated to the old madam's right, in the place of honor, was the 4th young lady, Ji Qingyuan, the same one who had been holding an umbrella at the door earlier. It was clear she was the old madam's favorite. She waved her round fan with a playful smile and said, "Grandmother, my aunt and the others have arrived. Now that we have a new little sister in the family, you won't have to look for me every morning. I can finally take a little rest." Ji Qingwu and Ji Qingyuan exchanged glances, both noticing the clear hint of disdain in each other's eyes. The old lady looked over and beckoned. "This must be the 5th girl. Come here and let me take a good look at you." Madame Chiao, seated on the left side below the main seat, said gently to her daughter, "Go on. Keep your grandmother company." The main seat was a long couch, and the elderly lady sat in the center, her eyes filled with warmth as she looked at the girl. Ji Qingwu stepped forward, picked up a gold-embroidered cushion from the side, and placed it behind her grandmother. Smiling sweetly, she said, "Grandmother, lean on this. It will make you more comfortable." The old lady's gaze deepened slightly. Looking at her face, she sighed softly. This child not only has a lovely appearance but also a kind heart and good manners. She reminds me of Fong Min. Ji Qingwu didn't know who Fong Min was, but the expressions of the women in the room changed the moment they heard the name. The smile that had been on Madame Wu's lips froze. Ji Qingyuan's phoenix-shaped eyes turned sharp, her gaze cutting toward Ji Qingwu like a blade. Madame Chiao's face remained calm, but inside, she was deeply surprised. Ji Fongmin was the old lady's only daughter. She had married Marquis Zhao Shichong of the Yeoman Marquisate as his second wife. No one had expected that the Marquis' son would prove so capable, rising through the military ranks from a frontier officer to the Grand General of the North. After the chaos of the previous dynasty, he gained great support, entered Linen City, and became one of the most powerful men in the empire. Now, Ji Fongmin had become the Empress Dowager, second only to the emperor himself. Everyone envied her fortune. In all of Bailey, the only person who could still call the Empress Dowager by her given name was her own mother, the old lady of the Ji family. Hearing her proud mother-in-law say that her fifth daughter resembled the Empress Dowager made Madame Chiao sit a little straighter. The main household held authority, but Madame Chiao's upright nature made her unwilling to play political games or flatter others. Because of that, she had suffered many quiet losses over the years. The second branch's mother and daughter were favored by the old lady, and the servants in the household often followed their lead. Now, the Ji family's two branches appeared polite on the surface, but beneath it, they were clearly at odds. Madame Chiao said, "Mother, It's only natural that a niece resembles her aunt. Although Ji Qingwu didn't understand why she had suddenly become the center of attention, she still smiled gently and gracefully. Her expression showed neither joy nor fear, and she calmly allowed everyone to look at her. The old lady was even more pleased by her composure. The second madam nodded in agreement. Elder sister is right. Yuan'er has always admired her aunt. She has been practicing the dance that the Empress Dowager loves most for over a month. I wonder when she might have the chance to perform it and bring Her Majesty some joy. With just a few words, she shifted the focus to the fourth young lady. Ji Qingyuan looked at her mother, Madame Wu, with a playful complaint. Mother, why did you reveal it now? I wanted to surprise grandmother. The old lady's smile deepened. Good child, you've always been thoughtful. I haven't spoiled you in vain. But this dance, was it really meant for the Empress Dowager? Or perhaps for someone else in the palace? Madame Qiao lowered her eyes, took a sip of tea from the rosewood table, and thought to herself that she knew exactly what this mother and daughter were planning. The old lady looked at her two beautiful granddaughters and said, We are all of the same family. When one prospers, all prosper. When one falters, all suffer. Now that the fifth girl has returned home, the daughters of the Ji family must be disciplined and uphold proper manners, so as not to bring shame upon our noble lineage. Ji Qingyuan was about to speak, but her mother, Madame Wu, gently tugged at her sleeve to stop her. Just then, an urgent message arrived from the palace. The Ji family knelt across the hall. The who came with the message did not read the decree immediately. He first helped the old lady to her feet. Greetings, madam. Her Majesty the Empress Dowager has long missed her family. Out of affection, she invites the ladies of the Ji household to dine with her at Sinang Palace this evening. After speaking, the gaze swept over the kneeling women and stopped at Ji Qingwu, who was kneeling quietly in the corner. He continued, Her Majesty has also heard that the fifth young lady of the Ji family has been found. She is delighted by this good news and wishes to share in the joy. She has especially requested that the fifth young lady accompany you. Madame Qiao turned and gave her daughter a meaningful look. Ji Qingwu moved forward on her knees and bowed deeply. This humble daughter thanks the Empress Dowager for her kindness. After the departed, Ji Qingyuan rose to her feet. As she passed by Ji Qingwu, she noticed the faint frown between her brows. Ji Qingyuan smiled slightly and said with a meaningful tone, It seems Aunt values our fifth sister very much. Since this is your first time entering the palace, you must behave well and not bring shame to the Ji family. However, Ji Qingwu frowned, feeling the pain in her knees from kneeling. Thinking about having to kneel again in the palace, she couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. She asked, Fourth sister, how many times do you have to kneel when you enter the palace? This question made Ji Qingyuan freeze for a moment. Even after the figure in green left, she was still wondering what Ji Qingwu meant. Was she mocking her for only being able to meet the Empress Dowager each time, and never the Emperor? Ji Qingyuan tightened her grip on the handkerchief. As an elder sister, she decided she must give this younger sister a special gift. The palace walls of red and green tiles gleamed under the sunlight. Ji Qingwu walked slowly forward. The view before her was elegant and grand, every detail showing the royal family's dignity and splendor. A palace attendant named Shirshi led the Ji family into the main hall. Madam Ji, ladies, and young misses, please rest here for a moment. The Empress Dowager is changing and will arrive shortly. Old Madam Ji nodded and said politely, Thank you, Aunt Shirshi. Ji Qingyuan glanced at the plate of pastries beside the tea table and praised, Aunt Shirshi, are these new kinds of pastries from the palace? They look so delicate and elegant. I've never seen such fine ones before. Shirshi smiled and replied, Fourth miss, the Empress Dowager knows you enjoy these, so she had the kitchen prepare them especially for you. The second madam, Madame Wu, quickly added, Her Majesty even remembers what Yuan'er likes to eat. She truly favors her. Shirshi only smiled without answering. Old Madame Ji coughed a few times and gave Madame Wu a warning look. In the palace, one must not speak carelessly about the masters. Whoever the Empress Dowager chooses to favor is not for them to discuss. Realizing her mistake, Madame Wu fell silent. When Shirshi looked toward the other mother and daughter, a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. The first Madame Chiao, came from a noble family and was always proper and graceful, leaving no room for criticism. But the fifth young lady who had just been brought home, after sitting down, Ji Qingwu kept her back straight and her head slightly raised. Her eyes were calm, and she didn't glance around. Even the exquisite pastries beside her didn't catch her attention. To everyone watching, she appeared composed, graceful, and quietly confident. Even though Shirshi had seen many noble ladies in the palace, she couldn't help but admire Fifth Miss's graceful manners. Though her looks were not as striking as Fourth Miss's, her calm and elegant presence made the latter seem a bit less refined in comparison. Ji Qingwu did not notice what others were thinking. It wasn't that she didn't want to move. She simply didn't dare to. Before leaving the house, Madame Chiao had added quite a few ornaments to her hair. Her hair was tied high in a coiled bun, decorated with a jade hairpin shaped like a lotus, a golden hair stick inlaid with peony designs, and silver ribbons on both sides. She felt as if she had been turned into a statue, afraid to move her head or even tilt her neck.
Ewing nu se cretli admired Ewing Yuan.
With all the gold and jewels on her head, weighing at least 5 pounds, she could still move with ease. The Empress Dowager has arrived. At the loud announcement, Ji Qingwu followed beside Madame Chiao to pay her respects. When the Empress Dowager passed by her, she seemed to pause for a moment before walking to the throne and sitting down gracefully. Shirshi and Feng Hua stood by her side to attend her. Her voice was gentle as she said, "Rise, we are all family here." After exchanging a few polite words with the Ji family's matriarch, the Empress Dowager's gaze turned toward the young woman sitting at the end. "So this is Qingwu." Hearing her name, Ji Qingwu had no choice but to rise and kneel again. Her movements were elegant and precise, leaving no flaw to be found, even pleasing to the eye. This was exactly what Madame Chiao had taught her before they came. By the time she finished the formal bow, a thin layer of sweat had formed on her back.
Qingwu, come closer.
"Let me take a good look at you." With her head lowered, Ji Qingwu obeyed and stepped forward, stopping at the golden steps. The air was filled with the scent of sandalwood. The Empress Dowager had been quietly observing her since she entered. Now she simply used this excuse to bring the girl closer for a better look. "Lift your head and come nearer to your aunt." The Empress Dowager's eyes softened, as if recalling something from long ago. "When Qingwu was little, I once held her in my arms," she said with a smile. "That was back when we were at the Marquis of Yong'an's residence. I remember that the day after I held her, I found out I was expecting a child. Such a sweet and well-behaved child." The Empress Dowager remembered her clearly. The Ji family's matriarch nodded in agreement. "Yes, your Majesty remembers correctly. That was when you were expecting Princess Qingyun." Princess Qingyun was the Empress Dowager's beloved daughter and the Emperor's half-sister. Ji Qingwu lifted her head and met the Empress Dowager's gaze. The Empress Dowager smiled at her for a long time before turning to the maid beside her and saying, "Shirshi, go and bring the gift I specially prepared for Qingwu this morning." She emphasized the words "this morning." Shirshi paused for a moment, then obeyed and left. The gift was a jade bracelet, smooth and clear, clearly of fine quality. The Empress Dowager said, "It was originally a pair, but the other one was accidentally broken. I've kept this one carefully and never wore it again. But now, at my age, such bright jade no longer suits me. Qingwu is young, and it will look perfect on her." Ji Qingwu noticed the surprise in Aunt Shirshi's eyes. It seemed that the Empress Dowager's original gift for her had not been this bracelet, but something else. Her heart stirred. This bracelet must have a special origin and deeper meaning. The Empress Dowager had looked at her for a long time earlier, and only after seeming satisfied did she decide to give her this gift. Meanwhile, Ji Qingyuan's face turned pale. She stared at the embroidered box in Ji Qingwu's hands, her eyes full of jealousy and envy. she said sourly, and giving such a treasure to fifth sister is truly a great honor. That jade bracelet had been the wedding gift the Marquis gave the Empress Dowager when she married into the yeoman Marquis's household as his second wife. Ji Qingyuan had begged for it several times, but never got it. Yet the Empress Dowager had given it to her fifth sister after meeting her only once. It was a token of affection between husband and wife, and when passed to a younger generation, it was usually given to a daughter-in-law, symbolizing harmony in marriage. To give it now, the second branch's mother and daughter exchanged a glance. Such a precious gift. Could it mean the Empress Dowager intended to change the Ji family's chosen candidate for the palace and let Ji Qingwu enter instead? Madame Wu coughed softly, and Ji Qingyuan immediately understood. She said casually, "Aunt's gift is not only valuable, but also full of meaning. Fifth sister, you must be careful not to let any child touch it and accidentally break it." Child? The Empress Dowager's hand paused as she held her teacup, a look of confusion appearing on her face. Ji Qingyuan deliberately kept this matter from the old lady, waiting for the best moment to reveal it. She hesitated and said, "Fifth sister came home in a hurry, so she probably hasn't had time to report to you, Aunt." Then she sighed. Fifth sister has been wandering outside for years, and when she returned home, she actually... Seeing her hesitate, the Empress Dowager handed her teacup to Shirshi and asked impatiently, "What do you mean by that? Qingyuan? Speak clearly, what happened?" Ji Qingyuan bit her lip, looking embarrassed. She brought an illegitimate child back to the house. Qingwu already married and had a child? The Empress Dowager frowned slightly, as if her plans had fallen apart. She rolled the prayer beads in her hand. Shirshi and Manhwa knew this meant the Empress Dowager was displeased, so they both lowered their heads. The hall fell silent for a few seconds. Old Madame Ji sat upright and asked in a heavy voice, "Qingyuan, tell me, why didn't you inform me of this when the fifth girl first entered the house?" Ji Qingyuan explained helplessly, "Such shameful news would bring dishonor to the family. I planned to tell grandmother another day, but I didn't expect Aunt to summon us tonight." Shameful news indeed. The Empress Dowager's faint smile disappeared, and the atmosphere in the hall turned cold. Hearing the fourth girl slander the fifth, Madame Qiao could no longer stay silent and spoke up in her defense. "Your Majesty, it wasn't Qingwu's intention to hide anything. When she returned, she openly brought the child through the main gate of the Ji residence. She never meant to conceal it. It's just that things happened too quickly today, and she didn't have time to inform you," and the old madam. The Empress Dowager gave a short, cold laugh. "So it's my fault then for being too eager to summon you all." At that moment, Ji Qingwu finally moved. She shook her head slightly at the anxious Madame Qiao. Lifting her lake blue skirt, she knelt down on the floor. Her posture was humble, but her voice was firm. "Your Majesty, I was separated from my family since childhood and never knew my true origins. I didn't know whose daughter I was. For years, I lived in hardship at the border. Later, I met my husband, and we were blessed with a daughter. For me, that was the start of a new life. To call my child illegitimate is absurd. She is my hope and my rebirth. Her little one must never bear such a false label." Ji Qingwu lowered her head, her voice soft yet clear. "Please, Your Majesty, see the truth." A new life? At that moment, a man's voice came from the entrance of the hall. "Miss Ji the Fifth is right." A young man dressed in royal blue robes entered. He was tall and carried himself with confidence. He walked to Ji Qingwu's side, tilted his head slightly, and gave a quiet laugh. Ji Qingwu's back stiffened. The man stepped forward to greet the Empress Dowager, lifted his robe, and said clearly, "Your son greets mother." So this was the emperor himself? Ji Qingwu felt a little disappointed. She had heard many stories about the new emperor of Bailey, how wise and capable he was, praised by all. But now that she saw him, his manner seemed rather careless and playful. The Empress Dowager's eyes lit up with a smile. "Minghong, what brings you to the palace today?" The Ji family members all stood and bowed respectfully. "Your Highness, Prince Yong." So he was Prince Yong. Ji Qingwu was already kneeling, so she didn't need to bow again. Her eyes met Prince Yong's directly. His smile grew even brighter. Mother, Longyan and I just finished some important matters, so we came to pay our respects. The Empress Dowager said, Enough, I know well what you usually do.
Yi Qingyuan smiled knowingly.
Your Highness, so you were with my fourth brother. No wonder he hasn't come home today. Ji Changyan, born to Madame Wu of the second branch, was a few years younger than Prince Yong. The two were cousins and shared similar tempers. They often spent time together, using their status to enjoy life freely. Prince Yong, being the Empress Dowager's own son and a royal prince, naturally acted without restraint in Linen City. He then said, So this is the fifth cousin recently found by grandmother's family? You do hear things quickly, the Empress Dowager said with a hint of helplessness. Standing below the steps, Prince Yong said teasingly, It's not my fault, mother. The whole city is talking about it. They say a carriage stopped at the Ji residence, and from it stepped a lady as graceful as a lotus fairy. I had to come see for myself. Ji Qingyuan's eyes glimmered slightly. Your Highness, now that you've seen Qingwu, what do you think? Is she as beautiful as the rumors say? At this moment, Ji Qingwu was still kneeling upright on the ground. The patterned belt around her waist outlined her slender figure, and her light blue and white dress spread gracefully across the floor. Prince Yong's gaze moved up and down, studying Ji Qingwu carefully. Ji Qingwu lowered her head as if shy, but her brows were tightly furrowed. Being stared at by him made her feel uneasy, like being watched by a snake. She arranged a seat for Prince Yong beside the Empress Dowager. After sitting down, he smiled and said, My fifth cousin is not quite as the rumors say. She may not be the graceful lotus fairy people speak of. If we're talking about true beauty, that would be my fourth cousin. Hearing this, Ji Qingyuan's face lit up with delight as she touched her cheek. Thank you for your praise, Your Highness. Though my fifth sister may not be a lotus fairy, she is still a gentle and lovely girl. Prince Yong's eyes gleamed with interest as he stared at Ji Qingwu, who kept her head lowered. He had many beautiful performers in his residence, but none had the same calm and graceful charm as the young woman kneeling before him. She was elegant and pure, yet carried a quiet allure. He changed his tone and said, You misunderstand my fourth cousin. The fifth cousin is not a fairy. She is like a lotus just risen from the water, fresh and delicate. Though praised, Ji Qingwu felt no joy. She thought that even one more glance from Prince Yong might make her ill. But he was the Empress Dowager's son and the Emperor's brother, someone she could not afford to offend. Ji Qingwu quietly clenched her fists, forcing down her growing discomfort. Most people in the room were experienced enough to understand the meaning behind Prince Yong's gaze. Madame Qiao frowned deeply. The jade bracelet the Empress Dowager had just given, besides what she had first thought, might also mean something else. Could it be that the Empress Dowager intended to marry Little Wu to Prince Yong? Regardless of his character, there was one fact. 2 years ago, he had already married the eldest daughter of a high-ranking official as his princess. If Little Wu married him, she could only be a concubine. He was certainly not a good match for her. She must not escape one misfortune only to fall into another. Madame Qiao made up her mind and immediately knelt down, saying solemnly, Your Majesty, I have something to report. The Empress Dowager looked surprised. Ruiying, why do you always kneel before me? Stand up and speak. Madame Qiao's name was Ruiying. She came from the distinguished Qiao family, a household of great scholars. The Qiao family held a high place in the literary world, and nearly half of the court officials had once studied under them. The Empress Dowager cared deeply about her reputation, so she had always valued this younger sister-in-law. Madame Qiao, however, kept her back straight and did not rise, her worried eyes fixed on her daughter, who was kneeling beside her. The Empress Dowager seemed to notice Ji Qingwu still kneeling only then and waved her hand. Qingwu, you may rise. The cold floor had numbed Ji Qingwu's hands and feet. Her heart felt cold as well. Grandmother, aunts, cousins, none could compare to her mother's kindness. Her legs tingled as she sat down on a cushioned chair. In her heart, she quietly narrowed her circle of loved ones, leaving only her little sister, her mother, and her elder brother. The Empress Dowager asked, Ruiying, tell me, what important matter do you wish to discuss? Madame Qiao looked serious and spoke carefully. Your Majesty, since Qingwu lost her husband, she is still in mourning. She should not enter the palace again, lest it bring misfortune to you or the noble ladies here. I request that Qingwu remain at home until her mourning period ends. Hearing her mother's words, Ji Qingwu only raised her eyebrows slightly. She had no objection. Prince Yong opened his mouth to speak, but the Empress Dowager pressed her forehead and interrupted first. If that is the case, let it be, as Ruiying requests.
You may all leave now.
The old lady and I have private matters to discuss. With that dismissal, everyone had to leave the main hall of Sinang Palace. Prince Yong was stopped by Aunt Fanghua, who served beside the Empress Dowager, while Madame Qiao and her daughter went to the side hall. Ji Qingwu followed closely behind her mother like a small shadow. When they reached a quiet spot near the doorway, Madame Qiao turned to look deeply at her daughter. Xiao Wu, do you blame me for keeping you at home? Ji Qingwu quickly shook her head. How could I? You're just giving me a few peaceful days. Hearing this, Madame Qiao smiled with relief. Xiao Wu, both the Empress Dowager and Prince Yong have their eyes on you. But the palace and those noble households are like dens of tigers and wolves. You've just come home, and I can't bear to see you suffer there. What others fought over as a great honor, Madame Qiao saw only as a place of hardship. Ji Qingwu nodded and gently held her mother's wrist. In a soft, playful tone, she said, I can't bear to be apart from you either, mother. Madame Qiao had another son and daughter, yet when her fifth child called her mother like that, her heart melted sweetly, as if soaked in honey. She gently touched her daughter's dark, silky hair, her eyes full of affection. My dear child, stay home for now until things calm down. After that, you can do whatever you wish.
Yikvinvu smiled sweetly.
She truly was her mother's beloved child. But thinking of what had happened earlier in the palace, she asked, Mother, you asked in front of everyone to let me stay home. Won't the Empress Dowager be upset? Madame Qiao looked up at the sky and said meaningfully, whether the Empress Dowager is pleased or not doesn't matter. Just remember, who owns this palace and who rules this land? The Ji family's plans can never escape His Majesty's notice. Ji Qingwu knew her mother was decisive, but she hadn't realized how wise she truly was. She had a broad view of things. Ji Qingwu silently reminded herself, in the palace, the emperor's mood is what matters most. The Empress Dowager walked up to the old Madame Ji, no longer as calm as before. Her tone was anxious. Mother, what should we do this time? Qing Yuan is beautiful, but not clever, the old lady said clearly. Just look at how she spoke today, revealing the fifth girl's secret in front of everyone. She doesn't think of the Ji family, only of herself. She continued, if one day Qing Yuan enters the palace as a consort, she might bring trouble to the Ji family and even cause problems for you. The Empress Dowager said worriedly, Mother, I can no longer guess what the emperor is thinking. Since he took the throne, daughters of noble families have all been chosen to serve in the palace, except for the Ji family. Only our family has no one there. The old madam sighed. I understand. Over the years, you and I have spent so much effort teaching Qing Yuan, but she is proud and short-sighted. Thinking of all their years of planning, the Empress Dowager sighed. When I heard that Qingwu had returned home, I wanted to make plans early. If she proved suitable, I could arrange for her to enter the palace. With the Ji family and me supporting her, our family's honor would be secure. At first, when the Empress Dowager met Ji Qingwu, she had been pleased. Such a graceful, gentle, and well-mannered young woman. Surely the emperor would like her. But who would have thought she was a widow with a young child? And she had returned home holding her child in front of the whole city. The Empress Dowager couldn't even help her keep it quiet. How could she possibly present her to the emperor now? The Empress Dowager had just been angry at her granddaughter's lack of self-control. Such a delicate young lady had been taken advantage of by a rough man from the countryside, and even had a child. Madame Ji spoke calmly. Your Majesty, what's done is done. We must think of another plan. The Empress Dowager steadied herself and asked, Mother, do you have any ideas? Besides sending someone to accompany the Emperor, there is another way. What way? Madame Ji looked at the pomegranate vase in the hall. The Emperor has only one son, and no one knows who his mother is. For the past 3 years, no concubine in the palace has become pregnant. Perhaps the Emperor was injured during battle and can no longer have children. If your Majesty can find a chance to personally raise the young prince, won't your position become more secure? The Empress Dowager frowned and thought for a while. You're right. If she raised her grandson, then when he became emperor, she would be the Grand Empress Dowager. And if the new empress came from the Ji family, her power would be even stronger. Thinking of this, the Empress Dowager finally felt relieved. A palace maid standing by the door bowed and said respectfully, Your Majesty, I am here. Go and find out where the young prince is now. I haven't seen him for some time. Tell concubine Wei to bring him to the Sinang Palace. The emperor had only one son, who was 4 years old. Strangely, no one in the palace knew who the boy's mother was, not even the Empress Dowager. The young prince's face looked almost exactly like the emperor's, as if carved from the same mold. So no one ever doubted his parentage. At present, Prince Yuanheng was being raised in concubine Wei's Guanju Palace. Concubine Wei was the younger sister of Wei Ting, one of the emperor's trusted generals. Since entering the palace, she had been promoted 3 ranks, from noble lady to concubine, and was now one of the most favored women in the harem. Both inside and outside the palace, people said she was the most likely to become the next empress. However, the Empress Dowager had never been close to the young prince. After all, the emperor was not her own son, so the boy was not truly her grandson. She only saw him during major holidays and never paid much attention otherwise. Sure, she, feeling puzzled, headed toward Guanju Palace. At the entrance, she did not see the Ji mother and daughter. Ji Qingwu and Madame Qiao had gone for a walk in the nearby garden. The royal garden was unlike any ordinary one. Every plant was a rare species, and even the wild grass seemed carefully chosen. Ji Qingwu's eyes lit up. She crouched down happily and said, Mother, look at the leaves of this little plant. It was a herb that could calm the mind and ease the nerves. Although she didn't understand what was special about the slender leaves, Madame Qiao smiled at her daughter's bright, lovely face and said, If you like it, I'll ask the gardener to plant more of it in our courtyard. Madame Qiao didn't care what kind of herb it was. She only cared that her daughter liked it. This gentle affection warmed Ji Qingwu's heart. She smiled sweetly and said, Thank you, Mother. Beyond a few rows of lush trees, a sudden cry for help broke the calm.
Je Quinvu froze.
Listening carefully, she could also hear splashing and struggling in the water. Mother, someone fell into the water. Madame Qiao listened closely, but couldn't hear clearly. Seeing the worry on her daughter's face, she held her hand, trying to calm her down. Qingwu, this is the imperial palace. It's better not to get involved, Madame Qiao warned softly. Ji Qingwu knew that acting rashly in the palace could bring trouble, even when trying to help someone. But for some reason, her heart was uneasy. As the cry for help grew weaker, Ji Qingwu no longer hesitated. She pulled her hand free and ran toward the sound. Panting, she reached the edge of Tay Pond. In the middle of the blue water, a small figure was struggling. It was a young boy about the same age as Jujio. Ji Qingwu's heart tightened. She looked around but saw no attendants nearby. The sun was setting, and the light was fading. The boy's small fists splashed weakly. His movements were slowing, and he was about to sink. Ji Qingwu quickly looked for the easiest place to enter the water. Her expression changed when she noticed fresh moss covering the steps. But there was no time to think. She leapt into the lake. She moved swiftly, her body light and flexible like a fish, and soon reached the boy. Unable to speak in the water, she lifted him with one arm, letting him rest against her shoulder, and swam hard toward the shore. Even though she had trained in self-defense and gained strength, her energy was still limited. After reaching the shore, Ji Qingwu sat on the steps, catching her breath. The little boy was soaked from head to toe. At some point, his small arms had wrapped around her smooth neck as he leaned against her. From this angle, Ji Qingwu couldn't yet see his face clearly, but she noticed his clothing. Even though the fine ice blue silk robe was drenched, its luxurious texture was still visible. The robe was embroidered with elegant bamboo patterns and trimmed with white edges. On his head rested a small jade crown, marking him as a child from a wealthy family. He must be a young master from a noble house. Holding his soft little body, Ji Qingwu gently patted the back of his head and spoke softly. There, don't be scared. Everything's fine now. The boy didn't respond. He was unusually quiet, calmer than she was. Could he have fainted? Ji Qingwu quickly pulled him back a little, only to meet a pair of clear, dark eyes that shone like obsidian. Those eyes, though belonging to a child, already carried a natural authority. The panic from earlier was completely gone. As their gazes met, a sharp pain pricked at her heart, followed by a deep, instinctive fear. This child, he suddenly reminded her of a man, handsome, cold, and filled with an aura of danger. The man known across the northern army camps as the jade-faced Yama, the mighty general of the north, also the one the system had assigned her to win over. The boy looked almost identical to that general, especially those dark eyes, calm yet commanding, with a sharpness that made one shiver. One cold glance from him could make anyone feel as if they had fallen into an icy pit. Ji Qingwu could still recall that night 5 years ago. The general had been leaning against his camp bed, his eyes filled with a chilling intensity she would never forget. In the end, she had covered his eyes with silk and tied his hands and feet with ropes she had prepared in advance before daring to approach him. Even now, she sometimes dreamed of that night, waking up drenched in cold sweat. But the child before her was only a young boy, innocent and tender. Though his features resembled the general's, he did not yet carry that overwhelming presence. Though startled at first, Ji Qingwu quickly calmed herself. After all, this was just a child. There was no need to be afraid. Zhao Yuanheng looked at the strange woman who had just saved him, frowning as if she had seen something frightening. There was displeasure in his eyes, and his small face showed a proud, stubborn look. "Since you saved me, I will thank you," he said. This child looked so much like him. Ji Qingwu's throat tightened, her mind in confusion. She wanted to speak, but couldn't. Could this child be? The lake before her shimmered with light, lotus leaves swayed gently, and 2 koi fish swam lazily beneath them. Suddenly, she remembered something. Without hesitation, Ji Qingwu quickly reached out and pressed Zhao Yuanheng's shoulder, trying to open his collar. The little boy hadn't expected her to dare touch him, especially here in the palace. His voice turned cold as ice. "What are you doing?
How dare you?
Do you want to lose your life?" But Ji Qingwu didn't hear his threat. She only wanted to confirm her suspicion. An adult's strength was far greater than that of a 4-year-old child. Ji Qingwu easily pulled aside his robe, revealing his fair little shoulder. How could it not be there? She murmured. She didn't find what she was looking for. Her hand moved lower, searching around his waist. Zhao Yuanheng had never been treated like this before. His handsome little face turned red with anger, his dark eyes blazing.
"Stop it.
If you don't let go, I'll have you punished." The small boy was furious. When Ji Qingwu confirmed that he didn't have the jade pendant shaped like a carp, she released him in disappointment. Zhao Yuanheng was stunned by her expression. After she had pulled at his clothes, she even looked dissatisfied, which made his fair skin flush pink with anger. Ji Qingwu took a deep breath. Maybe it was just a resemblance. Perhaps she was being too sensitive. Looking at the little boy before her, his clothes slightly disheveled, he looked like a round, white dumpling, an angry one at that. For some reason, Ji Qingwu felt her heart relax. She suddenly wanted to laugh, and she did. Her cheerful laughter echoed by the lakeside. The tension and fear in her heart disappeared completely. Looking at his puffed-up cheeks, she found him irresistibly adorable. She resisted the urge to pinch his cheek and smiled as she asked, "Did you just say you wanted my life?" Zhao Yuanheng had already put on his robe and replied proudly, "So what if I did?" Seeing his collar slightly crooked, Ji Qingwu wanted to reach out and fix it for him, but the boy stepped back, as if afraid she might do something improper again. She lowered her hand and said with a smile, "But I just saved your life. How about this? One life for another. What do you think?" The boy turned his head away proudly, neither agreeing nor refusing, his small face still cold. The next moment his eyes widened. Because the woman had taken his right hand in hers, her palm was warm and soft. Ji Qingwu hooked her little finger around his short one and gently shook it, trying to please him. Although Zhao Yuanheng acted mature for his age, he was still just a child. His body stayed still, but his eyes couldn't help following Ji Qingwu's movements. His bright eyes shimmered with light, though his mouth remained stubborn. "Even if you beg me, please, young master, be kind," Ji Qingwu said softly, her eyes sparkling as she shook their linked fingers. Zhao Yuanheng swallowed the words of refusal. Fine, it wasn't too late yet. He had a suspicion. Could this woman be some kind of spirit from the lake? Her beauty was almost unreal, the kind that could easily confuse people's hearts. Then Ji Qingwu tilted her head and called him gently, "Young master." Zhao Yuanheng's small body trembled. He glanced at her, pulled his hand back, and turned away, pretending to be calm. A gust of wind blew by, and Ji Qingwu felt a chill run through her. She stopped teasing him. Both of them were soaked, and the wind was getting colder. If they stayed out much longer, they might catch a chill. A child falling ill could be dangerous in ancient times. They were near the Empress Dowager's Sinang Palace. Ji Qingwu opened her arms slightly and reached toward the boy. "Young master, let's find a place to change into dry clothes." At this, Zhao Yuanheng lifted his chin and refused firmly. "I can walk on my own. I don't like being touched by others." Ji Qingwu looked at his short little legs and said with a smile, "I'm just so cold. I want to hurry inside and change into something warm." Without waiting for his response, she scooped him up and held him tightly in her arms. Zhao Yuanheng struggled a little, but the woman's arms didn't move at all. He looked at the delicate woman in surprise. How could she be stronger than the attendants who usually served him? The little boy was quite heavy, much heavier than a small bird, but Ji Qingwu carried him with ease. She even shifted him slightly and laughed softly. "Am I a stranger? You fell into the water, and I risked my life to save you. According to the storybooks, you should call me your savior, or maybe your heroine. If only you weren't so young." Zhao Yuanheng silently finished the rest of her sentence in his mind, and his fair little face turned slightly red. Ji Qingwu didn't know why, but seeing the boy act so serious and grown-up made her want to tease him more. He secretly lifted his small, calm face from her arms. Though both of them were soaked, she smelled nice and felt warm and soft. Ji Qingwu had been shivering from the cold, but with the boy in her arms, it felt like holding a small heater. Her chest felt warm. He twitched his nose, breathing in her scent, and curiously studied her sharp chin and the side of her face. Just as Ji Qingwu reached the gate of Sinang Palace, she ran into Shirshi, who was returning from her duties. Shirshi gasped, "Your Highness Yuanheng." Then, looking closer, she exclaimed in shock, "Why are you two together? And why are your clothes all wet?" She had just gone to Guanju Palace, where Lady Wei's attendant, Bideo, said the young prince was still studying at the academy and hadn't finished class yet. But as soon as she reached the palace gate, she ran into him. Hearing Shirshi call him your highness, Ji Qingwu stiffly looked down. So this child wasn't ordinary at all. This little boy wasn't just any prince. He was the only son of the new emperor of Bailey. Though Zhao Yuanheng was nestled in her arms, he still carried himself with authority and scolded the startled Shirshi. "Why are you shouting like that?" Shirshi quickly bowed and apologized, then led the young prince and Ji Qingwu to the west side hall of Sinang Palace to change clothes. 6 palace attendants came in to help the young prince get dressed. Jing Qingwu took the set of clothes and the cotton cloth for drying her body and hair that Shi handed her. She then moved behind the ornate screen made of golden silk Nanmu wood to change her clothes. As soon as she took off her outer robe, the palace maidservants came to greet her. "Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager." The Empress Dowager, upon hearing the message from Shi, quickly brought Lady Ji and hurried from the main hall. When Prince Yong saw her, he followed along. She hurriedly walked, calling out anxiously, "Yuan Heng, let the grandmother see how you are. Are you hurt anywhere?" Yuan Heng had already changed into his inner clothes and was tying the sash of his outer robe, assisted by the palace maids. Actually, when they first heard that the little prince had fallen into the water, the Empress Dowager and Lady Ji exchanged smiles, feeling more happy than worried. It really proved that what they feared was unfounded. She was worried about not having a good reason to take the little prince away from Consort Wei to raise him in Sinang Palace, but now this situation gave her the perfect opportunity. The Empress Dowager affectionately called out, "My dear grandson, let me see." Yuan Heng frowned, noticing the Empress Dowager reaching out her hand. He quickly sidestepped gracefully, looked at her calmly with dark eyes, and bowed politely. "Grandmother." He performed all the proper etiquette, but there was no warmth in his actions. The Empress Dowager's hand awkwardly paused in midair. She usually paid little attention to this little grandson, so now her concern seemed a bit overdone. Jing Qingwu was unsure who might have entered outside. She was only wearing her soaked inner clothes, which had become transparent after getting wet, tightly wrapping her curving waist. She dared not make any sudden movements, worried that her disheveled appearance might attract attention. She only hoped the Empress Dowager would quickly take the little prince to the main hall. The screen was curved and 2 meters high. Unless someone sitting on the main seat turned their head to look, they wouldn't see anyone behind it. But Prince Yong, with his sharp nose, caught a whiff of a scent that was neither floral nor fruity. This alluring fragrance had just been smelled on a certain delicate person in the hall. He raised an eyebrow and said, "What is that smell in the hall? Open the window and let in some fresh air." A palace maid responded softly and was about to go to the window. However, Prince Yong moved quickly, walking briskly toward the screen. Hearing his voice, Jing Qingwu quickly grabbed her outer robe and hurriedly put it on. If only her soaked inner clothes were seen by an outsider, it would be no different from being fully exposed. If Emperor Yong saw her like this, she might really be forced to marry him as a concubine. Shi also thought of this and was about to speak. Suddenly, the loud voice of Li Yuzong, the chief of the Imperial Household Department, came from outside. "Your Majesty has arrived." Ji Qingwu took a deep breath. It might have been better not to change her clothes at all. Now that she had only taken them off halfway, she was in a difficult position. She hurriedly put on her outer robe, but her inner clothes were still wet and hard to wear. Prince Yong's footsteps stopped. He squinted his eyes and turned to the door to greet the emperor. The sound of kneeling and greeting filled the air. "Your servant bows to the emperor." The servants and eunuchs of Sinang Palace knelt on the ground in a sea of black. A tall, majestic figure in bright yellow approached steadily, walking calmly with a serious expression. His presence was so powerful, it made people feel cold. "Your servant bows to the emperor." Prince Yong and old Lady Ji also bowed to greet him. Inside the West Side Hall, everyone immediately knelt down. Yuan Heng had already changed into his clothes, but his crown was not yet secured. He lifted his robe and knelt on one knee, respectfully raising his voice. "Your son bows to the Emperor Father." He was very young but behaved very properly. Suddenly, a deep male voice sounded. "Get up!" This voice struck Ji Qingwu's eardrum like a sharp sword from a mystical valley, cold and piercing. Her hand, which was trying to put on her outer robe, froze. She clenched her belt tightly. She hesitated for a long time, missing the best moment. Now she could only quietly hide behind the screen. Should she kneel or not? She decided not to kneel, since no one outside could see her anyway. Ji Qingwu decided to give up and accept her fate. At this time, the emperor was likely in the court of diligent governance, meeting with officials and reviewing memorials. Since the emperor had come here personally, it was probably because he had heard about the prince falling into the water. Normally, everyone should be in the main hall discussing affairs. But now, it was obvious that the emperor, sitting on the main seat, was in a bad mood. No one dared to mention changing the meeting place. The Empress Dowager sat beside the emperor. She looked worried and said, "How could Yuan Heng fall into the water so suddenly? Could someone be plotting against the heir? This must be investigated carefully. Mother is right. We must investigate thoroughly," said Emperor Wu Su in a calm tone. The icy glare in his eyes seemed as if it could pierce everyone present. Li Yuzong, bring in the palace attendants who are watching over the prince. In a moment, more than 10 palace maids, eunuchs, and nannies were brought to the entrance of the hall. Chief Steward Li lowered his head and approached the emperor to report respectfully, "Your Majesty, they have all been brought here." Emperor Wu Su, Zhao Mingyan, looked over the kneeling people. The prince fell into the water, and no one was with him. He didn't speak harshly, but his presence alone made others feel afraid. Just after the emperor spoke, unable to bear the tension, trembled and soiled himself. Li Yuzong signaled to his subordinates to quickly remove the person, so as not to offend the emperor's eyes. It's understandable that this person couldn't handle the pressure. The new emperor had fought many battles to get here, and his path to the throne was paved with countless sacrifices. In recent years, his image of diligent governance and kindness had become well known. His handsome, unique face was admired by all, making people forget that he could also have a fierce side. He hadn't shown such a terrifying expression in a long time. The atmosphere in the palace suddenly filled with a sense of killing intent. Ji Qingwu shivered behind the screen, wrapping her arms around herself to keep warm. She couldn't see the expression on the Northern Li Emperor's face, but the tense, deadly atmosphere was felt by everyone in the room. Plus, her clothes were still damp, and her whole body was covered in goosebumps. Having a ruler like this was truly like walking with a tiger, no exaggeration. The Empress Dowager remained relatively calm. "Your Majesty, these palace servants were negligent and should be punished." However, Yuan Heng was raised in front of Consort Wei. Since something happened to the prince, why hasn't his mother appeared yet? The news about Consort Wei had just arrived, and she was on her way. Seeing that the emperor showed no anger towards Consort Wei, the Empress Dowager frowned and said, "Yuan Heng was carried back to Sinang Palace, covered in dirt and trembling in the wind. His face was pale. I saw it and felt very sorry for him." Yuan Heng sat quietly nearby. The emperor looked at him, his tone not comforting but questioning. "Yuan Heng, why did you fall into the water?" Emperor Wu Su had reigned for 3 years. The harem had no other children, only this one prince. But the emperor was not overly indulgent. He punished mistakes without mercy, so Yuan Heng had not become spoiled or unruly. A 4-year-old child clearly said, "Your Majesty, after I finished my studies, I passed by the Tay pool and heard a puppy barking in the bushes. I asked my little circle to check, and then I accidentally fell into the water near the shore." Emperor Wu Su nodded, his eyes cold. "Where's the little circle?" Before he could answer, a sweet female voice came from the door. "Your Majesty, I have found the body of the little circle, wife Consort Wei, dressed in a mist blue, floral palace dress with a golden hairpin, entered with 2 maids. I bow to your Majesty and the Empress Dowager." Consort Wei knelt and bowed. She has bright eyes and white teeth, and her graceful manner shows she is a rare beauty. No wonder she is the emperor's favorite. After getting the emperor's permission, she approached the young prince. Softly, she said, "Yuan Heng, mother is late." The Empress Dowager, seeing her, was annoyed. "Consort Wei, you've been late for so long, making me and the emperor wait for you. Did you go to investigate a case? Not only men seek power, but women in the palace also compete fiercely for control over the 6 palaces." The Empress Dowager, who was not a former empress, but gained her status through her stepson, enjoyed great respect. Once she tasted power, she didn't want to let go. Seeing Wei Liru rise from a noble lady to a consort, with a chance to become empress soon, she couldn't help but be cautious. Wei Liru and the Empress Dowager didn't get along, and this was no secret in the palace. Wei Liru looked surprised. Your Majesty, don't joke with me. I was worried about the safety of the little prince. When I passed by Tay Pool, I had someone search the area. The Empress Dowager sneered inwardly. This was her way to find a solution. If the emperor's only son was harmed, she, as the mother, wouldn't escape blame. Emperor Wu Su's expression remained unchanged. He didn't pay attention to their quarrel. Tell me, what did you find? Besides the body of the little circle, I made a bigger discovery. Wei Liru hesitated before speaking to the emperor. Your Majesty, there is a lot of moss on the steps by the lake. Prince Yong thought Wei Liru was overreacting and sneered. This year, with so much rain, it's normal for moss and algae to grow on the lake's edge. Consort Wei, haven't you seen moss before? Wei Liru ignored Prince Yong's mocking words and looked at Emperor Wu Su with her clear eyes. However, my maid Bitao's family is from Chaonan, and she recognizes that the moss species only exists there. The moss suddenly appearing in the palace and Yuan Heng accidentally falling into the lake make me think there is something suspicious. This statement clearly indicates that the moss is problematic and that the prince was secretly harmed. Empress Wei dares to reveal this publicly, and the person behind the scheme is likely not related to her. Now that this clue has been exposed, if the culprit is not found, it will be considered poor management by the Imperial Household Department. Li Yuzong, the chief steward of the palace, immediately bows and leaves the hall to investigate. The Empress Dowager's expression darkens. Since Wei Fei is clever, she first investigates the cause of the prince's fall, which can be seen as a way to make amends. But the Empress Dowager will not let this go easily. Your Majesty, regardless of the circumstances, Yuan Heng almost lost his life. The Northern Li royal family has only this one heir. This matter must be punished severely. Everyone involved must face heavy penalties. Emperor Wu Sudi asks, what do you think, mother? Servants who care for the prince should be fined for a year and whipped 20 times. Wei Fei is responsible for raising the prince. Since the prince almost faced a serious accident, her care was insufficient, and she should be confined for 3 months. Also, perhaps Yuan Heng should be moved to a more suitable palace. The Empress Dowager, who handles palace affairs, suggests these measures, which are within her duties. The emperor's lips curl into a faint smile. Mother, which palace do you think is best for Yuan Heng? The Empress Dowager's gaze shifts. She cannot directly ask for the prince to be moved to her own palace. She says indirectly, this needs careful consideration. But Yuan Heng cannot stay in Guanju Palace anymore. I heard he was rescued by someone.
Who was it?
I must thank them properly. She steps forward and replies, today, Miss Ji of the Ji family came to pay her respects to the Empress Dowager. She risked her life and jumped into the lake to save the young prince. Zhao Yuan Heng perks up his ears. It turns out this woman is from the Ji family, just like the Empress Dowager. He doesn't care which palace he will move to. What interests him more is knowing her name. The emperor, with a half-smile, says, she is your maternal cousin, Empress Dowager. What a coincidence. The Empress Dowager, as if just learning this, asks, Miss Ji is such a kind and brave girl. Where is Qingwu? Behind the screen, Ji Qingwu remains silent. She is here. Ji Qingwu hid behind the folding screen, not daring to breathe too loudly. She also knew that the fifth miss was not in a good state to come out and see people, let alone meet the emperor. She replied, replying to the Empress Dowager, the fifth miss is changing clothes. She didn't specify where she was changing, which wasn't considered deceiving the emperor. The Emperor Wu Su's gaze subtly drifted around the golden silk Nanmu screen decorated with the 8 Treasures poem. The Empress Dowager's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. However, thinking that Ji Qingwu was a widow who had given birth, and even if she looked good and had a kind personality, she was still just a pretty widow. Showing her face before the emperor wouldn't have much effect. Since that's the case, such brave behavior should be properly rewarded, the Empress Dowager said, trying to praise her niece. Your Majesty, what would be a suitable reward? This was to request a reward for Miss Ji from the Ji family. The Wushu Emperor's expression softened from its previous sternness and slowly said, "Let's reward her with a screen." Ji Qingwu, behind the screen, suddenly looked up. Although the Nanma screen was not transparent, she felt the Emperor's gaze could pierce through and see her clearly. The Emperor said he would reward her with a screen. Could it be the one right in front of her? She felt tears of despair welling up, thinking that she might have to appear in front of everyone in such a miserable state. The Wushu Emperor glanced at the screen inside the hall and said, "Yesterday, Xinhua presented a set of small items, a screen carved on a walnut with the 4 seasons, spring, summer, autumn, and winter. I will reward Miss Ji with this walnut screen." The Empress Dowager nodded in satisfaction. Actually, what was rewarded didn't matter much. What was important was that everyone in the court would know that the Ji family had received the Emperor's favor and understand why. Ji Qingwu's forehead was sweating. Luckily, it wasn't her in front of him. She was nervous, feeling a bit dizzy, and just as she was about to take a breath, she realized the noise outside had stopped. Had everyone left? She was about to relax and move her numb legs. Suddenly, she saw a pair of black satin court shoes appear before her, and the hem of the robe embroidered with golden dragon patterns. Ji Qingwu almost couldn't breathe. She suddenly knelt down with a thud. The servant girl, respectfully greet your majesty. Long live the Emperor. Long live. Long live forever. She kept changing her self-introduction until she got it right. Her voice was trembling with panic, and because she was nervous, it sounded very soft. To Emperor Wushu, it sounded charming and made him tremble. The woman's outer robe was just draped over her shoulders. Her inner clothes were soaked and clinged tightly to her body, revealing the outline of her small dress, which seemed to have a lotus and carp pattern. She knelt on the ground, her slender waist and full hips clearly visible, her skin so tender it looked like it might drip. Ji Qingwu dared not lift her head. Her back felt as if it was being stared at so intensely that 2 holes might be drilled into it. Just when she thought she would be pierced by that gaze, a soft, childish voice spoke. "Father, it's her who saved me." Yuan Heng hurried over to Ji Qingwu's side. The Emperor said in a deep voice, "Why are you back?" Earlier, Emperor Wushu had ordered everyone to leave the hall. Yuan Heng felt embarrassed to say he was worried about Ji Qingwu, so he clumsily changed the subject. "Father, I have something to ask. There's a lesson at the academy today, and I didn't quite understand an article." The Emperor looked at the 2 in front of him. The older one looked like an ostrich, burying her head, her slim waist trembling. The younger one looked like an immature eagle, with wings not yet full, already protecting someone. Yuan Heng's black eyes flicked around and suggested, "Father, let's go to Qianyuan Hall. After all, this is the place of the Empress Dowager." This remark made Emperor Wushu realize the situation. This was Sinang Palace. The person in front was Miss Ji from the Ji family, who was dressed in disarray and appeared here unexpectedly. The Emperor's gaze was full of sarcasm. The Empress Dowager's actions had become even more daring. She had even brought her niece, who was recently widowed and in mourning for her husband, right before him. No wonder the Emperor was suspicious. The Empress Dowager had made too many reckless moves before. Seeing his father's face darken, Yuan Heng was also afraid. Usually, he would be clever and stay silent. But seeing Ji Qingwu look even more scared than him, his small body straightened unconsciously. He made up his mind to protect her. So, Yuan Heng gathered his courage and spoke, with a determined look on his small face. "Father, I was wrong. I am willing to accept punishment." The Emperor looked down at him from above, showing no surprise. "There is no mistake." Yuan Heng carefully explained, "Your Majesty, I know I cannot hide things from you. I have long suspected there are traps. I deliberately stepped on the moss and fell into the water. The swimming skills I used were taught by Your Majesty, so I am not worried about danger. I only did this to test how many people in the palace harbor ill intentions toward me." Ji Qingwu was deeply shocked as she stared at the blue bricks and stones in front of her. Is this what a child raised in the palace is like? The little one has even figured out everyone's plans. Those who want to harm him, Consort Wei, the Empress Dowager, and even her, the kind-hearted person trying to help. It's a classic case of a predator catching prey, with a sneaky observer behind. She is just a passing ant in this game. Ji Qingwu felt a chill down her neck. Is this secret conversation suitable for her to hear? Clearly, the emperor also thought this was not appropriate to discuss in the side hall of Sinang Palace, and he looked serious as he stepped away. Yuan Heng let out a breath, glancing back at Ji Qingwu with reluctance, then quickly followed behind the emperor with small, quick steps. As their footsteps faded away, Ji Qingwu straightened up, feeling her inner clothes were wetter and her back was sweaty. She hadn't even seen the emperor's face yet, but she already felt his authority. This palace is really not a place for ordinary people. She must stay away from it in the future. While no one was around, Ji Qingwu quickly changed her clothes and went to another side hall to find Mrs. Qiao. When the Ji family women returned home, the palace's rewards arrived right after. Li Yuzong's trusted, Xiao Dongzi, delivered them. It was a wooden box made of pear blossom wood. Inside were 4 walnuts about the size of eggs. The front of each walnut looked smooth and shiny, but the other side was carved with scenes of the 4 seasons, with detailed and realistic backgrounds. After bowing, Ji Qingwu took the box and said, "Your Majesty, I thank you for your kindness." Springhua, a maid beside Mrs. Qiao, covered her mouth with a handkerchief and handed a pouch of money to the young. Xiao Dongzi stepped back with a smile and said, "Miss Jiwu, the emperor has more rewards for you." More rewards? Ji Qingwu raised her eyebrows, curious about what they could be, but the young had nothing else in his hands. He mysteriously said, "Miss Jiwu, please come forward. The emperor said this decree is only for you to hear. Could it be a warning or a reprimand after hearing some royal secret?" Since he said so, Ji Qingwu could only step closer. The other women of the Ji family wisely retreated. The young carefully covered his mouth with his hand and whispered to her. Uncertain of what was said, everyone saw Ji Qingwu's eyes flicker intensely, like ripples suddenly stirring on a calm water surface. She exclaimed in surprise, "Official, is that really what the emperor said?" Little Dongzi nodded. "Miss Fifth, this is an unprecedented favor from the emperor. You're the first to receive it. This imperial decree from Emperor Wu Su was truly unusual, and it was specially mentioned that only Ji Qingwu should know about it, not the rest of the Ji family." After presenting the gift and delivering the order, the young quickly returned to the palace. Ji Qingwu tightly clutched the brocade box, her expression strange. Xiao Shi stepped forward and gently patted her arm. "Little Fifth, you caught a cold today. It's better not to stand in the cold wind at the door. Come inside and warm up." Ji Qingwu remained silent and followed Xiao Shi back to Garden. Ji Qingyuan made a few sour remarks, but she seemed not to hear. As soon as Xiao Shi entered, she ordered the maid beside her, "Chunhua, hurry to the kitchen and watch the cook. Make a bowl of red date soup for the young lady. Remember to make it thick so it can help ward off the cold." Ji Qingwu sat quietly in her seat in the main room, looking dazed. Knowing her daughter had gone through a lot today, acting appropriately in front of the Empress Dowager and receiving the emperor's favor, Xiao Shi felt proud. She spoke softly, "Little Fifth, you've had a busy day. Go take a hot bath first. We can talk about other things later." Xiao Shi wasn't curious about the sudden imperial order. It was something she should know, so she didn't ask. Ji Qingwu gathered her strength and said, "Mother, I'm fine. Manji, come in." Xiao Shi called in a maid, waving her head. "From now on, you'll take care of Miss Fifth's daily needs." Manji respectfully bowed. "Yes, madam. Manji's mother was my dowry maid. She is a native girl who grew up in the courtyard. She's honest and reliable. You can treat her as family. I will also assign you 4 young maids to stay outside and do chores." Ji Qingwu's gaze fell on Manji. She was a pretty girl, about 16 or 17, with a calm and steady demeanor. Her mother must have given her a trusted maid to help her. Lanji is very familiar with the Ji family and has been well trained. With her around, I believe I will quickly get used to life here. Ji Qingwu smiled kindly at Lan Ji and said, "In the future, please help me a little more." Lan Ji was surprised and quickly lowered her head, saying, "Miss, please don't say that. It's my duty." A few days ago, the lady of the house told her mother that she wanted to move her to serve the fifth young lady who had been lost years ago. She was worried that the young lady might be upset about returning home and might mistreat the lower servants. But she didn't expect the fifth young lady to be so gentle and kind. Lan Ji also heard that after the fifth young lady entered the palace and received praise from the emperor and the empress dowager, even the most favored fourth young lady in the house hadn't received such recognition. Maybe in the future, with such a capable mistress, she must serve her well. Mrs. Chiao told her and her servant, "Your residence, Wudong Garden, has been cleaned up. Lan Ji will take you there. If you need anything, just tell your mother. It's getting late, so go quickly." Under the light, Ji Qingwu looked at her mother's gentle expression and nodded gratefully. She was indeed tired today. She hadn't rested for an hour after returning home when she was summoned by the Empress Dowager. Then she went for a short swim and was startled by someone. When she got home, she received an unexpected order. Ji Qingwu also remembered to call Chu Chu, who was sleeping soundly in the side courtyard, and together they went back to Wudong Garden. Wudong Garden had a tall, ancient wudong tree in the yard. After drinking the soup handed to her by Lan Ji and washing up in the clean room, she soaked in hot water until her face was rosy. She then quietly entered the west side room. The little bundle on the bed was not at all used to sleeping on the bed and was breathing softly. Ji Qingwu took off her shoes and got into bed. Chu Chu, sensing her mother's presence, moved closer and rested her tender little face on her arm. Seeing the peaceful sleeping face of the little girl, her fatigue eased a lot, and she soon fell asleep as well. Thick double-layer gauze curtains hung down, and the space inside the bed was dim and quiet. Ji Qingwu was still sleeping when she suddenly felt a tightness in her chest. Without opening her eyes, she reached out skillfully and felt a soft little bundle. After the little girl woke up, she climbed onto her, her bright eyes staring at her as if she hadn't seen her in hundreds of years. Ji Qingwu rubbed her eyes, still feeling sleepy. She sighed helplessly. "Jiu, you're no longer a 1- or 2-year-old child. You're a 4-year-old now. You really don't realize how heavy you are," but she didn't move Jiu away. Instead, she supported her small bottom with her hand, gently rubbing it and indulging her behavior. The girl, now well-rested, spoke in a crisp, clear voice. "Mother, it's not that Jiu has become heavier," Ji Qingwu asked with a smile. "Oh," the girl pouted her little bottom, hugging her neck and rubbing against her. She coquettishly said, "It's because Jiu loves Mother more, so I became a big girl and Mother feels Jiu is heavier." Ji Qingwu understood what the little girl meant. It wasn't soft flesh she was carrying, but her full love for her. This child has always been good at charming people, and she doesn't know where she learned it from. Her words are very sweet. She chuckled softly. "You're the cleverest," Jiu excitedly shouted. "I love Mother the most." Then she kissed Ji Qingwu messily on the cheek, smearing her face with spit. Hearing some movement in the room, Lan Ji tiptoed in quietly. "Miss, is it time to get up?" Ji Qingwu lifted the curtain, revealing that it was already bright outside. She reluctantly responded with a soft Lan Ji whispered, "Madam sent someone early this morning to say you can sleep a little longer. The old lady understands your hard work yesterday and doesn't want you to go to Shoan Hall to pay respects." Ji Qingwu's waist softened as she was about to get up, and she lay back down again. Since she said so, she wouldn't be polite. She didn't want to follow the strict rules of noble ladies who wake and sleep at set times just to maintain a good reputation. Sleeping comfortably and lazily is not foolish. Ji Qingwu hugged her daughter and slept for another hour or two. Lan Ji helped Jiu wash her face and comb her hair, and she felt much more relaxed. Not long after, Manhwa, who was close to Mrs. Chiao, came to invite her. "Fifth Miss, the madam invites you to enjoy you on for a meal." The eldest lady has also returned home today. Ji Qingwu was sitting at her dressing table, already dressed in a long yellow embroidered white magnolia dress. Lan Ji had styled her into a loose, elegant bun with a simple black and white hairpin. I must say, people look better in nice clothes. She was more elegant and charming than her previous rural outfit. Ji Qinggu led Jiao to the entrance of Anju Garden, but her steps stopped suddenly. She heard someone crying softly, full of sadness and distress. At the main door of Anju Garden, many maids were standing outside. It seemed they were inside talking privately, and the servants had been sent out. Ji Qinggu approached, and Chunhua hurried to greet her. "Miss Wu, the madam said that when you and Miss Xiao arrive, you can come straight in." Chunhua knocked on the door a few times, and after a while, Mrs. Qiao responded, "Come in." At the window-side bed, Mrs. Qiao sat facing a woman with her head bowed. Ji Qinggu held Jiao's hand and said, "Mother." The little girl mimicked her and sweetly said, "Grandmother." The woman looked up, wearing a golden-laid jade hairpin and a purple rose silk dress. She looked very impressive, but her nose and eyes were red from crying. The person who had been crying was her. This woman was the eldest daughter of the main family, Ji Qingrong. She was married to the heir of the Zhongwu Marquis, Lu Wan, and they had been married for over 3 years. Ji Qingrong looked at the two in front of her, one big and one small. The little girl and her 5th younger sister looked exactly the same when they were children. But now, her 5th sister's appearance was more like her own. "5th sister," she called with a bitter tone. Ji Qinggu felt close to her eldest sister, as they shared the same mother and looked quite similar. She secretly admired that Ji Qingrong lived up to her name. Her beauty was stunning, with even more charming features than herself. Although she looked a bit tired now, she was still more graceful than the 4th miss of the 2nd household. She gently said, "Big sister." Ji Qinggu turned her head and pinched the little girl's hand. "Jiao, call me auntie." Mrs. Qiao had already told Ji Qingrong about her 5th daughter being married. At first, she couldn't accept that her young sister was now a married woman. But seeing this mother and daughter pair, just like Mrs. Qiao, her heart softened completely. Although Ji Qinggu had children, her face still lacked the charm of a married woman. She looked pure and innocent, with a sweet and naive expression. Jiao looked at her mother's face, which resembled her own. Her short legs tried to climb onto the bed, but she was too small and failed. So, she raised her small arm, holding a lotus root-like hand, tilting her little head and blinking her big eyes. "Big auntie, hug." Ji Qingrong immediately let out an "oh," momentarily forgetting her sad mood. She quickly reached out her hand to lift the little girl up and placed her on her lap. Chu leaned against her fragrant, "Big auntie," smiling so much that her eyes disappeared. Mrs. Qiao saw this scene and said in surprise, "Chu, your big auntie usually doesn't like to touch others. Why is she different today?" "She's acting so differently." "Chu, come down quickly," Ji Qinggu called out. "Come to mama." The little girl looked at Ji Qingrong pitifully. "Big auntie, do you not like Chu?" Seeing Chu clutching her dress hem, Ji Qingrong replied dryly, "Of course I like her." Mrs. Qiao couldn't help but laugh, saying, "It seems your big auntie really likes you." Qingrong is very tidy. Before she got married, her bed had to be spotless, with no dust or hair. Even her clothes, if wrinkled, she would pout and get upset. Ji Qinggu thought of this scene and found it hard to see the noble and elegant lady of the loyal and brave Marquis estate, along with Mrs. Qiao's little temper and pouting, as the same person. Ji Qingrong chided, "Mother, what are you saying in front of 5th sister and the children?" They enjoyed a happy lunch together. Mrs. Qiao specially prepared 3 crispy cakes, bamboo shoot stir-fry, smoked pork, mushroom and shrimp soup noodles, crystal dumplings, and almond milk cheese for Chu. Ji Qingrong always couldn't help but smile while eating, which made Ji Qinggu keep glancing at her. "Big sister, what are you laughing at?" she asked, putting down her chopsticks, confused. Ji Qingrong covered her mouth with a silk handkerchief. "I'm laughing at you and Chu. You look alike, but your eating styles are very different." Ji Qinggu chewed slowly and carefully, trying a little of each dish, sharing everything equally. But the little girl was focused on eating her favorite food, stuffing her mouth full without lifting her head. If it weren't for Li Mama feeding her yesterday, Mrs. Chow would have thought she hadn't eaten for 3 days and 9 nights. Seeing Chu Chu happily eating with a sweet smile, Ji Qingwu smiled and said, "She eats very carefully. No one can disturb her, or she'll get upset." She, this young girl, was not irritable when waking up, but she was annoyed when it came to eating. Anyone who disturbed her while she was focused on her meal would surely make her angry. Ji Qingrong said, "Where do such obedient children come from? My second sister-in-law's son, Songgur, has to be coaxed and comforted by 2 maids every day when he eats at the old lady's place. Only then does he eat a little." As she spoke, she sighed, and the sparkle in her eyes faded again. After Juju finished eating, Chunhua led a few maids to tidy up in the hall, and Li Mama took Juju out to play. With 3 people left in the room, Mrs. Xiao and Ji Qingrong both looked at Ji Qingwu, their eyes full of hope. Ji Qingwu guessed a little when she entered the room. When Ji Qingrong returned home crying, she must have suffered some grievance at the Ho residence. Her eldest sister looked at Juju with such envy. She married into the Ho family but had not yet become pregnant. Thinking back and forth, she understood why Ji Chonglin went all the way to Nanchu to find her as a divine doctor. She took the initiative to say, "Mother, a few years ago, I learned some medical skills to make a living. I see that eldest sister's complexion isn't very good. May I check her pulse for her safety?" This was said tactfully and comfortably. Ji Qingrong felt deeply that her 5th younger sister was truly clever. She rolled up her sleeve and revealed her wrist. Since they were both women, there was nothing to hide. Ji Qingwu raised her hand and gently pressed her fingers on her wrist, calmly examining for a moment. When she withdrew her hand, Mrs. Chow hurriedly asked, "Fifth sister, does Qingrong's body have any problems?" "Eldest sister's health is good, just a bit in deficiency and excess fire. She needs to rest and nourish her body more," Ji Qingwu implied. "It's better to arrange her early in the evenings so her 5 organs and 6 can rest. In deficiency and excess fire should be arranged early." Ji Qingrong's face immediately turned bright red. Mrs. Chow understood the hint. She was surprised but serious as she said, "Qingrong, the young master stays in your room every night." Seeing Ji Qingrong nod, Mrs. Chow frowned. "It's been over 3 years since you married. Good feelings between husband and wife are important, but you also need to take care of your own health. I've told you not to let the man mess around in bed." Ji Qingrong's face was covered with thick powder just to hide the dark circles under her eyes. She naturally understood this truth and said with a feeling of unfairness, "Mother, you don't know how much pressure I am under in the Marquis's residence. I've been married for so long, and I still haven't conceived. My sisters-in-law are all laughing at me. Over the past 6 months, my mother-in-law has also been dissatisfied with me. She has already sent a concubine and 2 maids to the heir's side. If she pushed the heir away at this moment." Ji Qingrong's face showed no expression. Ji Qingwu also frowned. Because her older sister's health was not just due to yin deficiency and excess fire. Ji Qingrong felt both shy and anxious. To win Lu Jun's heart, she set aside her pride as the main wife and her modesty, using all her skills in bed. Even after nearly every night together, her stomach still showed no signs of pregnancy, and instead, she developed symptoms of yin deficiency and excess fire. She bit her lower lip tightly, then loosened it, speaking helplessly. "Fifth sister, I, as your older sister, won't hide this from you. When the eldest brother went on a diplomatic mission to Nanchu, I specifically asked him to find a famous local doctor who specializes in infertility. I have seen all the renowned doctors in Linen City. By chance, she managed to find her 5th sister." "Big sister, do you believe me?" Ji Qingwu asked. Looking into Ji Qingwu's bright eyes, Ji Qingrong felt some doubt inside, but she still nodded. Ji Qingwu observed her expression and calmly analyzed, "Big sister, your constitution indeed needs careful treatment. But besides that, there is a bigger problem in your pulse." Ji Qingrong's heart tightened and she eagerly asked, "What is it?" "Big sister, do you feel cold hands and feet every time your period comes, but you are unusually afraid of heat? You always want to eat cold things. When your period is about to end, it takes several days to be completely gone. Seeing Ji Qingwu clearly describe her symptoms, Ji Qingrong nodded seriously. Exactly. Ji Qingwu said, I suspect you might have taken some medicine that damages your foundation. When she said this, Mrs. Chiao's face suddenly changed drastically. Who dared to secretly give the heir's wife medicine? Hearing this, Ji Qingrong's expression became even worse. Her beautiful face dimmed instantly, losing its color. Ji Qingwu saw her reaction and thought that this medicine was probably not something Ji Qingrong took herself. She knew about it. Mrs. Chiao noticed this and quickly asked, Qingrong, have you taken any medicine? Qingrong's lips turned pale as she said, Mother, I took contraceptive pills for a year. Mrs. Chiao was shocked and exclaimed, Qingrong, how could you be so careless? When I first got married, I was still young. Second sister-in-law told me that she almost died from heavy bleeding during childbirth. I was really scared, so I asked the senior doctor at Qingchun Hall to prescribe the pills. Qingchun Hall was the most famous clinic in Linen City, known for its rare medicines and treasures. Qingrong knew these pills shouldn't be taken lightly. She explained, the doctor assured me that these pills contain health-boosting herbs and won't harm a woman's body. I also heard that many noble ladies have used these pills. Mrs. Chiao shook her head in disappointment and said sternly, Now look at you. You've damaged your health. You didn't want to have children when you could, and now that you want to, you can't. What am I supposed to say? This is like destroying your own future. The medicine is safe. I researched it carefully before taking it, Qingrong insisted. As the eldest daughter, Qingrong had always been independent and careful. She rarely made mistakes and was good at thinking ahead. She managed the accounts and the household chores well, so Mrs. Chiao trusted her completely. But she also developed a habit of working quietly on big tasks without discussing with others. Mrs. Chiao's brow furrowed with worry, and she said seriously, Qingrong, why didn't you talk to me before taking that pill? You just decided on your own and took it for a year. Hearing her mother's scolding, Qingrong began to waver. But she knew that if she told Mrs. Chiao the truth, she would never agree. Instead, she would just urge her to have a child soon so she could establish herself in the noble house. She never expected that her difficulties with having children were caused by the contraceptive pills. Now it was too late to regret. She could only place her hopes on her younger sister, Wu Mei. Seeing Qingrong's earnest gaze, Jingwu gently said, Big sister, don't blame yourself. Women have always faced great risks when giving birth. When you're not prepared, it's right to take precautions. Little sister, Qingrong's eyes welled with tears. Deep down, she felt terrible guilt. If she hadn't been so stubborn, she wouldn't have ruined her good chances. As the wife of the heir, since the eldest son cannot have children, she can only watch her mother-in-law send people into the heir's room in the name of having no heirs. Although she has now used some methods to win over Luan, what will happen in the future? Mrs. Chiao sighed deeply. Fifth young miss, is your eldest sister's illness still treatable? Ji Qingwu asked. Big sister, do you still have any of the contraceptive pills left? I want to check what ingredients are inside. Yes, I do. Ji Qingrong thought for a moment. I haven't used them all up. The remaining pills are stored in a box in my room, in the cabinet where I keep my dowry. I didn't bring them with me.
Norus.
I will go to the Zhongyongho residence myself tomorrow, the next morning, just as dawn broke. Ji Qingwu sent Chu-Chu to Anju Court and asked Mrs. Chiao and Mammy Li to look after her. She took the carriage that Mrs. Chiao had prepared for her and headed to the Zhongyongho residence. She leaned against the carriage wall, closing her eyes to rest. Suddenly, she heard a horse neigh, and the carriage stopped abruptly. Her head hit the inside of the carriage with a loud bang. Ji Qingwu opened her eyes, holding her head. What happened? The coachman said. Fifth young miss, someone stopped the carriage. Before she could react, the curtain of the carriage was rudely pulled aside. The visitor saw her, and his eyes lit up with surprise. You must be fifth sister. Ji Qingwu frowned as she looked at the man in a deep blue brocade robe, with a white jade flute hanging at his waist, an unrestrained rogue. He stopped her carriage in the street and even pulled aside her curtain without any manners. Seeing her glaring at him, Ji Changyan awkwardly smiled. It's me. I'm your third brother. Ji Qingwu was fine at first, But knowing this made her even angrier. Ji Changyan's reckless act of stopping a woman's carriage on the street without invitation. If this got out, everyone would say the Ji family was rude. In this world, Ji family women would also be gossiped about. Fifth cousin, long time no see. A smiling voice came from behind Ji Changyan. Ji Changyan lifted the curtain and turned around. Your Highness, you are truly perceptive. You immediately recognized this as the Ji family's carriage and guessed who was inside. Prince Yong stood beside the carriage, his mischievous gaze fixed on Ji Qingwu's face, then slowly lowered, resting on her waist. Today, she wore a beautiful white silk dress with intricate cloud patterns. The dress was so light and flowing that she tied a light blue silk belt decorated with lotus flowers around her waist, with pointed ends hanging down on her sides. Ji Qingwu pulled aside a curtain from Ji Changyan's hand, blocking the view behind her. She coldly said, Prince Yong, third brother, I have something to do. It's urgent, so I won't stay to chat with you both. Ji Changyan was surprised that his younger sister, who had just returned home, dared to ignore him. Ji Changyan stopped in front of the carriage, and the driver didn't dare to move easily. More and more villagers gathered around to watch. Ji Changyan insisted, What's so urgent? Can't you even spend a moment to talk with His Highness? Her third brother must be foolish. On this busy street, expecting her to chat with Prince Yong made her feel like she was being looked down upon. Ji Qingwu endured her anger and finally said, I need to go to the Marquis of Zhongyong's residence. My older sister and brother-in-law are waiting for me. When Ji Changyan heard she was going to the Marquis of Zhongyong's house and that she was invited to have tea with them, he hesitated. He glanced at Prince Yong, waiting for his decision. The Marquis of Zhongyong's family was of a lower rank than Prince Yong. But the Marquis's wife was the emperor's aunt, and the heir, Lu Wan, was the emperor's cousin, who was highly trusted in court. Prince Yong's expression changed slightly. He half threatened, half pleaded, Since you have something urgent, I won't invite your fifth cousin for tea today. Next time, don't refuse again. Inside the curtain, no one responded. Earlier, Ji Qingwu intentionally mentioned her brother-in-law because she had heard from Mrs. Qiao yesterday that her brother-in-law, Lu Wan, grew up with the current emperor. Their bond was even deeper than that of real brothers, and even Prince Yong was a little behind. The Ji family married off their eldest daughter to strengthen their position and secure favor with the Empress Dowager. When Ji Qingwu's carriage arrived at the Marquis of Zhongyong's residence, there were already servants and maids waiting at the gate. The servant took the coachman to find a place to settle, while the maid respectfully bowed and said, Fifth miss, the lady has been up early and is waiting for you.
Please come with me.
Ji Qingwu nodded with a smile. As she entered the courtyard, a grayish-blue stone path led straight to the main hall, dividing the east and west gardens. The lady is in Manhwa Hall in the east garden. Ji Qingwu followed the maid along the path. The courtyard of the Marquis's residence was much larger than Jing's family's, and its scenery was elegant and charming. On the way, they met a slightly plump woman dressed in fancy clothes. She smiled before speaking. Exiner, is this your third brother's wife's younger sister? Madam Second, yes, she is Miss Wu. My lady is waiting for her inside. Ji Qingwu also smiled and nodded. She realized this was the second sister-in-law, Feng Shuang, that her older sister had mentioned. Feng Shuang warmly invited her. You are a beautiful girl. I like being around young, pretty girls. If you have free time, come sit in my courtyard. They politely passed each other without much contact. After Ji Qingwu and Exiner disappeared from sight, Madam Second, Feng Shuang, immediately put away her smile and spoke sarcastically. Her face looks just like her sister's. She only knows how to flirt. She's so young and already having children. Such a spoiled girl dares to visit the Marquis's residence. Her tone was very different from her friendly smile earlier. A maid nearby quickly reminded her, Madam Second, we're outside. Feng Shuang rolled her eyes and said, Go find someone and ask around. See what she's here for. At Changjie's Manhwa Hall, Ji Qingwu started to sweat from her forehead. Today, her dress was beautiful, but she couldn't walk fast. She had to take small steps shuffling along. But in the eyes of the Marquis's household, her moon-white outer dress looked like a soft cloud floating at her feet, and the light blue lotus silk belt fluttered as she moved. She looked like a fairy. Jing Qingrong saw her through the window. When the fifth sister came in, she teased, "If you didn't know better, you'd think a fairy princess had arrived in my courtyard." Inside, Jing Qingwu sat down heavily on a chair and fanned herself. "Big sister, I wish I were a fairy who could fly straight in. The Marquis's residence is so big. I've been walking for a long time, probably several miles." Jing Qingrong was amused by her innocent and charming look. She ordered, "Exiner, serve some tea to the fifth miss. Bring the freshly brewed snow jasmine tea." Seeing Jing Qingwu's cheeks flush, Jing Qingrong also had someone bring a new, fragrant handkerchief to wipe her sweat. Jing Qingwu tilted her face up, enjoying her older sister's gentle care. "Fifth sister, what would you like for lunch? I'll have the kitchen prepared early. Today, we'll dine in Manhwa Hall." Ji Qingwu shook her head. "Elder sister, the Marquis's household usually eats together with the old madam, right? It's livelier when everyone dines together." Ji Qingrong knew her younger sister was being considerate of her difficult situation and didn't want her to lose face in front of the old madam. Exiner poured Ji Qingwu a cup of tea. Ji Qingwu was indeed thirsty, so she took a sip. "This really is good tea," she said. It tasted fresh and sweet, without any bitterness.
Yi Qingrong smiled.
"It's fine to have a meal in my own courtyard. I'm not that helpless yet." Seeing that her elder sister didn't seem to be forcing herself, Ji Qingwu was happy. Eating with a large group was proper etiquette, but it wasn't always easy to eat well that way. She blinked playfully at Ji Qingrong. She still hadn't gotten to the main reason for her visit today. "All right, everyone else may leave," Ji Qingrong said. Only Exiner stayed behind to serve. Exiner took a brown paper package from a rosewood cabinet and carefully handed it to Ji Qingwu. When Ji Qingwu opened it, she saw about 10 small medicine pills inside. She picked one up and sniffed it lightly. "Exiner, please bring me a bowl of plain water." When the water arrived, Ji Qingwu placed the pill in it to dissolve. She watched the bits floating in the water, which had turned a dark yellow, and thought for a moment. Then she stirred it gently with a silver hairpin. Ji Qingrong didn't want to interrupt her, but finally asked, "Fifth sister, is there something wrong with the medicine?" Ji Qingwu looked up, her brows furrowed, her expression serious. "The medicine itself is fine," she said firmly. Hearing that, Ji Qingrong let out a breath of relief. She had been uneasy all night. If the medicine had truly been harmful, she would have lived with regret forever. But Ji Qingwu's tone grew heavier. "Elder sister, the fact that it's fine is actually the biggest problem. They had thought this medicine had damaged her health and caused her inability to conceive. But if that wasn't the reason, then what was? Not knowing the cause was the most dangerous thing." Ji Qingrong understood and felt even more troubled. Could it be that she was simply fated to have no children? Ji Qingwu had checked her pulse the day before and could tell that her sister had taken some strong medicine in the past, something harsh enough to harm her body. She asked carefully, "In the past few years, have you been ill or taken any other medicine?" Ji Qingrong thought for a moment and slowly shook her head. Exiner also said, "Our lady hasn't had any serious illnesses over the years. She has had minor colds, but a little nourishing soup helps her recover. She hasn't needed medicine." This was quite strange. Ji Qingwu had been frowning and deep in thought. Seeing her expression, Ji Qingrong remembered that even the fifth sister, who specializes in treating women's infertility, couldn't help, and tears welled up in her eyes. "Perhaps I am simply not destined to have children." The sad atmosphere lingered in Manhwa Hall for a long time. At noon, despite the beautifully arranged dishes and delicacies on the table, the two sisters ate without much appetite. A young maid in green entered quietly, carrying a bowl of soup. She placed it beside Ji Qingrong and said, "Madam, this is the black chicken and lily soup sent by the grandmother. Please drink it while it's hot." Ji Qingrong looked tired but still managed to respond, "Zizhu, you're here. You're a bit late today." Zizhu was her mother-in-law's main maid. She bowed respectfully and replied, It's all because I was delayed on the way, madam. Please forgive me. Seeing Ji Qingwu staring intently at her bowl, Ji Qingrong explained, Mother works hard to help me get pregnant early. She's always sending soups and broths. Since I entered the household, I haven't stopped drinking this soup. I'm used to it now, Zizhu said. Grandmother cares a lot about your health. Please drink this while it's hot. Ji Qingwu looked at the soup in her bowl, her eyes darkening. Not drinking it for a day. It's hard not to suspect that something might have been added to the soup. Ji Qingwu blinked curiously and asked, Big sister, can I have a little? I want to try it too. Hearing this, Zizhu's face changed, and she nervously looked up. Madam, this soup. Ji Qingrong ignored her and pushed the bowl directly toward her. Since Mother says this soup can strengthen the body and nourish the blood, it's fine to let fifth sister drink some too. The soup in the bowl was golden with a milky hue, topped with a faint layer of oil. It looked like it had been simmered for a long time, rich in essence, and smelled wonderful. Ji Qingwu took a spoonful and tasted it. Her tongue was filled with the fresh flavor of chicken broth, but after swallowing, a faint bitterness remained in her mouth. How does it taste? She squinted her eyes and praised with a smile. This soup tastes very good, cooked just right. Ji Qingrong also thought the soup was delicious, and since her mother-in-law made it every day, it was full of care and concern. Later, Ji Qingwu picked up her bowl to take another sip, but unexpectedly, she flicked her wrist and spilled the soup on the maid beside her. Zizhu hurriedly stepped back but couldn't avoid it, and her clothes were stained. She angrily scolded, What are you doing? Zizhu was a trusted maid of the Grand Madam, and her maids and servants all served her. Even second Madam Feng Shuang was polite to her. Although the young lady in front of her was the fifth Miss Ji, she looked down on her inside. She had lost her way as a child and hadn't received the proper upbringing of a noble family. Her knowledge might even be less than hers. She was a widow, and her disrespect was stirred up by this bowl of soup. Zizhu stared with wide eyes, wanting to scold her again. But she caught a sharp look from Ji Qingrong. With just one look, she understood what was respect and what was humility. Zizhu could only reluctantly bow her head. The servant spoke out of turn. After Ji Qingwu spilled the soup, she didn't look at her anymore and simply said, Sorry. When Zizhu left, Ji Qingrong asked curiously, Fifth sister, why are you fighting with the little maid? We've only just met, but I know you're not the type to cause trouble. Ji Qingwu sat up straight and said seriously, Big sister, you absolutely must not drink that soup again. Hearing this, Ji Qingrong paused for a moment, then realized with shock, Is there something wrong with this soup? Ji Qingwu nodded and explained her judgment. This soup also contains ground ivy. This herb can cool the blood and reduce fever, but long-term use can cause a cold and bitter body. For women, it's like a fierce drug that disperses yang energy. So, there was medicine in the soup. The soup she had been drinking since entering the mansion was problematic. Ji Qingrong clenched her hands on the table, trembling uncontrollably. Her face, usually white and delicate, turned pale. It turned out her mother-in-law didn't want her to have children. All this time, she had blamed herself for her unproductive. Even more ridiculous, her mother-in-law, Cui Shi, had often scolded her for not getting pregnant. She never imagined it would come to this. Ji Qingrong was so angry, she couldn't help but laugh. She clenched her teeth and said, The old lady really has a good plan. I just can't understand why she would do this. She only has the heir, the eldest son. Why would she be willing to use such methods? Does she really want to see the Marquis' estate fall apart? Ji Qingwu also couldn't figure it out. As the saying goes, even a fierce tiger wouldn't eat its own cubs. But the old lady, to prevent her daughter-in-law from getting pregnant, secretly added medicine to her herbal tea. To her, this behavior was simply unthinkable. Seeing Ji Qingrong so angry her body was trembling, Ji Qingwu gently placed her hand on her older sister's hand on the table and squeezed it firmly. Softly, she advised, Big sister, don't be so upset. Now that we know the reason, we can treat it properly. Ji Qingrong looked ashen and asked, Is there still a way to cure it? Of course, Ji Qingwu said firmly. This was good news. Seeing her gentle and calm face, and feeling the strength and warmth from her hand, Ji Qingrong's heart gradually settled. Since the truth was uncovered, and it wasn't her fault, she couldn't accept this unfair treatment. Ji Qingrong began to think of a plan in her mind. Her mother-in-law, Cui, had a special status. Not only was she the Marquis's wife, but she was also closely related to the emperor. In the loyal and brave Marquis's estate, Cui was very strong-willed in front of the Marquis and the old lady. Even if she told the old lady about this, it wouldn't do much good. With Cui's authority, she could easily find a scapegoat in the kitchen to take the blame. What should she do? At this moment, Ji Qingwu asked casually, "Big sister, I haven't met your husband yet." "What kind of person is he?" Ji Qingrong was stunned. She thought about many people in the estate, but she didn't expect her own husband, Lu Jun. Ji Qingrong and Lu Jun were childhood sweethearts. After they married, they sometimes argued and bickered, but neither of them was impulsive. They fought in bed, but made up afterward. In Lu Jun's mind, who was more important, her or Cui? She could answer that immediately, because Lu Jun was very protective of her. Once she argued with her younger sister-in-law, Lu Yun, he was angry for days. And that was his own mother. Ji Qingwu continued, "Does your husband handle these matters fairly and without bias?" Seeing Ji Qingrong's shoulders slump even more, Ji Qingwu understood her older sister's difficult situation in the Marquis's estate. Not only was her mother-in-law secretly harming her, but her husband was unreliable too. They haven't yet decided on a schedule outside the door when Exiner loudly announces, "Greetings to the grandmother. Mother Cui has arrived." Ji Qingrong's eyes suddenly fill with intense hatred. Ji Qingwu quietly holds her cold hand. She whispers in her ear, "Big sister, don't reveal that you know anything." The grandmother came on her own initiative, which shows she can't sit still. "Let's wait and see what happens." Ji Qingrong looks at her and then calms down. Mother Cui brings two maids inside, one of whom is Zijou, the maid Ji Qingwu just splashed with soup. "Grandmother." After greeting, Mother Cui walks to the main seat in the main hall and sits down. Zijou stands beside her, fanning her. Mother Cui has fair skin, with deep lines at the corners of her eyes and mouth. She looks Ji Qingwu up and down. This is Qingrong's younger sister, right? Look at her smooth face, like she could squeeze water out of it. Ji Qingwu doesn't speak. She just smiles and lets Mother Cui examine her. Ji Qingrong gestures for her to sit at her lower left. After taking a breath, she speaks as normally as possible. "Mother is busy every day. How come you came to Manhwa Hall?" "I heard from your second sister-in-law that your fifth sister came to visit you. Since there's nothing urgent, I thought I'd come and sit." If it hadn't been for the soup incident, Ji Qingrong would have stood up to thank her mother-in-law. She would have appreciated her family's attention and her visit. But now, she only feels cold inside, sensing her mother-in-law's deep scheming. So, Ji Qingrong just smiles and says nothing. Seeing that neither of them responds, Mother Cui's expression subtly changes. Then she finds a topic. "Zijou said that the soup sent over at noon was given to your fifth sister to drink." Ji Qingwu lowers her head, thinking that the lady of the Marquis's family didn't come just to look at her. It was probably because of that bowl of soup, trying to test whether the eldest sister knew the truth. It seems she isn't completely carefree. Ji Qingrong replies, "Mother, the soup you cooked for my daughter-in-law smells so tempting. Fifth sister is fond of tasty things, so I let her try a sip." Purple Bamboo whispered, "Madam, I don't know what I did to offend Miss Fifth. She wanted to pour hot soup on me." As soon as she finished speaking, Mrs. Cui pretended to be angry and said, "Purple Bamboo, you're too rude. Qingrong's sister is visiting the Marquis's residence. So, what if she splashes soup? It's all my fault for spoiling you." It seemed like she was scolding her maid, but in fact, she was warning Ji Qingwu. She was a guest at the Marquis's house, yet she was rude to the maidservant of the lady of the house. She was the one who was spoiled. Seeing Ji Qingrong stand up politely, Mrs. Cui's eyes flashed with a hint of light. "Mother, Purple Bamboo is indeed spoiled. If you're unhappy with her, you can send her to the farm or sell her." Mrs. Cui didn't expect her to answer like that. Usually, Ji Qingrong was very respectful to her and was quite patient. She frowned and said, "Qingrong, the Marquis's house treats its servants kindly, which is our family tradition. You're being too harsh." This madam was good at shifting blame. Now, she was accusing Ji Qingrong of mistreating her servants. Ji Qingwu also stepped forward and smiled, saying, "Madam, who said I don't like to drink? Is it your maid who said that? I've never had such fresh soup before, but—" Mrs. Cui asked, "But what?" Ji Qingwu, feeling wronged, twisted her fingers and said, "It's just that Sister Purple Bamboo, who is always fierce and glaring at me, as if she wants to drop her eyes into the soup I hold, scared me so much that I accidentally dropped the bowl." Purple Bamboo's eyes were large and slightly protruding. When she stared, it did resemble Ji Qingwu's description. First, Purple Bamboo was frightened when she heard the madam say she would be sold. Then, she heard Ji Qingwu say she had scared her. Angrily, she blurted out her usual harsh words. "You shameless girl! You're talking nonsense." Ji Qingrong immediately turned cold and said seriously, "Mother, look. Purple Bamboo disrespects a noble guest in front of you. If this gets out, people might think you have issues with my fifth sister or the Ji family." Once things reached a certain level, they became hard to handle. Mrs. Cui shot a sharp look at Purple Bamboo and tried to soothe her, saying, "I came here specifically to see Qinggu and show the Marquis's house's importance." But Purple Bamboo's earlier words, calling her a shameless girl, had touched Ji Qingwu's bottom line. She would not let this go easily. The Marquis's house cannot tolerate servants insulting their mistress. Cui spoke firmly, trying to persuade him. "Enough. Don't argue over a girl who isn't worth it. You're hurting the harmony of the family. Don't you think so, Qingrong?" It was clear she was about to lose her temper again, showing she was being unreasonable. Ji Qingrong was already upset and didn't want to give in easily. Suddenly, she heard someone behind her sniffle. She turned around and saw Ji Qingwu, who had tears in her eyes, her nose wrinkled, trying to hold back her tears, looking pitiful. Softly, she said, "Great aunt, I was wrong in many ways. It was all Qingwu's fault." This apology made it seem like Lady Ho was bullying a young girl. Ji Qingwu became more upset, tears shimmering in her eyes, looking very sad. When the heir of the loyal and brave Marquis, Lu Wan, entered the room, he saw this scene. Mother Cui sat on the main seat, her face as cold as frost. Usually calm and composed, her face was now stern, and she looked at a slender young woman with concern. This woman was probably Ji's fifth daughter, as Qingrong had mentioned last night. Just now, at the door, he heard her voice, full of grievance but trying to be strong, which made him feel pity. Ji Qingrong was facing the door, so she was the first to notice Lu Wan entering. But this time, she didn't go to greet him or call him. Cui was surprised and asked, "Didn't you say there was a palace banquet today?" "Why are you back so early?" Lu replied. "It was cancelled unexpectedly. The emperor has urgent matters to handle. The case of the prince falling into the water a few days ago has been solved, and the mastermind behind it has been identified." Ji Qingwu's ears twitched. Had they found the person responsible? He wondered how they would deal with it. Cui breathed a sigh of relief, clasped her hands together, and recited a few lines of Amitabha. "May the young prince have good fortune after hardship." Then she introduced, "This is Qingrong's fifth sister." Ji Qingwu quickly held back her tears, stepped forward, and bowed respectfully. "Ji Qingwu greets my eldest sister-in-law." Lu Wan's skin was fair like Cui's, with handsome features. The phrase, "handsome as a jade crown," suited him perfectly. He carried an air of nobility and detachment from the mortal world. Ji Qingrong was also stunningly beautiful, standing there like a blooming clematis. Their presence in the room made it brighter. Lu Wan nodded and asked, "What happened just now?" "I see someone doesn't look very happy." When he said this, his gaze was fixed on Ji Qingrong. Seeing her furrowed brow, he also frowned slightly. Ji Qingwu's sadness was so obvious that even those with keen eyes could see it. The person Lu Jun mentioned as being unhappy was Ji Qingrong. Ji Qingwu's heart moved slightly. After the eldest brother-in-law entered, he immediately noticed the change in the eldest sister's mood and openly asked about it. Did he intend to stand up for her? It seemed that the eldest sister's position in the heir's heart was not as low as Ji Qingwu thought. Lu Jun saw Ji Qingwu's eyes flickering between him and Qingrong, her moist eyes darting around. Then she showed a very satisfied expression. It was as if she had gained some approval from him. Hearing Lu Jun's question, Cui Shi felt nervous inside. She knew he wouldn't be home today because he was on duty at the palace, so she came to Manhwa Hall to ask about the soup. Now, she could only quickly give a vague answer. Cui Shi smiled and waved her hand, saying, "It's nothing serious, just some small disagreements inside the household, not worth your concern." But it was more than just a few small disagreements. Ji Qingrong lowered her eyes, hiding her anger. It was clear that her sincere feelings over the years had been misplaced, leaving her childless and without support in her later years, feeling endless loneliness. Lu Jun's eyes deepened. "Qingrong, you speak." Ji Qingrong looked up and met her husband's eyes. She thought of what her fifth sister had asked her earlier, whether her husband would handle this matter fairly. She bit her lip, hesitant in her heart. Should she take a chance for a small victory? If she spoke and ended up with a complete defeat? Ji Qingrong held back her words. She couldn't take that risk. Her body was already weak, and she couldn't afford to ruin their relationship again out of impulsiveness. Lu Jun saw her hesitating and, feeling disappointed, lowered his head again, frowning. The noble Lord Lu, who was usually so radiant and clear-minded, rarely frowned so often over official matters. Cui Shi saw his expression and thought he was unhappy with Ji Qingrong, so she smiled and advised, "Zio, don't be angry with your wife. There's really nothing serious. Even if she did something wrong, I've already scolded her." Lu Jun's courtesy name is Zio, and close friends call him that, but Ji Qingrong has never called him that. "Did I do something wrong?" Lu Jun asked coldly. Mrs. Cui looked at the maid beside her, and Ziju understood to kneel in front of the hall. Crying, she said, "Young master, madam. Madam said she wants to sell me, but I haven't done anything wrong." Ziju cried more and more, her sobs growing louder, as if she might faint from crying. Ji Qingrong frowned tightly, watching Mrs. Cui and Ziju act out their false accusations, her eyes burning with anger. But she stayed silent, while Lu Jun's expression grew colder. At this moment, another person sniffled softly, not as loudly as Ziju, just quietly sobbing. It was time for a performance. Everyone looked over and saw Ji Qingwu crying like a delicate flower, tears falling, looking pitiful. Ji Qingrong quickly took a handkerchief from her sleeve to wipe her younger sister's tears, then turned around, finally ready to speak. Seeing this, Lu Jun raised one eyebrow, looking at Ji Qingrong, hoping she would speak. But her words were not for him. Ji Qingrong shouted at Ziju, "Why are you crying so loudly? You scared my fifth sister." Her shout made Ziju stop crying abruptly. She was sniffling and crying, tears and snot mixing on her face. Ziju opened her mouth, her eyes red and swollen, and looked back at Ji Qingwu. Why was she also crying? Ji Qingwu's eyes were filled with tears, and a tear rolled down her face. That's when she finally saw how Ziju looked. She clenched her teeth tightly, her lips trembling as she lowered her head. She almost couldn't keep acting. The reason was simple. Ziju, dressed in green, looked just like the sad frog she had seen in her past life. Ji Qingrong didn't know the full story and tried to comfort her, saying, "Fifth sister, it's my fault for being useless and making you suffer. Don't cry anymore." As long as Ji Qingrong spoke, no matter what she said, Lu Jun's face softened a lot. He asked, "Ziju, what does madam mean? When I came in earlier and saw fifth sister crying, was it because of you?" Lu Jun's question made it clear that this matter couldn't be easily dismissed. Mrs. Cui hurriedly explained to Ziju, "Young girls are full of spirit. It was just a small argument. You should focus on your official duties, and there's no need to worry about household matters." Luan seemed to have heard something absurd and said in a deep voice, "Mother, you tell me, your maid and my wife's younger sister arguing? When did the servants in this mansion start acting so boldly in front of the master?" Mrs. Cui rubbed her forehead and sighed. "Ziju has been with me since she was a teenager. I treat her like a family member. You are busy with official duties every day, so this girl can keep me company and help me relax. Last year, I caught an illness, and if it weren't for Ziju staying by my side, I might not be alive to talk to you now. Ziju and Mrs. Chui shared a special bond. Mrs. Chui wanted to use emotional appeal to make Lu Wan remember Ziju's kindness. But unfortunately, some people didn't agree. You're confused, Lu Wan said. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in Manhwa Hall froze. Mrs. Chui looked at Lu Wan in shock, her mind echoing his words. Ji Qingrong's eyes widened the most. What did her husband just say? Ji Qingwu stopped crying and looked at her brother-in-law with bright, curious eyes. Lu Wan, feeling a bit self-deprecating, said, Mother, you are confused. Last year, I caught an illness, and Qingrong stayed in the side room of the main courtyard without changing her clothes. She personally brewed the medicine. She's clever but clumsy and kind-hearted. She's been burned many times by that clay pot, and there are still scars on her wrist. Seeing everyone's gaze fall on her wrist, Qingrong quickly pulled up her sleeve to hide the scars, unwilling to admit her clumsiness. Lu Wan continued, Furthermore, how can a maid become half a family member? Your son and daughter-in-law are sitting here. If you have any opinion about me, you don't need to beat around the bush. Mrs. Chui couldn't sit still anymore. She looked uncomfortable and said, How could I have an opinion about you? Lu Wan interrupted her. You just forgot that Qingrong is the wife of the heir and the mistress of this house. Mrs. Chui couldn't say anything more and closed her mouth awkwardly. Ji Qingwu secretly applauded her brother-in-law. To have a harmonious mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship, the son must stand firm. Qingrong was unexpectedly protected, and her eyes shone even brighter. Usually, she would tolerate her mother-in-law's words, but today, after learning the truth about her long-standing infertility and seeing Ziju's rude attitude toward the fifth sister, she dared to argue with Mrs. Chui. Then she heard Lu Wan say indifferently, Ziju can be sold. Ziju didn't even dare to cry. Because she knew that the young master would not change his decisions once made. She also dared not ask the Grand Madam. She was a close confidant of Chui, aware that although Chui was of high status and not afraid of the old lady or the marquis, her greatest fear was the young master. Chui covered her mouth and started coughing. Ziju thought of something and immediately threw herself at Ji Qingwu's feet. Ji Qingwu's skirt was shaken so hard that it fluttered. Hearing the sounds, she felt her knees ache for Ziju. Miss Fifth, please save the servant. I don't want to be sold. Please have mercy on me, I beg you. Lu Jun clenched his jaw and looked at Ji Qingrong, who was gazing at her fifth sister. It seemed this matter would have to be decided by Ji Qingwu. Ziju held onto her skirt as if clutching a lifeline. Chui was wearing a string of Buddhist prayer beads. She twirled them and sighed, saying, It's clear that Miss Fifth has a kind heart. Her life depends on your decision, listening to the pitiful cries and the old lady's pleas. Ji Qingwu's gaze grew colder. She pulled back her sleeve. You're pitiful. But does that mean my eldest sister isn't? If the soup had not been discovered at lunchtime, what kind of hardship would Ji Qingrong have to endure for the rest of her life? This heartless old lady and her servant were not worth her sympathy. Everyone could hear the underlying meaning. Lu Jun had already stood up but sat back down, squinting and asking, What grievances has Qingrong suffered that she needs her fifth sister to speak for her? Good question. The grievances are huge. Ji Qingwu bent down, approaching Ziju, and asked, I ask you, was there poison in the soup you brought at noon? Do you know anything about it? Ziju's face turned pale. She shook her head violently. I don't know. I really don't know. How could Ji Qingwu believe her? She continued, In the past 3 years, you've added ground elm to over 1,000 bowls of soup you delivered. If you didn't know, then the old lady must have known. Chui's long-standing scheming over the years was suddenly exposed by Ji Wu. Her hand holding the prayer beads also trembled. The beads clattered to the ground, breaking the string, and the blue sandalwood beads scattered everywhere. Seeing their reactions, Lu Jun felt a heavy weight in his heart. He looked deeply and said, Fifth sister, please explain in detail. Ji Qingwu clearly explained the main reason why the eldest sister had not become pregnant all these years. However, she omitted mentioning the contraceptive pills and only talked about the issues with the soup. Even if Lu Jun was usually calm, he couldn't have imagined that his mother would do such a thing, and with such cruel methods. He sent a trusted person to investigate, speaking calmly. Half an hour later, the trusted person came in, holding several medicine packets, and also brought in a maid. Lu Jun had worked in the Justice Department before, and his subordinates were skilled interrogators. He looked at them and said, "All the evidence and witnesses are here. Mother, do you have anything to say?" Mrs. Chui remained silent. At this point, talking was useless. She knew her son's abilities. He could even get truthful words from a dead person's mouth. She didn't want her servants to suffer anymore. She accepted her fate. "Everyone, please leave," Lu Jun said calmly. Ji Qingwu quietly sat down at the last chair. The rest of the matter was about the household affairs of the Marquis of Loyalty and Courage. Her eldest brother-in-law was sensible, so she didn't want to interfere anymore. Ji Qingrong's mood was complicated. She was surprised that her husband didn't favor his mother and stood by her side, and even more surprised that he quickly found enough evidence to accuse her mother and was so firm that she couldn't argue back. If she had known it would be this easy, she wouldn't have endured so patiently. Ji Qingrong looked at Lu Jun with more affection and felt a sweet warmth in her heart. Mrs. Chui, being publicly humiliated and losing her dignity, suddenly looked much older. She sank into despair and said, "Zio, don't you understand my good intentions?" Lu Jun looked at her and said sarcastically, "Good intentions to make Qingrong childless and leave me without heirs. I am your mother. I would never let you truly have no children," Mrs. Chui said emotionally. "I chose a concubine for you, a fallen noble lady from a noble family. Besides her background, she is no worse than Qingrong. If she cannot bear children, other women can." Hearing this, Ji Qingwu frowned and made a face. Mrs. Chui was a married woman and should have known the difficulties faced by women in the household. Yet, women still made things difficult for other women. Jing Qingrong watched her mother-in-law coldly. If her plan succeeded and she remained childless for a few more years, the main wife who couldn't have children would be forced to accept a concubine to bear children, and then be controlled by Chui's family. She gritted her teeth and said, "Mother-in-law has such a clever plan." While Chui and her son could speak calmly, Jing Qingrong just couldn't hold back. She angrily said, "Women of the Jing family are not fit to give birth to the main son of the Marquis's estate. There are 2 women from the Jing family present." They looked at each other, both with confused expressions in their big eyes. When did the Jing family offend Chui? From the grandmother's words, Jing Qingrong sensed that the Jing women were seen as troublemakers. But if Chui had opposed this marriage at first, she could have refused to let Jing Qingrong marry in. With Lu Jun's status and handsome appearance, most noble daughters in linen would have been willing to marry him. Lu Jun's face darkened. He said coldly, "Mother, Qingrong is my wife, whom I personally brought into the Jing family. The marriage was arranged with proper ceremonies, and I asked for her hand with respect. She is already a wife of the Lu family." Hearing this, Chui covered her chest and gasped, clearly very angry. She spat and said, "What right does she have? Chui's eldest sister married into the former Marquis of Yong'an, but died early from illness. Yet, Marquis Zhao Shichong married a new wife, Ji, before her body was even cold. Now, Jing Fangmin sits on the throne as Empress Dowager, taking away the honor that should have belonged to Chui's family." Chui hated the Jing family deeply, her eyes full of unhidden resentment. "Zio, do you remember what you told me back then?" Lu Jun's expression grew serious. He wanted to stop Chui from continuing, but Chui's long-hidden emotions burst out like a beast breaking free. 3 years ago, when you came home late, covered in snow and wind, you came to me saying you wanted to marry Jing Qingrong, the eldest daughter of the Jing family. I didn't agree, but you said that if she married someone else from a noble family, the Jing family's power would grow stronger and threaten the emperor's authority. You wanted to marry her to prevent the Jing family from expanding. Chui loudly said, "You said it yourself. You married her not out of love, but for the big plan, Lu Jun stiffened and immediately looked at Jing Qingrong's expression. Jing Qingrong felt like she had been struck by lightning. This was even harder for her to accept than her mother-in-law giving her a harmful potion. Just moments ago, she was moved by her husband's protective actions, but now her mother-in-law's words made her unsure who to trust. Ji Qingrong's mind was in chaos, feeling lost and without support. She turned around to look for her fifth sister. Ji Qingwu quickly embraced her eldest sister and said to the others, "Since the Lady Dowager thinks Ji family women are not suitable to be the heir's wife, I will take my eldest sister home today." Lu Wan's face darkened as he said, "Fifth sister, this is a family matter of the Marquis residence. Qingrong is my wife. Young Master Lu, this isn't just a family matter, it's also a national issue." Ji Qingwu changed how she addressed him, no longer calling him brother-in-law. She firmly said, "Don't forget, the Ji family is also part of the royal family. We can ask the emperor to discuss this matter openly, to see who is right or wrong." Ji Qingrong was startled by her fifth sister's words. She was exhausted mentally, but she knew such disgraceful matters shouldn't be brought before the emperor. If it got out, it would shame both families. Ji Qingwu seemed to understand her worries. She protected her eldest sister behind her and whispered, "Big sister, I have this. Don't worry." Ji Qingrong nodded, feeling a warm wave in her heart. Lu Wan saw his wife being pulled behind her sister and hiding, his brow furrowed, and his gaze sharpened. Ji Qingwu looked up confidently and met Lu Wan's gaze. Lu Wan, experienced in official duties and having trained in the Grand Court, had a commanding presence that made most women and children afraid. But Ji Qingwu was fearless. She had seen even colder and fiercer people. Her style was always to be polite first, then act decisively. She would try to show weakness first, hoping to resolve things with minimal effort. If that didn't work, she had her own powerful methods. Earlier, she thought Zijou was just a girl and not worth arguing with, lowering herself in status. But when Lady Dowager Cui spoke so harshly as the eldest sister's family, Ji Qingwu represented the entire Ji family. At this moment, Ji Qingwu still had traces of tears at the corners of her eyes, but her dark eyes were calm and cold. She looked completely different from the tearful girl she was just moments ago. Lu Wan was momentarily stunned. It wasn't because of her beauty, but because of the aura she emitted, reminding him of Prince Yuan in the palace. Yesterday, he went to the palace and unexpectedly saw the emperor scolding the young prince. Yuan Heng's palm was already bleeding from the ruler's strikes, and even he couldn't bear to watch. Lu Jun stood at the door of Qianyuan Hall, feeling worried. He heard that the young prince had fallen into the water, but he didn't expect him to be punished without comfort. However, since Emperor Wu Su had punished Yuan Heng, it must mean he made a mistake or angered the emperor. Through in the hall door, Yuan Heng's eyes, which looked very similar to the emperor's, showed tears from the pain. Still, he looked at the cold emperor with a firm gaze, as if he was defending someone important. Then, he heard Emperor Wu Su sigh softly. Lu Jun snapped out of his thoughts and said seriously, "Fifth sister, the emperor is busy with government affairs and may not have time to see visitors." "Don't be impulsive." Ji Qingwu smiled and asked confusedly, "Was I impulsive? I thought it was the grandmother who was impulsive. If she hadn't pushed me to the limit, I wouldn't have wanted to disturb the emperor." A few days ago, she noticed the strange atmosphere between the Empress Dowager and the emperor. Then, she heard from Cui Shi that the Ji family was powerful and seemed to threaten the emperor's authority. Going directly to see the emperor, even with the Empress Dowager's support, would only worsen their relationship. This was a poor choice. Ji Qingwu said, "Young Master Lu, I can also choose not to see the emperor. What I want is just a fair decision." Lu Jun understood her meaning and turned to signal Cui Shi. "Mother." Hearing Ji Qingwu say she wanted the emperor's judgment, Cui Shi finally realized what was happening. Although she looked down on the Ji family, if this matter reached the emperor, the shame would fall on the Marquis house, and it was her fault. Emperor Wu Su was a difficult man. Cui Shi, though his aunt, was afraid of him after just one look. His gaze seemed to see through everything in her heart. Chui sure kept her face stiff, with deep wrinkles around her eyes, trying to hide her disgust. After taking a deep breath, she asked sharply, "What do you want to do?" Ji Qingwu didn't answer directly. Instead, she casually talked about other things. "I heard from my older sister that the youngest daughter of the Empress Dowager, Lu Yun, is about to get engaged. If outsiders find out that her mother mistreated her daughter-in-law and even drugged her, how would noble families view Miss Lu? Lu Yun is the biological younger sister of Lu Wan-yi and the cherished daughter of the Chui family." Ji Qingwu stroked her chin and analyzed. "They say that choosing a good wife means choosing a virtuous one. Most noble families tend to avoid scandal. Big families care most about reputation and manners. If the loyal and brave Marquis's household were to be involved in such a matter, it would not only shame the family and make others laugh, but also ruin the marriage prospects of the young men and women in the household." Ji Qingwu saw through Chui's family. This woman is not someone who can be warmed with sincerity or kindness. Over the years, Chui has never appreciated Ji Qingrong's good qualities. Just like a snake strikes at the vital point, she can only find Chui's weakness to threaten her, making Chui truly afraid. Ji Qingwu said, "As the mother-in-law, the matriarch doesn't care about her daughter-in-law's well-being. What about her own daughter? Does she not care about her either?" This sentence hit Chui hard, like a heavy to her heart. Chui lost her balance and angrily pointed at her, her lips trembling. You are blackmailing me?" Ji Qingwu nodded indifferently. "Yes, the matriarch is very clever. I am indeed blackmailing you, because you were at fault first." Chui was so angry, she clenched her teeth. She turned her gaze helplessly to her son. But Lu Wan kept staring at Ji Qingrong, who looked absent-minded, as if nothing around her could catch his attention. He didn't even glance at Chui. Chui glared at her and asked, "What do you want?" Ji Qingwu pretended to think for a moment before speaking slowly. "I want you to apologize to my eldest sister and also to sign a written statement." Chui already had an idea. An apology was expected, but what about the written statement? She asked, "What kind of statement?" Ji Qingwu's lips curled into a smile as she explained, "Matriarch, this statement is for record-keeping. You need to clearly state what mistakes you've made and how you plan to correct them. There's no limit to the length, so feel free to write as much as you like." She added, "Oh, and don't forget to sign your name and include the time." Chui had never been humiliated like this before. Once she wrote it, she would be at someone else's mercy, but she had no choice but to do as told. "Ex-ironer, bring the ink and brush so the matriarch can write," Ji Qingwu called out casually. Chui's face was already flushed with anger. She picked up the brush and had just written a few words when the annoying Ji Wu girl spoke again. "By the way, Madam Tai, you went to great lengths to find a concubine." Ji Qingwu paused and thought. "And 2 more maids. All of them should be sent away. Whoever was brought in should be sent out the same way." Mrs. Chui's pen suddenly stopped, ink dripping onto the paper, leaving a glaring mark. "This is absolutely not acceptable." Ji Qingrong, who was already unable to bear children, had no one to serve her. If there were no concubines or maids, she would truly have no heirs. How could the noble title be passed down? It couldn't be given to those illegitimate children. Mrs. Chui hurriedly said, "The Marquis's estate cannot be without heirs." Seeing her eager desire to have grandchildren, Ji Qingwu found her even more detestable. She steadied herself and decided not to tell them about her older sister's treatable condition. She wanted Mrs. Chui to experience what it felt like to face the consequences of her actions. Meanwhile, she also wanted to test Lu Jun. Seeing Lu Jun nearby, his gaze fixed on her older sister. Ji Qingwu asked, "Brother-in-law, what do you think about the women in your household, your concubine and maidservants?" Hearing this, Lu Jun looked at Ji Qingwu. Her eyes shone brightly, no longer with the aggressive attitude from before, her expression soft and clear like a bright new moon in the sky. And she gently called him brother-in-law again. Lu Jun's eyes showed a hint of helplessness. It seemed his earlier act of silence was not in vain. He had learned today about his 5th sister's temper. He spoke directly, without hesitation. As fifth sister said, not having children is not a big problem. I have Qingrong, and that is enough. I have no regrets. His words were firm and confident. Mrs. Cui looked like she was about to explode with anger. She weakly put down her pen and pounded her chest. Ji Qinggu, like a supervisor, reminded her, Madam Tai, hurry up and write. It's almost dark. Mrs. Cui's hands were turning blue with veins. Her handwriting was powerful, each character like a knife. Lu Jun's calm and deep voice reached Ji Qingrong's ears, making her shiver and snap back to her senses. The young master was very good at seizing the moment. Seeing her soften, he strode over, grabbed her hand without giving her a chance to dodge. Jing Rong wanted to pull away, but he held her tighter with his big hand. Lu Jun originally wanted to wait until Jing Rong figured things out herself. He had been waiting for 3 years. But when he saw her eyes red and swollen, he gave up all patience. His throat moved and he explained in a low voice, Rong, I spoke without thinking. It was all to marry you quickly that I misled my mother and caused this misunderstanding. I am sorry for making you suffer all this. His straightforward apology and explanation made Jing Qinggu, her family member, feel a bit better. But he didn't know how she truly felt. Jing Rong looked at his lips in a daze, unsure whether to believe him. Seeing her stunned and blank, Lu Jun took her hand and pressed it to his chest, sincerely saying, Rong, do you remember that snowy day 3 years ago? 3 years ago, on a snowy day. Jing Rong's pupils trembled. That day was when the second son of the Ministry of Rights, Luo Qi, came to propose marriage to her family, but things didn't go as planned because of a heavy snow, and the carriage got stuck on the road. They had planned to meet the next day, when the weather cleared. If both sides liked each other, the marriage would be settled then. But the next day, the man Jing Rong remembered matched the man in front of her, Lu Jun. Early in the morning, a young noble from the Zhongyong home mansion, with matchmakers and gifts, knocked on Jing's door, saying he was here to propose marriage, shocking everyone in the house. Lu Jun held her hand and said, Rong, I was reckless and scared you then, but you still agreed because I said. He looked at Jing Rong with emotion. He said again, I only want you. I only have you. Because of this promise, Jing Rong's heart was moved. She, raised with her mother's love, married into the Ho mansion as Mrs. Liu. She remembered all the hardships and unfairness she had endured over the years. They looked at each other silently, though nothing was said. The atmosphere was tense. Jingwu only wished she had flower petals to throw, just to break the silence. She smiled and said to Mrs. Cui, Madam, if you haven't finished writing, let's move to the next room to write, so we won't disturb them. Mrs. Cui's face turned pale and purple, clearly upset after hearing her son's confession. Her heart felt cold. She snorted, threw the note in her hand at Jingwu, and then got up and left Manhwa Hall. Jing Qinggu thought of something and called Exiner to go out together. Only the husband and wife remained inside. Lu Jun lowered his head, gently stroking her black hair. His tender sigh made Jing Qingrong's eyes fill with tears. She looked like a hurt child, throwing herself into Lu Jun's arms and crying nonstop, leaving watermarks on his fine robe. As she cried, she complained, You said I was the only one for you, but you didn't really mean it. You have concubines and servants, you lied to me. Lu Jun had never seen Jing Qingrong act so bold before. Those were all forced on me by my mother, he said innocently. I didn't touch any of them. He held her face gently and asked seriously, Rong, if you're unhappy, you should tell me. My mother sent people here, but you pretended to be generous and agreed first. Do you know how I felt when I heard this at home? His face darkened like a pot bottom. He had made a promise to her, but she broke it so easily, which made him feel upset for a long time. After crying, Jing Qingrong finally felt a little ashamed. She whispered, How can I tell you? I haven't been pregnant, and everyone in the house is watching me. The pressure on me is unimaginable. Rong, what do you think of me? Lu Jun gently pinched her soft face and said what he had kept inside for a long time. I am your husband. When problems come up, I want you to rely on me and trust me. But you never said a word. Lu Jun's family would tell him everything that happened in Manhwa Hall daily. He knew the difficulties Jing Qingrong faced in the house and had even prepared solutions for her. But she was stubborn and never mentioned anything to Lu Jun. Gradually, Jing Qingrong understood why Lu Jun's mood was sometimes unpredictable. It turned out he cared so much about her words and actions. It was like a jar of honey was spilled all over her heart. But she still pretended to be strong and said, "The first time you got angry with me, you were upset for a long time. I was afraid that if I said too much, I'd make you angry and it would affect our marriage." Listening to her words, which seemed to blame him, Lu Jun remembered what had made him angry that time. Li Yun and Ji Qingrong argued over a hairpin. Li Yun, being young and temperamental, was spoiled by the matriarch and insisted on getting what she wanted. However, the hairpin belonged to Ji Qingrong as part of her dowry and held special meaning. She was unwilling to give it up. Li Yun pushed her and then complained to the old lady, spreading false stories, which led to Ji Qingrong being scolded. Before Li Jun reached the gate, someone reported the incident to him. He first went to Li Yun's courtyard, scolded his sister, and warned her not to disrespect her sister-in-law, or she would be sent to a nun's monastery for a few years of training. When he returned to Manhwa Hall, Ji Qingrong still greeted him with a bright smile. If her eyes hadn't been red and swollen, no one would notice any signs of trouble. Li Jun's heartfelt words of comfort were useless. They were close but distant spouses, never truly relying on each other. From then on, Li Jun and Ji Qingrong became stubborn and refused to apologize, and they awkwardly spent 3 years like that. "I regret it," she said. Ji Qingrong struggled free from Li Jun's embrace, her face tense as she looked at him. "What do you regret?" "I regret not telling you from the start." Li Jun tilted his head near her ear and whispered softly, "I will support you in everything. Don't be afraid." Li Jun's words moved Ji Qingrong deeply. When spouses clear up misunderstandings, they become closer and more affectionate. Outside, as night fell, the two unknowingly reached the bed. When Ji Qingrong bit her lip and supported herself on his waist, she realized that her support had a double meaning. Ji Qingrong was led to the study by Exiner. She needed to carefully prepare a medicinal formula for her older sister's health recovery. Ji Qingrong sat at a purple bronze desk, opened the rice paper, and told the maid grinding ink, "Exiner, I prefer to work alone when I prepare the formula.
Please leave now."
Once only she was in the study, Ji Qingrong put down her paper. She covered her mouth and called out, "Peanut, peanut, peanut." Soon, she received a response. "Host, I am here." Ji Qingrong asked, "My older sister's constitution has been damaged by a fierce medicine. Do you have a suitable formula to rebuild her foundation?" "Wait a moment, I will generate a suitable prescription for Ji Qingrong's health recovery." To help women become more naturally fertile, the reproductive system is highly advanced. It can quickly combine thousands of years of medical cases from the database to create a personalized health plan. Just half an incense stick of time has passed. The prescription has been generated. Please check it, host. The prescription contains over 80 herbs. Ji Qingwu, just looking at it, can imagine the flavors: bitter, spicy, sour, sweet, so many vibrant tastes. Over the years, Ji Qingwu has gained good experience in treating common infertility issues and can treat them herself. But for complex conditions like her eldest sister's, it's safer to let the reproductive system handle it. She carefully reviewed the prescription from start to finish. Ji Qingwu nodded with satisfaction. When she picked up her pen to copy the names of the herbs, she suddenly thought of a question. "If my older sister gets pregnant, can I earn points?" "Yes. Ji Qingrong's condition is quite complicated. If treatment is successful and she becomes pregnant, you will earn 1,000 points. Common infertility symptoms only give 100 points." Ji Qingwu was pleased. This was a good deal for her. However, the items available for exchange in the reproductive system aren't very interesting to her. They mostly help with pregnancy and improving health. She has exchanged for a disguise technique and a strength-enhancing defensive spell. "Peanut, shouldn't you keep up with the times and update some of the exchange rewards?" When the keyword update was mentioned, the system paused for a few seconds. The AI was searching for the new items the host mentioned. Thank you for your suggestion. The system has now been updated to the latest version. Please enjoy using it. Ji Qingwu was delighted. She quickly checked the exchange shop and saw 5 new items she hadn't seen before. She eagerly browsed the new items and read the first one aloud.
Zidijing.
She hadn't heard of it, but it sounded like a top martial arts manual. Very good, on to the next.
Don Swanzi.
That name doesn't sound very proper. Ji Qingwu looked at the next few items, raising her eyebrows. Rong Qingjing?
Xua.
She read them more quietly, with a hint of annoyance. Jade Chamber Secret Technique? Looking again at their classification label, it boldly displayed the words, Room Inner Science in large pink characters, accompanied by an illustration. The illustration was in full color, clearly showing 2 people hugging closely, with detailed depictions of sweat beads and watermarks. Ji Qingwu's cheeks flushed with a faint red. She complained, Peanut, can you be a bit more serious? What is all this messy stuff? Why are you bringing this over? The system responded with a questioning tone. How else can we learn about having children? Isn't this knowledge meant to help with reproduction? Host, I am the system responsible for the childbirth project. These are carefully selected materials for your study. Please do not view this with inappropriate eyes.
Studying?
Who would she study with? Inappropriate eyes? These are just natural and normal. Ji Qingwu's ears turned bright red, like shiny cherries. This wasn't her trying to pretend to be pure. Her first experience was for survival, so she had no time to feel shy. She treated this as a task, a mission. That night, her gaze was firm, her mind clear. But now, with her life no longer threatened, these things suddenly appeared before her, revealing her natural shyness. She quickly said goodbye to the system, calmed her mind, and continued copying the prescription. After half an hour, Ji Qingwu left the study. Exiner, please tell the eldest sister that this prescription requires collecting morning dew to decoct the medicine, enough for 1 bowl, to be taken before bed every day, without missing a day. Exiner carefully stored the prescription and gratefully said, Young miss, thank you on behalf of the madam. If you hadn't been here today, our madam. Ji Qingwu smiled and patted her gently. All right, Exiner, take good care of your lady. When Ji Qingrong learned that her 5th sister had already returned home, it was completely dark. Exiner poured her a cup of tea and handed her something, saying, Madam, the 5th young lady finished writing the prescription before she left and left a message. Ji Qingrong held the light paper, feeling heavy in her heart. She asked, When did the 5th sister leave? She left about an hour ago, Exiner replied respectfully. Lu Jun, dressed in sleepwear, embraced her from behind and took the prescription from her hand. My younger sister is truly a remarkable person. Not only does she have great courage, but she also has excellent medical skills. He looked at the prescription and commented, but her handwriting is quite unique. Luan had already spoken more politely. Ji Qingwu had never learned calligraphy, so he couldn't compare himself to the noble children who had been holding brushes since childhood. Ji Qingrong reached out and gently pushed his hand away, her face still slightly pink. She scolded, I should have gone to see younger sister myself. It's all your fault. Luan smiled quietly without replying. When he heard that Ji Qingwu had left, he felt relieved. He didn't dare let his wife go to see younger sister. Earlier, Ji Qingwu confidently said she would bring Qingrong back to her family. Ji family's 5th daughter is no ordinary girl. Although Ji Qingwu had left, her reputation as a tough person was already known in the Zhongyong Marquis' residence. She had made the grandmother Cui so angry that she didn't leave her room for half a year. That's another story. When Ji Qingwu returned home, she first went to the Qiao family's Anju garden. Li Mamao was sewing a stuffed rabbit for Jiao, almost finished with just the little tail. The young girl watched eagerly nearby. Jiao leaned over and asked, Mamao, are you really a maid in the mansion? Do you have another identity? Li Mamao looked up in surprise and said, Young lady, I've served madam in the Ji residence for over 20 years. Qiao also asked, Why do you ask? Jiao looked a bit disappointed that she didn't have a second identity. She pouted and said sadly, Mamao, if you sold stuffed animals in the street, You could earn a lot of money, enough to support 10 Jiojos. She gestured as she spoke. Children's innocent words often make adults smile. Lima Mao was so praised she couldn't stop smiling, wishing she could also support such a cute and sweet granddaughter. Even Xiao, usually serious, couldn't help but laugh. Anju Garden had never been so lively. Huh? Is it because I, as your mother, haven't raised you well? A clear, melodious voice suddenly sounded. Ji Qingwu appeared behind the young girl, scowling as she asked. Jiao was caught off guard. When she saw her mother had returned and was standing on the bed, she happily waved her little arms. Ji Qingwu sat down on a nearby chair, but didn't go over to hug her. The young girl happily said, "Mother, Chu didn't say you weren't a good caregiver. I just wish I could split into 10 parts. One could stay with Grandma to watch plays and drink tea, and another could go with Mama Li to sell cloth dolls." Mrs. Chiao's face lit up with many smiling wrinkles. She asked happily, "And the other 8? 8 more. I want 8 servings of osmanthus-scented lotus root," the girl said with a big appetite. Chu made herself laugh, giggling for a long time then. With Mama Li's help, she climbed down and ran to hug Ji Qingwu's waist. Lifting her little head, she said sweetly, "It's a pity, though. Chu is only 1, so I can only be Mama's Chu." Ji Qingwu picked her up and held her in her arms. After playing for a while, they let Mama Li take her downstairs to rest. When the door closed, Mrs. Chiao looked at her expectantly and asked, "Little 5, how is Qingrong doing?" She had wanted to ask earlier but waited because a child was present. Ji Qingwu gently touched her little finger and said casually, "Mother, everything is settled now. Big sister just needs to take some medicine to recover." She didn't tell Mrs. Chiao about what happened that afternoon, as it would only cause worry. After today, she believed Lu Jun could protect her eldest sister. At worst, her sister still had that note in her hand, and she would surely live comfortably in the Marquis's residence. Hearing that Qingrong's health would improve, Mrs. Chiao finally relaxed. "Little 5, it's thanks to you." Ji Qingwu smiled and said, "Mother, there's no need to be so polite. She's my real sister." Mrs. Chiao's eyes were full of warmth as she patted her daughter's head. "You're truly a good girl." Actually, when Mrs. Chiao sent little 5 out this morning, she was secretly worried. She feared that after going to the Marquis's residence, little 5 would feel uncomfortable about Qingrong marrying into a noble family and living a wealthy life. After all, the sisters, born of the same mother, now had very different lives. One was a young lady of a Marquis's household, and the other was a widow without a husband. Mrs. Chiao looked at her daughter and sighed. Such a kind girl was rare in this world. Being born in her was her own blessing. She was determined to find a good marriage for her daughter. Ji Qingwu didn't know Mrs. Chiao's plans. She spoke softly, "Mother, I have something I want your help with. There's no need to be so formal with me, Mrs. Chiao said, repeating what she had just said. Juqing smiled softly, her face glowing gently in the light. She said, "Mother, I think Juju is old enough to start learning. Should we find her a teacher?" Mrs. Chiao was about to talk to her about this when Ji Qingwu said, "You and Changlin have already thought of this. Big Brother has been worried about this for a long time. Yesterday, he spent the whole day trying to find someone to recommend Juju to a good school. Ji Changlin was very quick to handle things." Ji Qingwu asked happily, "Did Big Brother bring any good news?" She had already done some research. The most famous school in Linen City was Lushan Academy, which had many famous teachers. It was probably the best choice. Of course, Mrs. Chiao nodded and added, "But to study there, Juju will need to pass an entrance test." An entrance test? Ji Qingwu asked curiously, "When did Lushan Academy start having this rule?" Foolish child, who said Juju would go to Lushan Academy. Under Ji Qingwu's puzzled look, Mrs. Chiao proudly said, "The school Juju will attend is the best in the world." Where is that? The Imperial Study. It was indeed the top school in the land, with the largest library in the court. Most importantly, it was located in the palace, and the teacher was the emperor's tutor. Jiuqing was surprised. She asked quickly, "Isn't the Imperial Study only for royal children? Why can Juju go too?" Mrs. Chiao explained carefully, It used to be that way. But after His Majesty ascended the throne, to promote good governance, the imperial study was open to officials and children of noble families. If a 3-rank official recommended her, she could get a chance to take the initial test. But whether she could enter the imperial study depends on the crown prince's tutor and a further test. In other words, it still depends on whether the child has talent. Ji Qingwu frowned and said nervously, Juju hasn't studied many books seriously yet. The entrance test might be difficult for her. She was more worried that Juju might face unfair treatment. Recently, some people in the capital had mocked and insulted her. She saw it, but didn't care much. What if the examiner was biased against Juju? But Mrs. Qiao remained calm and composed. Jing Qingwu pondered, his eyes brightening. He asked, Mother, may I ask if the crown prince's tutor is here? Mrs. Qiao smiled and nodded. Yes, you can relax. If Chu-Chu has that talent, she will definitely be chosen. After resting at home for a few days, the monthly entrance exam at the study room was approaching quickly. Jing Qingwu accompanied Chu-Chu as they entered the palace together. The study room is located on the left front side of the Diligent Hall where the emperor handles government affairs. The hall faces north and has 5 rooms. Chu-Chu, soon a teacher will ask you questions. Just answer if you know, and say you don't know if you don't, Jing Qingwu advised, feeling more nervous than she was during her own test. The young girl nodded calmly and said clearly, Mother, knowing what you know and admitting when you don't is true knowledge. Recently, Jing Chonglin had given Chu-Chu intensive tutoring, and it seemed to be working well. Jing Qingwu paced back and forth at the door, waiting for the examiner to arrive. The Diligent Hall is situated on higher ground. At this moment, the grand gates were open. The man sitting on the throne was not wearing official robes, but a dark blue embroidered robe. He had a golden crown and his hair was. He looked noble and handsome. Suddenly, he threw the memorial in his hand aside with a loud bang. Emperor Wushu did not speak, but a faint cold light flickered in his eyes. Li Yuzong, the chief, trembled with fear, lowering his head even more and breathing softly, afraid of angering the emperor. The hall was silent, as if a needle could be heard dropping. Emperor Wushu looked up and saw a figure in blue. The emperor felt that the woman walking from afar was quite dizzying to watch. Today, because she was here to seek apprenticeship and study, Jing Qingwu dressed simply, with her hair in a casual cloud bun, only a jade hairpin inserted. She wore no other jewelry. The blue silk dress swayed with her steps, like a soft blue cloud. The loose skirt made her waist look even thinner, tempting viewers to want to fold her up. Li Yuzong saw the emperor's gaze linger outside the hall. Curiously, he followed the emperor's line of sight, looked for a moment, then bowed slightly and whispered, Your Majesty, this is the 5th young lady of the Jing family. She came with her daughter to take the entrance test at the study room. This news had actually reached the emperor's ears yesterday, and Li Yuzong had carefully reminded him again. Emperor Wusu glanced at the noisy, and then withdrew his gaze. Then, with a calm expression, he picked up the previously discarded memorial and used a red pen to give his approval. He waved his hand, and the words on the document appeared strong and elegant, like a firm and beautiful calligraphy. Li Yuzong saw that the emperor's mood seemed to improve. Although he didn't know why, he quietly stepped back and heard the emperor give a cold command. He was surprised and cupped his ear, almost thinking he had heard wrong. Then he followed the order to leave. Inside the study, soft reading sounds could be heard. Jing Qingwu stood at the door, feeling nervous and uneasy. When she left, she wasn't very worried, but the longer she waited, the more her mind filled with bad thoughts. So, when Li Yuzong appeared behind her, she was startled. Miss Jing. Jing Qingwu suddenly turned around and saw Li Yuzong and the small eunuchs carrying things. Thinking she was blocking the way, she quickly moved aside. One of the small eunuchs, the young boy who had come to deliver the order that day, smiled and said, Greetings, Miss Jing. This is my master, Li Yuzong, the head of the Internal Affairs Office. In the palace, eunuchs serving the emperor were not ordinary servants. The head of the Internal Affairs Office held the most power. Jing Qingwu respectfully said, Greetings, Headley. Li Yuzhong was also very polite. Miss Jing, you are too kind. Please place the chairs here, Li Yuzhong directed his men. Jing Qingwu looked at a carved rosewood chair with dragon and cloud patterns and saw it placed in front of her.
This.
Seeing her confusion, Li Yuzhong directly explained, this was a gift from His Majesty. The emperor said that although Miss Jing is graceful, walking back and forth in front of the door is a bit distracting. He ordered you to sit. The emperor thought she was distracting? Jing Qingwu's face changed repeatedly, neither angry nor happy. But recalling the imposing presence of the emperor in the side hall of Sinang Palace that day, she could only sit down obediently and respectfully said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for the gift." She watched Li Yuzhong walk back to the diligent government hall. She was also curious. This study was at least 30 or 40 meters from the diligent government hall. The emperor's eyesight was truly remarkable. After sitting down, she didn't dare to move her hips and sat upright as if she was being punished. Chu-Chu blinked her eyes and said, "Mother, the emperor is really a kind person. He saw you were tired from standing and let you sit down. This blessing. I wonder if I could share it with others." In good health, a woman was sitting at the door of the study, on a chair decorated with dragon cloud patterns from the diligent governance hall. This was an unusual sight. Passing palace servants dared not speak, but a few secretly looked at her with sideways glances. Ji Qingwu felt uneasy, even more so than standing. Li Yuzhong hurried back to the diligent governance hall and quietly stood at his usual spot. At this moment, Emperor Wu Su held a document in his hand, a red pen hovering over the paper. His long eyebrows furrowed, and his cold eyes looked at Li Yuzhong. Li Yuzhong, who always understood the emperor's intentions best, didn't quite understand what the emperor meant. He carefully observed Wu Su's expression and said cautiously, "Your Majesty, Miss Ji is already sat down and won't disturb you anymore." From the direction of the diligent governance hall, Ji Qingwu's figure was already seated on the chair, sitting upright and still, as if in meditation. The blue clouds no longer floated, but still made people feel restless. Emperor Wu Su, with some impatience, asked, "What was said?" Li Yuzhong finally understood that the emperor wanted to know what Ji Qingwu had replied. He quickly answered, "Miss Ji said thank you for your Majesty's kindness." Wu Su nodded, raising his eyebrows as if waiting for more. At this moment, sweat was almost dripping from Li Yuzhong's forehead, and he hesitated. "Perhaps I should go ask Miss Ji if she has anything else to say." After a short while, a cold voice came from the throne. "Close the doors." It meant to ignore what was outside and not be bothered. For some reason, Emperor Wu Su was particularly difficult to please today. Li Yuzhong, very cautious, quickly ordered the little eunuchs to close the two large doors, leaving only a small gap for ventilation. Ji Qingwu watched as the grand doors of the diligent governance hall closed in front of her. She sat obediently, but was she being a nuisance? If possible, she wouldn't want to enter the palace and bother the emperor. But that's good too. Ji Qingwu took a deep breath and relaxed her posture a bit. After waiting a little longer, an old man dressed in a dark blue, high-collared, narrow-sleeved robe appeared at the door. Jing Qingwu saw the person's noble bearing and knew he was likely the examiner for the entrance test, the crown prince's tutor, Qiao Menghan. Qiao Menghan noticed Jing Qingwu, Chu-Chu, and the familiar purple sandalwood chair. His old eyes first flashed with surprise. He recognized the chair as one used by officials summoned by the emperor in the Grand Hall of Diligence, where elderly or weak officials could sit and rest. But why was it here? Qiao Menghan was experienced in official circles. He said nothing and pretended not to see, knowing this chair wouldn't appear here without reason. Jing Qingwu quickly stood up, bowed, and then quietly stepped aside to wait. The old man nodded and then asked the child, who was only knee-high, seriously, "Are you the granddaughter of Ji Bo-Lian?" Chu-Chu didn't show fear and replied, "Yes." "How do you know my grandfather's name?" The old man, Qiao, looked serious and said, "Don't worry about how I know." "Do you know why you're here today?" The girl honestly said, "To study. Since you're here to learn, what are you good at?" Chu-Chu proudly puffed out her chest. "Counting money." Qiao Menghan stroked his beard and said, "Good." Let me ask you, some people bought items together. Each paid 8 coins, with 3 coins left over. Some paid 7 coins, but the total was less than 4 coins short. Can you tell me how many people there are, and the total cost? This was a problem about profit and loss. Jing Qingwu's eyes shone softly, waiting for her daughter's answer. Chuchu's dark eyes flicked around, her little hands pinching her fingers, and her mouth mumbled. In half a cup of tea's time, she excitedly said, 7 people, 53 coins. The old man nodded. He didn't need paper or pen. She answered so quickly, showing she had a talent for calculation. There's a famine in a certain place. The court allocated 10,000 taels of silver for disaster relief. 1 bowl of porridge costs 1.5 coins, enough for 3 people to eat. How many people can be fed with this relief silver? This question was even simpler than the last. Jing Qingwu encouraged her daughter silently. But Chuchu thought for a long time. Her little eyebrows furrowed, looking very troubled. I don't know, because those silver coins don't all go to the common people. For example, my mother gave me 5 cents to buy soy sauce. I am close to the grain shops, Annie, and 4 cents can buy a jar, saving 1 cent to buy myself some candy. A few simple words can be compared to corruption in official circles. The relief money is handed down through many levels of officials, who pocket some and collude with each other. By the time it reaches the disaster victims, only half might remain. That's considered lucky. Even a small child has such insight. Xiao Menghan became interested and asked, "Do you think there is a way to fix this?" Juju scratched her head, moved close to the elder, and whispered, "Mother needs soy sauce. Just ask the grain shop owner to send it over, and it will be solved." Ji Qingwu didn't hear what she said but saw Xiao the elder smile with satisfaction. Then he gave his opinion. This child is smart and perceptive, a good talent. Ji Qingwu felt relieved and stepped forward, asking, "Xiao the elder, has Juju passed the entrance test?" Xiao Menghan no longer looked stern. He took out a wooden token and smiled. "She can come to the study tomorrow. Today, she can listen in." Ji Qingwu looked steadily at the elderly man with white hair at his temples and bowed deeply. "Thank you, Xiao the elder." The elder changed from a serious look to a warm smile and said kindly, "Little Wu, why not call me grandfather?" Xiao's father is the current crown prince's tutor, Xiao Menghan. The Xiao family has 4 sons and 1 daughter. Xiao is the youngest daughter. "Grandfather, I just want to avoid trouble," Ji Qingwu said with a sweet smile. Xiao Menghan nodded. His granddaughter was well-behaved. He sighed, "Come home when you have time. Your grandmother misses you." The elder took Juju inside. Ji Qingwu watched the small figure leave, feeling a mix of emotions. "Miss Ji." A voice came from behind. It was the little Xiao Dongzi. "If you're going back to the palace, I'll take this chair back to the hall." Ji Qingwu remembered where the chair came from and awkwardly thanked him. "Thank you, sir." Xiao Dongzi, who had been at the door, overheard the emperor talking with Steward Li and quickly said, "Miss Ji should thank the emperor in person." "Well," little Dongzi advised, "today you received the royal seat, everyone is watching. It's a good time to thank the emperor." Ji Qingwu approached the door of the Qingjin Hall and looked at the slightly open red door. Her legs felt weak. She hesitated and said, "Father-in-law, I will come again later. It's better to thank the emperor another time. I don't want to disturb him while he's handling official affairs now." Little Dongzi disagreed. "Miss Ji, you're already here, just go in." Ji Qingwu thought for a moment, then stepped back. Maybe another day. Just as she tried to leave quickly, the door was pushed open. Li Yuzong lowered his voice and scolded. "What are you making noise at the door?" "The emperor is reading reports. Be careful with your heads." Seeing it was Ji Qingwu, he immediately stopped talking. At this moment, little Dongzi bowed politely and said, "Officially, Miss Ji insisted on seeing the emperor. Did she really want to see him?"
Is she being honest about that?
Li Yuzong, hearing she wanted to request a meeting, quickly stepped back inside and hurried to report, moving faster than a rabbit in the field.
Yikvinvu?
What if she explained herself? Now she was truly in a tight spot, with no way to retreat. Ji Qingwu lowered her head shyly and carefully followed Manager Li into the hall. The Qingjin Hall was filled with incense. She didn't know what kind, but the scent was refreshing and invigorating, clear and pleasant. Ji Qingwu knelt down and bowed deeply. "Your Majesty, I pay my respects." She dared not lift her head, quietly staying on the ground, waiting for the person on the high seat to call her. After a long silence, Ji Qingwu's neck started to ache from the strain. "Get up." Her tone was calm, without any emotion. Ji Qingwu stood up. Because she had been kneeling for a long time, her skirt was wrinkled. She wanted to smooth it with her hand but dared not move. Her brow furrowed. "Miss Jiwoo, do you have any dissatisfaction with me?" A deep voice came from nearby. Ji Qingwu answered carefully, replying to Your Majesty, "I am here to thank you. I have no dissatisfaction." The Wu-Su Emperor's throne was on a 5-step platform. He looked down from above at the woman standing in the hall. The last time he saw her, she was soaked and trembling, kneeling on the ground like a begonia battered by a heavy rain. Today, she managed to hide her beautiful figure, her clothes neat and tidy. Her graceful neck curved elegantly, and her white earlobes made the hairpin on her head look dull in comparison. Emperor Wu-Su waved his hand, signaling everyone in the hall to leave. Although Ji Qingwu didn't lift her head, she saw the palace maids and eunuchs bow and step back with her peripheral vision. Was she also supposed to leave? Ji Qingwu moved her feet slightly and softly said, "Your servant will take her leave." As soon as she finished speaking, she noticed that the gaze above her grew even stronger. "Didn't tell you to leave. Raise your head and speak." Ji Qingwu's palms were sweaty. She took a deep breath. When she looked up, she saw a pair of deep, dark eyes like polished black lacquer, bottomless inside.
He
Looked exactly like the cold and serious man she remembered. High, sharp eyebrows, eyes like cold stars, handsome and elegant, calm as if divine. At this moment, he also carried the commanding presence of a king who rules the world. Almost at the same time, a sharp buzzing sound rang in Ji Qingwu's ears. "Come forward." Emperor Wu-Su's tone carried a strange, unexplainable meaning. But Ji Qingwu's mind was blank. She couldn't understand. She instinctively followed his instructions, her steps uncertain as she stepped onto the stairs, approaching him. She wanted to cry, but couldn't. Wasn't this man the same General Dingbei she planned to stay far away from? How come, after so many years, he's now sitting on the throne? Is becoming an emperor really that easy? Ji Qingwu looked at the sturdy dragon pillar beside her, thinking maybe if she threw herself against it now, she might die quickly and painlessly. Emperor Wu-Su was very patient and didn't rush her. The woman's face was pale, as if she was very scared. Her big, watery eyes looked like tears would fall at any moment. She lightly stepped onto the stairs, trembling with each step, her skirt fluttering along with her. Soft and fragile like a cloud, broken into pieces. Ji Qingwu reached a meter away from Emperor Wu-Su and barely managed to stand still. The unique scent of dragon saliva, a mark of an emperor, reached her nose. Her elegant nose twitched nervously. Ji Qingwu, who had thought of 100 ways to die in her mind, decided to fight for a slim chance of survival instead of becoming a tragic person. Just as she was about to apologize and kneel to thank him, "Why thank me? You are a wise and noble ruler." Ji Qingwu's anxious expression reflected in Emperor Wu-Su's deep eyes. His voice was low and rare, carrying a gentle tone. Putting herself in his place, Ji Qingwu found it hard to believe. Being forcibly taken advantage of without warning, and then seeing her enemy again after years. Anyone would be furious. Moreover, he had become a powerful emperor ruling over all. This must be a shame for him. Ji Qingwu's eyes flickered with thought, her mind drifting far away. She remembered the first time she saw his face. At that time, she was a military doctor, serving in the Northern Army camp for over a year. But just the day before, she learned she had mistaken her target. Who would have thought that in one military camp, there were 2 commanding generals with similar titles? One was the General of the North, and the other was the General of the Northwest. Ji Qingwu's attention was entirely on General Wei Ting of the Northwest. She carefully took care of his meals and daily needs, even learned riding and trained horses just to make him smile. Every day, she followed Wei Ting around, and everyone in the camp knew she was a devoted female medic in love with the general. After more than a year together, Ji Qinggu also developed feelings for Wei Ting. She believed it was fate and wanted to fight for it. She planned to build a relationship with her target first, then, once they loved each other, proceed smoothly to having children. As for General Zhao Mingyan of the North, she had only seen him from afar a few times. She never looked at him closely, as her heart was set on her mission, focused entirely on winning Wei Ting's affection. So, even if General Zhao was handsome and accomplished many battles, she firmly believed Wei Ting was the best and looked down on others. Until the long-missing system suddenly appeared, reminding her she needed to complete her task quickly and that her progress was zero. She and the system stayed up all night trying to figure it out. Only then did she realize how badly she had messed up. Time was running out, and her life depended on it. That day, Ji Qingwu stood at the camp entrance, waiting for her real target to return. He was dressed in silver armor, riding a black steed, galloping swiftly. "Zhao," she called softly, just managing to get out a word. But the iron hooves ruthlessly stomped the ground, kicking up dust that covered her face, and he refused to even glance at her. Ji Qingwu had been thinking hard in her tent for several days. Finally, she came up with a big plan. She secretly mixed powerful medicine and gave Zhao Mingyan a special potion that combined yin and yang energies. She still remembered the moment she opened the tent curtain and appeared before him. His cold eyes flashed with sharpness, as if he wanted to shoot her down on the spot. That night was truly deep and cold. Outside, the wind howled fiercely, but inside the tent, there was a rare sense of warmth. The shadows inside the tent overlapped, but there was no romantic atmosphere between them. Ji Qingwu disappeared, believing that the most dangerous place was the safest. She stayed at a small station a few miles from the camp to give birth. The station was just a small guard post with a few broken tents. She hid there. At this moment, inside the Hall of Diligence, Ji Qingwu and Emperor Wu Su looked at each other. She saw a bright light in his eyes, full of deep meaning, but no anger. "Why don't you answer?" He was so calm and peaceful, which felt strange. Ji Qingwu's rational mind briefly returned. Suddenly, she remembered that her face was still easy to change. She had only restored about 70 or 80% of her appearance. She had deliberately adjusted her chin and forehead bones, making her look quite different from before. They had only spent one night together, and she had covered his eyes with silk cloth. Emperor Wu Su's expression seemed as if he hadn't recognized her. After this self-explanation and mental comfort, she slowly calmed her nervous heart. Softly, she replied, "Your Majesty, I am here to thank you for granting me a seat." Ji Qingwu just took a deep breath when she heard Emperor Wu Su ask in a deep voice, "If you want to thank me, how will you do it?" Just saying thank you with her lips. Was that enough? Ji Qingwu was unsure of his thoughts. She pressed her lips together, making her lips look even more charming. Suddenly, Emperor Wu Su stood up and stepped in front of her. His tall, strong figure instantly surrounded her. Ji Qingwu felt as if she was caught in a tight, unbreachable net. The scent of dragon saliva became even stronger. Her face turned red, and all exposed parts of her skin showed a pink glow. He held something in his right hand and lifted Ji Qingwu's chin. The object's edges pressed painfully against her, making her dare not move her face. She could only tilt her head up, revealing her smooth, white neck. "Your Majesty." She realized he was examining her face. Ji Qingwu's breathing grew rapid, her heart pounding loudly, and her chest rose and fell quickly.
Emperor Wu Su's gaze briefly shifted.
He was originally high above the clouds, surrounded by soft, white clouds. Ji Qingwu was already feeling dizzy and lightheaded. Now she also felt short of breath, her vision darkening. One of her legs wobbled, and she almost fell. She quickly grabbed the nearest thing nearby. Her hand felt smooth and soft, holding a fine silk robe. Below, there was firm, strong muscle, which was more uncomfortable than the paper pressed against her chin. When her vision cleared enough to see clearly, she realized she was holding the emperor's arm. She released her grip and straightened up. Her soft cheek accidentally brushed against his prominent knuckles. "Miss Ji, I have received your thanks," came his gentle voice in her ear. She really didn't mean to do it. Ji Qingwu's face turned red, more vibrant than with rouge. Emperor Wu Su withdrew his hand first, his fingers lightly rubbing together. But after such a close touch, she felt less afraid of him. He used what he held in his hand to gently pat her face. His gaze was intense, but his voice was cold and deep. "This is a memorial criticizing the Ji family. Miss Ji, you should take a look." Ji Qingwu looked at the document pinched between his long fingers. Throughout history, rulers rarely allow others to speak freely. If she looked at it, she might not understand the secret matters involved. "Are you sure you don't want to see it?" Emperor Wu Su didn't expect her to hesitate at all. Ji Qingwu blinked and tentatively said, "If your majesty wants me to see it, I will. If not, I won't." Seeing her obedient attitude, Emperor Wu Su sneered slightly and said mockingly, "The Ji family is quite clever." But Ji Qingwu could hear the sarcasm in his tone. She could only lower her head and become even more respectful. "Everyone in the streets knows that your majesty is a rare wise ruler of 1,000 years. I believe that your majesty would not unjustly accuse the Ji family without reason, nor would you let the guilty go free." She spoke sincerely. The previous dynasty had spent heavily on construction, causing hardship for the people. After Emperor Wu Su took over the Phoenix Palace, even his own palace was simply repaired. She traveled from the southern Shu border, and as she approached Linen City, it became more prosperous. In these 3 years, the people's lives had become happier and more prosperous. Although the Empress Dowager and the Emperor seemed to have a tense relationship on the surface, she believed that Emperor Wu Su was not a ruler who would act recklessly on personal whim. Gazing at her cloud-like black hair, Emperor Wu Su's eyes darkened with a deep ink-like shadow. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "Leave now." Hearing these words, Ji Qingwu's eyes suddenly brightened. She was alive. She held back her joy, shrank her shoulders, bent her waist, and quickly left the hall of diligent governance. Unaware, the emperor behind her saw her blue figure disappear, and his expression changed instantly. His brows froze like ice, sending a cold shiver to anyone who looked, and his previous gentle attitude was gone. Ji Qingwu stepped out of the hall, feeling as if she had been given a new life. Even the air around her seemed filled with a sweet fragrance. Outside the door, Li Yuzong and little Dongzi saw her come out and immediately smiled at her like blooming flowers. "Miss Ji, you're out so quickly. Take care on your way." Ji Qingwu thought about how she almost lost her life, but she didn't want to offend with a smile, so she forced a smile and said, "Thank you both very much." Just then, it was almost time for class. She went to the study room to wait for a while. Juju happily ran out of the door first. Ji Qingwu quickly hugged her rice ball, rubbed her for a long time, and finally felt completely at ease. "Mother, you smell so good." Juju's nose was very sharp. She sniffed her shoulder and nuzzled. Maybe because she was so close to the hall of diligent governance earlier, her clothes carried that person's fragrant scent. "Smells so nice. Juju wants to smell good too." Ji Qingwu sighed inwardly. The emperor's special dragon incense was not something she could want. Even if it cost her life, she wouldn't exchange it. The warm and happy scene of mother and daughter embracing also caught someone's eye. The door of the Hall of Diligent Governance was still slightly open. Shadows flickered, but the tall figure was no longer at the desk. Emperor Wu Su stood with his hands behind his back, looking out the window at the distant study room entrance, and ordered, "Send someone." A figure in black rushed in from outside and knelt down, saying, "Your Majesty, Chuan Chuan, check where Miss Ji's 5th daughter has lived over the years and who she has met." Emperor Wu Su narrowed his eyes coldly and said, "And whether she has had a husband." "Yes, Your Majesty." "I will go now." After receiving the order, the secret guard Chuan Chuan disappeared swiftly into the hall. Even knowing that the secret guard was highly skilled, Li Yuzong watched the black figure vanish in an instant and still felt like his eyes were playing tricks on him. The secret guards were the Emperor's hidden agents, known for their ruthless efficiency. Now they were being used to investigate Ji Qingwu. But the words were strange. If Miss Ji had no husband, how could she have a child? That didn't make sense. The Emperor didn't ask who her husband was, only whether she had one. Could it be that he already had a guess in mind? Li Yuzong was puzzled. He couldn't tell whether Emperor Wisu liked the Ji family's daughter or disliked her deeply. But one thing was certain. She had caught his attention. From then on, Jujiu began attending school every day. To avoid meeting Emperor Wisu, who might recognize her true identity at any time, Ji Qingwu asked her elder brother, Ji Chonglin, to take over the task of escorting Jujiu. She thought this would make things easier. But unexpectedly, Madame Qiao invited several famous teachers to their home to teach her the 6 arts expected of noble ladies: etiquette, music, archery, charioteering, calligraphy, and mathematics. Music and dance, however, required early training. At her age, she could only learn the basics. Madame Qiao didn't push her too hard. She invited a top dancer to perform several times so Ji Qingwu could learn to appreciate the art and judge its quality. Ji Qingwu, however, was more interested in archery and horseback riding. She had practiced both before while in the army, so she quickly excelled again. She learned fast and received much praise from her instructors, finishing those lessons in no time. The Qiao family was known for their scholarship, and under Madame Qiao's strict guidance, Ji Qingwu also studied the methods of forming and understanding characters. Soon, she could read a few simple classical texts. While Jujiu went to school, Ji Qingwu had to study at home, feeling quite miserable. She often complained, but Madame Qiao showed no mercy and even invited a skilled embroiderer to teach her needlework. After half a month, Ji Qingwu had lost some weight, and her eyes looked even brighter and livelier. Blinking her clear eyes, she said sweetly, "Mother, I don't need to be that perfect." While demonstrating how to make incense, Madame Qiao moved her hands gracefully and said seriously, "I know it's hard for you, but in our world, noble families value these skills. A woman must have both virtue and talent to find a good match. Mother, I'm not in a hurry. Look, even my brother isn't married yet. I don't want to marry soon. I just want to stay with you a few more years. Your older brother is." Mrs. Qiao hesitated but didn't finish her sentence. She then said, "Don't compare him to others. A woman's future depends on herself. Unlike men, who are naturally advantaged, if they marry into a noble family and inherit titles, everything is settled." Ji Qingwu was silent for a moment. Mrs. Qiao was right. In this era, a woman's future mainly meant choosing a reliable husband, managing the household, and raising children. If her husband and son were successful, she could be honored as a respected lady, and that would be a good life. But she was still confined to her small world as a housewife. "Fifth, I've been looking for a match for you these days." Ji Qingwu sighed and said, "Mother, you're in such a hurry. It's not me rushing, but this girl is truly outstanding. Her family isn't very prominent, but she is a successful scholar, and your grandfather says she's talented enough to be a top scorer. She's just waiting for the imperial exam results. I had someone look for a suitable girl for you, and I was the first to think of you." Ji Qingwu didn't know that Mrs. Qiao still enjoyed matchmaking. She smiled and asked, "Mother, how beautiful can she be? That you liked her at first sight." Mrs. Qiao gently tapped her forehead. "Just wait and see." A few days later, Mrs. Qiao took Ji Qingwu back to her family. The Qiao household had many servants, all gathered in the front hall discussing matters. Ji Qingwu accompanied Mrs. Qiao, chatting in Lady Qiao's courtyard. Lady Qiao was a lively old lady. When she saw Ji Qingwu, she immediately pulled her over and sat her beside her. She smiled warmly. "My granddaughter looks just like I did when I was young. Fair skin, bright eyes." One look from her could charm a crowd. Ji Qingwu couldn't help but smile, but she didn't dare to tease her. Mrs. Qiao touched her forehead. "Mother, what are you saying in front of Fifth? In a family with a lively, carefree mother, there's often a mature, reserved, and caring daughter. Lady Qiao looked at the young girl and started reminiscing. When I was young, I had many achievements. That old Li family, now they have a grand academician in the cabinet. I remember he even jumped into the West Pond for me back then. Ji Qingwu's eyes widened. Grandmother, is that true? Back then, it must have caused a big sensation in the city. Mrs. Qiao pouted and said, it wasn't just a sensation, it was practically a riot. The riverbank was crowded with people, and a group of guards came too. Thinking of this scene, Ji Qingwu chuckled softly, her smile bright and cheerful. At that moment, a servant outside the window hurriedly announced, Master, please ask Miss Fifth to come quickly. Madame Qiao raised her voice, saying, Why such urgency? I haven't finished talking yet. Miss Jiao is in the study, fighting with someone. Ji Qingwu suddenly stood up and ran outside. Miss Fifth, the master is waiting for you in the front hall. Ji Qingwu quickly left the courtyard, almost sparking fire from her shoe soles. Only children who could study in the study were outstanding, and all came from noble families. She frowned and asked the servant beside her, Do you know who Jiao was fighting with? It's the grandson of the Grand Supervisor Yan Bing, the servant said nervously. This news made Ji Qingwu feel dizzy. The Grand Supervisor's official rank was just below the Prime Minister, but he had special rights to supervise officials and advise the Emperor. And she had just angered the most difficult person. She asked again, How old is that child? The servant replied, I heard he's about 6 or 7 years old. Ji Qingwu suddenly stopped, feeling more anxious. Jiao fighting with a boy much older than her could lead to big trouble. She was very worried. Seeing no one around, she quickly ran along the long corridor, lifting her skirt. On the pavilion above the artificial mountain, several guests from the Qiao family, who enjoyed poetry and chess, were engaging in elegant activities, and they saw the running figure in the corridor. Young women from noble families always pursued purity and quietness, valuing being as still as a maiden. They had never seen a girl run so freely before. A young man in purple robes, a new guest at the Qiao family, curiously asked the person beside him, Brother Li, do you know who that girl is? Sitting behind a chess table was a man in white, with long eyebrows like willow branches, tall and graceful like a jade tree. He held a white jade chess piece and looked over when he heard the question. The girl's purple silk skirt swayed with her steps. Her white waist sash accentuated her slim waist, and her flowing clothes made her look like a beautiful painting in ink and water. Until her figure disappeared around the corridor, the young man in purple still looked after her, unable to take his eyes away. Brother Li, this girl truly lives up to the saying, quick as a rabbit. The longer you stay at the Qiao residence, the more you realize. Do you know which young lady she is? Is she engaged? Based on her direction of movement, she is probably heading to the front hall. Li Qingxuan placed his chess piece down and calmly said, I haven't seen her before. The person playing chess with Li Qingxuan is named Lu Nian. He said, I heard from the servants that today the granddaughter of the Ji family has arrived. She just came out of the old madam's courtyard, so it should be her. The man in purple robes was surprised and asked, Brother Lu, is she the Ji family's granddaughter, who is away for a while and just returned recently? Lu Nian scoffed nonchalantly. That girl? She's just a widow with a child. Her late husband was a rough soldier. Even if she is from the Ji family, so what? Seeing the disappointed look on the man in purple, Lu Nian's eyes sparkled, and he said playfully, Don't be foolish. Such a woman is only fun to play with for a while. Marrying her as a wife would only bring shame. Li Qingxuan ignored what they were saying, placed his last chess piece, and raised his eyebrows. That's a win. Qingxuan. Your move was too harsh. You didn't leave any face. Their chess skills were clearly not on the same level, and today Lu Nian insisted on playing with him. Li Qingxuan stood up and left the pavilion directly. Jing Qingwu arrived at the front hall. She saw many people gathered inside, and the atmosphere was tense. Her eyes immediately found a small figure in the corner. The little girl was standing with her head bowed, staring at her feet, with her hands neatly placed in front of her stomach. She looked like she had just been scolded. It seemed she was unharmed, which eased Jing Qingwu's heart a little. A gentle voice broke the silence in the hall. Everyone looked over. Jing Qingwu stepped over the threshold and slowly walked to the center of the room. Seeing her mother come, Chu-Chu pouted her little lips, and tears welled up in her eyes. Her pitiful look made Jing Qingwu feel a pang in her heart. But since there were many people in the hall, Jing Qingwu maintained her manners. Instead of hugging her for comfort, she first bowed to the host at the main seat. Grandfather. Old Master Chiao looked calm and nodded slightly, speaking in a deep voice. You've arrived. Below is the corrected and simplified version of your text. At the front, there was an older man with a very unhappy face. He had a goat-like beard, a thin face, and high cheekbones. Seeing her, he looked at her coldly and asked, Are you the mother of this girl? Xiao Wu, this is Inspector Yen Zongrong, Lord Yen. Old Master Chiao introduced. Ji Qingwu bowed again and asked politely, Nice to meet you, Lord Yen. Your courtesy is too much for me to accept, Yen Zongrong said, turning away and not returning the bow. I was supposed to go straight to Ji's house, but old Master Chiao asked me to come here. Sorry for disturbing your peace. This Yen Zongrong was a clever speaker. In just a few words, he made it clear that the Chiao family should not interfere in Ji's affairs. His words were polite, but meant that only Ji's family could handle this. Ji Qingwu was not embarrassed by the rejection. She stood straight and asked softly, Lord Yen, you waited for me on purpose. Is there something you want to say? Yen Zongrong looked directly and said plainly, Don't pretend you don't know. Just go and see what your daughter did to my grandson, Yen Bing. Ji Qingwu had just heard about the fight and instinctively thought her daughter was the victim. But she didn't expect that it was actually her daughter who was bullying someone else. Following Yen Zongrong's finger, Ji Qingwu saw the boy hiding behind the chair. Compared to Juju, this boy was taller and stronger, looking like a plain steamed bun. But now his face was bruised, with a big purple mark on his forehead and scratches on his right cheek. His face looked like a battered bun. Ji Qingwu looked at Yen Bing and then at Juju. It was easy to understand what was happening, but she couldn't figure out how Juju could have beaten him. Yen Zongrong also looked a little embarrassed. Your daughter is cruel. My grandson is kind and gentle. Good boys don't fight girls, so he was bullied. He then said angrily, What do you plan to do? If I don't get a satisfying answer, I will go complain to the officials tomorrow. Complaining to the officials. Ji Qingwu's calm face finally changed. Seeing her lips pressed tightly and looking a little worried, Yen Zongrong shook his robe and snorted. My patience is limited. How about we listen to what the children have to say? Ji Qingwu sighed and suggested calmly. Commissioner, Yen said, there's nothing more to say. My grandson's face is proof, right in front of you. Ji Qingwu stepped closer to Yen Bing. The boy tightly held the armrest of the chair, too afraid to look at her. She carefully examined him up close. He really has a simple, round face. Gently, she said, Young Master Yen. Only then did Yen Bing lift his face to look at her. His lips moved nervously, and he shyly shrank back, then lowered his head again. Ji Qingwu softly asked, Besides the injury on your face, did you hurt anywhere else? When Yen Zongrong learned about his grandson fighting, he immediately scolded Yen Bing harshly. He never asked gently if he was hurt elsewhere. Yen Bing weakly replied, My leg hurts. I bumped it. Ji Qingwu rolled up his pant leg and saw it was bruised again. She felt a bit distressed just looking at it. She pressed on his leg gently. Yen Bing endured the pain without making a sound. It's not broken. Just apply some medicine for bruises and bumps. It will heal in 4 or 5 days. Commissioner Yen saw her checking his injury and became even angrier. It's your fault for not teaching your child properly. He's so unruly at such a young age. It must be your poor parenting and bad family habits. Ji Qingwu didn't like this kind of excuse. She hadn't even understood the full story but was already blaming others. She turned her head and said, If it's the father's fault for not teaching him, then you should go and talk to his father. On the day the 5th Miss Ji returned home, she received praise from the Empress Dowager and the Emperor. She became the talk of the whole city. Behind her success, there were many rumors and gossip. Now everyone in the city knew that Ji Qingwu was a widow. Her husband had already died. If anyone wondered where the child's father was, the only answer was the underworld. You. Commissioner Yen rarely ran out of words. Ji Qingwu ignored the old man and continued asking Yen Bing, "Young Master Yen, besides the scratches on your face, it looks like you fell and hurt other places. Did Chu do this to you?" Yen Bing secretly glanced at Commissioner Yen and nodded. Ji Qingwu looked at the little girl. Chu, tell me, did you hit him? Chu first nodded, then shook her head. Then she said softly, "Mother, he said I was an orphan without a father. He said I was a wild child." Ji Qingwu frowned. She knew Chu wouldn't fight without a reason. Her cool voice sounded, and she did not scold the child. Instead, she looked directly at the stern official and asked, "May I ask, Mr. Yen, is this what you call proper education and a good family tradition?" The official, Yen, kept a serious face and said, "This is just a small argument between children. The one who started it is the most at fault. According to you, Mr. Yen, how should we handle this? Write a notice admitting fault, post it on the bulletin board at the market for 3 days, and loudly read it aloud every noon. As a mother, you should also join in, so everyone in the city can see what happens to bullies." He used such harsh words, showing his strong prejudice against the Ji family. Ji Qingwu guessed right. Yen Zongrong wanted to use this incident to weaken the Ji family's reputation and make them lose face. If it had been someone else, he wouldn't be so aggressive. But, making a public apology for 3 days straight, Ji Qingwu no longer showed the respectful attitude she had before. Some people, if you give them a little face, will take it as a sign to act even more boldly. She coldly said, "Mr. Yen, you can also accept an apology, but your grandson's injury doesn't match the sincerity of your apology. Maybe I should cut off an arm or break his leg, then my apology would be more genuine." Yen Bing trembled with anger, and Yen the official's beard even shook with rage. "Old Master Chiao, listen to what your granddaughter is saying." Ji Qingwu raised an eyebrow and stopped him, saying, "Mr. Yen, be careful with your words. As you said, we're just discussing matters here. Our personal grudges have nothing to do with my grandfather." Old Master Chiao looked on silently, not responding. Juju had never seen her mother so stern. Though she was young, she knew that apologizing was embarrassing. Feeling wronged, she said, It's not me. Mother, I didn't hit him." Ji Qingwu, regardless of their expressions, gently hugged the little girl with love. "Mom believes you," Yen the official loudly said. "If not you, then who? When the young from the study tried to stop the fight, it was you riding on my grandson and scratching his face." Juju wanted to stand firm and tell the truth, but she couldn't let her mother be embarrassed. She stepped forward and said, "It was a handsome older brother who hit him." Everyone was stunned at her words. Juju pointed at Yen Bing and said fiercely, "You tell me, who pushed you down the steps?" Master Yen did not expect to have an unexpected gain. He asked eagerly, "Great, you have an accomplice. Bing, who is the other person?" Seeing his little grandson hesitating, he encouraged him. Bing, don't be afraid of the powerful. Grandfather will speak for you, Yuan." Yen Bing muttered softly. No one heard, clearly. "Yuan family?" Master Yen, who was quite old, quickly guessed which family it was and asked excitedly, "Is it the Yuan family from the south of the city?" The Yuan family in the south of the city was related by marriage to the Ji family. The old lady Ji and the old lady Yuan were sisters, which made the connection even closer. Seeing Yen Bing bow his head and not dare to speak, Master Yen grew anxious and urged him on. It was His Highness Yuan. Yen Bing finished and burst into tears. Master Yan's face still showed excitement, but his expression stiffened for a moment. He slowly confirmed, "It was the young Prince Yuan Heng who did this to you." Yen Bing nodded while crying. Ji Qingwu's heart was in turmoil, her eyes flickering. It was Yuan Heng, that proud little face. He was her little one. Since she saw Emperor Wu's city that day, she kept waking up at night. Both father and son appeared in her dreams. In her dreams, she was either recognized by Emperor Wu Sudi and beheaded, or she saw Yuan Heng struggling in the Tay pool. Ji Qingwu's eyebrows furrowed deeply, and her eyes filled with sorrow. Chu thought she had made her mother sad. She hurriedly explained, "Mother, it was him who said I was a wild child without a father. That handsome older brother kicked him in the, and I rushed over and grabbed him. We didn't do anything else. The injuries on Yenbing's forehead and knees were from falling to the ground, unrelated to them." Ji Qingwu crouched down and gently touched Chuchu's little head. "Mother doesn't blame you," but as she spoke, tears rolled down her cheeks and fell to the ground, breaking into small pieces. Seeing her silently holding back tears, her thin shoulders trembling slightly, everyone felt that Master Yan's words today were a bit too harsh. Old Master Qiao sternly said, "Master Yan, since it's not my granddaughter's fault, you should take your grandson and leave." Having been ordered to leave, Yan Zongrong's face showed some embarrassment, but he stubbornly said, "You haven't heard? She also grabbed my grandson's hand. If things go wrong, it will affect my grandson's career and marriage." Seeing that he wouldn't give up, Ji Qingwu suddenly turned to look at him. Her eyes were moist, but her expression was even more stubborn. She raised her voice and said, "Lord Yan, if you want to ask questions, you must do so fairly. The apology method you mentioned earlier, should the emperor also come along with the prince for such a thing? Such childish arguments are not worth bothering the emperor with." Yenshi's official was hesitant to continue, but he faced Ji Qingwu and didn't want to lose face to her. As an official, his duty was to supervise ministers and advise the king. "Fine. I will not only visit the Ji family tomorrow," Yan Zongrong boldly declared. "I will also visit the emperor himself." An example of poor parenting. Night had not fully fallen when the sound of drums echoed inside Phoenix Palace. Officials entered the hall and took their places. On the throne symbolizing supreme power, Emperor Wusu wore a golden robe embroidered with a dragon pattern, a crown with 9 hanging tassels, each decorated with 5-colored silk and 9 multicolored jade beads, and a jade belt. The grandeur of the court made the atmosphere even more solemn and noble. "Long live the emperor! Long live! Long live forever!" The officials bowed, their voices resonating. After the cheers, Emperor Wusu looked up and asked in a deep voice, "How are the floodwaters in the southwest?" The river governor stepped forward and bowed. "Your Majesty, this spring has seen continuous rain in the southwest. 6 river embankments have collapsed. We have already moved the affected people to safe places. Is that how you handle it?" "Your Majesty, the river governor paused. "I will arrange for people to help rebuild homes and restore livelihoods as soon as possible." From the throne, a calm voice asked, with no clear emotion, "Why are the flood victims left homeless?" The river governor lowered his head and replied, "Because of the floods. Your way of handling this is just to comfort the victims. But floods happen every year. No matter how much relief money the court spends, what good does it do? Do you truly understand how hard life is for the people and their suffering?" This question, Emperor Wusu's tone was normal, but to the officials, it was deafening. The governor of the waterways hurriedly knelt down and said, "I was careless in my thinking. Kaiswadong, you're not just careless, you're overthinking." Suddenly, there was a loud rebuke. Just a moment ago, the emperor was gentle and kind, but his temper flared instantly. The hall was silent. Everyone lowered their heads, afraid to look at him, showing the emperor's authority. Emperor Wusu waved his hand. "Show this to Lord Kai." The chief steward Li, standing nearby, handed him a folded document. The waterways governor's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He took a deep breath and opened the document. When he saw the contents, the paper slipped from his hands and fell to the ground. "Your Majesty, I am wronged." Kai's Wadong trembled. "I did not collude with local officials or embezzle disaster relief funds. My loyalty is clear as day." Emperor Wusu opened his mouth, his voice cold. "Luwan, this case is now under your charge. Within 3 days, I want a list of those involved in the corruption and favoritism during the relief efforts." Luwan received the order and stepped back. He looked at the waterways governor, kneeling and crying, and shook his head. Emperor Wusu, when leading troops in battle, never fought without preparation. Hidden dragons lie beneath the surface. Only patience can prevent chaos. When he acts, he is ruthless. Since he is punishing today in front of all officials, He must have solid evidence. The depth of Emperor Wu Su's mind is such that he only reveals a little when he wants you to see. Do the ministers have anything else to report? His tone returned to being indifferent, but the officials dared not provoke the emperor at this moment. They lowered their heads and remained silent. At this time, the censor Yen Zongrong stepped forward with a serious face and said loudly, "Your Majesty, I have something to report. I wish to submit a memorial." The officials looked at each other, unsure which official he was about to accuse today. "My first report concerns the Empress Dowager's maternal family, the Ji family." As soon as he said this, faint murmurs spread among the crowd. Because of the 9-tier crown, Emperor Wu Su's expression was hidden. The officials below the steps dared not look directly and could not see clearly. "What is the matter you are reporting?" "Respectfully, Your Majesty, the Ji family, relying on their royal kinship, assaulted my grandson. I wish to report that the Ji clan is abusing their power and disregarding the law." Emperor Wu Su glanced at Liu Yuzong, then stepped forward 2 paces and quietly explained the full story. The emperor had gone to the Temple of Prayer for Ancestors yesterday and was unaware of this matter. After hearing this, the emperor's brows furrowed tightly and his cold eyes looked at Yen Yushi. Ji Chonglin quickly stepped forward as well. "Master Yen, this is just a misunderstanding. There's no need to bring it up during the morning court. That young girl is quite fierce. She dared to hit the grandson of the Yushi during her visit to the study," said an official who was friendly with Yen Yushi. Emperor Wu Su's lips curled into a cold smile. He asked, "Do you know who that girl is and what her relationship to me is?" According to their relationship, Ji's family is related to the emperor and the girl could call him uncle. Yen Yushi stepped forward and said, "I don't care who that child is. It's a small matter, but we must not forget past events. Your Majesty, do not favor the Ji family." The former King Liang was overly trusting of the evil queen, which gave her family great power, but in the end, it led to the downfall of the realm. Emperor Wu Su changed his sitting posture, stretching his long legs on the ground and leaning back slightly, looking more relaxed. But someone familiar with the emperor, Lu Wan, felt a tense knot in his stomach. This was a sign he was about to get angry. He moved to the corner, worried he might be affected later. Yen Yushi puffed out his chest, growing more angry as he spoke. "Even if it's the emperor's own child, I must speak out. My second report is about Crown Prince Yuan Heng. Your Majesty, your parenting is lacking." There was a series of gasps from the court. The 9-tier crown on Emperor Wu Su's head moved slightly. Almost at the same time, there was a loud bang as a piece of jade fell straight onto Yen Yushi's foot. A fierce, crawling tiger with wide eyes seemed to glare at Yen Zongrong. When he saw it was the imperial seal, he immediately knelt down, not daring to say another word. "You compare me to a foolish ruler and see yourself as a loyal official. If that's the case, I might as well fulfill your wish, remove Yen Zongrong from his position as Yushi and exile his entire family to a remote mountain," Lu Wan sighed. Now the whole family would have to move to a barren mountain, and Yen Zongrong's grandson truly became a wild child. But the matter was not over. Emperor Wu Su then ordered punishments for the Ji family and Yuan Heng. When Ji Chonglin left the court and returned to Unja Garden, Qiao Shi and Ji Qingwu were waiting for him in the front hall. Seeing his eldest son's face turning purple and looking dejected, Qiao Shi stepped forward worriedly and asked, "Chonglin, did the emperor blame you?" Ji Chonglin sighed. "I was scolded." He held out his hand, which was red and swollen. Mrs. Qiao asked in confusion, "Why did you get hit on the palm?" Ji Chonglin smiled bitterly as he recounted what happened at court today. After punishing Inspector Yen, the emperor also sentenced Ji's family and the young prince. Although he was the first to provoke, once they fought back, the situation changed. Emperor Wu Sudi ordered 20 strikes, and Yuan Heng couldn't escape. But the punishment was delivered to him, Ji Chonglin, and he still remembered how the emperor said it. Ji's little girl also made a mistake. Since she's not here, her uncle will take her place. It sounded like a favor, but he had to accept the punishment. Since he could remember, Ji Chonglin had never been hit before, especially not in front of the entire court of officials and scholars. Ji Qinggu, hearing her older brother's story, had fiery eyes and suddenly threw her teacup to the ground. Again, they hit her son. Under Mrs. Chiao's surprised gaze, Ji Qinggu clenched her teeth and sat down. Big brother, thank you. Ji Changlin thought that his fifth sister's strong reaction was because she cared about him, and he felt warm inside. He thought, what's a small punishment? Even if he received 20 more strikes, he could handle it. There's no need to be so formal with Big Brother. Ji Chonglin's mood brightened, and he returned to his own courtyard to rest and recover. The day after the emperor went to honor his ancestors, a grand palace banquet was held, inviting relatives and officials. This was a tradition passed down. Mrs. Chiao had mentioned earlier during the day that she wanted her to go to the palace banquet with her, and the person she was to meet would also go with old Master Chiao. Ji Qingwu shook her head like a rattledrum. But now, she was really worried about Yuan Heng and couldn't let go of her heart. She just wanted to see him from afar. As the time to leave for the palace approached, Mrs. Chiao suggested, "Little Fifth, just go with Mom. You don't need to do anything else. The banquet is held at Linen City's most." Before she finished persuading her, "Mom, I'll go." The palace banquet was held in Jiaying Hall. Ji Qinggu was again decorated with a crown of pearls and jade, with a special pink lotus flower painted on her forehead. She changed into a precious flower-patterned silk dress. Under the light, the dress shimmered like moonlight on a snowy night. Mrs. Chiao happily looked at her masterpiece and said to her, "The palace banquet is divided into 3 sections, east, south, and north. The east is the most honored, where the emperor and the empress dowager sit. The ladies and relatives of the royal family sit in the north section, and officials above the 4th rank and their families sit in the south. In recent days, Grandma Ji hasn't been feeling well, so only the 1st and 2nd branches of the Ji family attended the banquet." When they entered the tall and grand Jiaying Hall, Ji Qinggu was amazed by the treasures in the hall. The most impressive was the large bow hanging on the wall, known as the Divine Bow of Xianyuan. Mrs. Chiao led her to sit at a long table in the south section. At this moment, the emperor and empress dowager had not arrived yet, but the hall was already filled with high officials and their families from the city. The women were quietly chatting and greeting each other. Ji Qingyuan was surrounded by many young ladies from noble families. She cast a proud glance at Ji Qinggu. "This is my 5th sister. You all should have heard of her. Qingyuan, she really married A few people whispered behind Ji Qinggu, but she pretended not to hear and just looked calmly at the door. After a while, Zhao Menghan entered with the man. When the man stepped inside, the voices in the hall noticeably quieted. Ji Qinggu also raised her eyebrows. Her eyes slightly widened. She had never seen a man dressed in white so seductive. Some people wear white casually, but this man had a captivating aura. His face was very striking, with an androgynous look. Mrs. Chiao saw her staring intently, just as she expected. She smiled and said, "5th young lady, this is the person I and your grandfather have chosen for you. Are you satisfied?" Ji Qinggu looked at Mrs. Chiao in surprise and asked, "Is he the talented top scorer?" He was talented and handsome, truly outstanding in every way. No wonder Mrs. Chiao said he was very popular and urged her to meet him early. "This young man is Li Qingxuan from Xianying. He comes from a scholarly family. The palace exam will be held next month. Your grandfather says he is exceptionally talented and will surely succeed. When that happens, your status will rise. 5th young lady, you must seize this opportunity." Mrs. Chiao was clearly hinting at her intentions. Ji Qingwu kept glancing at him. Normally, she wouldn't be so bold, but with so many women watching, few weren't staring at him. Appreciating handsome men was natural for women. Ji Qingwu pouted, suddenly meeting his gaze. Li Qingxuan recognized the Chiao family. The girl sitting beside her was likely the 5th miss of the Ji family, the same girl who had run around in the corridor the other day. He watched her smile grow wider, her face shining like bright moonlight. Her smile was radiant, and the floral decoration on her forehead made her look like a lotus fairy fallen into the mortal world. Li Qingxuan was momentarily stunned. At that moment, Emperor Wu Su entered the hall. Ji Qingwu suddenly saw a flash of yellow in front of her, and she hadn't had time to hide her smile. Before she knew it, her eyes met the emperor's again. Like being caught in the act, Ji Qingwu's heart skipped a beat. The man's appearance was not worse than Li Qingxuan's, especially with his angry eyes and sharp, furrowed brows. He looked like someone who wanted to see her heart laid bare, to be toyed with. A sudden, frightening thought crossed Ji Qingwu's mind. She longed to see him so angry that he couldn't control himself. But she quickly realized that this man was the emperor, who could end her at any moment. It was satisfying to provoke him, but she knew she could lose her head in an instant. Their eyes only met for a brief moment, and Ji Qingwu felt guilty and lowered her head. After the emperor took his seat at the main position on the east side, no one dared to make a sound. Li Yuzong was sweating nervously. Earlier, in the diligent government hall, the emperor was in a good mood, reviewing the guest list from the Ministry of Rites with interest, even smiling faintly. But now, at Jiaying Hall, his mood seemed to have soured. The consort Wei sitting on the right side said little, only pouring wine into the emperor's cup. The Empress Dowager, sitting on the emperor's left, sensed the heavy pressure he was releasing, thinking he was still angry about the dispute between the Ji family and the censor officials in the court yesterday. She was surprised and grateful that the emperor protected the Ji family, but her impression of Ji Qingwu worsened. She saw her as a troublemaker who always caused chaos in the family. It was better to have the young girl raised close by. The Empress Dowager spoke. "Your Majesty has been busy with state affairs lately. I've noticed you've lost some weight. For today's banquet, why not invite a talented young lady to perform and liven up the atmosphere?" The emperor did not object. The Empress Dowager gave Ji Qingyuan a meaningful look. Ji Qingyuan stood up, dressed in a bright red embroidered gown decorated with golden crabapple blossoms. She looked as beautiful as a red peony in a garden, matching the elegance of the imperial consort. "I wish to perform a dance. This peaceful dance, which Ji Qingyuan had practiced for half a year, involved gentle movements with a feather fan, flowing smoothly with the music, light and graceful." Ji Qingwu tapped lightly on the table. Xiao Shi had indeed taught her well. She could tell the quality of the dance. Although beautiful, it lacked a certain depth of meaning. The dancer's mood was not calm enough, so she couldn't fully express the grandeur of a prosperous era. With Ji Qingyuan leading, other noble daughters from prominent families also performed their talents. Some painted and recited poetry, others played the zither or flute. Even the imperial consort stepped onto the stage. She held a snow-white sword in one hand, her delicate fingers spinning it skillfully. The sword's gleam flickered in time with the drumbeats, like stars shining in the night sky. Ji Qingwu nodded in admiration and softly said, "Excellent, no wonder the imperial consort was favored by the emperor." Not only was she stunningly beautiful, but her sword dance was also much more refined than her third sister's. However, while the women showcased their talents, Emperor Wu Su's expression remained stern, growing darker instead of softening. After a while, Grand Master Li finally figured out the problem. The emperor's gaze kept unintentionally drifting toward a certain spot in the southern seats, among the guests at the palace banquet, where the most relaxed and absorbed audience members watched the performance. The Empress Dowager was surprised that after the opening act, she almost couldn't hold back her laughter. The imperial consort's flirtatious sword dance had outshined even her own niece. She said, "Let's end the entertainment here for today." Li Yuzong glanced at Emperor Wu Su's expression, understanding that it was his duty to interpret the emperor's wishes. He forced a smile and said, "Your Grace, there is still a niece of yours who hasn't performed yet." Ji Qingwu took a sip of fruit wine, then picked up a piece of lotus cake. Just as she was about to take a bite, she heard Xiao Shi cough softly. Everyone's attention turned to her. She could only reluctantly put down the cake and lick her lips. Seeing her like this, the Empress Dowager felt annoyed. Other young ladies eagerly stepped forward to perform, but she was leisurely sipping her wine and nibbling on cake, acting as if she was at a banquet, not a palace event. "It's getting late. I am tired," she said. Sitting on the royal seat, Prince Yong kept glancing toward Ji Qingwu after taking his seat. He smiled and said, "Mother Empress, let's also have fifth sister perform. It won't take much time." Ji Qingyuan knew that Lady Qiao had arranged for Ji Qingwu to learn the 6 arts. At first, she also sent people to watch her, but later she learned that fifth sister was a clumsy girl who couldn't dance or understand music. Just now, Ji Qingyuan had lost to Princess Wei by 10% in dance, and she also wanted someone to boost her confidence. Ji Qingyuan smiled and said, "Empress Dowager, fifth sister has been practicing hard at home recently. Please give her a chance." Ji Qingwu shot a sidelong glance at her older sister. If she performed and embarrassed the Ji family, wouldn't Ji Qingyuan look good? Prince Yong and Ji Qingyuan both advised her, so the Empress Dowager couldn't refuse to save their faces. "All right, I will also see what progress Qingwu has made." Ji Qingwu had no choice but to stand up and walk to the front of the hall. After bowing, she looked directly at the Empress Dowager without blinking. "Your Majesty, I am not good at dancing or music, nor do I know how to compose poetry. Recently, I have been practicing at home, but I am of average talent and find it hard to understand." This statement, "I find it hard to understand," caused many people in the hall to gape in surprise. Lady Qiao looked at Ji Qingwu's back with a helpless expression. This girl was sincere. Although that was the truth, saying openly in front of so many noble officials and aristocrats that she was of average talent and couldn't understand was,
well.
Lady Qiao sighed deeply. Seeing the Empress Dowager's displeased expression, Ji Qingyuan smiled proudly. Emperor Wu Su took a sip of wine. His broad robe covered his expression, but from Li Yuzong's perspective, it was clear that since entering, the emperor's tense mouth finally curved into a faint smile. Prince Yong burst out laughing. "Fifth sister really doesn't know the 6 arts? Well, it seems your older brother's not much better, making you come out and embarrass yourself." Everyone chuckled. Coincidentally, Ji Qingwu, slightly turning her head, saw grandfather Qiao Menghan. He looked at her with a frown. Her gaze shifted slightly, and she saw Li Qingshuan sitting beside her grandfather. He didn't look at her with the mocking eyes others had, but seemed to hold back a smile. Ji Qingwu looked closely. He had a pair of affectionate, bright phoenix eyes. At that moment, Ji Qingwu understood. Why do Wei Jie and Pan and remain famous for their looks? Beauty is a powerful weapon, regardless of gender, capable of making people lose their senses. Her eyes seem to have a mind of their own. A slight misstep, and they drift away. In the hall, Emperor Wu Su, who sees everything, sets down his wine cup heavily. Li Yuzong's heart, which had just begun to relax, tightens again. Miss Ji's eyes just can't stay still. Ji Qingwu only glanced a few times before turning her head away. "I vaguely remember that Miss Ji is good at riding horses and archery." As soon as Emperor Wu Su speaks, the hall falls silent. Ji Qingwu stiffly lifts her head to look at the high platform, her mind buzzing. She is skilled in riding and archery. How did Emperor Wu Su find out? When did he remember? Since returning to Linen City, she hasn't ridden or shot arrows in front of others, only practicing at home for a day and a half. But in the army, Ji Qingwu doesn't bother to hide her feelings and looks directly at the emperor. Does he already know her true identity? Her eyes, full of water, shimmer like a rippling lake. When she feels uneasy, her eyes seem to wave with water, making people feel pity. Today, she wears luxurious, light silk, making her look even more graceful. Emperor Wu Su tightly grips his wine cup with his long finger, lost in thought. He suddenly says, "Bring the bow and arrows for Miss Ji." The hall of gathering scholars is spacious, and the distance from the main hall's entrance is enough to serve as a shooting range. A young quickly fetches a bow and arrows and hands them to Ji Qingwu. At the entrance of the main hall, palace staff have set up a target. The distance is about 9 yards, a standard distance for men's archery competitions. But since women are usually weaker, the target is placed closer. The young asks her, "Miss Ji, should we move closer?" Ji Qingwu, feeling weak, replies, "It doesn't matter. The thinks she might not be skilled at archery, so she might miss whether the target is close or far. If it's farther, she can use that as an excuse. After all, it's rare for women to hit the target at this distance." Ji Qingwu gently pulls the bow, testing the tension of the string, then stands firm with her feet. Today, her robes have wide sleeves. When she raises her hand, the fabric slips free. A kind girl has asked palace staff to make a sleeve cover for her. Ji Qingwu smiles at her. The arrow is already on the string. Jing Qingwu tried hard to calm herself. She closed her right eye, drew the bow, and released the arrow. It shot out quickly. Did you hit the target? It's too far away. I can't see the target clearly. Can she hit it? With her stance, if she hits the target, I'll write my name backwards. The palace guards loudly announced. Missed. Inside the hall, there was a lot of chatter, mostly laughing at her overconfidence. Actually, Jing Qingwu already sensed whether the arrow would hit or not the moment it left her hand. She knew it wouldn't hit, but she used her usual posture and strength. Why was it so off? For some reason, after shooting the first arrow, she turned her head to look for Emperor Wu Su. In the northern camp, among the soldiers, the best archer was none other than General Ding Beiyu. Their eyes met. Jing Qingwu forgot her fear and only wanted to know why her arrow missed. Empress Wei saw the emperor nearby. He was originally frowning, but when Miss Jing from the Jing family shot her arrow and looked back at him helplessly, his expression softened instantly. He even shook his head at her with a smile. She saw clearly it wasn't mockery. It was amusement. Her eyes sparkled with joy. Jing Qingwu sighed and lowered her shoulders in disappointment. Then she heard a deep male voice. Bring me the Xianyuan bao. Empress Wei was surprised, her lips parted in shock. What was wrong with the emperor today? The officials in court might not know, but the generals understood. Emperor Wu Su had been trained in martial arts since childhood. He was skilled in archery and spear dancing. He carried the Xianyuan bao, and with one arrow, he could kill enemy generals, more than 50 of them. Empress Wei was the sister of Wei Ting. She came from a family of soldiers. For soldiers on the march, this weapon was more important than even their wives. She had never seen anyone else hold the Xianyuan bao before. When Jing Qingwu entered Jiang Hall, she saw the bao. It turned out to be the Xianyuan bao. Rumor had it that with the Zhen Tian arrow, its power was unstoppable. The bao was personally retrieved by Li Yu. He carefully handed it to her with both hands. Miss Jing, this is the emperor's favorite bao, he explained. I heard that this bao is very heavy. Most men find it hard to pull, and for such a delicate girl like her, it's probably a waste of effort. If I could just touch this precious bao, whether I hit the target or not, it wouldn't matter. This girl is probably just here to entertain. She can't even shoot a normal bao, and now she's trying a more difficult one. The crowd kept talking excitedly. But no matter what they thought, Ji Qingwu suddenly felt her blood boil. She remembered the heroic battles and the ambition to become a hero. Not just men have such dreams. She had them too. She took a deep breath, focused, and prepared to draw the bow and shoot. She used her right arm and waist together, slowly pulling the bow into a full moon shape. At first, with the normal bow, it was hard to see her strength. But it was clear she was very powerful, not a fragile flower. The warriors, watching her eyes, brightened. Emperor Wuxi, however, showed no surprise. His eyes were deep and focused on her back, as if he had seen her do this many times before. The arrow, with the speed of breaking through clouds and moonlight, shot straight toward the target outside the hall. After a moment, excited shouts came from outside. She hit the bullseye, the warriors inside the hall clapped, and the atmosphere became lively. Everyone loved praise. Ji Qingwu was very happy, her eyes shining. She turned to look at Emperor Wuxi, instinctively wanting to see his expression. The beautiful woman looked back, her sleeves flowing gracefully. In the large phoenix palace, there was no other color as lively and vivid as hers. Prince Yong squinted his eyes, and Li Qingxuan looked at her thoughtfully. Ji Qingwu turned around, her heart skipping a beat. Because the emperor had quietly come behind her without making a sound. He spoke in a deep voice, giving her an order. Draw another arrow. Ji Qingwu obediently followed, took another arrow, and stepped back to steady herself. She reached for the bow, but forgot that Emperor Wuxi was behind her. Suddenly, she leaned into his embrace. The light, thin fabric of her dress, and behind her, the strong, solid body of the man. The jade belt at his waist pressed against her back. Ji Qingwu immediately wanted to move forward, but he stopped her. Don't move. Use your body to guide your arm. When your arm moves, your fingers, the bow and hand become one. He was about to teach her archery himself. Did the emperor think her previous shot was annoying? Ji Qingwu suppressed her nervousness and adjusted her posture. This was a rare opportunity to learn from a master, and she considered herself lucky to receive a few pointers. Emperor Wu Su looked calmly at her spine, then traced along her slender arm as she raised her bow, focusing on her fingers. Her nails were smooth and natural, not painted like the palace women's, showing her simple elegance. He spoke softly, "When you draw the bow, look straight ahead. From the arrow's shaft to the tip, draw a straight line to the target." Ji Qingwu drew her bow again, following his advice to aim carefully. But she wasn't skilled enough to shoot 2 arrows in a row yet. Her right arm, holding the bow, trembled slightly from fatigue. Suddenly, a large hand rested on her shoulder, making them closer. The scent of fragrant oil grew stronger, and Ji Qingwu's hand grew weak. Noticing her moment of weakness, her straightened posture leaned even closer to him. A deep, low laugh came from him. "Why are you soft?" Emperor Wu Su had also drunk a few cups. The strong alcohol and his deep, soothing voice brushed against her ears. Her right ear turned red uncontrollably. Ji Qingwu straightened her back. "I'm not soft." Just as she did, her hips tilted back slightly, and the person behind her stiffened for a moment. She tried again, but her strength was fading. Frustrated, she pursed her lips. People in the hall were still waiting for her to shoot another arrow. With the emperor as her instructor, she couldn't afford to fail now or she would be laughed at. He directly took her hand that was drawing the bow. More precisely, he wrapped his hand around hers. Ji Qingwu's eyes widened slightly. She immediately felt the difference in strength between men and women. The emperor effortlessly drew the bow wider, making the bowstring taut to its limit. She looked up quietly, but could only see his chin. She had never seen the emperor's commanding presence on the battlefield, and she wanted to see his expression when he drew the bow. "Stop staring and aim," he said sharply. She felt a little embarrassed and turned her head away. At this moment, her mind was filled with messy thoughts, but she steadied herself, took a deep breath, and focused. Just as her gaze briefly crossed with his, she missed the slight smile at the corner of his mouth. The arrow was released with a loud snap, and the bowstring made a sharp sound. The bow was fully drawn, and the arrow shot swiftly, bursting through the cold stars. Her tense feelings seemed to fly away with the arrow. Without waiting for the palace attendants to report, Ji Qingwu already knew the result. The fabric was light and thin. When the arrow was shot, it brought a gust of wind that made her silk skirt flutter over her bright yellow dragon robe. It spun around, wrapping and then leaving, then turned again and clung close. "The target has been hit through." After hearing the palace servants report, Ji Qingwu did not turn to look at Emperor Wu Su. They were now too close. She lowered her head and took a few cautious steps forward, trying to avoid suspicion. The hand and shoulder he had touched were still warm. Everyone in the hall was excited. The military officials cheered loudly. No one expected this dull palace banquet to include an archery contest with the emperor. And this woman was quite impressive too. Getting a simple good from soldiers who fought on the battlefield was a high compliment. After these 2 shots, Ji Qingwu's reputation among the generals improved a lot. However, the Empress Dowager, Ji Qingyuan, and Consort Wei looked much less pleased. Prince Yang's lingering gaze kept drifting to Ji Qingwu's waist. He was surprised that his cousin had such a charming figure. It was unusual. Recently, he had taken a concubine from the Hu tribe, and the novelty was still there. But now, it seemed far less attractive than his 5th cousin's alluring figure. Emperor Wu Su leisurely returned to the throne, drinking wine with the ministers. Seeing the emperor in a good mood, Li Yuzong also relaxed quite a bit. Ji Qingwu lowered her head and returned to the southern seat. Lady Qiao's heart was anxious, as if she had many things to say, but held back. She patted her on the back. She only said 3 words, "Well done." The family of civil officials could raise archers with outstanding skills, which made Lady Qiao very proud. Ji Qingwu felt a bit shy and touched her ear. Lady Qiao's gaze shifted again between the emperor on the throne and the 5th prince, hoping she had seen it wrong. The palace banquet was nearing its end. Prince Yuan finally appeared briefly. "Greetings to Father Emperor. I have finished the lessons arranged by the Grand Tutor. It turned out he was being kept in the hall to do homework." Ji Qingwu looked at Yuan Heng, who was as white as a snowball, and couldn't look away. She didn't know earlier that Yuan Heng was her son. Now that she did, she only regretted not hugging him more that day. Yuan Heng went straight to the northern seat and sat evenly beside Prince Yong. He sat upright with a serious expression, his face cold and calm, showing a noble demeanor. Ji Qingwu's gaze stayed fixed in that direction, unmoving. After a short while, Emperor Wu Suo said, "Yuan Heng, come here to see your father." Yuan Heng's dark eyes were full of confusion. He began to wonder if he had done something today to make his father angry. He took short steps, his face serious, and walked over to Emperor Wu Suo. Ji Qingwu's eyes kept watching Yuan Heng. From his expression, she could tell he was reluctant and a little afraid. She remembered Yuan Heng arguing with grandson of Inspector Yen and getting 20 slaps. Even Master Ji Chonglin's palm was red from the punishment. Yuan Heng was just a young child. How could he endure that? Ji Qingwu looked at Emperor Wu Suo with a slightly angry gaze, scolding him for being too harsh on his son. But, unfortunately, she was caught by the person sitting high in front of the hall. Emperor Wu Suo raised an eyebrow, his eyes half closed. Ji Qingwu quickly lowered her head. "What's going on? Does the emperor have eyes even on the back of his head?" After a long while, Emperor Wu Suo withdrew his gaze and said in a deep voice to Yuan Heng, "Sit beside me." Yuan Heng, who was mature for his age, was surprised by his father's words. He had never sat next to the emperor at a palace banquet before. He frowned and replied, "Yes." Others who often attended palace banquets also whispered in surprise. Emperor Wu Suo's strict discipline of the young prince was well known. As father and son, and as ruler and subject, he had never been soft just because Yuan Heng was his only son. Today, however, he seemed to want to get closer to the prince. Gong Gong Li added a chair beside the emperor. The father and son sat at the same table, both with sharp, intense black eyes, looking at the southern seat at the same time. Ji Qingwu lowered her head, quietly pretending to be a little quail. They both turned their gazes away as if nothing had happened. The Empress Dowager was also happy to have a chance to get close to the young prince. After the incident where Yuan Heng fell into the water, he had moved from Wei Fei's Guanju Palace to Yongning Hall to live alone. "Yuan Heng, the Empress Dowager hasn't seen you for a while. Are you afraid living alone in Yongning Hall?" Yuan Heng's reply was simple and direct, cutting off what the Empress Dowager wanted to say next. The Empress Dowager looked surprised and pretended to sigh. She changed the subject and brought up old matters, although Consort Wei did not take good care last time. "Luckily, my niece is brave and kind. Otherwise, Yuan Heng might have been in serious danger." The consort, Wei, put down her wine cup and nodded with a gentle smile, saying, "Your Majesty, you are right. I am very grateful to Miss Ji. However, the matter has already been dealt with. The mastermind, Lady Luo, was ordered to commit suicide, her family members were banished, and her women were all made into slaves. If you bring this up again, it might scare His Highness Yuan Heng." Ji Qingwu knew well that the Empress Dowager and Consort Wei often argued. They often exchanged harsh words. But one said, "Yuan Heng is in great danger," and the other said, "Lady Luo was ordered to commit suicide and her family banished, but they are afraid to scare Yuan Heng." Neither truly cared about his safety. Ji Qingwu frowned as she watched Yuan Heng's cold and indifferent expression. It seemed he was used to such things. The Empress Dowager continued, "This matter is in the past. But there is one more thing. Should the Emperor's harem accept some new women?" If I remember correctly, the last selection was 2 years ago. Compared to the previous dynasty, the current Emperor Wusu's harem was very small. The Liang Emperor had 3,000 beauties, but Wusu's harem only had a few dozen women. A few years ago, during the first selection after the new emperor's ascension, they chose daughters of meritorious officials to balance the power between the previous dynasty and the current court. But they did not include any Ji family women. Now that the country was stable, they could select women the emperor liked. The noble daughters in the hall sat up straight, some secretly applying lip balm to look better. Emperor Wusu looked calm and did not reply. The Empress Dowager massaged her temples, looking pained. Your Majesty, I oversee the 6 palaces, but I am getting old. My energy and strength are not what they used to be. It is time to choose an empress. From talking about the selection of women to choosing an empress, the emperor looked up and asked, Mother, who do you think is suitable for the position? The noble daughters in the hall did not dare to hope for the empress position. Consort Wei, with her stunning beauty and her capable brother, could not sit on that throne. Ji Qingyuan held her head high, confident like a victorious rooster, full of self-assurance. The clearest person in the hall was Ji Qingwu. She gently shook her head. The Empress Dowager, caught in the palace's power struggles, had long been blinded by her desire for influence. The most unlikely candidate for empress was a Ji family woman. Last time at the Marquis of Zhongyong's residence, Chui's words awakened her. After the new emperor ascended the throne, the Empress Dowager's family, the Ji clan, held great power. With past events from the previous dynasty as a warning, they had already attracted the emperor's suspicion. If a Ji family woman were made empress, their only son would naturally be raised by the empress, the official mother. With a young son and a powerful maternal family, if they harbored any disloyalty. The Empress Dowager observed the emperor's expression and then said, I think, besides the emperor's approval, it is best to choose a noble and sincere empress who can truly care for Yuan Heng. Her intentions were clear. The Empress Dowager was from the Ji family. Her niece, Ji Qingwu, had risked her safety to save the drowning prince. In everyone's eyes, the Ji family was very protective of the prince. However, among the unmarried young women, only Ji Qingyuan remained. Mother is right, but it also depends on whether Yuan Heng likes her. When Emperor Wu Sua nodded in agreement, the Empress Dowager was pleased. She pointed at Ji Qingyuan sitting on the south side and asked, Grandson, look at that woman in the red dress over there. Do you like her? Ji Qingyuan gently smiled at him. The focus suddenly shifted to Yuan Heng. He looked away directly, his face cold, and said, Grandmother, I don't like her. Ji Qingyuan's smile froze on her face. Her expression was stiff, and her smile looked a bit awkward. The Empress Dowager also awkwardly closed her mouth. Emperor Wu Sua chuckled and asked, In the palace, does my son have someone he likes? Yuan Heng immediately fixed his gaze on someone. Ji Qingwu dared not lift her head. She stared at the dessert plate in front of her. Although her little one liked her, she felt touched inside. But she couldn't let herself become a target. I do have someone I somewhat like, but if she becomes my mother. Yuan Heng seemed to have made up his mind and loudly declared, I don't like her. Emperor Wu Sua was slightly surprised. Why? Yuan Heng looked at the emperor, pursed his lips, then leaned in and whispered something into his ear. Everyone saw the emperor's face suddenly darken. Yuan Heng's little heart was pounding. Seeing his father angry, he was scared but stubbornly held his head high, determined to stick to his decision. Emperor Wu Sua didn't expect this. One day, he would be disliked by his own son. The young boy said, I think the palace is not a good place for raising children. I can't bear to see her marry in and suffer. This statement makes sense when you think about it carefully. Emperor Wu Sua kept a stern face until the end of the palace banquet. During the banquet, the Empress Dowager, Consort Wei, Ji Qingyuan, and even the emperor himself were not very happy. But Ji Qingwu felt much more relaxed in her mind and body. First, the archery activity loosened her muscles and took away some of her nervousness after returning to Linen. She also received personal guidance from the emperor, which improved her archery skills. Second, Through 2 close encounters with Emperor Wu Suo, her heart became calmer. She was still unsure whether he recognized her identity or not. But upon thinking more, there were only 2 possibilities. Either the emperor did not recognize her, so she should keep pretending, or he had recognized her but was pretending not to know, so she would continue to act along with him. Being alive and well was already the best outcome. The more she thought about it, the happier she became. Ji Qingwu couldn't help but smile. If possible, she even wanted to hum a tune. Even when Emperor Wu Suo left and passed by her at the southern seat, he looked at her, and she could respond with a relaxed smile. This made the emperor pause for a moment. But Ji Qingwu wanted to thank him for teaching her archery earlier, so she smiled even more brightly at him. A woman's smile was brighter than shimmering silk, her eyes shining brightly. Anyone looking at her would feel refreshed and comfortable. Emperor Wu Suo's eyes flickered, but he did not respond. His expression improved a lot, and then he walked away. After all the noble guests left, Mrs. Qiao took Xiao Wu, and the 2 of them left the southern seat, just in time to meet Li Qingxuan, who was about to leave. "Good evening, Lady Ji, Miss Wu." Ji Qingwu simply bowed and replied, "Young Masterly." Mrs. Qiao watched from the side, feeling that the 2 looked very suitable together. She nodded inwardly. Her original intention was just to let the 2 meet during the palace banquet, exchange greetings, and then Mrs. Qiao led Ji Qingwu out of the hall. Outside the palace gate, Ji Qingwu helped Mrs. Qiao onto the carriage. "Miss Ji, please wait a moment." A clear male voice came from behind them. Ji Qingwu turned around and saw a tall, elegant man in white. "Young Masterly," Li Qingxuan stepped forward, and there was about a meter between them. "Miss Ji, I couldn't speak freely in the hall earlier. In 3 days, would you like to visit Han Temple with me? I heard the view from the top there is quite beautiful." After saying this, he also smiled, like sunlight reflecting on snow, and Ji Qingwu suddenly felt much brighter. She wasn't in a hurry to get married, but today she had just finished an important matter, so her mood was good. Moreover, she had long heard of Han Temple, built on the top of Qianxi Mountain, with beautiful scenery inside the mountain, and she wanted to go see the view. But was it proper to do so? In the carriage, Mrs. Qiao opened the curtain and said with a smile, "Let Lanji accompany you, it's no problem." In public, young people traveling together wasn't a big deal. She didn't expect young Masterly to be so attentive to Xiao Wu, so Mrs. Qiao naturally wanted to help. Ji Qingwu nodded generously and said, "All right, see you at the foot of the mountain in 3 days." Seeing her agree, Li Qingxuan also smiled and said, "Don't miss it." Back home, Ji Qingwu took off her hairpin and circlet. Her right arm was a bit sore. That Xianyuan bow was not something just anyone could use. She looked at her face in the mirror. Familiar yet strange, she almost forgot what her true face looked like. Chiu had been used to Ji Qingwu changing her face from time to time since she was young, but every time, she recognized her. She once asked, "How do you recognize Mama?" Chiu pounced on her, rolling around on her, sniffing hard with her little nose, saying it was because Mama's scent was so nice, she couldn't smell it elsewhere. Ji Qingwu held a purple sandalwood comb and was combing her long hair like black clouds. Lanji suddenly knocked on the door and entered quietly, speaking in a low, urgent voice. "Miss Wu, the Hofu of Zhongyong has sent someone to pass on a message, asking you to go over." "Now?" she asked in surprise. It was already dark outside. Calling her now. Could it be that her older sister had an accident? "Lanji, you stay here and watch Chiu. I'll go see what's going on." Ji Qingwu casually pinned her hair with a jade hairpin and hurried out. The carriage sent by the Zhongyong Hofu was waiting at the door. She got in, feeling anxious. No wonder she didn't see anyone from the Hofu at the palace banquet today. Her older sister must have had an accident. When she entered Manhwa Hall, Exiner led her into the bedroom. Ji Qingrong was lying on the bed. Lu Wan was holding a bowl in one hand and supporting her with the other arm, feeding her water affectionately. Ji Qingwu was stunned. Her older sister's face was rosy, not looking like she was seriously ill and unable to drink water. "Fifth sister, you've arrived." Ji Qingrong gently patted Lu Wan's hand, telling him to step aside and not disturb her chat with Sister Wu. Luan kindly said, I invited Sister Wu here. Let me ask her a few questions. Brother-in-law, why did you call me so late? What's going on, Sister Wu? Qingrong fainted while managing the household this afternoon. We called a doctor, but his skills are average. I don't trust him, so I want you to take a look. That's why I asked you. Ji Qingwu sat by the bed, took her eldest sister's left hand, and started feeling her pulse. Ji Qingrong watched nervously, while Luan paced anxiously on the ground. In about half an hour, Ji Qingwu calmly withdrew her hand. Luan stopped and asked, So soon? Aren't you going to check her pulse a little longer? Ji Qingwu put her sister's hand back under the blanket, pointed at herself, and raised an eyebrow. Don't underestimate my medical skills. I am a master in women's health. Luan humbly asked, May I ask, Master? The previous doctor said Qingrong looked pregnant, but her pregnancy is still early. He said he could only come back in a month to check again. Do you have any advice? Ji Qingwu's eyes already curved into a smile before she spoke. It's definitely good news. Hearing this, Ji Qingrong was stunned, and 2 tears rolled down her cheeks. She tightly held Ji Qingwu's hand. Sister Wu. Is it true? Ji Qingwu's hand was slightly sore from her sister's nails, but she nodded gently. Big sister, yes. Don't you believe me? Ji Qingrong wiped her tears hurriedly and nodded quickly. I believe. Luan's eyes flickered as he stood by the bed, holding his wife tightly and gently patting her back. Seeing this tender scene, Ji Qingwu didn't want to disturb them, but some medical advice still needed to be spoken directly. Stop the current medication for now. I will prescribe some nourishing medicine suitable for pregnancy. Luan nodded. Okay, I will make sure she takes the medicine on time. Remember to advise Big Sister to rest her mind and not worry about household affairs. She should avoid big joys or anger. Luan agreed. Good, I can ask second sister-in-law to help. Ji Qingwu thought of an important reminder she needed to mention. She bit her lip. As a doctor before, she treated strangers, women and children she didn't know. Now that she knew this couple well, some words felt a little awkward to say aloud. Big sister has a weak constitution. Please, young master, take care of her health. She shouldn't have intimacy for the first 3 months. Lu Jun. Okay. Ji Qingrong buries her face in the quilt. Ji Qingwu leaves the Zhongyong Marquis' residence. Outside, the night is dark and unclear, making it hard to see the road. She hurriedly steps into a carriage waiting at the door. But before she can sit down, she notices something is wrong. The space inside this carriage is more than twice as large as usual. The inside is dimly lit, and the curtains are thick and opaque. Ji Qingwu keeps her body bent, eyes wide open, trying to see if anyone is inside. The carriage is surprisingly warm, but since she accidentally entered someone else's carriage, she doesn't want to stay too long. She is about to leave. Suddenly, her foot is caught on something. In that moment of losing balance, she is still thinking she didn't notice anything hidden under her foot when she entered. But she doesn't feel any pain. She doesn't fall to the ground. Instead, she crashes into a man's strong thigh. There is someone inside. Ji Qingwu quickly tries to find a way to stand up, but her eyes can't see, so she gropes around. She touches something and hears a muffled, slightly hoarse groan. In this dark, enclosed space, it sounds especially clear and tempting. Don't touch randomly. The man speaks in a low voice. Ji Qingwu feels embarrassed and weakly explains, I didn't mean to touch. I can't see. I just want to stand up first. As she speaks, the carriage suddenly brightens. The man pulls out a luminous pearl from somewhere. With this light, Ji Qingwu sees the carriage's interior clearly. The walls are decorated with luxurious silk and embroidery, and the ceiling has exquisite dragon and phoenix carvings. She suddenly lifts her head and sees a handsome, flawless face. Gone is the cold, sharp expression of the daytime. Under the glow of the luminous pearl, his skin looks smooth and jade-like. The tall man leans against the central bed of the carriage, quietly watching her. Ji Qingwu is stunned. She tries hard to understand why she is seeing the emperor on a carriage stopped at the gate of the Zhongyong Marquis' residence. Emperor Wu Su also saw her current appearance clearly. The woman tilted her head back, her red lips slightly parted in surprise, her bright eyes shining with a gentle glow. A few playful strands of hair fell beside her ears. Her soft body was leaning on his thigh, her breathing a little quick. Her innocence and charm made him think of something different. Emperor Wu Su's throat moved as he cleared it. In a deep voice, he ordered, "Get up now." Ji Qingwu realized her posture was too improper. She quickly moved her hand away, dared not touch his leg again, supported herself to sit up, and blushed as she retreated to the corner of the carriage. Without the warmth between her legs, Emperor Wu Su frowned again. Seeing his expression, Ji Qingwu thought she had been too bold with the emperor. Since she had a past record, she shrank back further and pressed her back against the wall of the carriage. She was eager to prove her innocence. "Your Majesty, it's my fault for not seeing you clearly. Otherwise, even if I fell and hurt myself on the ground, I wouldn't have fallen onto you." Emperor Wu Su looked at her coldly. If it weren't him, and it was someone else, she might have boldly thrown herself into their arms. Perhaps it was the cold look or the cool wall, but Ji Qingwu shivered. "Come here." She shrank her shoulders and carefully moved closer, sitting on his right side, with space for one more person between them. Since the emperor didn't speak, she dared not make a sound. The atmosphere inside the carriage was heavy. A faint fragrance drifted into Ji Qingwu's nose. She tilted her head slightly and looked at Emperor Wu Su. The man frowned impatiently, as if trying to calm something. He was dressed in a simple dark blue brocade robe, with no jade ornaments at his waist, only a fragrant pouch that emitted a faint scent. Seeing her gaze resting on his waist and hips, Emperor Wu Su's voice turned sharp. "Close your eyes." Ji Qingwu didn't know why he wanted her to close her eyes, but with someone so important, an emperor above all officials, she could only obey. She obediently closed her eyes slowly. Her long eyelashes fluttered like black feathers, revealing her unease. She heard the fabric rubbing and the gentle clink of a teacup. Emperor Wu Su poured a cup of cold tea. After the tea cooled his throat and calmed his mind, he looked at the person beside him. Those gentle, bright eyes, when closed, make her face less confusing and less distracting. Qianqiu is very beautiful. He comes from a noble family and fought in wars from a young age. He has achieved great fame. Many beautiful women have willingly fallen for him, but his looks alone are not enough to make him so restless. Knowing how to see people's true hearts, not just their faces, is the first skill a ruler must learn. By observing the eyes, one can understand a person's mind. The eyes are the window to the soul. A quick glance can reveal kindness, evil, or purity. Ji Qingwu's eyes are truly exceptional. A casual look feels like a flowing water curtain, directly reaching into the heart. Emperor Wu Su holds a white jade cup, with a teasing smile on his face. If he couldn't see through her disguise, he might have been killed many times by traitors before. These eyes are unique, one of a kind in the world. How could he not recognize them? Moreover, he has seen the sparkle of these eyes when full of love and emotion. But that person was not him. "Open your eyes." The man's voice is deep. Ji Qingwu had closed her eyes for too long. When she opened them, her eyelids felt heavy. She blinked, her long lashes fluttering. Her eyes flickered brightly, more dazzling than a luminous pearl. She just realized, did she accidentally touch the emperor? Did he think she was annoying and in the way? Just a small touch, and he reacted with such annoyance. She remembered how it used to be. Thinking about it made her face flush. When a person's mind is disturbed, they tend to talk more and find excuses to speak. She broke the silence and asked, "Your Majesty, why are you here?" Wu Su asked back, "Can I come?" "Of course you can." "The world belongs to the king." Ji Qingwu asked dryly, "Your Majesty, did you see the carriage from the Marquis estate?" "I couldn't find it when I left, so I accidentally got into your carriage." The coachman had already been taken away for tea by Li Yuzhong. Wu Su replied coldly, "I didn't see it." Seeing that he didn't want to talk to her, she understood. She had accidentally disturbed the emperor's carriage. If she were resting, she wouldn't want to be disturbed either. Ji Qingwu said, "Your Majesty, it's getting late.
I will go home now.
You should also return to the palace and rest. I will take my leave." After speaking, just as she was about to leave, the person behind suddenly spoke. His voice was colder than a chilly evening breeze. "Is it really that beautiful?" Ji Qingwu stopped and looked back at him in confusion. The question was so sudden and out of context. What was so beautiful? Seeing that she didn't respond for a while, her clear eyes showed confusion. She tilted her head, looking at him with innocent curiosity. Emperor Wu Su put down his teacup, crossed his arms, and kindly gave her a hint. "You have to look from 6 rows away. Even during the performance, you should turn your head to see." His tone was slow and relaxed, but his expression was cold and intimidating.
What was he talking about?
Ji Qingwu thought carefully about the performance, her eyes suddenly widening. If she guessed correctly, it should be about her glancing at Li Qingxuan during the palace banquet. There's nothing wrong with that. When faced with beautiful scenery, who can resist looking? Ji Qingwu guessed that Emperor Wu Su's thoughts were driven by a competitive spirit, similar to how women compare beauty. Men might do the same. So, she honestly said, "I not only looked at Lord Li, but also looked at Your Majesty." Emperor Wu Su raised an eyebrow. "When did you look?" This time, Ji Qingwu hesitated. Every time she shot an arrow, she would look for his gaze. If she missed, she sought reassurance. If she hit, she wanted to share her joy. She truly admired his archery skills. But now, saying this made her seem insincere. She stammered, during the archery, I looked more often and for longer." The man who had looked displeased earlier now looked better, his tone teasing. "Have you looked enough? Are you done?" "Enough, I won't look anymore." Ji Qingwu shook her head. Seeing his serious expression, she quickly added, "Next time, I will look again." Emperor Wu Su leaned forward slightly, closing the distance between them. His broad, solid shoulders pressed down, creating a sense of pressure. Most of the light was blocked by him. "You're in such a hurry to leave. Do you have anything you want to ask me?" Ji Qingwu's heart tightened. How could he seem to see right through her thoughts? She indeed had a question she wanted to ask, such as how the emperor knew he was good at archery, but she dared not ask and was afraid to hear the answer from him. So, she shook her head. Then she heard a clear, commanding voice say, "I have something to ask you." Ji Qingwu's heart lifted again. "When you were in southern Chu, you opened a medical clinic. What did you treat?" She honestly replied, "Infertility, regardless of gender." She added, "It's not limited to species either. Cats and dogs can be treated too." She felt lucky. Perhaps the emperor wanted her to treat his hidden illness. After all, for so many years, there had been no children born in the harem. This was a problem. Although he was the emperor, he was destined to be childless. She had traveled here to help him continue his lineage. She couldn't treat this hidden illness. No, it wasn't that she couldn't treat it.
It was just that
his children could only be born from her. Other concubines would definitely not conceive. Ji Qingwu hesitated and said, "Your Majesty, you." Emperor Wu Su saw her nervous expression and knew she was misunderstanding. He directly said, "Go to the Princess Chang's residence and ask her for a pulse." It turned out that Emperor Wu Su appeared late at night at the loyal Marquis's house to talk to her about this matter. The news that the eldest sister was pregnant had already reached the emperor. It seemed her medical skills had been recognized. The emperor specifically came here. He truly valued Princess Chang. Princess Chang Zhao Tianhua, title Huachang, is the emperor's biological sister. She has been married to her husband for 6 years. Rumors say they respect and love each other, sharing harmony and happiness, but they have no children. Ji Qingwu's doubts were dispelled, and she nodded obediently. "Okay, I will go early tomorrow. Go in 3 days." Ji Qingwu looked up, surprised, and asked, "Why 3 days later?" He came so late to wait for her. Wasn't he in a hurry? Emperor Wu Su coldly replied, "There's no need for so many reasons. When I say 3 days, I mean 3 days." But she had already planned to go to Han's Han Temple with Li Qingxuan in 3 days. She hesitated and looked at Emperor Wu Su, her eyes seeming to hold tears, but she didn't sway his decision at all. She was simply given a cold, firm order to leave. There was no room for discussion. She lowered her head politely and quietly got off the carriage, only to see another carriage parked at the main gate of the Marquis's residence. She rubbed her eyes, wondering if she was seeing things. Ji Qingwu went to Anju Garden and told Mrs. Qiao about her plans to go to Princess Huachang's residence in 3 days. She did not mention seeing the emperor last night, only saying that someone had sent a message. "Mother, I might have to break my promise to young Masterly," Ji Qingwu said. "Should I write him a letter explaining the reason? Would that be appropriate?" Mrs. Qiao thought for a moment. What a coincidence happening on the same day. But the matter with the princess is more important. Since I can't meet him, why don't you come with me to visit the Qiao family today? Grandmother isn't feeling well, and it would be good for you two to talk face to face. Ji Qingwu nodded. That sounds good. When they arrived at the Qiao residence, mother and daughter first went to Madame Qiao's room. As soon as they reached the door, they heard the old lady's cheerful scolding and laughter from inside. "You little rascal, coming home just to tease me," the old lady. They also heard a man's voice joking, "Even now, as an old lady, you still look as charming as ever. Many old men in Shitong are always waiting to jump into the river just to make you smile." Madame Qiao was so angry she threw a pillow. Ji Qingwu and Mrs. Qiao entered the room, nearly being hit. She quickly turned and caught the pillow with quick reflexes. "Oh dear, you almost hit my heart," Madame Qiao scolded the man in a deep blue robe. She then called out, "Come here, sit beside me. Xiao Wu, this mischievous one is your uncle." Qiao Qiqi smiled and said, "Sister, Qingwu is quite skilled." Mrs. Qiao scolded, "Fourth brother, why are you teasing mother again? She's getting old. Don't make her angry, or she might hurt her back." Qiao Qiqi rubbed his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed to be scolded in front of his niece.
His face showed some shame.
"Xiao Wu, you're just in time. Your uncle just returned from Xianyang and also visited Li Qingshuan's hometown. He's an honest and upright man." Madame Qiao took Ji Qingwu's hand. "Our family's wealth isn't as great as those noble families in the capital, but a man's future depends on his own efforts. Your grandfather and your uncle both think this man has great potential." The old lady spoke earnestly, and Ji Qingwu nodded in agreement. "If you also like him, let's settle this marriage before the imperial exam." Suddenly, they're talking about getting engaged. Ji Qingwu hesitated and said, "This is a bit too rushed. Foolish girl, if you wait until you pass the top scholar exam, many people will be watching Li Qingshuan. Someone might try to steal him away, but this matter should be based on mutual feelings." Ji Qingwu didn't want to rush things. "Young Masterly, does he know about this?" Qiao Qiqi smiled and said, "He has already agreed." Ji Qingwu held her little finger and said, "Let me meet young Masterly first." At this moment, in the Diligent Government Hall. Since the last investigation of Ji Qingwu, San Chuan had been ordered by Emperor Wu Su to become a special secret guard watching her. Now, San Chuan was kneeling in the hall reporting, "Your Majesty, Miss Ji has returned to her maternal home today." Emperor Wu Su sat behind the desk, flipping through a report, and looked up. "Was she supposed to return to the Qiao family today?" San Chuan replied, "It was decided at the last minute." "Who is in the Qiao family? Why are they in such a hurry to go back?" Emperor Wu Su showed a faint smile, curved but lacking warmth. Li Yuzong and San Chuan both lowered their heads, silently thinking that someone might be in trouble. Qiao family, in a fake mountain pavilion. Clear water flows in front of the pavilion, and the blue stones are like a painting. The men and women standing inside are so lively and elegant that even a painting couldn't capture their spirit. Li Qingshuan still wore white clothes. Sunlight filtered through the bamboo leaves, casting bamboo-patterned shadows on his robe. Ji Qingwu turned sideways and looked at him softly. "Young Masterly, I need to apologize to you first." Hearing the word apologize, his tone was cold and distant. "Miss Ji, whatever decision you make, you don't need to apologize to me." Ji Qingwu's gaze fell from his delicate side profile to his fingers, which were curled and hanging by his side. She cared deeply, but pretended to be indifferent. She cleared her throat and said, "I just came from my grandmother's place. I heard about the marriage proposal between us. You have already agreed. A normal girl would feel shy or awkward when talking about marriage. But Ji Qingwu asked straightforwardly and looked confidently at Li Qingxuan's handsome face. Noticing her gaze, Li Qingxuan turned around, and they stood face to face. The woman has a fair face and gentle expression. The misty waves seem like fog, and her subtle fragrance is carried over by the breeze. His expression changes slightly. Li Qingxuan pauses for a moment, then lowers his eyes and says, "Miss Ji, old lady Qiao is right. I have agreed to this marriage. If you refuse, just refuse, and there's no need to apologize to me. Who said I refused?" she asks with a look of confusion. Li Qingxuan looks up at her and sees her face full of smiles, her eyes shining brightly as she looks around happily. He frowns and asks, "Why do you think you need to apologize?" Ji Qingwu feels a bit regretful and says, "We had planned to visit Han's Han Temple together, but I have to cancel at the last minute because something urgent came up. I can't go with young Master Li." Li Qingxuan seems to let out a sigh and quickly says, "It's okay. We will have other chances to visit Han's Han Temple in the future." In the future? Ji Qingwu understands what he means. There will be a future, and there is plenty of time. "I have one more question for young Master Li, but I don't know if it might be too direct." Li Qingxuan nods seriously and says, "Ask, I will answer honestly. I was married before and had children. You should know that. Why did you agree to marry me?" Ji Qingwu isn't looking down on herself, but in this world, outsiders see her as a widow with a child. Her reputation isn't good, and she wonders what kind of virtue she has to marry a top scholar again. She really wants to know what Li Qingxuan is thinking. He seems to understand her worries and says directly, "In Xianying, the customs are open. Remarrying is common. Of course, a man should marry someone he truly loves. I heard Miss Ji opened a clinic in Nanchu. During wartime, it can help protect herself. A woman with such resilience and talent." He bows slightly, as if a bright moon has entered his heart. "Qingxuan, I think of you day and night." Caught off guard by his confession, Ji Qingwu looks at his face and smiles softly, saying, "You don't need to toss and turn over it." Seeing her gentle expression, Li Qingxuan suddenly softly calls, "Qingwu, can I call you that?" Ji Qingwu looks at him and says, "Since you already call me that, why ask? If I say no, will you stop calling me that?" His bright smile echoes in her ears, and his face, as pure as a snowy mountain, reflects only her. Madame Qiao's meaning is that she hopes we two can decide on an engagement soon. There's no rush for the wedding date. "Qingwu, I wonder what you think. Deciding on a firm commitment and getting to know each other with the purpose of marriage, though less romantic, feels more reassuring." Ji Qingwu was deep in thought. "Qingwu, after I finish high school, I will proudly marry you into the Zhuangyuan family. From then on, I won't interfere with whatever you choose to do. I can personally teach the children. If you still want to open a clinic, I will find a good shop for you. If you prefer to stay at home, I will take care of the household chores. Is that okay?" Just a few words painted a future so appealing. She wouldn't be confined to the inner chambers. She could freely pursue her own interests. Ji Qingwu couldn't help but feel moved. After their conversation, Ji Qingwu turned to leave first. Li Qingxuan's gaze remained fixed on the distance, not watching her back. The artificial mountain was high enough to overlook the front hall, where many guests of the Qiao family gathered, like fish swimming across a river. Only by climbing higher could one see further. Shirshi entered the palace hall, knelt beside the bed, and gently massaged the Empress Dowager's leg. "Empress Dowager, I almost arrived late just now. Please forgive me. It wasn't truly late, so there's no need to blame." The Empress Dowager closed her eyes, smelling the fragrant pearwood incense, and asked, "Tell me, what allayed you?" "I went to the imperial garden to gather fresh flower petals for you, and happened to overhear the young eunuchs serving in the palace gossiping." Seeing Shirshi's mysterious expression, the Empress Dowager opened her eyes. "Everyone else, please leave. Your Majesty, that young said that among this year's successful candidates, one is not only talented but also very handsome. Now, many noble ladies are already vying to have him as a son-in-law." The Empress Dowager nodded calmly. Shirshi continued respectfully. "Even the emperor praised this young man in today's court. It seems he will be the top scorer in the imperial exam. The Empress Dowager was surprised and sat up straighter. Even the emperor praised him? Emperor Wu Sudi was usually not quick to praise others. And, to mention it during the morning court, it seems he is just one step away from becoming the top scholar, just waiting for the exam results. Is he truly so handsome? The Empress Dowager had a daughter, Princess Qingyun, who was nearing the age to choose a husband. She had been watching closely for the past 2 years, looking for a suitable young man. It was truly hard to find, but the top scholar suddenly appeared right before her eyes. Sure, she said, "Yes, Empress Dowager. I heard that the Qiao family also favors this young man. No matter which family he comes from, Qiao, Li, or Cui," the Empress Dowager frowned and said, "No family can surpass my celebration of Yun." Sure, she's assistant used his skill to gently massage her, whispering, "Empress Dowager, in a few days is your Majesty's birthday. Perhaps you could invite that talented scholar to come. Princess Qingyun, and you can meet him first." The Empress Dowager closed her eyes comfortably and said slowly, "That's a good idea." Early the third day, Ji Qingwu went to the Chong princess's residence to deliver a visit invitation. A servant led her through the gate and down the corridor. From the left, she heard a loud roar, which made Ji Qingwu shiver. Following the sound, she saw in the neighboring courtyard a man half-dash, strong and tall, wearing only black trousers, practicing boxing under a tree. His punches were swift and powerful, shaking the leaves off the branches. His fist was as big as a sandbag, and honestly, one punch could be deadly to Ji Qingwu. "Miss Ji, this is the young master." It turned out that the tall, mighty man was General Yuqi, the husband of Princess Huachong, Yuqi Lianping. Not caring if he saw her or not, Ji Qingwu bowed through the fence and quickly followed the servant. Soon, they reached the door of Princess Huachong's house. A maid outside saw her approach and came down the corridor to greet her. "Miss Ji, the princess is still sleeping. Please wait in the side hall." As expected of the princess, she could sleep whenever she wanted in her own house. Unlike her, who had to get up early and wait for the noble lady to wake. Ji Qingwu sat in the side hall, observing the room's decorations. There was a long incense table filled with various candles and incense burners, filling the room with a pleasant floral and fruity scent. On a rosewood stand was a bronze mirror with a carved pattern, flanked by embroidered silk banners on both sides. On the table was a rue kiln flower vase with a crystal plum blossom inside. She secretly admired the elegance and luxury combined in the decor. The maid said, "Miss Ji, the princess is woken up. She will come to the side hall soon." Ji Qingwu sat up straight, her eyes carefully watching the door for any movement. After a short while, 2 maids dressed in yellow palace skirts pushed open the door. One woman, wearing moonlight silk and draped in feathered gauze, with her hair styled in a flying phoenix bun, stepped in slowly. Ji Qingwu entered the residence of the second princess, which was also the residence of Princess Huachong. The princess is beautiful, and she expected that. After all, she is the biological sister of Emperor Wusu. But she didn't expect her to be like an immortal exile, a cold beauty with an elegant aura. Princess Huachong dragged her long skirt and sat down in the main seat, looking a bit tired. Her gaze was icy, and she slightly parted her lips to ask, "Are you the 5th Miss Ji?" Ji Qingwu nodded obediently. She had thought Emperor Wusu's eyes were cold enough, but compared to Princess Huachong, they were nothing. The princess's face showed no smile at all. If they hadn't met before and had no conflicts, she might think she had done something to anger her. "I am here to check your pulse, princess." The princess slightly tilted her head, signaling the other maids to leave, leaving only a close maidservant. "Did the emperor send you?" Her voice was as clear and cool as spring water. Ji Qingwu dared not answer much. "Yes." The princess's eyebrows relaxed a little. She extended her jade-like arm, and the maid brought a thin, crystal-like gauze to cover her wrist. The maid whispered, "Miss Ji, please." Ji Qingwu sat down, not daring to look directly at the princess, gently placing her hand on hers. Princess Huachong radiated a cold, fairy-like aura from head to toe. She thought her whole body, would be as cold as jade. But she is also human. With this realization, Ji Qingwu couldn't help but smile softly. The little dimples at the corners of her mouth looked sweet, like a pear. Princess Huachang's gaze swept over her face. A few days ago, Li Yuzong, a relative close to the emperor, came to see her. He said the emperor had arranged a divine doctor to check her pulse. She wanted to refuse, whether pregnant or not, leaving it to fate. Why interfere artificially? But Li Gonggong said this woman was special. His words implied that she didn't care about the princess's wishes. It wasn't that she wanted to see a doctor, but that she had to cooperate if she came. After Emperor Wusu ascended the throne, this was the first time such a ridiculous thing had happened. Princess Huachang couldn't help but glance again, curious to see how special she was to make the Grand Minister of Internal Affairs mention the word special about her. Ji Qingwu was focused on checking the pulse, her eyes slightly lowered, lips naturally red, and her appearance was quite nice, but only just okay. After a long while, Ji Qingwu frowned and withdrew her hand. Seeing her expression was unusual, the maid asked, "Is the princess feeling unwell?" Ji Qingwu quickly replied, "No, the princess is healthy. Her pulse is steady and smooth, calm and relaxed." She hesitated, biting her lip, and spoke about private matters to the princess, who looked like a fairy from the Moon Palace, as if she was being disrespectful. Her eyes flickered like a gentle spring pond, and she looked at the princess. This made Princess Huachang soften a little. She straightened the wrinkles in her robe and said, "Go ahead. I've heard that the princess and the prince have been married for 6 years. Sometimes, infertility isn't only a woman's problem. It could also be due to issues with the man." She spoke more politely, and the princess understood. "Call the prince here," Princess Huachang said coldly. Soon, the prince was invited to the side hall. Why is the princess hosting guests in the side hall today? Yuqi Lianping had just finished practicing martial arts, put on a coat, and came over. Princess Huachang shot him a sharp look. Last night, he caused a mess in the main house, so how could she entertain guests now? Seeing him sweaty and smelling of sweat, her icy mask broke a little. She raised her finger. "Sit over there." Yuqi Lianping nonchalantly sat down nearby, took a cup of snowflower tea, and said, "What kind of tea is this? It tastes too weak. It's nowhere near the big red robe tea from my general's residence." After drinking such a precious tea, he still insulted it. Princess Huachang turned her head, not wanting to waste another glance on this rough man. Through their back and forth, Ji Qingwu saw that this couple was not as respectful as rumors said. In fact, they probably disliked each other. Yuqi Lianping looked provocative. Not satisfied with just drinking, he picked up the teapot and poured the tea into his mouth from a distance. Some tea spilled onto his chin and dripped down his chest. This wild way of drinking surprised Ji Qingwu. After drinking tea to quench his thirst, Yuqi Lianping finally noticed the delicate woman in front of him. He wiped his mouth with his sleeve and asked, "Who are you?" Replying to the prince consort, "I am sent to see the princess for a pulse diagnosis." Yuqi Lianping was surprised and asked, "The princess asked me to come just to check your pulse." Princess Chong of Huachang didn't want to speak at all. The maid said, "The princess also asked Miss Ji to check your pulse." "I'm not sick, I don't want to check." After saying that, Yuqi Lianping turned around and was about to leave quickly. The princess of Huachang threw a precious double-eared jade cup at his feet, making him stop. Yuqi Lianping looked at the broken pieces at his feet and joked, "Since the princess is so eager to keep me, I will stay a little longer." Breaking the cup to keep someone shows real determination. Watching this couple interact, Ji Qingwu felt a wave of fear in her heart. She quickly lowered her head and stepped forward. "I will quickly diagnose the prince's pulse." The maid was about to cover his wrist with a crystal gauze. Yuqi Lianping directly moved it away, showing disdain. "I'm not a young girl. I'm not afraid to touch. Besides, touching directly gives a more careful diagnosis." Princess Chong of Huachang endured and finally couldn't hold back, angrily saying, "Can you be a little more decent? This girl was sent by the emperor. You're rough and don't mind being touched, but she's worried about getting hurt." Hearing this, Yuqi Lianping looked seriously at Ji Qingwu. His thick eyebrows raised, and he asked, Aren't you the girl from the palace archery contest that day? Ji Qingwu also felt he looked familiar, probably because he was sitting among the generals that day. Yuqi Lianping leaned back slightly and deliberately looked at her profile. Then he said with certainty, "Yes, it's you. The girl who shot arrows while the emperor held her in his arms." This statement was quite blunt. It was supposed to be a performance, but now it sounded like an ambiguous romantic story. Ji Qingwu instantly understood why Princess Chong of Huachong, who was so ethereal, kept getting so angry and losing her composure. Yuqi Lianping seemed unaware of Ji Qingwu's embarrassment and continued, "That Xian Yuan Bao the emperor uses, every soldier dreams of pulling it once. But the emperor has never let anyone else touch it, caring for it more than his own wife." He raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, "I touched you. Do you know what that means? What it means?" The words are simple, but the meaning is clear. Princess Huachong didn't interrupt this rough man's words. She thought quietly. She didn't attend the recent palace banquet because she wasn't someone who liked to join the lively events, so she didn't see the emperor holding that girl while shooting arrows. The emperor of Wu Sudi is usually not close to others, even more so than her. He rarely hugs his own little prince. Princess Huachong's eyes darkened a little. She didn't expect Miss Ji Wu to be so special. On the day of the archery at the palace banquet, Ji Qingwu didn't think anything was unusual. But when she heard the groom say that, her cheeks turned red, and she dared not answer. Yuqi Lianping, with a meaningful look, continued, "That means the emperor's favorite isn't that Bao." Ji Qingwu's heart skipped a beat. Princess Huachong was surprised too. When did this rough man become so thoughtful? Inside the room, the others listened to the rough groom's voice again. Yuqi Lianping excitedly patted his thigh and said, "The emperor must have found a more beloved sword or dagger. Men, they always like new things and get tired of old ones. A brute is just a brute." Because Princess Huachong was well-educated, she didn't roll her eyes in frustration. It made sense. Ji Qingwu's heart was still floating, and she instinctively accepted this explanation. She softly said, "Please, young groom, don't get too excited. Checking the pulse requires a calm mind." Once Yuqi Lianping calmed down, she quickly made her judgment and withdrew her hand from his wrist. "How about now? Am I strong and healthy?"
Yikvingvu nodded.
The groom is healthy, with strong vitality. There's no problem. Yuqi Lianping looked confused. What vitality? He suddenly realized and asked the delicate woman in front of him, "What kind of doctor are you seeing?" Ji Qingwu replied, "For infertility." He stood up angrily, glaring at Princess Huachong and shouting, "The princess thinks I can't have children?" Princess Huachong's tone was calm. "Isn't that so?" This made Yuqi Lianping so angry he stomped his foot, his face turning pale, fists clenched tightly, as if he might explode at any moment. Then, the soft, gentle voice of the woman sounded, like a clear spring, calming everyone's agitation. "Consort, both you and the princess are healthy and in good condition." Yuqi Lianping finally sat down and looked at the princess across from him with his nostrils. Seeing that the atmosphere was no longer so tense, Ji Qingwu cautiously asked, "It must be for other reasons. Could you answer a few personal questions?" Because the emperor valued Ji Qingwu, Princess Huachong was quite cooperative. She calmly said, "Ask away. When was the last time you two shared a room?" This was a difficult question to start with. Princess Huachong frowned. Yuqi Lianping recalled and said, "Last night." Ji Qingwu raised her eyebrows in surprise. Seeing that they seemed to have a poor relationship, she was surprised to find they were so close.
She continued to ask,
"How many times a month do you usually meet?" Princess Huachong was about to answer but was interrupted. Yuqi Lianping showed his displeasure clearly, extending a thick finger. "How many times?" "Only once a month." Princess Shang was not like an ordinary wife. As a wife and a royal consort, the princess set many rules for him. Initially, they could be together 4 times a month. As for why now it's only once, it was because Yuqi Lianping was too rough. Princess Huachong couldn't stand his lack of cleanliness and lay on her beautiful, fragrant bedding. A man who used a rag to wipe himself was not qualified to share her bed. Now, he was willing to do this only for the sake of their marriage. So, besides this once a month, they shared a bed, but at other times, they each stayed at their own residences, the princesses and the generals. They only met as husband and wife once a month. Ji Qingwu counted the days. Last night, she just avoided the princess's fertile period. She asked, "Is it always on the same day each month?" Princess Huachong nodded slightly.
No wonder.
This was almost like deliberate contraception. The problem was here. Ji Qingwu took out paper and brush, sketching on rice paper. If the princess wants to get pregnant soon, she should avoid those days. The best days for conception are during this period. Yuqi Lianping peeked from beside her, crossing his arms. No matter what day, we should do it every day. Princess Huachong directly took the towel he had casually thrown aside and stuffed it into his mouth. The smell was really strong. Yuqi Lianping almost felt like vomiting. He rarely reflected inwardly, but it was understandable that the pure and noble princess looked down on him. Ji Qingwu softly said, "Long princess, the prince, changing the monthly intimacy schedule might help." Yuqi Lianping threw away his handkerchief and questioned, "Will that really work?" Then he touched his cheek and asked, "Would doing it every day increase the chances?" Ji Qingwu's gaze naturally fell on the prince's strong arm, which was probably thicker than the princess's thigh. If they did it every day, not only would she get pregnant, but the beautiful lady might also be exhausted. She politely said, "Too much is not good. Just a few days like this are enough." Princess Huachong sighed in relief, truly worried that this rough man might go crazy. Ji Qingwu and the princess agreed on the next appointment to check her pulse before leaving the house. Princess Huachong saw Yuqi Lianping still sitting in the side hall and looked at him sideways. "Why aren't you back at the general's house? I'm just listening to the doctor and staying a few more days to help you." Seeing the princess, who looked like a fairy from a heavenly pond, Yuqi Lianping's eyes stayed on her. Princess Huachong coldly said, "You don't need to help. Having a child, I don't need your help. You really can't do it on your own." They had been married for 6 years, and when his eyes changed, she knew what kind of naughty thoughts he was having. "Can you think of something else in your mind? Don't bother me." Zhao Tianhua as a princess and Yuqi Lianping as a prince couldn't take concubines, which was already frustrating. Now, in their intimate life, he had to hold back everywhere. He sneered, "All men in the world think about this, especially us generals in the army. We have big needs in this area." Hearing his shameless words, Princess Huachong's forehead twitched. "You just use your as an excuse. A gentleman should be upright and pure. Even the emperor, who is the great general of the northern border, isn't like you," he implied meaningfully. The princess might have misunderstood. "I think that person is not someone an ordinary person can handle." Yuqi Lianping thought for a moment and gave a very simple example. "It's like the girl who just came to check the pulse. Her waist is so thin that it could break with a single squeeze. If she were on a bed of roses, 9 lives wouldn't be enough to survive." Princess Huachong threw the teapot at him, biting her lip tightly. "Get out of my sight." Ji Qingwu watched as the dismissed prince and the others at the door looked at each other. Just now, her pen had fallen on the table in the hall. Doctors prefer to keep their pens steady once they start writing, so when she reached the door and remembered she forgot her pen, she turned back. But she overheard this conversation. Then, with the woman's angry shout, Yuqi Lianping pushed open the door and came out. Ji Qingwu couldn't avoid him at all. Even if Yuqi Lianping was careless, he sensed the awkwardness and felt more embarrassed. "I was just giving an example. Besides, what I said is the truth, not an exaggeration." "What is the truth?" "That on a bed of roses, 9 lives wouldn't be enough to survive." Ji Qingwu didn't know how to react. She lowered her head shyly and gave a soft hum. "Don't doubt me. You'll see when you try." Yuqi Lianping left after saying this and strode away. Ji Qingwu closed her eyes, then opened them again. She didn't have the courage to go in and take that pen from the princess. Her ears turned red as she left quietly. The Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. All the Ji family members from her maternal side were present. Ji Qingwu held Juju and sat in a corner of the table, whispering, Juju, don't talk loudly later, and don't eat too noisily. Let's be good little ladies. Juju, who had been raised in Linen City for a few months, looked even more lively and adorable, with a pink face and chubby cheeks. Juju shook her head and said, Guan Guan Jiu Jiu, on the river island, gentle Juju. A good match for a gentleman. Ji Qingwu gently pinched her little belly and smiled. After a while, someone sat down at the opposite seat, causing a few suppressed exclamations. Who caused the commotion? Ji Qingwu looked over and immediately raised her eyebrows in surprise. It was Li Qingxuan. He had also come to the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. With such handsome looks, he still stood out in the palace full of talented and noble people. This time was a small family gathering. Li Qingxuan had not yet taken the imperial exam and held no official position, so it was unclear what his status was for appearing here. Ji Qingwu was curious. She looked across several rows of people, catching his smiling eyes and the curious glances from others. She turned her head, knowing it wouldn't be proper to be too casual at the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. Chu-Chu was nestled in her arms, speaking in a childish voice. Mother, that young man is very handsome. Ji Qingwu smiled slightly and asked, Does Chu-Chu like him? Yes. Chu-Chu wants to marry this handsome young man when she grows up. Ji Qingwu gently patted her little head and said, Good. Later, you can go ask him yourself if he agrees. Prince Yong and his wife entered the hall. Soon after, Princess Huachan also took her seat gracefully. Since it was the Empress Dowager's birthday, even if the princess didn't like crowds, she had to attend. Her Majesty the Empress Dowager is here, announced the loudly. Everyone stood up and bowed. The Empress Dowager wore a purple-red phoenix robe, embroidered with gold thread depicting phoenixes and auspicious clouds. Today was her longevity celebration, so she dressed solemnly yet splendidly. Behind her was a young woman wearing a gold crown and a pink embroidered dress decorated with butterflies and flowers. She looked noble and lively, likely the favored Princess Qingyun. Princess Qingyun cheerfully said, Mother, I wish you endless life, happiness as vast as the East Sea, and brightness like the sun and moon. May you stay forever young. The Empress Dowager smiled and said, Seeing you grow up day by day, it's almost time to choose a husband. How could I not grow old? Princess Qingyun clapped her hands, and a young immediately brought out a black lacquered incense stand decorated with gold flowers, shaped like a rui, with a gold lacquered round bead underneath that could hold incense. Prince Yong stood up and approached, examining it carefully. Such a delicate incense stand. Only my sister could find something like this. It makes me, as her brother, a bit ashamed. Third brother, what birthday gift have you prepared for Mother? Let me see. The Princess Yong's wife stepped forward, presenting an object with both hands, and said quietly, Your Highness, and I have prepared a set of embroidered Tibetan Buddhist scriptures for Mother. The Princess Yong's wife was the daughter of a high official and a well-known talented woman. Since it was her own creation, it was sure to be exquisite. I know you all are filial and have given thoughtful gifts, the Empress Dowager said happily, instructing Shirshi to put the gifts away. Princess Qingyun looked at the empty seat beside the Empress Dowager and asked, Mother, why hasn't the Emperor come yet? The affairs of the previous court are many. He is probably delayed by some issues. Guests kept offering birthday gifts in turns. Ji Qingyuan gave a string of glazed prayer beads blessed by a high monk and received praise. Soon it was Ji Qingwu's turn. She told Chu-Chu to sit properly and walked to the hall holding her skirt. Empress Dowager, I heard you sometimes have headaches at night. I made a special remedy for you. She held out a thin piece of paper with a medicine prescription. Others brought decorative or playful gifts, but this child brought something practical to help with her pain. The Empress Dowager's eyes grew kinder. The Empress Dowager said happily, Qingwu is thoughtful. My headache is an old problem that started when I celebrated Qingyun's birth. Shirshi stepped down from the stairs and took the prescription. Ji Qingwu was about to return to her seat when she heard a cold voice behind her. Miss Ji, are you unhappy with the Empress Dowager for giving this prescription? Before Ji Qingwu could turn around, the sound of, Long live the Emperor, echoed in her ears. She could only kneel again. Emperor Wushu strode to the front of the hall, wearing embroidered silk boots with cloud patterns, passing by Ji Qingwu. As he moved, his dragon robe fluttered, stirring a gust of wind that tousled her hair. Though she didn't look up, she knew the emperor was in a bad mood. Emperor Wushu sat down gracefully and said, "There is military news from the northern border that needs handling." "Sorry for the delay, mother." The Empress Dowager smiled and said, "The emperor is busy with state affairs. It's a blessing for the common people. I am happy." However, her words at the door seemed to show displeasure with Ji Qingwu. During the palace banquet that day, many wondered if the emperor had special feelings for her. Today, he publicly scolded her again. Seeing Ji Qingwu still kneeling in the hall, the Empress Dowager's eyes flickered, and she advised, "Emperor, let Qingwu return to her seat. Bring the prescription so I can see it." Shirshi respectfully handed it over. After reading it, the emperor looked cold and said, "The Empress Dowager is in good health, yet you bring a prescription on her birthday. What does this mean? The Ji family has taken good care of the Empress Dowager, and this is how you repay her." Hearing this, the Ji family members all stepped forward, trembling with fear. She was kneeling with Ji Qingwu in the palace hall. She didn't realize there was a deeper meaning behind it. She quietly looked up and saw Emperor Wu Su's expression. His face was dark, like he was here to demand repayment. She quickly lowered her head and admitted her mistake. The servant girl was careless in her thoughts. The Empress Dowager didn't know what the emperor was upset about or why he suddenly lost his temper. Could it be that he wanted to use this to punish the Ji family? Emperor Wu Su's gaze fell on the woman's bent neck in the hall. Her features were gentle, but her head held a strong will. That day, when they met in the carriage, he told her to go to the princess's residence in 3 days, hoping she would refuse the engagement with Li Qingxuan. But the next day, she eagerly went to the Qiao family to meet someone. Everyone saw Emperor Wu Su's face grow darker. His intimidating presence made many people start to sweat. At this moment, the Ji family members kneeling with their heads bowed, waiting for the emperor's judgment. But one little girl couldn't stay kneeling anymore. Seeing her mother kneeling at the front, Juju stood up and ran happily over. Ji Qingwu's peripheral vision suddenly saw the little girl pass by her. She was alarmed and widened her eyes, trying to reach out and stop Juju. But the little girl was quick. She scampered up several steps. Ji Qingwu forgot her manners and looked up. She saw Juju rush straight to the emperor's seat. Fortunately, Juju looked back at her. Ji Qingwu held her breath and shook her head, signaling her to come back quickly. But Juju had her own ideas. More than Ji Qingwu. Using her small hands and feet, she grabbed Emperor Wu Su's dragon robe and kept climbing. But she was too small and couldn't reach, so she just hung on his leg, swinging her little legs. Ji Qingwu suddenly felt her vision darken. The chief, Li Yuzong, should have stopped the girl when she started climbing the platform. But when the girl appeared before the emperor, she saw the emperor's expression change slightly, without any displeasure. He even subtly raised his eyebrows. Seeing the little dirty hand crawling on the ground touch the emperor's dragon robe, Li Yuzong's heart tightened. But Emperor Wu Su, who loved cleanliness, showed no reaction. Li Yuzong looked up and down, pondering. Finally, he saw through the situation. At first, he thought the girl looked very much like the young Prince Yuan Heng. But upon closer thought, who did the young prince resemble? Exactly like Emperor Wu Su. Upon closer look, this young girl's face, except for her eyebrows and eyes, along with her features and chin, looks exactly like the emperor. Li Yuzong's eyes darted around nervously. When he looked again at Ji Qingwu kneeling in the hall, he finally understood the emperor's recent strange behavior. He lowered his head, pretending not to see anything. Meanwhile, Juju was hanging on Emperor Wu Su's leg, looking up with her soft, gentle face. Her dark eyes looked at him and asked, "Are you the emperor? Why are you scolding my mother?" Emperor Wu Su lowered his eyes and looked at her, then at the woman kneeling in front of the hall. Her eyes were exactly the same. "She made a mistake," he said calmly. Jing Qingwu, not knowing what mistake she had made, relaxed a little. But Juju immediately disagreed, saying, My mother didn't do anything wrong. She dared to stand up to the emperor. Jing Qingwu's tone grew more serious. Juju had been studying at the school these days and had learned many new things. Empress Dowager is healthy, but my mother thinks she can be even healthier, so she sent some medicine. Just like how His Majesty's Linen City is already very good, but he still sleeps late and gets up early every day, he's working hard to make Linen City even better. This kind of reasoning to persuade was quite convincing. Emperor Wu Su held back a smile and pretended to be indifferent. So, I misunderstood your mother? The little girl started shaking her head and talking about big ideas. Teacher says words are the voice of the heart. Speech shows feelings and communication can solve misunderstandings. When misunderstandings are cleared, everything is fine. Emperor Wu Su gently picked her up and sat her on his lap. He asked seriously, "You're so smart at such a young age. What is your name?" Juju was not afraid at all. She leaned into his broad embrace and nodded. "I am called." She made a mouth shape, pouting her little lips, "Juju." "Why is your name Juju?" he asked. Juju twisted her little fingers, seeming very conflicted inside. Emperor Wu Su patiently asked again. The small, round-faced girl lifted her face, hugged the emperor's neck, and brought her pink, chubby lips close. Smack! She kissed him firmly on his noble, golden cheek. Everyone in the hall held their breath. When the little girl's kiss fell, Emperor Wu Su's left eyebrow raised slightly, and his eyes brightened a little. Chiu explained, "Mother said that when you call my name, it's like a kiss. Her name means kiss," so she rewarded the emperor with a gentle kiss. The little girl proudly added, "Mother also said no one would not love Chiu." Ji Qingwu's fair forehead was sweating. "But I didn't tell you to kiss anyone casually." Miss Ji Qingwu looked up at the sound. Emperor Wu Su was holding the chubby little girl, looking quite pleased, and softly said, "You have a good daughter." The matter was settled after Chiu's fuss. The emperor took back the medicine and didn't pursue it further. During the meal, he happily drank a few cups of wine with Prince Yong and other relatives. The birthday gift from Emperor Wu Su was very grand. There were 9 statues of the Wise Sun and the Infinite Life Buddha, a beautiful ink painting of the heart mirror of the Avatamsaka Sutra, and a long life gold inscription of the Infinite Life Buddha Sutra. These were rare treasures, hard to find anywhere. The Empress Dowager was confused by the emperor's actions. She had just scolded the Ji family with a stern face, then gently put down her hand. Now, she presented such a precious gift, unsure of the emperor's true meaning. She didn't speak much during the celebration. Princess Qingyun looked around at a certain spot at the table, smiling shyly. At this birthday banquet, Ji Qingwu ate without much taste. Some questions she asked and then dropped her head. If she didn't ask, her head hurt. When the banquet ended, it was only after Qiao Shi reminded her that she came back to her senses. As she stood up and headed out of the hall, she saw 2 people at the door. A petite woman was smiling charmingly, talking to someone opposite her, who was Li Qingxuan. When Ji Qingwu approached, she realized the woman was Princess Qingyun. The princess also noticed her. Maybe on purpose, she suddenly fell onto Li Qingxuan, leaning on his chest with her small hand. She softly said, "Young Master Li, I lost my balance for a moment. Ugh, my ankle hurts. Could you please take me back?" Li Qingxuan helped her stand steadily and gently refused, "Your Highness, this is not proper." Ji Qingwu silently walked past them, pretending not to see. "Fourth cousin," Princess Qingyun called after her. She couldn't keep pretending she didn't see, so she stopped. "Great Annie, please go ahead. I want to talk with 5th cousin. Later, I will ask the palace attendants to personally her home." Since the princess politely spoke, Mrs. Qiao patted Ji Qingwu's hand and took Chu to leave first. Even if Ji Qingwu was slow to notice, she could sense the princess's hostility, probably because she also liked the handsome man in front of her. Ji Qingwu didn't want to compete, but she had already made a promise with Li Qingxuan. She wouldn't give in just because the other was a princess. Princess Qingyun stood between her and Li Qingxuan, teasingly saying, "5th cousin, I heard a rumor recently and want to confirm it with you." A rumor? most likely about their marriage proposal. Ji Qingwu hadn't spoken yet when Li Qingxuan cupped his hands and said, "Since the princess and Miss Ji have something to discuss, I will take my leave first." She looked at his figure walking away with some surprise. His white clothes no longer looked elegant, but seemed a bit hurried. Princess Qingyun's smile grew more proud, and her foot no longer hurt. "Fifth cousin, it's crowded here. Let's go for a walk by the lake." Once they left, it was not long before news came that someone had fallen into the water. Zhaoyang Palace, brightly lit with candles, shining like gold walls. The emperor's daily life was all in this hall. Today, Emperor Wu Su was in a good mood. He drank a few more cups of wine, which made him a bit warm, so he went to the clean room to change into his usual clothes. He wore a dark green round collar long robe, with dragon patterns embroidered with blue silk on the collar and cuffs, making his tall and straight figure look even more refined. Inside the main hall, layers of dark blue curtains kept the palace servants outside. Emperor Wu Su was flipping through an ancient book, looking noble and elegant. Li Yuzong stepped quietly closer and whispered outside the curtains, "Your Majesty, Princess Qingyun and Miss Ji fell into the water." He paused, then casually threw the precious ancient book onto the ground. The dark blue curtains fluttered, but before they fully settled, Emperor Wu Su had already left Zhaoyang Palace. This wasn't Ji Qingwu's first time falling into the water. Once she was new to it, the second time she was more familiar. When she swam ashore, Princess Qingyun was still desperately struggling in the water. A few guards appeared from nowhere, swimming over to rescue her, but were scolded and told to retreat. Ji Qingwu didn't understand. What was the princess still acting so arrogantly for? Her life was almost gone. She didn't want to get involved in this matter, but she couldn't bear to see this living person disappear before her eyes. Sighing, she dove into the water again and quickly pulled Princess Qingyun out. After helping her onto the shore, she saw someone standing at the usually empty steps. He was tall and graceful, wearing a green robe like bamboo leaves. He lowered his eyes and looked at her. Ji Qingwu's half-body was still in the water. When their eyes met, she shivered. Why did the emperor suddenly appear on the shore? "Brother Emperor, you're here." "Brother, I almost died. Please help me." Princess Qingyun sat on the ground, soaking wet, crying pitifully. But she noticed that Emperor Wu Su didn't look at her at all. Ji Qingwu, under the heavy gaze from above, tried to climb onto the shore as gracefully as possible. But after swimming twice and carrying an adult woman the second time, she was exhausted. Her strength was almost gone. Her foot slipped, and she was about to fall back into the water. In the next moment, someone caught her by the arm and lifted her up easily, as if lifting a piece of cotton. But even if she was cotton, she was wet cotton. The person's arm strength was truly frightening. Ji Qingwu felt like her feet made half a circle in the air before she was set down. Her legs and feet were not as fast as the emperor's. Li Yuzong, who had just arrived, was panting heavily and handed over his robe. "Your Majesty, your outer robe." Under Princess Qingyun's pitiful and aggrieved gaze, Emperor Wu Su unfolded a pale blue robe and draped it over Ji Qingwu, wrapping her tightly. Ji Qingwu looked at his cold face, feeling nervous, but she was much warmer now. The outer robe was thick, but it was a bit tight around her neck. Just as she was about to speak, she was frightened back by his fierce gaze. She shrank her head, frowned, thinking that the matter of Princess Qingyun falling into the water might just be blamed on her. After such a big commotion, people from Sinang Palace also arrived. She hurried over and respectfully said, "Greetings, Your Majesty." The Empress Dowager learned that the princess fell into the water and is rushing over. She sent a servant ahead to find out what happened. Princess Qingyun cried, "It was Ji Qingwu who caused me to fall into the water. Quickly arrest her and bring her to mother for questioning." But the true story was not as Princess Qingyun claimed. Jing Qingwu slightly curled her lips, unsure whether she was mocking the princess's clever plan or criticizing her own kindness.
Emperor Wu Su understood her feelings.
Take the princess back to Sinang Palace first, have the imperial doctor examine her, and tell the Empress Dowager that we will discuss this matter again tomorrow." Princess Qingyun was displeased and said, "Brother, but it's Jing." The emperor simply glanced at her lightly, making her unable to speak. Qingyun bit her lip and dared not voice any more objections. It was late now. Investigating this matter overnight would only disturb the peace of the 6 palaces. Sure, she understood this and, along with a few maids, helped Princess Qingyun return. Emperor Wu Su stood by the riverbank, watching Jing Qingwu curl into a ball, with only her small face showing. "Speak for yourself." After the birthday banquet, the princess asked me to meet her by the lake to warn me, but when she saw the emperor's grim, water-dripping face, she couldn't continue. The emperor stepped closer, and she was afraid he might throw her into the lake again. So she quickly said, "The princess warned me not to associate with Lord Li because Li Qingxuan is her chosen match." The emperor was not surprised. He looked at her damp hair and bright black eyes and asked, "How did you respond?" Jing Qingwu replied firmly, "Of course, I couldn't agree. It's fine to openly oppose, but forcing a rival out of the way isn't honorable." She simply disapproved of such methods. To some, it might seem brave, but to her, it showed her firm feelings for Li Qingxuan. The emperor's eyes darkened, and his gaze fell on her lips, which often uttered words he disliked, as he asked casually, "And then she pushed me into the water, and I pulled her in as well." Seeing how casually she said this, as if drowning was nothing to her, the emperor's breath suddenly grew cold. Jing Qingwu tightened her outer robe, sensing his change in mood. She suddenly realized she had been too honest. Princess Qingyun's status was special. She was the emperor's sister, a delicate princess. How could she compare herself to her? One was high above, the other below, like heaven and earth. Even if the princess pushed her into the water, she shouldn't have pulled the princess down with her. What the princess could do, she might not be able to do herself. Jing Qingwu bit her lip, suppressing her inner grievance, and with no backbone, said, "Your servant was wrong." Emperor Wu Suo asked, "Where did I go wrong?" She frowned and replied, "The mistake was not caring about the princess's safety. It was just a verbal disagreement, and I am good at swimming. Even if I fell into the water, it wouldn't be a big problem. The princess is very precious, and if anything happened to her, I would not have enough lives to make up for it." Emperor Wu Suo turned to look at the calm lake surface, but his eyes showed some disturbance. "Your falling into the water really wouldn't cause trouble." Hearing the emperor say this himself was different from just hearing it from others. For some reason, Ji Qingwu felt a bitter feeling rise from her heart to her eyes, and tears blurred her vision. She struggled to speak. "Yes, I am good at swimming. Even if I am pushed into the water, I can swim to the shore by myself." Emperor Wu Suo remained unmoved and coldly said, "You should know that the guards by the shore are there for you. Of course, they wouldn't let anything happen to you. What does it mean that they are there for her?" Ji Qingwu's mind raced quickly, and she was shocked as she looked up. Princess Qingyun was almost drowning, yet the guards were not allowed to rescue her. Her clothes were thin and clingy after falling into the water. If the guards rescued her, it would be almost like skin contact. If others saw this, her reputation would be ruined if she married a guard. The guards were there for her. If this plan succeeded, she and Li Qingxuan would have to part ways forever. Emperor Wu Suo looked at the clear-eyed girl, stunned, with a look of surprise. His lips parted slightly, and he clenched his fists around his pale blue robe. The moonlight was bright in the sky, but the ground was shadowy and hidden. He had long known that she did not fit into the palace. She was easily manipulated. At the birthday banquet, she was about to have her secrets exposed. Pain relief medicine, though well-intentioned, carried great risks. If one day the Empress Dowager fell ill, whether truly or falsely, it could be blamed on this medicine. Additionally, someone with malicious intent could secretly give her food or pastries with incompatible medicinal ingredients, causing her health to worsen, which would make her suspicious of her. Fortunately, he arrived just in time. On the surface, he scolded her, but in truth, he was protecting her. The birthday banquet was just like this now. Otherwise, her kind-hearted nature would have been torn apart by others. Some private matters, if not made clear to her, she wouldn't understand, and she would have to endure tears and grievances alone. Because of her personality, she was born with such clear, bright eyes. Emperor Wu-su did not speak, but looked at her with a serious face. Ji Qingwu understood his disappointed and frustrated look. She shyly turned her head away. Seeing her obvious avoidance, Emperor Wu-su snorted coldly and suddenly took a step forward. He gently held her chin, forcing her to turn her head and look at him. Ji Qingwu was forced to lift her eyes and meet his. Her eyes were cloudy with confusion and a clear sense of grievance. "I really don't know how you've grown up so big," he said. As he spoke, the robe around her body loosened at some point, revealing her wet front, and her graceful curves were fully visible. The tempting sight naturally drew attention. Emperor Wu-su, who usually looked cold and serious, now had a playful and charming expression, dressed in elegant green robes, looking handsome and carefree. He didn't look like a strict emperor, more like a charming young gentleman, the dream lover in every woman's heart. His eyes sparkled brighter than stars in the night sky, shining with a mysterious light she couldn't quite see. Ji Qingwu was dazzled by that faint glow, and she lowered her gaze. She opened her mouth and said, "Your servant is dull and unaware." Before she could finish, Emperor Wu-su moved his fingers from her chin upward, covering her red lips. At this moment, Ji Qingwu couldn't say a word. Her lips felt hot from his touch, and she stared at him blankly. "If you're dull, then don't speak much," he said. While speaking, Emperor Wu-su mischievously rubbed her lips with his fingers. He didn't say what he wanted to hear, so he simply chose not to speak. His long fingers, rough from martial arts, pressed on her soft, petal-like lips, making her feel both pain and numbness. He pressed her lips and called her foolish. Ji Qingwu really wanted to bite him, but such an action would be disrespectful and too intimate. She used both hands to push away his arm, trying to break free from his hold. But his long arm was like iron, and her fingers ached from the effort, yet she couldn't move even a little. Emperor Wu-su narrowed his eyes, watching her pale fingers trying to push him away. His gaze was like a gentle scolding or a dangerous whisper. Subsequently, Emperor Wu-su gently pinched her chin, applying a little pressure. Her head had to tilt even higher, bringing their faces very close, almost nose to nose. The scent of dragon saliva drifted to her nose, lingering on her soft cheek skin. Ji Qingwu widened her eyes, seeing his calm, divine-looking face magnified in her view, so large she could see her own reflection in his eyes. Her hair was loose and messy, her dress close-fitting, her expression uncertain, a soft, charming look that seemed eager for his affection. Why did she appear so eager for his favor? Ji Qingwu was held tightly, unable to move, and could only give up and close her eyes. But even with her eyes closed, she could feel his gaze moving over her face, slowly, bit by bit. Her lips trembled slightly. "Am I so frightening?" Ji Qingwu stayed silent and didn't open her eyes. If she could, she would cover her ears too. Yes, she was that frightening. Whenever she touched him, she felt fear deep inside and an inexplicable heartbeat. Emperor Wu-su said in a deep voice, "If you hide, you will be punished." Ji Qingwu thought confusedly. Punished for what? Is my head finally going to be moved? The mischievous hand finally left her lips but wrapped around her slender waist. Ji Qingwu suddenly opened her eyes, her body stiff. She saw her back tense like a bow, and that hand gently patted her, offering comfort, just like she often did for Chu-Chu. But the posture was very different. Emperor Wu-su clasped his hands together, perfectly holding her slim waist, then naturally moved his hand to her back. Ji Qingwu wanted to avoid his touch, so she had to straighten her chest and lean forward. From afar, it looked like she was intentionally rubbing against Emperor Wu-su. After that, she no longer cared about the front. She was trapped, unable to retreat, caught between his large hand behind her and his hot chest in front. Emperor Wu-su smiled slightly, softly coaxing, "Be good, don't move around." But who was really moving? Even through his outer robe, Ji Qingwu could feel his hand's gentle touch and warmth, starting from her waist, tracing along her spine, exploring each vertebra. Every single vertebra was carefully kneaded. The flesh around her spine was firm and resilient, and he kneaded it inch by inch. At some point, Ji Qingwu relaxed her body. The warmth and strength of his hands kneading her felt surprisingly comfortable. Seeing her lower her guard, her body soft as clouds, obediently allowing him to do as he pleased, Emperor Wusu's hand moved to her delicate butterfly bones. His palm lingered there the longest, seeming to love this spot most. His touch grew gentler, more like comforting after a fall into water. Though on her back, it also soothed her inner heart. Being touched on her back, Ji Qingwu's feelings of grievance disappeared completely. What she thought was a warm gesture looked romantic to others. Ji Qingwu's knowledge was limited. Her only real experience was being forced into intimacy. She had never even been kissed, so she was still inexperienced in love. She thought it was just a massage. But as he rubbed longer, she uncontrollably softened like a puddle of water, unable to stand steadily. She could only weakly rest her head on his broad, strong shoulder, her lips slightly parted, like a fish out of water, breathing quickly, her face flushed. She didn't understand why she was reacting so strongly. Emperor Wusu, watching everything clearly, had deep eyes like a bottomless pool. He teasingly said, "My original intention was to punish, but I accidentally turned it into a reward. Having the emperor personally serve her was a rare honor. Only she received such favor." Li Yuzong, who had been waiting nearby, had now stepped back 10 meters, but he could still see their shadows. The usually cold and stern emperor showed such gentle care, as if he wanted to melt her into his own body. Ji Qingwu's ears had already turned bright red, but hearing that punishment turned into a reward made her blush even more, her earlobes like red jade. She frowned slightly, her eyes full of longing and resentment, saying softly, "I didn't ask for your majesty. It was him who insisted this way." The woman in his arms was soft and delicate, her voice sweet and gentle, her eyes full of spring water. Her reaction made him feel tender. Emperor Wusu no longer looked cold and distant. He lowered his voice and said, "In that case, I was being wishful." His deep voice surrounded her, and Ji Qingwu felt her cheeks flush with heat. She wondered if she was about to have a fever, as she felt like the emperor was flirting with her. Before she could figure it out, she heard his slightly hoarse voice say, "Stay in the palace tonight." The words stunned Ji Qingwu, making her head spin. She quickly looked up from his embrace. Faced with Emperor Wusu's dark, ink-like gaze, she quickly regained her composure and pushed him away urgently. She immediately argued, "This cannot happen. My family is still waiting at home." A blush of shame and anger appeared on her face. How could the emperor treat her as just anyone? Is she just a passing fancy? Easily dismissed? Ji Qingwu's eyes, which had been clouded with water earlier, now cleared. She loudly declared, "Moreover, I am already engaged." Hearing the word, engaged, Emperor Wusu loosened his grip and let her go, the intimacy from before disappearing completely. Ji Qingwu adjusted her outer robe and took a few steps back. "What are you thinking?" the emperor asked in a deep voice. "Tomorrow morning, the Empress Dowager will surely summon you back to the palace. Tomorrow, the Empress Dowager will likely come to question her. Her precious princess fell into the water, and she might be punished for it. Even if she is from the Empress Dowager's family, being related to Ji's clan, her actions, causing Princess Qingyan to fall into the water, are even more hateful. I meant well. Tomorrow morning, someone from the palace will come to take you from Ji's house. Your family will be disturbed too." So, her staying in the palace was not what she thought. It was something else. If Qiao's family saw her being taken away by the eunuchs, they might be so frightened they would fall ill. Ji Qingwu forced a stiff smile and said awkwardly, "Your Majesty is wise." The emperor looked at her face and casually said, "If you don't want to stay in the palace, go home early.
You can sleep for a few hours now."
Tomorrow morning, when the palace gates open, the chief of Sinang Palace will come to fetch you." He paused thoughtfully and added, At worst, a few slaps might be enough, some physical punishment. Being hit that hard could be deadly. She had seen soldiers beat criminals on the ground with thin bamboo sticks, their skin torn and flesh exposed. Summer was already hard enough. If she was beaten, she might get infected or leave terrible scars. Ji Qingwu couldn't bear the thought of her own buttocks ending up like that. She might as well just have her head chopped off. Closing her eyes, she felt a sudden, dull pain in her hips. She opened her mouth to speak, but before she could, the emperor turned and walked away. Li Yuzong had been waiting in the distance. Seeing the emperor leave with a stern face, he quickly followed. The emperor moved steadily, walking far ahead. Jing Qingwu stood still, watching his tall, straight figure gradually walk away like a pine tree. She had already sensed that the emperor was starting to protect her. Otherwise, tonight, she would have already been punished in Sinang Palace, and her bottom might have been broken into pieces. Jing Qingwu remembered what Mrs. Qiao had said before. Everyone in the palace has their own little thoughts, but only His Majesty's intentions are the most important. The Empress Dowager wanted to punish her. Who could stop her? Only the emperor could. She jogged a few steps to catch up. Hearing the noisy footsteps behind her, Emperor Wu Suo smiled slightly, and Li Yuzong wisely stepped back a few paces. Jing Qingwu followed behind him, slightly out of breath, and said, "Your Majesty, I was not thinking properly just now. Please forgive me, Your Majesty, for my mistake." The emperor did not stop walking but slowed down considerably, with a tight-lipped reminder. The palace gates will be locked soon. Miss Jing, you're eager to go home. If you don't leave now, you might not be able to leave at all. Hearing him use her own words to warn her, Jing Qingwu looked embarrassed. Miss Jing is unfamiliar with the palace roads. Li Yuzong, please see her off, the emperor kindly said. Li Yuzong approached Jing Qingwu and gestured, "Yes, please, miss." She went around him and stood in front of the emperor boldly, saying, "Your Majesty, I won't leave tonight. I ask you to take me in." The emperor stopped and leisurely said, "Do you know who can enter my Xiaoyang Hall?" Jing Qingwu shook her head. "I don't know." Li Yuzong bowed and explained, "Xiaoyang Hall is the emperor's private chamber. Only the ladies of the harem can enter." Jing Qingwu bit her lip and said, "I won't go inside. I'll just wait at the door." Li Yuzong exclaimed, "Miss Jing, that's not allowed. You are the daughter of a court official and the niece of the Empress Dowager. How can I let you do the night guard duty?" Not mentioning the Empress Dowager was fine, but once mentioned, Jing Qingwu became more determined. "It's just night guard duty." "Li Gonggong, I can do it," she said. The emperor looked at her, and a meaningful smile suddenly appeared on his lips. "Do you know what the night guard duty involves?" he asked. Jing Qingwu shook her head again. She truly didn't know. Li Yuzong stepped forward to explain, bowing his head. The night guard duty is divided into the upper shift and the lower shift. You need to wait outside the palace door, always listening for any sounds or movements inside the hall. Jing Qingwu nodded, thinking this was similar to what ordinary maidservants do. Li carefully explained, the emperor's sleep must be monitored, whether he coughs, wakes up during the night, or drinks water. All these details should be recorded and reported to the steward the next day. Jing Qingwu didn't expect that the night shift duties had so many rules. It didn't end there. Li Yuzong continued, "If the empress comes to serve the emperor at night, special attention is needed. When calling for water, the stove must be watched to prevent it from going out." Inside, there was chaos and excitement. The palace maids on night duty had to listen at the door, and after the event, they needed to quickly go to the washroom to add hot water for the empress's bath. Thinking about overhearing the emperor's private moments, Jing Qingwu felt a mix of feelings. She clenched her fingers and quietly glanced at Emperor Wu Sudi beside her. Surely, he wouldn't be planning to visit another lady's chamber tonight? But maybe he would stay alone. Jing Qingwu decided to take a chance. She nodded at Li, indicating she could accept this arrangement. Li Yuzong quietly observed the emperor's expression and clicked his tongue. "I forgot to mention one thing. If the emperor is interested, night shift maids can also stay in the palace to serve during the night. However, This was a ridiculous practice from the previous dynasty under Emperor Liang, and Emperor Wu Sudi had never done such a thing. Even if Jing Qingwu was optimistic, she couldn't accept this now. Being a night shift maid was not easy. She gave up on that idea. She looked down at her hands, at the golden belt and shoes beneath her green silk dragon-patterned robe. The emperor was still standing in front of her, with no intention of leaving. Talking to someone powerful and deep in thought, the best way was to be honest. No lies, no excuses, just speak her true feelings. Jing Qingwu no longer beat around the bush. She directly asked, "Your Majesty, is there any way to save me?" The emperor looked at her hairline and asked, "When you pulled Qingyun into the water, did you not think of a way to handle it? Did you rush in impulsively and then come to ask me?" His voice was calm, without showing anger or happiness. "I also managed to save the princess from drowning, though I made a big mistake. I did some small good deeds." Jing Qingwu raised her head, her delicate chin lifted as she watched the emperor's expression. Softly and gently, she said, "Your Majesty, don't you think so? A little too much can seem pretentious, while too little appears lacking charm. It takes great skill to be naturally gentle and soft."
Emperor Wu nodded slightly.
Ji Qingwu's eyes lit up immediately, and she softly said, "Your Majesty has said I am dull, and I know I am not as talented, wise, or brave as you. Please kindly point it out. Flattering someone skillfully can be done without making them uncomfortable, and it is an art. Ji Qingwu is quite talented in this area." Her bright, black eyes look at you with trust and dependence, making it hard for the person being looked at not to feel moved by her sincerity. Emperor Wu Su looked at her and slowly said, "I have a way, but it depends on whether you dare to try." Ji Qingwu really doesn't want to get punished tomorrow, so she quickly asked, "What is the way?" The emperor didn't explain clearly. Ji Qingwu had misunderstood earlier, so now she didn't dare think too much and immediately agreed, following behind him. When they reached the door of Zhaoyang Palace, night had fallen. Inside the main hall, the lights were bright, and two palace servants stood by the red door. Ji Qingwu remembered the night shift palace maid mentioned by Granduncle Li, so she looked at them a little longer. Only then did she notice that those who served the emperor were all beautiful and charming. From their appearance, they were no worse than young ladies from noble families. She believed what Granduncle Li said even more. In this large palace, only Ji Qingwu was left. Even Li Yuzong had retreated. The western hall was decorated with layers of hanging silk curtains, and faintly visible was a dragon bed covered with embroidered silk. For some reason, Ji Qingwu kept thinking about what Yuqi Lianping said at the Princess Chang's residence. She had gotten onto the dragon bed, and 9 lives wouldn't be enough to escape. She quickly looked away, feeling her ears heat up as she stared at the shiny bricks on the ground. Emperor Wu Su returned to his desk and sat down. The ancient book he had dropped earlier was picked up by a palace maid and placed back on the table. The desk was very wide, made of white sandalwood with a purple sandalwood tablecloth, one yellow and one black, warm and cool. The surface was smooth and mirror-like. The man's fingers pressed on it and gently tapped a few times. Ji Qingwu immediately understood and walked over, lowering her head and softly asking, "Your Majesty, what must I do to let the Empress Dowager spare me?" But Emperor Wu Su asked about something else first. "When did you get engaged? I haven't heard that the Ji family has held a betrothal or asked for a marriage match." This was what she had said in a hurry by the side of Lake Tai during her previous conversation. Ji Qingwu said, "For now, it's just a verbal agreement." Emperor Wu Su raised an eyebrow and said, "Can a verbal promise be considered valid? I haven't heard of any young lady's marriage being settled just by words, without any paper or signature. Originally, she and Li Qingxuan had only shared their feelings, and in a few days, they would start preparing the necessary items for the marriage proposal. But unexpectedly, Princess Qingyun took a liking to young Master Li and somehow learned about their relationship. It's unclear how the news was leaked. After the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, they openly planned to steal him." Seeing her lost in thought, Emperor Wu Su coldly asked, "I'm asking you a question.
Yikvinvu nodded confidently.
A verbal promise counts. I believe in it. Even if it's not as firm as your Majesty's words, I trust him. Just her trust made Emperor Wu Su tighten his jaw. But Ji Qingwu didn't notice. She isn't ambitious or persistent about pursuits, but she always keeps her promises. After a moment, Emperor Wu Su said quietly, "Honest words can break falsehoods. Sincerity can break emptiness. Miss Ji, valuing promises is a blessing for that person." Under the palace lanterns, her face looked even more radiant. Emperor Wu Su's long gaze shifted away, and the darkness in his eyes gradually faded, returning to his cold, noble emperor appearance. The hall was silent for a long time, so long that Ji Qingwu felt her neck grow sore. Finally, she heard his deep voice ask her, "Do you really want to marry him?" Just a verbal promise, yet she was willing to argue with Princess Qingyun and risk falling out with the Empress Dowager. The cost was not small. Ji Qingwu hesitated and replied ambiguously, "Young Master Li is indeed good. Otherwise, Princess Qingyun wouldn't want to marry him either." Emperor Wu Su sneered and said, "There are many good men in the world. Miss Ji, are you planning to marry one just because you see one?" If she thought carefully, Ji Qingwu would sense something was wrong. But just then, the drums outside sounded louder, and she felt anxious. Frowning, she urged, "Your Majesty, what is your plan?" Emperor Wu Su remained silent, his face growing colder. Usually, Ji Qingwu would have bowed her head under the emperor's cold gaze. But time was short. Gathering her courage, she moved closer, carefully reached out, and grabbed his sleeve. The man's light blue robe was pressed against his hand, which was as warm and white as jade, shining brighter than silk. Emperor Wu Su glanced sideways, lifted his arm slightly, and easily pulled back the corner of his clothing. The smooth, soft silk was pulled out of Ji Qingwu's hand, not with much force, but she still felt a burning sensation in her hand. Even her clothes didn't want her to touch them. Li Yuzong held a tray with a pile of clothes on it, followed by 2 palace maids. Wu Su said, "Come in." After entering the hall, Li Yuzong said, "Miss Ji, these are your clean clothes prepared in advance." The dresses inside were still damp and uncomfortable to wear. Ji Qingwu gratefully said, "Thank you, Lord Li." Then she turned to look at the emperor, wondering if she could move or if she still needed his permission. Wu Su picked up an ancient book from the corner of the table, opened it to the previous page, and lowered his brows, no longer paying attention to her. "Go ahead." These were prepared by His Majesty, so they must have been approved, Li Yuzong whispered.
Yikvinvu nodded.
The 2 palace maids led her into the hot spring in the western hall. After they disappeared, Wu Su stared at the ancient book, frowning impatiently. She was trying to get close to him because of a marriage arrangement with another man. The strong, elegant characters in her eyes had become especially hateful. Seeing this, Wu Su wanted to throw this rare, painstakingly collected masterpiece into the nearby candle flame. Both the east and west halls had baths. The northern part was the most honored, so the eastern hall had a larger imperial hot spring. But that was only for the emperor and empress to use. Others were not allowed inside. The entire bath in the western hall was paved with clear, white jade stones, with white stone steps on each side. The bottom of the bath was carved with fish, dragons, flowers, and birds in relief, but no phoenix. As the water rippled, the dragon patterns and floral shadows swayed, creating a unique charm. This hot spring was already exquisite, and one could only imagine how magnificent the emperor and empress's bath would be. The palace servants who assisted with her bath bowed and stepped forward, wanting to untie her outer robe. Ji Qingwu dodged slightly, using her hand to block, and said, "No need, I can do it myself." She wasn't shy or bashful, she just wasn't used to others touching her. Her pale blue outer robe, green silk sash, light, transparent long skirt, inner clothes, and small top were laid out layer by layer on the edge of the bath. With long legs, a slender waist, graceful posture, and a back more beautiful and flawless than jade, she looked like a delicate, elegant figure. The palace maid only glanced at her and quickly bowed her head in respect. Ji Qingwu stepped onto the stairs, descending into the pool. The water was just the right temperature, soft and smooth. The palace maid had already spread flower petals across the water. The palace maid holding a white silk cloth moved to help her wipe her body, but Ji Qingwu quickly said, "Let me do it." Since she was in the palace, not her own private room, she didn't want to enjoy herself. She simply soaked briefly, then used a clean long silk cloth to dry herself and changed into a brand new outfit. She wore a sky blue gauze dress, delicate like spring breezes, paired with a dark purple underskirt. The skirt was wide, and when she moved, it looked like flowers blooming at her feet. She held a plain handkerchief, drying her hair until it was half dry. Since she still had to go out, her hair was loose and messy. She casually tied it up with a jade hairpin. When Ji Qingwu left, she noticed someone had entered the hall without her knowing. The person was kneeling in front of the main hall. Seeing Ji Qingwu come out from the western side of the hall, her hair half-dried, without makeup, and with a rosy face, the visitor looked at her with shock. Emperor Wu Su's voice was deep and powerful. "I have already made it clear. This matter will be discussed again tomorrow." The chief palace maid beside the Empress Dowager, Shirshi, knelt respectfully on the ground. "Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager is worried about the princess's health and has been staying nearby. She has no time to come personally, so she sent me to deliver her wishes. She only requests that Miss Wu go to Sinang Palace." "There's no need to trouble your Majesty." When the Empress Dowager learned that Qingyun was pushed into the water by Ji Qingwu, she was furious. When she found out Ji Qingwu was still in the palace, she sent Shirshi again to take the person to Sinang Palace for handling. Emperor Wu Su asked, "What happened to Qingyun?" Shirshi replied, "The princess fell into the water and caught a cold, suffering from the cold air. The imperial doctors prescribed medicine to dispel the cold." She knelt on the ground. But the princess was too frightened and couldn't sleep peacefully. "The Empress Dowager is very worried. Please, Your Majesty, consider the Empress Dowager's motherly love and allow me to take Miss Wu back to Sinang Palace." This was a family matter for the Empress Dowager. Sure, she thought her task would be easy, but she didn't expect the emperor to frown and refuse. She could only try to persuade him with emotion. Emperor Wu Su waved at Ji Qingwu, who was standing awkwardly nearby. She hurriedly stepped forward, but someone beside her suddenly pulled her, causing her to fall into a warm but firm embrace that was a little uncomfortable. Ji Qingwu leaned on his arm, heart pounding as she stared nervously at the emperor's chin. Emperor Wu Su used his other hand to gently her hair, speaking softly and kindly, very different from before. "She is also quite frightened. She hasn't fallen asleep yet." Ji Qingwu was indeed scared, but it was because of the person in front of her. Her heart was filled with turmoil, and her eyes widened in shock. Was she really still awake? Emperor Wu Su looked down and said, "I also feel very worried." Every word seemed to cut into her heart. But clearly, he was responding to what she had just said, showing concern for Princess Qingyun. Emperor Wu Su followed suit, returning the same feelings. But Ji Qingwu didn't see genuine affection in his eyes. Instead, it felt like sharp needles stabbing her. Seeing this, Shirshi dared not stay any longer. He immediately lowered his head to the cold ground, trembling inside.
"Go now.
If you see anything, report it to the Empress Dowager when you return." Shirshi hurriedly left the palace. On his way out, he almost bumped into a pillar nearby, but Li Yuzong quickly stopped him, avoiding embarrassment. After they left, Emperor Wu Su pushed Ji Qingwu away and decisively left, pushing aside the layers of silk curtains and returning to his sleeping quarters. Ji Qingwu stared blankly at his back. Her heart was a mix of feelings. It was clear that the emperor's actions were to help her, because she was acting on the Empress Dowager's orders. Even the emperor couldn't openly oppose the Empress Dowager's plans for the harem. His actions, though a bit extreme, were very effective. The point was, the Empress Dowager had long wanted to place Ji's women on the emperor's bed, but had never succeeded. Now, she finally had someone the emperor liked, Ji Qinggu, Princess Qingyan, pushed into the pool of the imperial lake. Sure, she needed to quickly return to Sinang Palace and report this special situation to the Empress Dowager. Ji Qingwu thought to herself. This was just a temporary solution. She couldn't stay in Zhaoyang Palace forever. Li Yuzong led a group of palace servants inside to serve the emperor's bedtime. Ji Qingwu stood by the desk, unable to leave, yet unable to stay for long. Once the noise inside quieted down, Li Yuzong bowed and stepped back. When he reached her side, he spoke softly. Miss Ji, you said you could temporarily take on the role of night palace maid, but outside is colder and more exposed. It's not good for you to stand outside. There is a soft bed in the side chamber of the sleeping hall. You can rest there. If the emperor wants water or anything during the night, just pass it to him. After speaking, seeing her frown and want to say something, Li the chief steward hurriedly ran off, regardless of her response. Why was he rushing? She just wanted to ask if there was a thick quilt for her. The light in the sleeping hall was dim. Ji Qingwu quietly lifted the gauze curtains and walked to the soft bed in the side chamber. The bed was made of old redwood with cloud-shaped inlay stones. In the middle was a carved dragon pattern, with a soft cushion on top and a pillow on one side. Ji Qingwu leaned diagonally onto it. Her gaze fell on the dragon bed across a sheer curtain. The person on the bed was dressed in thin sleepwear, seemingly already asleep, lying still and motionless. He was strong and broad-shouldered, not like an ordinary martial general's build, but more like a jade tree, elegant and refined. Thinking that the night palace maid also needed to prepare for sleeping, Ji Qingwu's eyes drifted to his waist. His sleepwear was a bit loose there, and she couldn't help but look further. He had the majestic aura of a brave man, with long, sturdy thighs. The scent of dragon saliva incense was deep and mellow. Ji Qingwu thought she would toss and turn all night, but after lying on the pillow, looking at him, she soon fell into a deep sleep. She listened to his gentle breathing and the occasional sweet, non-floral, non-fruit scent drifting over. Suddenly, the person on the dragon bed opened his eyes, his mind troubled. When Ji Qingwu woke up, she was still on the soft bed. Although the bed was only big enough for one person and she might fall off if she turned over, she felt no fatigue at all. Instead, she slept very comfortably. She didn't even hear the emperor cough during the night or wake up to serve him. She had slept soundly. So, even when the emperor called for water at night, she didn't notice. She looked toward the dragon bed, but the figure lying there was gone. It was just dawn outside, so he must have gone to court. She sighed, thinking that being emperor was not easy, working tirelessly day and night for the country. The palace maids came in to tidy the bed and noticed a sweet, fresh scent lingering on the dragon bedspread. But the woman was clearly sleeping on a soft couch. The palace maids looked surprised at the woman who had stayed overnight in Zhaoyang Palace. Morning light shone through the window, illuminating Ji Qingwu's side face with her clear and bright eyes. There has never been such a pure color in the palace. Ji Qingwu suddenly frowned. Oh no, dawn has come, and her punishment will begin. Now that the emperor is not here, she is in big trouble. A palace maid whispered, Miss Ji. Before the emperor left for the morning court, he left a note for you on the desk. Her eyes lit up. She hurried to the desk, picked up the paper hidden under the inkstone, and just glanced at it. Suddenly, a sharp voice came from outside. The Empress Dowager has arrived. Ji Qingwu tucked the note into her sleeve and, along with the palace maids, knelt down together. The Empress Dowager's decree cannot be ignored. I have come personally. The Empress Dowager entered Zhaoyang Palace expressionlessly, followed by Shi Shi and Feng Hua. Ji Qingwu lowered her head, afraid to speak, and knelt quietly aside. Li Yuzong went to court with Wu Su Di. Only a few palace maids responsible for the palace's daily affairs remained in the hall. The Empress Dowager lifted her eyelids and looked at Ji Qingwu. Seeing her slightly disheveled hair and her appearance as if she had just woken up, her mood grew more displeased. By this time, most of the morning court had already started. The night before, The Empress Dowager had stayed up late with the frightened Princess Qingyun and hadn't slept well. Ji Qinggu, who had caused trouble, was sleeping soundly. Sitting on a chair, the Empress Dowager's face was full of anger. I had hoped to care for you, as you have been wandering outside alone for many years, helpless and with a young girl. I wanted to give you more support. The Empress Dowager continued sternly, but you dared to push my own princess into the lake, nearly causing Princess Qingyun to drown. You have quite a bold spirit. Ji Qingwu was still thinking about the note's content. It was short, only 2 words. Seeing her lost in thought, the Empress Dowager's anger grew even more. Although you are my niece, you cannot ignore the law or disobey your elders. Today, I will punish you. Do you understand your mistake? What's the use of knowing it's wrong? She still has to be punished. Ji Qingwu gently pinched her little finger, realizing that this matter ultimately involved only one person. If what Wu Sudi left her in the note is true, the Empress Dowager would probably be lenient, but she didn't want to do that. If she were in the other person's place and Li Qingxuan treated her like an object because of their power, she would also feel sad and disappointed. Her relationship with Li Qingxuan wasn't very deep. But suddenly, so many people appeared to block their way, and Ji Qingwu felt determined to protect this fragile relationship. She made up her mind. Looking directly into the Empress Dowager's eyes, her voice firm and resolute. May I ask, Your Majesty, has the princess said why she tried to ruin me? The Empress Dowager squinted her eyes. What do you mean? Sure, she was surprised inside. It seemed that the 5th young lady of the Ji family had changed a bit. Before, she appeared gentle and weak. Now, when the Empress Dowager lost her temper, she was no longer afraid and even argued her point. Ji Qingwu explained clearly. After the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, the princess called me to the lake and openly said she liked Li Qingxuan to be her husband, asking me to step back. When I refused, she pushed me into the lake. It was the princess who started it. The Empress Dowager's brows furrowed tighter as she listened. The more Ji Qingwu spoke, the calmer she felt, no longer anxious. Furthermore, the princess had already ordered guards to wait by the lake, just waiting for me to fall in. It was premeditated. Why didn't she arrange for a skilled maid or to do it? Your Majesty, you must know the hidden truth. The Empress Dowager understood clearly. She extended her long, armored finger and pointed at her. What you mean is accusing Qingyun of being arrogant and difficult, deliberately trying to break you and Li Qingxuan apart. Seeing this, Shi quickly bowed and leaned close to the Empress Dowager's ear, whispering a few words to calm her down. The palace servants around were all attendants of the emperor, and this wasn't the Sinang palace. If gossip that harms the princess's reputation were overheard by others, the Empress Dowager was truly angered and forgot her previous irritation, holding back her fury. Shi, go quickly and invite Li Qingxuan into the palace. No need to explain why. Just tell him to come directly to Sinang Palace to meet. Since this was the emperor's sleeping quarters, the Empress Dowager's visit was mainly to bring Ji Qingwu back, not to deal with her here. The Empress Dowager rode in a sedan back home, with Ji Qingwu following behind in the procession. She was originally anxious and uneasy, but when she saw the Empress Dowager's angry expression, she calmed down. She was at fault, but she did not intentionally cause trouble. The Empress Dowager had held a high position for a long time, and she was the support of the Ji family. But she was not only a Ji family woman, she also carried the blood of the Qiao family. Her maternal family was very influential at court, and palace affairs could also affect the previous dynasty. Ji Qingwu didn't believe the Empress Dowager would have no concerns at all. In Sinang Palace, the main hall was silent. The Empress Dowager was resting with her eyes closed, while Ji Qingwu stood quietly in the corner. Until Princess Qingyun, looking pale, was helped in by a maid. She weakly called out, "Mother." The Empress Dowager opened her eyes, stood up to receive her, and gently held her hand, asking with concern, "Qingyun, why aren't you lying down properly? You should rest more. The imperial doctor said you caught a cold and need to recover." Princess Qingyun softly replied, "Mother, I was tired from taking care of myself last night. I heard you got up early today and have been busy running around for me. I can't just lie down. Ji Qingwu was puzzled. Last night, when the princess was pulled out, she was speaking loudly and full of energy. But after a whole night, she looked so weak now. Her eyes weren't cloudy, so it didn't seem like she was possessed by evil wind. Noticing someone was watching her, Princess Qingyun turned her head and saw Ji Qingwu. Her face immediately showed a frightened and anxious expression. She quietly sobbed, "Mother, I met my fifth cousin for the first time. I wanted to say a few words to her, but I don't know what I did to upset her. She pushed me into the lake." The Empress Dowager wiped her tears with a handkerchief, offering comfort, and Ji Qingwu received a few more cold looks. Reporting to the Empress Dowager, Lord Li has been brought in. Sure, she moved quickly and entered the hall to report. The Empress Dowager told Princess Qingyun to sit in the seat below her and said, "Let him come in." Princess Qingyun stopped crying and looked toward the door of the hall. Ji Qingwu also looked up. A man in white clothes with black hair, with features like a painting, looked noble and pure, like the moon in the sky. After greeting, Li Qingxuan was given a seat, which was much better than standing awkwardly in the corner like Ji Qingwu. She thought to herself, with a bitter smile, that she could be considered to have faced a storm for her beloved. Seated on the throne, the Empress Dowager looked calm and commanding. She said, "Li Qingxuan, I called you here because I have something to ask you." He responded politely, "Your Majesty, please ask. I recently heard a rumor and want to confirm whether it is true or false." "Are you engaged to my niece, Ji Qingwu?" When she asked this, Li Qingxuan and Ji Qingwu's eyes met. He quickly looked away. He replied, "No, Your Majesty. Since it was just a verbal agreement, not an official engagement," his answer seemed fine to Ji Qingwu. Princess Qingyun spoke up confidently, "Mother, Lord Li is only a guest scholar from the Qiao family.
Why are you asking about this?"
The rumor must be false." The Empress Dowager said, "Oh? Qingwu, come here and tell me again. Why did you argue with the princess last night?" Ji Qingwu stepped forward and bowed. She said, "It's because Princess Qingyun liked Lord Li as her future husband." Ji Qingwu added firmly, "But I do not agree." Li Qingxuan's back stiffened. Princess Qingyun immediately looked at the man in the hall. But Li Qingxuan's gaze was fixed on the thin, straight back of the woman in front of him. The Empress Dowager sneered, "Earlier, Li Qingxuan said you two are not engaged. Why does he still care about your opinion in his marriage? I and Lord Li have long had no." Ji Qingwu began. But her words were interrupted by a cold, clear voice from the man. "We have no connection or feelings." Ji Qingwu looked back at him in surprise. Li Qingxuan looked at her with a puzzled expression and said clearly, "It must be a mistake by Miss Ji." After speaking, he lowered his eyes, not wanting to see the disappointment and shock in her bright eyes. Hearing this, Princess Qingyun's smile couldn't be hidden, and the Empress Dowager also looked pleased. Ji Qingwu felt confused for a moment. It was like she was fighting bravely on the battlefield, only to turn around and see the city gate she fought to defend had surrendered. She even momentarily lost her hearing. The Empress Dowager's lips moved, but she didn't hear what she said. Probably about to be scolded. A strange feeling rose in her heart. The note left by Emperor Wu Su only had 2 words: cut the ties. Cutting ties and ending the relationship. How ridiculous. She, the one about to be punished, didn't do that. Instead, Li Qingxuan was the first to act decisively. Suddenly, 2 palace maids came to pull her. They grabbed her arms and tried to drag her out. Ji Qingwu looked around at everyone in the hall. The Empress Dowager twirled her prayer beads, waved her sleeve, and signaled for them to take her away quickly. Princess Qingyun looked on proudly, with a smug smile. Li Qingxuan's eyes seemed to flicker with a moment of sadness, but he remained seated calmly. Ji Qingwu used her strength, suddenly pushing the 2 palace maids to the ground. "This is wrong. I do not admit it. This punishment, I will not accept it." Seeing her actions, the Empress Dowager stood up angrily and scolded, "What do you think this place is? How dare you be so rude?" Ji Qingwu's lips curled into a slight smile. First, it was the princess who bullied me. The Empress Dowager clearly knows everything. The princess pretended to be sick to win your kindness. Do I not have a mother? Do I not have family who love me? When she mentioned her mother and family, the Empress Dowager's heart sank. She could punish her, and the Ji family wouldn't object. But the problem was Ji Qingwu's maternal grandfather's family. Xiao Menghan was the crown prince's tutor, and his 4 sons serve in the court. Their family valued reputation highly. If they really used this matter to attack her in court, even as the Empress Dowager, she might not be able to control the situation. Ji Qingwu tilted her head stubbornly and said firmly, "If you want to punish me, go ahead. But I will not accept this punishment." She turned her gaze to the man sitting gracefully on the chair. "Since young Masterly says he has nothing to do with me, why not invite my maternal grandmother and uncle to ask for themselves if that's true?" Li Qingxuan's brow twitched slightly. The Empress Dowager thought for a moment and then said, "Qingwu, I don't want to punish you, but your temper is too unruly. Just a few words from you, and you act like this. Don't you remember that women should be gentle and modest?" After weighing her options in her mind, the Empress Dowager sighed and said, "No need for punishment. Go to the door and kneel." When the palace maids tried to pull her again, Ji Qingwu said, "No need. I have legs, I will walk. What kind of punishment is kneeling?" A clear, ethereal voice came from the doorway. Everyone in the hall looked over. Princess Huachong, holding a small white orchid fan, entered the hall with 2 maids behind her. She gently waved her fan, wearing a simple light blue palace dress embroidered with silver peonies on the cuffs and a hem decorated with a blue sea and cloud pattern. Princess Huachong bowed politely and said, "Mother." The Empress Dowager blinked in surprise and said, "Huachong, you're here." Qingyan stood up, bowing respectfully, and called out, "Royal sister." Princess Huachong glanced at Li Qingxuan and said, "The outsider can leave now. I have something to discuss with the Empress Dowager." Qingyan looked a bit reluctant as she watched the man leave the hall. Seeing the fairy-like princess, Ji Qingwu felt her heart lighten and was less angry. She didn't notice when Li Qingxuan left. Indeed, looking at a beautiful person can make you feel better. Princess Huachong sat in Qingyan's place, her movements graceful and elegant, like a gentle breeze and falling snow. She asked, "I heard loud noises at the door earlier. Was the Empress Dowager arguing with someone?" The Empress Dowager returned to her throne, avoiding Princess Huachong's icy gaze. Sure, she stepped forward to explain. Replying to the princess, "There was no argument inside. Perhaps you heard wrong because of the distance. I was talking to the Empress Dowager." "Who are you to interrupt?" Princess Huachong spoke bluntly to the official beside the Empress Dowager. Sure, she quickly knelt and said, "My apologies, Your Highness." "Apologies must be punished," Princess Huachong said coldly. "Go kneel at the door." Sure, she didn't even try to defend herself, and the Empress Dowager didn't stop her. She simply went outside to kneel. Is this any different from directly insulting the Empress Dowager? If Princess Huachong hadn't appeared, Ji Qingwu would have been the one punished. Her eyes brightened, as if she had discovered something important. Since Princess Huachong revealed herself, the Empress Dowager looked like a wilted eggplant, no longer regal or commanding. Noticing Ji Qingwu's gaze, Princess Huachong's calm eyes showed a faint smile. "I heard that Miss Ji stayed overnight in Jiaoyang Palace yesterday. The princess lives outside the palace, yet she knows so much. She even knows that the emperor's sleeping quarters are occupied." Ji Qingwu quickly turned her head, tightening her fingers, and softly said, "It was just for one night." She no longer had the fierce, defiant attitude she showed earlier, and stood quietly to the side. "I came here to find Miss Ji. A few days ago, you went to the princess's residence, and we agreed on a follow-up appointment. I waited for you this morning." Ji Qingwu raised her elegant eyebrows and met the cold gaze of the Princess Dowager. She slowly confirmed, "Is it? Today, Miss Ji, you're still young, but your memory is so poor. You should pay more attention to my healthcare matters." Ji Qingwu obediently nodded in agreement. "Mother, I will take her away now." The Princess Dowager of Huachong stood up before the Empress could respond. The Empress watched the two figures, one in blue and one in green, leave, and she pushed her teacup off the table in frustration. Having been caught once, does that mean she has to be controlled for the rest of her life? No, that won't do. She left Sinang Palace. Ji Qingwu quietly followed behind Princess Huachong. She watched her long skirt sway as she walked, like layers of peony flowers blooming on a blue lake. Is there nothing you want to ask me? Princess Huachong no longer called herself Your Majesty and asked calmly. For example, why did I come here? Why did I help you? Ji Qingwu's eyes flickered with thought. She knew very well. The day they scheduled for the follow-up appointment hadn't arrived yet. This was just an excuse to help her out. Last night, the incident of Princess Qingyan falling into the water happened, and Li Qingxuan didn't know about it. It showed that the news was kept secret and hadn't spread outside the palace. If someone outside the palace wanted to find out she was staying in Zhaoyang Palace, they must have an inside informant. But spying on the emperor's whereabouts is a serious crime. Who would dare to do that? The answer was obvious. Ji Qingwu blinked without revealing anything and smiled. Your servant is dull. The Princess Dowager of Huachong looked at her with a cool gaze. Although she wasn't stunning, her eyes sparkled like bright pearls, shining with a luminous glow. She wanted to look at her more, which explained why the emperor kept breaking the rules. When had Zhaoyang Palace ever hosted a daughter of an outsider? If the officials from the censorate found out, Emperor Wu Su would be scolded for days with righteous anger. The two of them moved around, and she didn't seem to have any inappropriate posture. That shouldn't be. Ji Qingwu saw the crown princess gradually frowning and asked, Are you feeling unwell? The Princess Huachong also asked her, Are you feeling uncomfortable? Ji Qingwu shook her head confusedly. No, you came just in time. I haven't been punished yet. The other person's eyes held a strange look, but it quickly disappeared. Although the follow-up check was fake, if they were going to act, they had to do it properly. Ji Qingwu still went with Princess Huachong to the princess's residence. This time, Ji Qingwu was lucky enough to enter the main house, and she didn't encounter Yuqi Lianfeng along the way. The entire room's walls were decorated with white brocade embroidered with gold flowers. The curtains were embroidered with silk threads of gold and silver, depicting a night banquet of peonies. Inside was a finely carved jade-inlaid bed, with embroidered quilts and covers, very elegant. But what didn't match the room's decor was a striped, colorful beast skin on the bench, which was very striking visually. It was obvious it was the work of the prince, who was quite bold. However, the crown princess was also willing to place it in the room. Princess Huachong sat leisurely on a beautiful bed, looking a bit sleepy from waking up too early. I called you here for one more thing, she said. Ji Qingwu looked at her expectantly. All the other maids had left, leaving only the close maid from last time. Princess Huachong, in a tone like asking about the weather, said calmly, I want to ask if you have any quick ways to get pregnant. Ji Qingwu was quite surprised. When she last saw the princess, she wasn't very concerned about having children and was quite casual about it. How could her attitude change so much in just a few days? The prince will leave for the Northern Army camp in about half a month, Princess Huachong said softly. Yuqi Lianfeng had been practicing soldiers outside the city in recent days. With heavy military duties, he had no time to bother her. She didn't know when he would return. Ji Qingwu nodded understandingly. There are ways. In a few days, it will be the princess's fertile period. Both you and the prince are healthy, and living together during this time should help you get pregnant, she reminded her. But women in the countryside often face infertility due to too much stress. Good health and a relaxed mind are both necessary. Princess Huachong gently shook her head. Besides this, is there a more reliable method? Is it safer to hit the target directly? Ji Qingwu lowered her eyelashes and thought. It's not that she hadn't considered it. Previously, a wealthy merchant's eldest son was seriously ill and near death. To leave a successor, he bought a special medicine called Liuzi Dan from her. However, this medicine has side effects. It causes the body of the dying person to deteriorate quickly. Ji Qingwu honestly said, Long princess, there are ways. You can use Liuzi Dan, but it will harm the groom's health. But thinking about Yuqi Lianfeng's strong and sturdy body, she believed he could recover after a few days. Princess Huachong, without hesitation, said, Liu Zidan is not allowed. On the battlefield, swords and knives are deadly, and even a small mistake can be fatal. This medicine is so powerful that it also carries many risks. She looked around and said, I heard your late husband was also on duty in the army. How did your daughter come about? Ji Qingwu quickly explained to clear her name. I didn't use Liu Zidan. I really didn't. Yes, she's naturally pregnant. Seeing her fidgeting with her ear and scratching her neck, Princess Huachong knew she was lying but didn't expose her. Her intention was to tell her not to hide things, not to doubt whether she had used Liu Zidan on her late husband. Princess Huachong sighed softly. Is my marriage with him really so shallow? Her slightly furrowed brows and gentle sigh sounded like a breeze in autumn, full of helplessness and sorrow. Ji Qingwu couldn't bear to see the princess, who looked like an angel, appearing so melancholic. She thought for a moment and said, I have another idea. But she found it hard to speak. Before she could say anything, Ji Qingwu's face turned red, and she hesitantly leaned close to the princess's ear. After hearing her, Princess Huachong's expression remained unchanged. After a moment, she said, I understand.
You may leave now.
When she saw her go, she clenched her hand around the silk bedding tightly. Ji Qingwu left the princess's residence, patting her chest, hoping her idea would work. On the way back to Ji's house, the streets were busy with people and various foods. Passing by a small stall, clean ceramic bowls were placed on the counter, and a fragrant aroma rose from the stove. Ji Qingwu sniffed the air, smells of wheat, butter, spices, and fermented soybeans. Layer after layer of braised meat is placed inside dough, kneaded into flatbreads. Between layers, a little chili and fermented soybeans are added, then brushed with oil and baked in a stove until cooked, then taken out. Ji Qingwu worked all morning and was already very hungry. This small stall had many customers. She shared a table with a young couple, ordering the signature flatbread and a bowl of soup. After eating half a bowl, she felt warm inside. She looked up and saw the young couple across from her, politely sharing half of their flatbread, each wanting the other to eat more. Suddenly, Ji Qingwu felt that the bread in her mouth had lost its taste. Fortunately, the princess arrived just in time today, saving her from punishment. Still, her heart felt worse than being punished. She had finally been brave, but she had misunderstood the situation. She had no desire to seek favor or climb the social ladder, but others were willing to bow and serve the powerful. Ji Qingwu was holding her bowl, feeling sad. The stall owner was a charming woman. She brought over a small dish. Try this, miss. The dish contained purple-red strips of something unknown. The young couple opposite looked unhappy. Yunyang, why don't you give some to us? They were regular customers. Yunyang shot them a sharp look and said, You two are so close, you don't need this side dish anymore. Madam, please clear the table. 5 or 6 other men arrived. Yunyang took a cloth from her apron and called out, coming. Ji Qingwu picked up and took a small bite. It was sweet and sour, with a fresh taste like winter melon or something similar. The men sat at a nearby table. Their joking and laughter made Ji Qingwu pause with her chopsticks. One of the men, a dark-faced big man, laughed and cursed. Lu Sen, do you think the madam can be bossed around by a little soldier like you? If the general finds out, he might make you run laps around the camp. Lu Sen stared and said, I'm just here to support Yunyang's business. That's the general's order. The general wouldn't blame me. Ji Qingwu looked carefully. All of them were dressed like soldiers. Black tunics with cross collars, narrow trousers, bandages on their legs, and ankle boots. They weren't wearing armor, but their sturdy build showed they were soldiers. Who was the general they were talking about? It seems that this general and the lady boss have a close relationship. Yunyang was teased by them, but did not get angry. She smiled and said, It's been many days since I last saw you, military gentlemen. I am very grateful that you come to take care of the business. Lu San winked and said, General Yuqi has been busy with military affairs and training lately. We also took some time to come here. General Yuchi? In the army, the only general with that surname is. Ji Qingwu raised an eyebrow. She carefully looked at Yunyang. She was beautiful, with smooth skin and a charming smile. She was a lovely girl who liked to attract men. Ji Qingwu threw a coin on the table and then stood up to leave. At home, after some thought, she decided to write a letter to the Princess Chang, reminding her to be careful. After all, today the princess asked her about quick ways to get pregnant. If she only found out after she was pregnant, wouldn't that make her very sad? Yuchi Lianfeng had been busy for several days, staying up late. Finally, he found time to return to the princess's residence. As soon as he entered, he saw Princess Huachong sitting at her dressing table. Her eyebrows like green feathers, her skin like white snow, still looking ethereal and graceful. All his fatigue seemed to fade away. However, Princess Huachong was holding a letter in her hand, and she looked as if she was frozen in place. He walked up to her, but she didn't even lift her head, let alone look at him. Lost in her thoughts, she was so serious that Yuchi Lianping reached out to lift her chin. She slapped his hand away with a forceful, unfeeling slap. Princess Huachong glanced at him. That look stunned Yuchi Lianping. She hadn't shown such disgust in a long time. He had forgotten that Zhao Tianhua, who was born noble, didn't look down on him, a rough man. Princess Huachong's voice was cold. Don't touch me with your dirty hands. Yuchi Lianping pouted and said sarcastically, Is there any part of me I haven't touched? Now you say I'm dirty? Is it a bit late? Stay away from me. Princess Huachong took a deep, composed breath, not wanting to talk to him. Yuchi Lianping instinctively grabbed the front of his military coat and sniffed. He had been in the male military camp these days and didn't notice any bad smell. But as soon as he entered the princess's fragrant room, he felt a bit of sweat odor. Yes, yes, yes. The princess loves cleanliness. I will go wash right now. Yuchi Lianping thought that Princess Huachong was upset about this matter. He took off his deep red cloak and was about to go to the washroom to bathe. The princess spoke coldly again. You are not allowed to go. Then I won't wash. Yuchi Lianping stepped back, smiling as he asked her. Princess Huachong looked up and said firmly, You are not allowed to come into my room anymore. Yuchi Lianping frowned and said in disbelief, My wife's room? Why can't I go in? Princess Huachong crumpled the letter in her hand and said steadily, Because I don't want to, and I don't want to share a room with you. Yuchi Lianping clenched his fists. No husband could tolerate being spoken to like that by his wife. Their marriage was due to unavoidable reasons. At first, she was the eldest daughter of the Yong'an Marquis family, and he was just a cavalry officer. He had tried to reach higher. But with his current military achievements, isn't he worthy of her? Even if he were as cold as ice, after 6 years, he should have melted. Yuchi Lianping's chest rose with anger. His face turned pale, as if he might lose control at any moment. Seeing his expression, Princess Huachong also felt a bit regretful. She shouldn't have sent the maids away earlier. She should have kept a few to support her. But these thin women couldn't stop the angry general. Princess Huachong gently picked up a gold hairpin from the dressing table with her other hand. Yuchi Lianping, lost in thought, gradually calmed down. He left a sentence. Forget it, I will go to the outer washroom to bathe. Then he pushed aside the curtain and left. Seeing his tall figure leave, Princess Huachong relaxed her grip, and her hand was slightly sweaty on the letter. She folded the letter carefully and placed it back in her jewelry box. Yuchi Lianping was in the next washroom, sitting with his legs apart, washing himself confidently. He had a good habit. He was good at comforting himself. He was now a first-rank general, and the princess was a first-rank noble. In rank, he was just one level below her, so he truly wasn't worthy. Her attitude was understandable. He thought, when he becomes a supreme first-rank commander, he will see how he will restore the family's honor. And the sparkling ice cubes in his heart had been there all these years. He didn't mind holding on to them a little longer. He was warm-blooded and not afraid of the cold, so he would keep himself warm. The Ji residence, Wudong Garden. Previously, Mrs. Chiao ordered people to gather many medicinal herbs. Some grew quickly and had already formed seeds. Lan Ji was helping Ji Qingwu dry the herbs at home. Xinhua stepped into the yard and said, "Miss Fifth, the senior lady asks you to go to the front yard." Ji Qingwu put down her basket. Lan Ji brought a basin of clean water. As she washed her hands, she asked, "Mother knows I am drying herbs, but is there something urgent?" Xinhua replied, "The eldest young master has returned from court, and it seems he brought some news." What could be the news from the court that concerns her? Ji Qingwu felt curious. After drying her hands, she went to Unju Garden. Ji Chonglin was sitting inside, talking to Mrs. Chiao. She hadn't seen her older brother for a while. He had recently gone on a diplomatic mission to Nanchu and just returned at night, then went to report to the morning court. Ji Chonglin threw something over. She hurriedly reached out to catch it. It felt heavy in her hand. Mrs. Chiao asked, "What is this?" Ji Chonglin smiled and said, "A little gift for Miss Fifth, to make her happy." Even when he was away, he learned about Li Qingxuan. Just now, he was upset with his grandmother and Mrs. Chiao for not choosing the right people. Mrs. Chiao said, "You went to Nanchu for state affairs, yet you still find time to gather little trinkets for Miss Five." Ji Qingwu opened the cloth bag. Inside were various colorful glass marbles, clear and beautiful, shining brightly in the light. "Thank you, big brother." Seeing her holding the marbles and not wanting to put them down, Ji Chonglin's smile grew wider. Mrs. Chiao continued, "Chonglin, tell Miss Five about what happened in court." Ji Chonglin put away his smile and said seriously, "Today, there was a court exam and Li Qingxuan was chosen as the top scholar." Ji Qingwu was not surprised. Her grandfather and her little uncle had both said that Li Qingxuan was very talented and destined to be the top scholar. It was clear they weren't mistaken. Ji Chonglin looked at his younger sister's expression and frowned slightly before continuing. The emperor also issued an edict, granting marriage between Princess Qingyun and the new top scholar. The emperor's marriage decree was a great honor. A commoner, marrying a princess, became part of the royal family. Ji Qingwu's glass marble fell to the ground, rolling loudly to the door. Ji Chonglin said, "Tomorrow, the top 3 exam winners will go to thank the emperor at court, then they will parade through the streets. Afterward, there will be a deer-mating banquet in the palace to entertain officials. Each family's women will also go," Mrs. Chiao worriedly advised him. "Little Five, maybe you should pretend to be sick tomorrow and skip it." At the start of the morning court, the officials announced the names. Yesterday, the emperor personally selected the top 3 exam winners, who then entered the hall under the watchful eyes of officials. "Your Majesty, I humbly bow and wish you long life." Emperor Wu Su's expression was serious as he looked at the kneeling people in the hall. At the front was the top scholar he had chosen yesterday. Fu Taifu was right. Li Qingxuan's talent and ambition far surpassed the others of his year. His writings were grand and bold, and he could criticize current issues. Since he had both ambition and real skill and wanted a high position, giving it to him was fine. But beware, the tall tree attracts the wind. No one knew how long he could stand in the treacherous official court. "Minister, stand up." Li Qingxuan heard the call, bowed, and stepped aside. Emperor Wu Su, sitting on the throne, said, "The top scholar should stand tall for China. A person who can hold 1,000 years of autumn. I have high hopes for you. Do you understand?" Li Qingxuan stepped forward again, bowed deeply, and gratefully said, "I will not let your majesty down." After thanking the emperor, the top scholar was mounted on a horse and began the parade. Li Qingxuan wore a golden flower hat, a bright red robe, and rode a red-maned horse with golden saddle. Drummers and musicians led the way, with banners and crowds surrounding him, creating a grand scene. The common people came out to watch, eager to see the new top scholar's style. "That top scholar is really handsome. I've never seen such a charming young man. Hey, don't just envy. This top scholar is about to become Princess Qingyun's husband. I think the emperor really favors the princess, choosing such a good match for her. Because the top scholar was so handsome, many girls, even those brave enough to throw fruit at the parade, were quite excited. The parade route was crowded, with the street blocked tightly. 2 carriages had to stop to let the crowd pass. One was the Ji family's carriage. Old Mrs. G and her two daughters-in-law sat in the larger carriage at the front, followed by a smaller one with the family's young women. Jing Qingyuan pushed aside the curtain on the car window and looked at the man in the center of the crowd. Then she turned her gaze to Jing Qingwu, who was resting with her eyes closed. There is no wall that keeps secrets forever. She also heard rumors about her fifth sister and the top scholar, and handsome and talented groom, being wooed away by Princess Qingyun. She couldn't stand that her fifth sister was more outstanding than herself. Now that she heard she was abandoned, she felt a sense of superiority, but also some sympathy and pity. Today was a grand palace banquet, the deer mating feast, and the two of them would definitely meet there. Mrs. Qiao put a lot of effort into dressing up Jing Qingwu, determined not to lose. Jing Qingwu was wearing a light green, low-cut, wide-sleeved blouse with a front opening, tucked into a long, flowing phoenix flower skirt that reached the ground. Her hair was styled in a double-looped wish fulfillment bun, with a three-winged oriole feather hairpin inserted at an angle and a xiangfei-colored water lily hairpin on her forehead. The blouse's collar was wide open, revealing skin as smooth and shiny as pearls. But no matter how beautifully she was dressed, what was the use if no one appreciated her? Jing Qingyuan pointed outside and said, "That new top scholar really looks handsome. Don't you think so, fifth sister?" Jing Qingwu, who was pretending to sleep with her eyes closed, would say she wasn't bored. That was a lie. He once said that once he became a top scholar, he would marry her in glory. Now he was riding a tall horse, with a big red silk flower pinned to his chest, looking impressive in his official attire, but the person he wanted to marry was not her. Seeing that Jing Qingwu didn't want to talk, Jing Qingyuan lowered the curtain. She continued to speak to herself. "In my opinion, no matter how handsome this top scholar is, he can't compare to that person." Few women weren't fooled by Li Qingshuan's face, and Jing Qingwu's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Are there even more handsome men? Jing Qingyuan had seen grander scenes and began to recall past events. She proudly said, when the emperor was still the general of the Northern Army, after quelling the Eastern Jew rebellion and returning to the court, all the women in the city wanted to see the great hero. The scene was uncontrollable. Flowers and fruits were thrown everywhere, and even. She suddenly stopped, a hint of shyness on her face. Jing Qingwu also stopped pretending to sleep. She opened her eyes and curiously asked, "Fourth sister, what else was thrown?" Jing Qingyuan covered her mouth and whispered, "Dresses." Jing Qingwu thought about the scene. The brave and skilled general riding a warhorse, dressed in cold, frost-like silver armor, but with a bright, feminine silk top underneath. Trying to imagine the current cold-faced king, Jing Qingwu forced herself to hold back a smile. Her frustration eased a little. The journey, which should have taken half an hour, was delayed by stops, taking an extra hour. The banquet was grand, held in the southeast corner of the Imperial Garden. Musicians had prepared early, playing flutes, drums, and string instruments as guests arrived one after another, filling the air with music. Jing's family was related to the Empress Dowager, so besides the royal family, they sat near the front. Men and women sat separately, separated by a 2-zhang-wide walkway. This spot was close to the lotus pond, and the fresh floral scent was carried over by the breeze. On her way here, Jing Qingwu saw the lotus flowers in the pond, stretching to the sky, beautiful and well cared for, with larger lotus pods than outside. Suddenly, she craved the fragrant lotus seeds. She gazed into the distance, lost in thought, unaware that the Empress Dowager and Princess Qingyun had already taken their seats. Then, a commotion arose, and whispers spread. She looked over and saw a man in a red robe, with a jade belt around his waist, appearing at the entrance. He looked proud and confident, unable to hide his joy. Through the crowd around him, Li Qingshuan spotted the woman sitting in the front row on the far right immediately. Jing Qingwu didn't look away from him right away. It was because she suddenly remembered what Jing Qingyuan had said. She lowered her head, lightly raising her hand to hide her smile. She wore a long dress with phoenix flowers, making her look gentle and charming. What truly touched people was her shy expression when she looked down. Li Qingxuan was momentarily distracted. After everyone was seated, Emperor Wu Su arrived to join the banquet. Today, because they were entertaining officials and guests, Emperor Wu Su did not wear the golden crown. Instead, he wore a black silk hat with gold thread, a simple black silk robe with wide sleeves and a cross collar, a narrow red sash around his waist, and a jade pendant with a 9-tripod pattern, making him look noble and handsome. The most carefully prepared dish at this deer mating banquet was the deer meat, which symbolized the emperor's generosity and appreciation for talented people. Jing Qingwu's mood was average, but her appetite was not. Since they were eating deer meat, they also needed wine. The venison was tender, juicy, and flavorful. She ate small bites slowly, not noticing when she finished a small cup of wine. Meanwhile, Ji Qingyuan sat nearby, almost untouched, with no wine consumed. Ji Qingwu leaned over, staring at her wine and venison, softly calling, "Fourth sister." Seeing her fixated gaze, Ji Qingyuan thought she was feeling sad and trying to drown her sorrows with wine. She pushed her plate and cup closer. Ji Qingwu poured a glass of clear, fragrant wine. She opened her mouth to drink, but suddenly, several figures appeared in front of her. Li Yuzong, close to the emperor, smiled warmly. He advised, "Miss Ji, don't drink too much. It's not good for your health." Before she could reply, the wine cup and bowl were quickly taken away by a young behind Li Yuzong. Then, a gem-encrusted bronze teapot was placed in front of her. Li Yuzong said, "His Majesty wants you to drink this." Why was her drinking also being controlled? Ji Qingwu looked toward Emperor Wu Su on the high platform. He was receiving bows and toasts from officials, holding an imperial cup, not looking in her direction. The bronze teapot was finely crafted, not ordinary. The contents were probably special medicine, not common items. She hesitated, pouring herself a small cup. Tasting it, she nearly spat it out. Her tongue felt bitter. It was likely a herbal decoction with ingredients like kudzu flower, lotus peel, and dried, used to help with hangovers. Seeing her pucker her lips, Li Yuzong smiled like a blooming flower. The emperor said, "It's unlimited. Drink as much as you want. I will stay here to refill for you anytime." They stood behind her, so now Ji Qingwu, under supervision, couldn't take another sip of wine. Her mouth was bitter, and her heart felt just as bitter. Qiao was chatting with noble women she knew, while Ji Qingrong looked for a friend to talk to. She sat bored, poking at cooked broad beans in her dish with a bamboo skewer, one after another. After a while, the warmth of the wine made her feel dizzy. Using the excuse of needing to go to the restroom and change, she left the banquet. She walked to the lotus pond. The petals were closed now, but a breeze stirred, causing her flowing skirt to sway. From outside to inside, the colors deepened from light pink to dark red. The lush lotus leaves became a beautiful backdrop for her. The evening breeze was refreshing, but it also made her feel dizzy. She didn't know what kind of wine it was, but the more the wind blew, the more her head spun. She rubbed her forehead. The man's voice was no longer as calm and composed as before. Instead, it sounded a bit urgent. Ji Qingwu didn't move and slightly turned her head to look. She saw a person dressed in beautiful red clothes. She frowned and turned to leave. "Qingwu, don't go. I'm just standing here. I won't go anywhere." Li Qingxuan had come out without her noticing. He was hiding behind the willow tree by the pond, watching her for a long time. Young Master Li, Ji Qingwu, with her back to him, avoided eye contact. "That's not right. You're about to become the prince consort." There's nothing more to say. Li Qingxuan had drunk quite a bit of wine, and his face was slightly red from intoxication. He softly said, "Qingwu, I also have my own difficulties and helplessness." Ji Qingwu looked at the rippled pond water blown by the wind and frowned. Helpless? There are 3 proudest moments in life: passing the imperial exam, the wedding night, and meeting old friends in a foreign land. The top scholar is about to have 2 proud moments. What more could he want? "Qingwu, I don't want to marry the princess," the man said in a low voice. Ji Qingwu turned around and looked directly at his overly handsome face. "No matter what you want, it has nothing to do with me," The top scholar, full of confidence, looked at her with a pleading expression. "Qingwu, wait for me, okay?" His eyes flickered as he spoke. "It's only 3 years. As long as you wait for me, I will definitely. What do you think I am?" Her eyes were bright and clear. She shook her head and said, "Li Qingxuan, you should know that you're marrying a princess. Even if you rise to a high position in 3 years and become a powerful official, are you sure you can divorce her? A princess is a ruler, and becoming a prince consort isn't easy. Not to mention divorce, even taking concubines is difficult." Ji Qingwu raised her voice. "You know you can't, so your meaning is," she angrily said, "are you asking me to be a concubine or your secondary wife?" "Qingwu," Li Qingxuan called her name softly. Ji Qingwu, having drunk wine, couldn't suppress her emotions and wanted to tell him what was in her heart. Anyway, they wouldn't have any more interactions in the future, so she might as well speak honestly now. "I already knew that our engagement was filled with many exchanges of benefits. Before I even saw you, you agreed to marry, but what you truly valued was the influence of the Qiao and Ji families. I thought that being tied to interests might make us more stable. Being a respectful couple could also be good." When I heard the word couple, Li Qingxuan's heart beat faster. She, gentle and unwilling to cause trouble, never bowed to the Empress Dowager, the ruler of the palace. But in the end, she ended up in such a situation. How could she not feel regret? Not because she regretted him as a person, but because she had given her feelings to the wrong person. Ji Qingwu turned around, a bit sad, and said, "It's already like this. Talking more won't help. You should go." In the next moment, hurried footsteps sounded. Her eyes widened. Li Qingxuan embraced her from behind, his red robe sleeve wrapping around her waist. Ji Qingwu felt his heavy breathing near her ear and smelled the strong scent of alcohol on him. She struggled hard and gritted her teeth, saying, "Li Qingxuan, if you don't want to live, don't drag me down with you." This was in the palace. If someone saw, it would cause big trouble. Li Qingxuan, the prince consort appointed by the emperor, was known to Princess Qingyun and the Empress Dowager. How could they let her go easily this time? Whatever she thought, it seemed to come true. A person dressed in black, like a guard, appeared quietly and unnoticed, lowering his head. "Lordly, Princess Qingyun is looking for you everywhere. She's heading toward the pond." When she heard this, Li Qingxuan's drunkenness suddenly cleared. Seeing his restless expression, Ji Qingwu pushed him, causing him to stumble. It would be terrible if Princess Qingyun saw this. He looked at her deeply, tidied his robes, and left the lotus pond first. While Ji Qingwu took a deep breath, the black-clad guard disappeared. She had just been so frightened she broke out in cold sweat. Where did that guard come from? Whose person was he? What if this gets out? Her mind was in chaos. "The moon is high over the willow branches," a chilling, deep voice sounded behind Ji Qingwu. She didn't need to look to know who it was. When did he appear at the lotus pond? And when did he come behind her? Ji Qingwu stiffly turned her head. "Don't move," the man warned softly. Ji Qingwu dared not move at all. Even her breathing became lighter. A large hand supported her waist, slowly moving forward, with the index finger hooking the light green silk belt, pulling it gently. Ji Qingwu was pressed into his embrace. The person's chest behind her was firm and warm, and through the thin shirt, she could feel the heat. The scent of dragon saliva mixed with alcohol, making the cold fragrance even stronger. From the breath to their close posture, Ji Qingwu sensed danger. "Did he touch you anywhere?" It was not a question, but a calm statement. Beneath the calm, there was a hidden undercurrent. Ji Qingwu's body trembled with fear. He had seen that scene, and how much had he heard? No matter how much she explained, it was useless. She begged for mercy, her voice soft and trembling. But it did not evoke any pity from Emperor Wu Su. That long finger pressed a little harder, and the green belt was roughly torn off. Ji Qingwu looked in shock at the belt, which was thrown into the pond by Wu Sudi's hand. Half submerged in water, half floating on the lotus leaves. Ji Qingwu wore a loose, wide-sleeved shirt, with the hem tucked into her skirt. Without the belt, her shirt was no longer close-fitting. Emperor Wu Su looked expressionless and asked, "Did he touch here?" As soon as he spoke, Jikingwu's stomach tightened suddenly, because Wu Sudi's hand had slipped inside her shirt from the hem, directly touching her waist. His rough fingertips brushed the most sensitive part of her waist. His palm was against her smooth, delicate skin, feeling better than jade, and his hand moved up along her slender waist. Did he also touch here? Seeing her lips part slightly in surprise, unable to respond, looking pitiful, his hand slid further upward. Wu Sudi asked in a deep voice. It seemed he was about to go all the way up if she didn't answer. Jikingwu hurriedly shook her head in panic. No, he didn't. Nothing happened? Wu Sudi asked casually, but his eyes were dark and intense. No, he didn't touch. Here, unfortunately, even if she spoke, the man had no intention of letting her go. Did you choose this dress specially to see him? The collar is so wide open. Yes, she insisted on blaming her for something. Ji Qingwu tearfully said, No, this kind of shirt is just like that. It's a popular style in Linen City right now. It still has an opening in the front. Emperor Wu Sudi's gaze fell on her neckline. When he first entered, he saw her outfit. An open front, low-cut shirt with a striking white chest area, delicate collarbones, and alluring lines. Many people were staring at her, but she seemed unaware, drinking cup after cup until her white skin turned light pink. Ji Qingwu didn't know what the person behind her was thinking. When she looked down, she saw the outline of a large hand under her clothes, showing signs of movement. She quickly grabbed his hand through her clothes and pointed at it urgently. There's a button, Your Majesty. Look, there's a button, not an open front. It was better not to mention it, but Emperor Wu Sudi raised his other hand and placed it on the first red agate button of her shirt. Let go, or shall I undo the button myself? He spoke as if this teasing remark was completely natural. It seemed like he was giving her a choice, but whichever she chose, the outcome wouldn't be much different. She deeply regretted choosing this wide-sleeved, low-neck shirt with buttons among all her clothes. Through the thin fabric, she held his hand, biting her lip and saying nothing. Did you see the note I left for you? She obediently nodded. Yes, I saw it. He sternly asked, since you saw it, what did you do? Ji Qingwu's voice was like a mosquito humming as she answered. Speak louder. The emperor pointed out a clear path for her to cut ties, but she stubbornly went to confront the Empress Dowager. She softly said, I didn't hear it. Emperor Wu Sudi was so angry his teeth itched. He both liked and hated her stubbornness. She seemed soft and weak, but when pushed into a corner, she became extremely stubborn. He had specially asked someone to invite the Princess Chong before morning court and prepared a way out for her. But she truly did not let him down. Emperor Wu Sudi coldly said, What crime is it to disobey the imperial will? Ji Qingwu shrank back. She hadn't expected this. His words were like gold, and the note he left was priceless. It suddenly became a serious crime of treason, bringing her closer to exile. Could a small punishment for a big crime work? Jing Qingwu hesitated between letting go and fixing her buttons, worried she might end up looking disheveled. So, she reluctantly released her hold and nervously asked, Should I be punished? This was a signal for him to continue. Emperor Wu Su raised his eyebrows slightly, seeming surprised that she would say such a thing. Jing Qingwu could sense his displeasure. She hurriedly explained, I didn't invite him here. Earlier, when Emperor Wu Su appeared, the first thing he said was, The moon is high in the sky, but she had no plans to meet Li Qingxuan at dusk. Thinking back, she had confidently told Emperor Wu Su that she believed her verbal promise and foolish words like trusting Li Qingxuan, which now made her regret. If the emperor thought she still had feelings for her past love and wanted to ruin Princess Qingyun's marriage, what should she do? Listening to her explanation, Emperor Wu Su only responded with a cold, and it was unclear whether he believed her. Jing Qingwu didn't know which words he had heard. She tried even harder to explain. I'm telling the truth. I just feel a bit dizzy and stepped out for some fresh air. Her fingers, holding a sword and drawing a bow, brushed along the soft edge of her sleeve. Emperor Wu Su seemed to find something amusing, poking at it and saying something to her without much concern. This feeling made Jing Qingwu's scalp tingle. She was almost ready to swear on the spot, anxiously saying, "Your Majesty, I truly have no improper intentions toward Li Qingxuan." When she mentioned another man's name, Emperor Wu Su tightened his grip around her waist. His black outer robe's plain fabric brushed against her frost-like skin. He then asked in a deep voice, always mentioning him, "Are you afraid I'll blame him?" Jing Qingwu felt like she had stepped on her own foot. That wasn't what she meant. She shook her head vigorously. "I won't mention him again." But once she stopped speaking, Emperor Wu Su brought it up again. "Before the banquet started, what were you smiling at him for?" Such a charming smile. Smiling? She had smiled? Jing Qingwu thought for a moment and believed she had indeed smiled. But the emperor hadn't even entered the hall yet. How did he find out? Had she become 1,000-mile eye from behind, able to see everything? Seeing her eyes darting around nervously, Emperor Wu Su understood her thoughts. "Tell the truth." Jing Qingwu could only honestly say, "I heard about your Majesty's past from others. Keep talking. Today, the top scholar is parading through the streets, very lively, with many girls throwing fruits and filling carriages." Before she finished speaking, she felt Emperor Wu Su suddenly pinch her arm. It didn't hurt, but it startled her. Ji Qingwu quietly turned her head to look at his expression. Sure enough, he was dressed in frost and snow, with deep eyes shining with cold light. Was she wrong to say that? Ji Qingwu braced herself and continued, "I heard that when your Majesty returned victorious that year, the scene was even more lively, with more girls throwing fruits and flowers, and some throwing other things. I just thought it was interesting, so I smiled." Emperor Wu Su paused for a moment, catching the key point in her words, and asked, "Which one did they throw?" "That one. The thing. This personal item. Women usually feel shy talking about it, let alone in front of Emperor Wu Su." Ji Qingwu really couldn't say it clearly, trying to bluff her way through. "It's nothing, not important." Seeing her shy reaction, Emperor Wu Su raised his eyebrows. He guessed what she meant. Back then, when they returned victorious, there was a formal procession leading the way, and those things couldn't reach him. They were stopped by the guards ahead. "Is it this?" Those 3 words were cold and sharp, yet burning. Because that big hand was no longer just hovering at the edge, but had completely covered her. Ji Qingwu's ears suddenly felt hot. "Is this the one I touched?" "Ah Wu. Is it? Or isn't it? Am I right? Why don't you answer?" Ji Qingwu's whole body turned red, her face soft and shy, blinking her eyes without a word. She didn't answer, and Emperor Wu Su didn't get angry. Instead, a smile hid in his eyes. He kindly said, "I'll give you another chance." Ji Qingwu's voice was so soft it was almost inaudible, her mind slow to respond. "What chance?" Tonight, Emperor Wu Su finally showed a smile, his lips curling in a relaxed, unruly way. Awu can try to imitate it too. Earlier, he mentioned fruit throwing and girls filling carriages, with girls throwing their belly bands at him. She closed her eyes briefly, then opened them again. She couldn't imitate that kind of behavior. Jikingwa turned around, crossed her arms, and protected herself, saying proudly, "If I were present, I definitely wouldn't do that or throw that thing." The soft, fragrant jade in her hand slipped away, but the gentle feelings still lingered. Emperor Wushu teased her and asked with a smile, what would Ah do in that case? His words made her feel nervous. Jikingwa looked up at Emperor Wushu, noticing his thin lips slightly curved and his intense gaze. When she felt shy to a certain point, she would suddenly become bold. In her emotional state, she blurted out, "Since it's about showing admiration, I wouldn't take my own clothes off. I would just pull down His Majesty's pants." This unexpected answer made Emperor Wushu let out a low, amused laugh from deep in his throat. But it seemed like something she could really do. Jikingwa's heart beat faster and faster. It was as if she was back in that scene. The busy street, the many women admiring the great general, who sat tall and stern on his horse. She looked up at him, waiting for the right moment to break through all obstacles. Then, she suddenly pulled down his belt. She looked at the man in front of her and felt her vision blur. His handsome face gradually overlapped with the one from that night in the military tent. She had pulled more than just his belt. Jikingwu blinked slowly, feeling the effects of the alcohol kicking in. Emperor Wushu held her soft body and smiled meaningfully. The wine wasn't ordinary, it was mixed with deer blood. Just one cup, or even a sip, was very powerful. If he didn't stop her from drinking more, she might even start bleeding from her nose now. Jikingwa's body grew hot, and she wanted to find a place to lean on, preferably close to him. There was a perfect spot, right in front of her. Like a small animal, she rubbed her face against his chest. "What are you doing?" Emperor Wushu looked at her flushed face and teased, "Are you trying to get your pants pulled down by a pursuer?" This was clearly a joke. Jikingwu lowered her head onto his firm chest. In her peripheral vision, she saw her light green silk ribbon still floating in the water, all alone. She really wanted to tear off his and throw it into the water. Alcohol made her brave. She reached out and grabbed his red belt. Emperor Wushu lowered his eyebrows and looked down at her actions from above. The bright red ribbon in her delicate hand looked very charming. She pulled on it, but it didn't move. Why was his knot so tight? Her belt was so easily taken off by him. When a person is drunk, their reason can temporarily disappear. Ji Qingwu raised her chin and shyly said, "Your Majesty, you should untie it yourself." Emperor Wushu couldn't help but smile and gently held her back of the head. Your Majesty." A very soft call came from afar. The person called out a few more times, sounding very urgent. Emperor Wushu frowned slightly, looking annoyed at the interruption, and glared over. Ji Qingwu was also awakened a bit by the sound. Realizing what she had done, she took a step back, using his tall figure to hide herself, quickly turned around, and tucked her shirt into her skirt. Li Yuzong didn't want to disturb the emperor at this moment, but something urgent had happened that needed the emperor's attention. He lowered his head and hurriedly approached. Wushu said, "Speak, what is it?" "Your Majesty, something big happened at the banquet. General Yuchi and Lord Ji got into a fight." Ji Qingwu tidied her clothes and was surprised to hear this. She peeked out from behind the emperor and asked, "Lord Ji? Gong Li, are you talking about my older brother?" Li Yuzong looked at the emperor's expression and then nodded. Ji Qingwu thought about Yuchi Lianfeng's strong build. Not to mention fighting, going to battle and killing enemies, he could handle 10 men alone. But her older brother is a scholar. If they fought, Ji Chonglin might be seriously injured. The emperor stood still, not moving or speaking. Ji Qingwu wanted to go see her older brother, feeling anxious and almost pacing in place. She grabbed his wrist and asked, "Your Majesty, shall we go see?" The emperor stared at her hand, seeming to have some problem, and then suddenly let go. Near the lotus pond, there was a pavilion called Handan Pavilion. Ji Chonglin and Yuchi Lianfeng were fighting fiercely in front of it. When the emperor and his group arrived, the two looked like wild beasts breaking free from their cages, tangled in a fierce fight. Ji Qingwu's heart pounded as she covered her mouth in shock. Ji Chonglin was almost hit by the duke's fist, with a bruise on his face, but he was faster. He quickly lifted his foot, narrowly missing Yuchi Lianfeng's groin. Neither of them was willing to give in. Ji Qingwu was surprised that her older brother could fight evenly with Yuchi Lianfeng. Ji Chonglin was quick-eyed. When avoiding Yuchi Lianfeng's punch, he saw the emperor standing nearby and stopped. Yuchi Lianfeng's fist hit him hard in the ribs, making him see stars from the pain. "You clever fox, you're finally out of strength. Don't blame me for returning the favor with interest." Ji Chonglin was weaker than him, but he had many sneaky tricks. Yuchi Lianfeng had never fought such a frustrating fight before. His anger grew, and he prepared to punch again. His punch was powerful, like a fierce tiger charging out of the mountain. Suddenly, someone grabbed his right arm and stopped him firmly. Yuchi Lianfeng struggled, but couldn't break free. When he turned to curse, he saw who was holding him and immediately calmed down. The angry person earlier knelt and respectfully saluted. "Your Majesty, I am here to report." Emperor Wushu looked at the two and said calmly, "One is a second-rank judge of the central government, and the other is a guard general. You two are doing well. Ji Chonglin was still coughing from the punch, saying, Your Majesty, I was wrong. Please calm your anger. I should be the one asking you to calm down, the emperor replied. The emperor's face was peaceful, but his words made everyone feel uneasy. No one dared to speak, lowering their heads. Ji Qingwu looked at Emperor Wisu. He was naturally a born leader, giving off a quiet but powerful aura. He was used to everyone kneeling before him. Suddenly, she thought that this emperor, in front of her, seemed kind and gentle. But why was her older brother fighting with General Yuqi? Ji Chonglin was gentle and friendly. If she hadn't seen him fight with her own eyes, she would think someone was making up stories. Yuqi Lianping, your servant reports. Emperor Wisu's eyes were cold as he asked, How should we handle a fight among soldiers? Yuqi Lianping immediately replied, According to military law, the punishment depends on the severity, ranging from 50 to 100 lashes. The responsibility for court disputes was nothing compared to military punishment. Each lash from the military whip was brutal. Sometimes it was just a flesh wound, but often soldiers with poor health died from it. Princess Huachong looked pale and stood to the side. She seemed shocked. When she heard military whip, she finally came back to her senses. She stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, isn't the military punishment too harsh? Magistrate Ji isn't in the army. He might not be able to handle the whip. Hearing Princess Huachong speak, Yuqi Lianping thought she was defending him. But after she finished, his fists clenched tightly, the veins on his forehead bulged, and he glared fiercely at Ji Chonglin. I can endure it. Please, Your Majesty, punish me. Princess Huachong shot him a sharp look. This reckless man was speaking at this moment. If he was punished less, he wouldn't get hit as much himself. He had beaten someone so badly that his face was swollen, and he was coughing and gasping from his ribs. How could she ask for mercy for him? Emperor Wusa looked at the still angry Yuqi Lianping and said calmly, Can you endure it? Then keep hitting until you can't. His tone was gentle, but his eyes were cold. Ji Qingwu just stood nearby, feeling like she couldn't breathe. Even if General Yuqi was a trusted aide helping the emperor unify the country, he was not spared from punishment when he made a mistake. Just now, Yuqi Lianping was acting out of anger. Now, after being looked at with the emperor's cold gaze, he finally calmed down. He knew that Emperor Wusu, who was cold and indifferent, was not joking. He would really do it. Yuqi Lianping kowtowed sincerely and said, I admit my mistake. Please, Your Majesty, show mercy. Princess Huachong, familiar with the emperor's expressions, saw signs of anger and knelt down between them. She pleaded, Please, Your Majesty, forgive my clumsy husband. Hearing this word, clumsy husband, Yuqi Lianping finally felt relieved. But when he saw Princess Huachong kneeling closer to Ji Chonglin, his eyebrows furrowed again. Why was she so close? Did she think he was dead? But in front of Emperor Wusu, Yuqi Lianping dared not act foolish anymore. Ji Chonglin, do you have anything to say? Replying to the emperor, It was all my fault. General Yuqi will soon leave for the Northern Army. I humbly asked the emperor to be lenient. It was better not to mention it, but as soon as he mentioned his upcoming departure to the north, Yuqi Lianping felt a sharp hatred. Still, he could only swallow his resentment. Everyone else had knelt down, except Ji Qingwu, who was still standing. Feeling it was inappropriate, she quietly moved next to her older brother and slowly knelt. She thought no one noticed. As her knees touched the stone ground, a sharp voice suddenly sounded above her head. Why are you kneeling? Suddenly called out. Ji Qingwu looked up and met the cold gaze of the emperor, feeling a bit nervous. She respectfully said, Please, Your Majesty, calm your anger. She didn't plead for anyone but simply asked the emperor to calm down. Surprisingly, her words seemed to please him. Emperor Wu Su nodded slightly, looking at her bright, blinking eyes, his expression softening. He didn't want to scare her further. He then said to Yuqi Lianping, Considering your many years in the army and your repeated military achievements, I will reduce your salary for 6 months and demote you by 1 rank. The salary deducted will be given to Ji Chonglin as a fee for medical advice. Yuqi Lianping frowned, knowing Ji Chonglin had indeed been hit by him. Reluctantly, he bowed and said, "I obey, Your Majesty." It was good that he was spared from being whipped, and Princess Huachong let out a breath of relief. Fortunately, Ji's young lady was present, and Emperor Wu Su's imposing aura had eased considerably. The demotion and salary deduction were acts of kindness, not real punishment. The emperor then said, "Ji Chonglin has been promoted to Grand Scholar of the Palace. After recovery, he will carry the imperial decree to envoy to Nanchu and reside in the foreign residence." Princess Huachong turned her head to look at the person kneeling on her right. She saw the embroidered bamboo leaves on his robe, and in her memory, he had always been a gentleman like a gentle bamboo breeze. Ji Chonglin looked bitter and said, "Your servant. Thank Your Majesty for your kindness." His official position was both demoted and promoted, seeming to favor Ji Chonglin more. But this mission to Nanchu was meant to be a long-term stay outside. Princess Huachong looked at Emperor Wu Su's departing figure. The emperor was deep-minded and surely understood the reasons behind the conflict, so he didn't ask why they argued. Under everyone's watch, he gave her face. Moving Ji Chonglin away from Linen City also eased Yuqi Lianping's mind. On the carriage ride back, Princess Huachong sat upright on a beautiful silk cushion, still looking cold and distant. Yuqi Lianping crossed his arms, frowning, waiting for a long time, but not hearing her explain. Finally, he couldn't hold back and asked, "Princess, are you heartbroken?" "What do you want to say?" Yuqi Lianping couldn't hide his thoughts and sneered, "Your Highness, are you so impatient? Today is a palace banquet. You went to meet your old lover in private. Why not wait until I lead the troops to the northern border before we meet again? Why sneak around like this?" Their fight started because Yuqi Lianping caught Princess Huachong and Ji Chonglin having a secret meeting at the Lotus Pavilion. "We just happened to run into each other," he said forcefully. "The windows and doors are closed, and a young man and woman are alone in a room." "Isn't that called a secret meeting?" Princess Huachong rubbed her forehead, feeling quite troubled. She was led to the attic of the Orchid Pavilion, where she heard the emperor recently displayed some genuine paintings by Master Yan in this place. The banquet was dull, and she admired Master Yan's talent, so she wanted to see his work. Unexpectedly, Ji Chonglin was resting here to avoid drinking. When they met, they hadn't exchanged many words before Yuqi Lianping kicked the door open. Before she could explain, he rushed over and started fighting with Ji Chonglin. Seeing that she said nothing, he thought she agreed and scowled, saying, "No matter what your past feelings were, now that you married me, you are only mine. If I find out you are involved with him again, I will." He glared fiercely, break Ji Chonglin's leg. Even though he spoke harsh words, he never intended to hurt her. Princess Huachong didn't understand why he insisted on accusing her of having an affair, as if she and Ji Chonglin were lovers. She didn't want to argue with him and honestly said, "Do whatever you want." Yuqi Lianping was irritated by her indifferent attitude. He grabbed her arm roughly and pulled her in front of him. She shouted, "What are you doing? Let go." He looked down at her angelic face. "I won't let go. I know you don't want to marry me. It was the Empress Dowager's scheme that forced you and Ji Chonglin apart." He spoke painfully, tightening his grip unconsciously. "But now, you seem to ignore me more and more. Is it because I treated the princess too well, making her think she can step on me at will?" Princess Huachong's arm hurt from his grip, and her heart also felt a sharp pain. Her usually cold eyes flickered with anger. She loudly told the coachman outside the curtain, "Xiao Chen, don't go back to the princess's residence. Head to the Hu Bing stall on South Water Street." The carriage turned around and headed straight for South Water Street. Hearing where she was going, Yuqi Lianping looked surprised. Seeing his reaction, Princess Huachong felt even colder inside. He frowned and said, "We're arguing. Why are you going to that pancake stall? Are you hungry or tired from arguing? Do you want to eat your fill before fighting with me?" Princess Huachong saw that he was still pretending to be naive. She didn't want him to touch her again, but no matter how much she struggled, she couldn't shake his big hand. Yuqi Lianping kept holding her arm tightly and snorted coldly, No matter how much you eat, you can't be stronger than me. Just give up. Princess Huachong's anger rose, and her eyes looked sharp like knives. Are you angry enough to want to hit me? Yuqi Lianping brought his other arm to her mouth, teasingly saying, Now, without a sword or knife, I might as well bite you. Princess Huachong stared at the hand reaching out to her, her chest rising with anger. She really wanted to bite a piece of flesh. Go ahead if you're not afraid of losing your teeth, Yuqi Lianping boasted. I just finished a fight and am sweaty. If you bite, it might taste a little salty. The tidy princess turned her head in anger. After the emperor left, Ji Qingwu squatted down and looked at her brother's injury. Ji Chonglin gently pushed her hand away and whispered, Fifth sister, I'm fine. It was the first time she saw a look of sadness on her elder brother's face. Long ago, at the Nanshu Medical Hall, she knew Ji Chonglin was very clever and careful in handling affairs. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the envoy of Bailey. But today, at the palace banquet, he had a big conflict with Yuqi Lianping, which was unlike his usual character. Too many questions remained, but only love could explain. Ji Qingwu didn't ask more and softly said, Elder brother, the banquet is over. Mother should be looking for us. Let's go back quickly. She felt a bit of coolness at her lower back. She paused and said, Elder brother, you go ahead. I'll be there soon. Then she hurried to the lotus pond, looking for her belt. Strange, it's gone. She walked around the pond several times but couldn't find it.
Ik vind wo vrouwen.
Could it have been washed away by the water? Back at Wudong Garden, Lan Ji was surprised and asked, Miss Wu, where is your belt on this dress? The maid was very attentive. Ji Qingwu made an excuse. I accidentally got it dirty during the banquet when I was holding something. I took it off. Lan Ji was silent, wondering what could have dirtied the belt, but she didn't ask further. Ji Qingwu quickly said, I'm going to take a bath. You can leave now. Servants, go fetch the bath beans and fragrant ointment. Serve you for washing. Not tonight. I can wash myself. After Lan Ji left, Ji Qingwu went to the clean room. She unbuttoned her shirt and looked down, suddenly gasping softly. Red finger marks were clearly visible on her waist. It was easy to imagine what kind of treatment her delicate waist had received. Ji Qingwu covered her face with her shirt, not wanting to face the marks left by Emperor Wu Su. At first, she didn't remember being held by Li Qingxuan. The images that flooded her mind were all about Emperor Wu Su holding her in his arms, his hand repeatedly stroking her. Feeling suffocated and unable to breathe, her face flushed, she threw the shirt aside. After a moment, she picked it up again and stuffed it at the bottom of the cabinet. She decided never to see it again in her life. Soaking in the bath, Ji Qingwu watched the rippling water surface. Her thoughts slowly drifted back. Today happened so quickly, Li Qingxuan kept bothering her. When she heard Princess Qingyan was coming, she ran away first. But Princess Qingyan never appeared. The person who showed up was the emperor. The guard dressed in black suddenly appeared and then disappeared, most likely one of Emperor Wu Su's men. He had been watching out for her and Li Qingxuan meeting. Was it for Princess Qingyan? Every time she saw him, Emperor Wu Su made her feel both scared and surprised. He said he would punish her, but he never really did. No, he did punish her, but his temper was unpredictable. She looked at her waist, her eyes flickering. The emperor's intentions were truly hard to understand. The hot water made her eyelids grow heavy. She wondered what kind of wine she drank today. There was an inexplicable fiery feeling inside her. Suddenly, she had a frightening thought. She whispered softly, Peanut, 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 are you there? Respected host, I am here. What can I do for you? Help me check if I've taken the Yin-Yang Harmony powder. Please wait a moment. I will perform a full body scan for you. Ji Qingwu felt her body reacting as if she had been drugged with an aphrodisiac. Could it be that the emperor recognized her? He returned her favor by drugging her too. The more she thought about it, the more suspicious his behavior seemed. He was deliberately stirring her up, making her experience that uncontrollable feeling. After inspection, your health is good, with no signs of medication. Please note that Enyang Harmony Powder is exclusively developed by our system and will not be leaked. Rest assured, host. But I had a fever, rapid heartbeat, and my whole body was surging with heat. Ji Qingwu frowned and described her feelings. My lower abdomen feels hot and swollen, my legs are weak and can't stand, and I want to hold something cool. Dear host, is it possible that this is a normal physiological reaction? Ji Qingwu slapped the water surface, splashing water, and firmly said, absolutely not. Ignorant host, why is that impossible? Desire and passion are natural human feelings. Do you know who the man in front of me is? He's General Dingbei, Emperor Wasu. I react to him. Am I crazy, or are you crazy? The system knows how afraid Ji Qingwu is of this man. Every time she wakes from midnight dreams, she is seized by him, experiencing all kinds of indescribable fears. Wise host, you are correct. After further testing, it was found that you drank alcohol, which contains natural stimulating substances. No wonder. So it was the alcohol. That makes sense. It's not her problem. Ji Qingwu asked, I still feel hot now. Is there any way to calm down? Warning. This system is a procreation system. Suppressing desire is a violation of system rules. She gritted her teeth and said, go away, just leave. Ji Qingwu was sleepy, but mentally alert. That night, she counted 13,281 sheep. The night was deep, and more people were awake. A carriage stopped across from a sesame cake stall. Princess Huachong lifted the curtain and stared for a long time. Yuqi Lianping said, you said you wanted to eat sesame cakes. Xiao Chun, go buy a few. Princess Huachong immediately saw the shopkeeper, who was chatting happily with some customers. She raised her slender finger, pointing over. Look for yourself. Do you recognize this person? Yuqi Lianping followed her finger and looked over, surprised. Isn't that Yunyang? How do you know she's selling cakes here? He hadn't been here for a long time and had forgotten her stall was nearby. General, you have a great memory loss. Everyone under your command knows that this young lady is someone you especially take care of. Seeing the princess's icy face, Yuqi Lianping scratched his head awkwardly and said, someone asked me to take care of her. That person must be himself. Princess Huachong glanced at him sideways. Are you pretending to be innocent again? Isn't she the little darling you care about most? Hearing this, Yuqi Lianping realized something was off. His eyes brightened, and he smiled as he said, our princess isn't sweating, so why does she smell sour? Stop joking. Are you feeling guilty and afraid to answer? Yuqi Lianping's gaze shifted to the outside of the carriage, where a snack stall was selling flatbreads. He looked at Yunyang, who was busy entertaining customers, and squinted. The princess doesn't know herself well enough. Princess Huachong pursed her lips and also looked outside. Yunyang, selling flatbreads, was charming and lively, always smiling and friendly. She knew how to please men, especially rough soldiers who loved gentle, sweet women like her. Of course, she was different from her. She withdrew her gaze and asked coldly, what do you mean? Yuqi Lianping looked at her deeply and said directly, I'm not blind. The princess, like a fairy, stands in front of us. Others can't help but look at her. Whether this was true or not, Princess Huachong's lips relaxed a little. Seeing her reaction was indifferent, Yuqi Lianping continued, honestly, I first saw the princess during the flower festival. That night, I had a dream. The flower festival was on a busy street. At that time, he was a small officer responsible for guarding the city walls. When he saw her walking through the street wearing a flower crown and a veil, a gust of wind suddenly blew her veil up. In that moment, Yuqi Lianping thought, even Chang'e from the Moon Palace was no different. He smiled happily and asked, don't you want to know what I dreamed about? Princess Huachong felt he probably wouldn't say anything nice. She covered her ears and moved aside. Seeing her move to the other side of the carriage, clearly not wanting to listen and ignoring him, she couldn't help but be noticed. Yuqi Lianping directly grabbed her waist and moved her onto his lap. Princess Huachong struggled, but couldn't break free. He was like a solid wall. Hadn't he just fought someone in the palace? Where did he get endless strength every day? Yuqi Lianping still held back his strength, just holding her close and softly whispering in her ear, Does the princess also get jealous of me? His tone was serious but cautious. Princess Huachong paused, looking at his shining eyes. She was stunned and didn't answer, and the coldness in her eyes gradually faded. Holding the beauty in his arms, she was a princess who would also get jealous for him. Yuqi Lianping smiled proudly. There's no one else in my heart, only a cold moon that makes me think of you day and night, making my heart ache. When the ice around Princess Huachong just cracked a little, the shameless young man, with his boldness, pushed in forcefully. She hadn't sorted out her many thoughts yet, but that rough man had a knack for breaking the romantic mood suddenly. Yuqi Lianping had been distracted for a while, and his hands moved without restraint. Take your hands away, Princess Huachong said angrily. He wouldn't stop doing what he wanted, and he pressed harder. Yuqi Lianping was about to go to the northern border soon, so he wanted to enjoy these moments. If he didn't take the chance to be close, he wouldn't be himself. The curtain of the carriage. Princess Huachong's delicate fingers reached out into the air, hasn't been drawn yet. But he hummed and said with a smile, "What's the rush? Let Lady Yu see clearly too. This little princess I love so much. Who is she really?" He was full of suggestive words. Princess Huachong even cut off Yuqi Lianping's thoughts. But after being married for so many years, he knew her sensitive spots very well. Now, if she had a knife, she couldn't even lift it. If it weren't for the method Ji Qingwu told her about, which might work better in a different place than the bed. And, with his departure approaching, Princess Huachong would never allow him to act so wildly in the carriage. She bit her lip, not making a sound. She dared not make any big moves, afraid of messing up her hair, worried that someone might see her when they got off the carriage. This made it easier for Yuqi Lianping to do as he pleased. "Why are you so obedient today, princess?" he asked in surprise. "The princess's heart is cold, but here it's warm," he said with a sigh and a smile. "Princess, am I good or not?" He suddenly exerted more force. Princess Huachong was about to tear apart the silk cushion beneath her. She took a deep breath and angrily said, "Shut up. A kiss can make you shut up." After that day, Ji Qingwu became a regular visitor at the Princess Chang's residence. She came more often than the prince himself. At first, Yuqi Lianping didn't like her because she was Ji Chonglin's sister. But later, he noticed something unusual. That day, Ji Qingwu came again to check her pulse. Princess Huachong dismissed all the maids in the room, leaving only the two of them inside. They discussed seriously, as if studying ancient books. Princess Huachong looked surprised and asked, "On the fake mountain stone in the small garden?" Ji Qingwu nodded seriously. "It can be on the horse too." The princess pondered and asked, "Are there any more hidden places?" To thank Princess Huachong for saving her at Sinang Palace that day, Ji Qingwu had been controlling her shyness and reviewing all the new bedroom techniques from her system. Her current knowledge was surprisingly extensive. Ji Qingwu thought for a moment and said, "It can also be in the hot spring. The medical books say that doing things in stimulating places can increase the chances of pregnancy." She then took out a small light green pill from her pouch. "This is a health tonic pill. Although His Highness is healthy, he still needs some nourishing supplements." Princess Huachong looked at the paper package on the table, thoughtful, and nodded. "I understand." Yuqi Lianping didn't mean to eavesdrop. He just arrived at the door and overheard something about the small garden and horses inside. His curiosity was piqued, so he listened longer. When Ji Qingwu pushed open the door and came out, she bumped into the prince. They stared at each other in surprise. This scene felt familiar. Unlike last time, this time she was the one opening the door, and standing at the door was Yuqi Lianping. Ji Qingwu reacted first, bowed and said, "Greetings, General Yuqi." Yuqi Lianping realized that the reason for Princess Huachong's recent change was because, although she was still shy and quick-tempered, she was very cooperative with his bold actions. He thought his deep feelings had moved the heavens, and they had sent him blessings to comfort him for the hardships of only being able to see her once a month over the years. It turned out to be because of Miss Wu from the Ji family. Yuqi Lianping stroked his chin and said, "You." Just thinking about how he had overheard their conversation made Ji Qingwu feel embarrassed and want to find a hole to hide in. "I'll go now," He raised an eyebrow and said, "Wait a moment. You're quite good. Last time, I was mistaken about you." Ji Qingwu didn't understand why he said that. Yuqi Lianfeng realized he spoke too soon last time. The girl looked delicate and harmless, but she knew many tricks to control men. He generously shared his latest guess. Once in bed, who will win is still unknown. Ji Qingwu returned to the princess's residence and entered the main house of Anju Garden. She saw Mrs. Qiao tying a colorful thread around Jiu's wrist. She remembered that the Dragon Boat Festival was coming soon, and there was a tradition in linen to wear 5 colored threads. Mrs. Qiao tied a knot and said, "Tomorrow is the Dragon Boat Festival. Wearing this can ward off evil and protect against 5 poisons." Jiu waved her chubby little hand happily and sweetly said, "Thank you, great-grandmother who loves Jiu the most." Mrs. Qiao hugged her and said, "Wear it well. Now go with Mammy Li to the school." Jiu turned around and saw Ji Qingwu. She ran over, tugging at her skirt and acting cute. "Mother, take me. It's been a long time since you sent me to school." Ji Qingwu smiled and said, "When Jiu finishes school, can I come pick you up?" The little girl thought for a moment. School was the happiest part of the day, and seeing her mother made her very happy. Mother and daughter made a promise. Ji Qingwu repeatedly assured her she would come to pick her up. Only then did Jiu walk away, looking back every few steps. After the child's and Mammy Li's figures disappeared, Ji Qingwu also stretched out her wrist, pouted, and coquettishly said, "Mother, what about mine?" She was so grown up but still acted like a child. Mrs. Qiao gently patted her finger and kindly smiled. "My good girl, I haven't forgotten yours." Then, she took out a box from behind her, which contained several finished 5-colored threads and some colorful silk threads. Ji Qingwu picked one and examined it carefully. "Mother, teach me how to braid this." The 5-colored thread is also called a longevity thread. She wanted to make one herself and give it to the little ones in the palace to protect their safety and smoothness. All afternoon, she stayed in Mrs. Qiao's room, learning how to braid the 5-colored thread. There are many decorative patterns you can make. Braiding cords is the simplest, and you can also add gold decorations or fold them into shapes like people, the sun, the moon, stars, birds, or animals. She took 5 different colored threads, blue, yellow, white, red, and black, and untied and rebraided them several times before finishing one. She almost missed the time to go pick up Jiu. At the entrance of the study room, a few children came out happily talking, but the little girl was missing. Usually, she would be the first to run out. Ji Qingwu asked around, and they cheerfully said that Jiu had drawn a page full of little ducks in her calligraphy class. When her teacher saw, she was kept after class to copy the lesson. Ji Qingwu couldn't help but laugh and smile. Then she asked, "Where is the little Prince Yuan Heng?
Do you know?"
Before the children could answer, a cold voice came from behind. "What do you want with the prince?" Ji Qingwu turned around and saw a small, delicate boy. He had grown taller since the last time she saw him, and his face now looked more like his father. He was growing well. She smiled and said warmly, "Jiu is reading in the study room. I heard the little prince often helps her with her reading and writing. I want to thank him." Yuan Heng raised his chin proudly but casually said, "It's nothing special, not worth mentioning." Ji Qingwu crouched down and took something out of her small blue pouch embroidered with pink lotus flowers. She held it in her palm and offered it to him. "Please accept this as a thank you gift." Yuan Heng looked down at her hand, which held a 5-colored thread. It was simple and plain. Unlike the palace, where gold thread, jewelry, and decorations are common, this item was unique. It wasn't just a normal knot. It looked like a small, triangular-shaped rice dumpling wrapped around a cord. A little serving Yuan Heng stepped forward and said, "Miss Ji, the little prince doesn't like wearing jewelry. The Ministry of Internal Affairs specially sent a whole set today, but he didn't even look at it." Although she had put a lot of effort into making this, she couldn't force the child to like what she preferred. Ji Qingwu suddenly understood and said, "If he doesn't like it, then I won't." Yuan Heng, with a serious face and sharp eyes, scolded her sternly. Ji Qingwu swallowed her words. The little boy was quite fierce, showing the same strong spirit as his father. It was clear he would grow up to be commanding. Yuan Heng quickly took back the 5-colored thread from her hand, his dark eyes shining brightly. "I didn't mean you, little Shunzi, you're not sensible," she said, then looked at the open space nearby. Ji Qingwu's eyes brightened. "Gently," she said, "may I put it on for His Highness?" She knelt down, took his small hand, and adjusted the colorful thread to the right length. Yuan Heng kept looking at her face with focus. His lips curled up slightly, but then pressed back down. After a few tries, the corner of his mouth seemed to have a mind of its own, forming a bigger smile. Inside, she felt a burst of happiness she couldn't hold back. Ji Qingwu fastened it, then looked up to meet his eyes. Yuan Heng quickly pressed his lips into a straight line. He was still a child, and his emotions weren't hidden well enough. She couldn't help but poke his little face. Feeling the poke, Yuan Heng opened his eyes wide and said, "You're being too bold." She not only poked his face but also gently scratched his chin, saying, "Little His Highness is happy inside, so he should smile openly." "Why hide it?" Yuan Heng's small mouth was full of big words. "Father said, for an emperor or ruler, one must accept the will of heaven. The way of heaven is impartial. One cannot show obvious love or hatred. King Chu liked slender waists, and many in the palace starved to death."
Je Qingwu nodded understandingly.
If others noticed the emperor's likes and dislikes, flattering him was fine, but those with malicious intent could scheme harmfully, which was very dangerous. A few dozen meters away in the Court of Diligence, Luan stood inside the hall, cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, the case of disaster relief corruption has already dismissed 26 officials. Should we investigate further?" He thought about the list of names he had uncovered recently. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "Many noble families in Linen City are also involved." Emperor Wu Su held a secret report in his hand, looking indifferent. "The roots of those noble families are already rotten. This case is to be closed for now." Luan lowered his head even more, knowing the emperor wouldn't easily let these people go. To root out corruption, one must eliminate it completely. He wondered when the emperor planned to take action. Emperor Wu Su casually waved the report and threw it onto the desk. "Take your seat. Serve tea." Li Yuzong led a few palace servants in, opening the grand doors. Luan took a sip of tea and noticed the emperor's gaze resting on his sleeve. Besides being a ruler and minister, they were also cousins. Luan had a close relationship with the emperor since childhood. At this moment, with no political affairs to discuss, he felt more relaxed. Luan glanced and cheerfully said, "Your Majesty, this is a set of 5-colored threads made by my wife. They are said to symbolize good fortune from all directions and can keep me safe." Thinking of Ji Qingrong's gentle expression while making the threads, his smile grew wider. He proudly asked, "Didn't you receive it, Your Majesty?" Li Yuzong stood nearby, smiling as he replied, "The crown prince and lady are very loving. This morning, the ladies in the palace and the young masters sent over more than 10 sets of 5-colored threads. One from Consort Wei even had a gold dragon pendant. I couldn't take my eyes off it." Luan looked at the emperor's body and wrists, but didn't see any of the 5-colored threads. However, Emperor Wu Si's gaze was fixed on the distance. "Send Yuan Heng here." Li Yuzong looked outside and saw a tall and a small figure. He gasped softly and quickly went to carry out the order. The Grand Minister of the Imperial Household quickly appeared before Ji Qingwu and delivered the emperor's order. But she was confused. Why did the emperor summon Yuan Heng, and why did she have to go too? She was just passing by. Ji Qingwu looked at the grand palace with its carved beams and painted rafters and said hesitantly, "Lord Li, I still need to wait for Jiu to finish school." Li Yuzong waved his dust brush and ordered a young nearby, "Miss Ji, let Xiao Dong wait here for you. When there's news, he will come to call you. The emperor is waiting, and he won't be pleased if you're late." Yuan Heng puffed out his small chest bravely and said, "Come with me. I will protect you."
Je Qingwu sighed.
She knew she couldn't avoid it. She followed Yuan Heng into the Loyal Governance Hall and bowed to the emperor with him. "Rise." came the usual cold voice from the throne. She stood in the center of the hall and saw Luan sitting on the right. She bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Lord Lu." Luan smiled kindly at her. It had been a while since he saw his younger sister, and today they met in the palace. But seeing how well she got along with the young prince, he was a bit surprised. Yuan Heng, the little prince, and the emperor both shared similar temperaments. They disliked contact with outsiders. What surprised him even more was the emperor's cold words. "Zio, isn't there something urgent at home?" When the emperor said something urgent, it meant there was indeed a problem. Luan immediately understood. He stood up and started to leave. He walked and said, "My wife is pregnant now, and I need to go home early to take care of her. I will take my leave." Ji Qingwu's eyes followed Lu Jun closely, wanting to ask about her older sister's health and whether her morning sickness was severe. But her brother-in-law left so quickly that he didn't give her a chance to speak, not even glancing at her. Emperor Wu Su spoke softly. "Yuan Heng, come here." The little boy stepped forward. Emperor Wu Su looked at his wrist, frowned slightly. Yuan Heng rolled up his sleeve and quietly covered the colorful thread. The emperor asked in a deep voice, "Have you finished the homework assigned by the grand tutor?" He had just finished class in the study room, so there was no time to do homework. "I haven't finished it yet," Yuan Heng replied. The emperor coldly dismissed him. "You should have a heart to serve heaven and earth, to serve the people. Don't be playful. Go quickly." Yuan Heng responded crisply. "Yes, I obey." The father and son's conversation made Ji Qingwu sigh inwardly. She wondered what hardships her son had endured all these years, being called upon and dismissed at will, without even a kind look. Yuan Heng looked back at Ji Qingwu with apology in his black eyes, silently making up for his earlier boast and offering a silent apology. Ji Qingwu gently shook her head, meaning she didn't blame him, because she couldn't bear Emperor Wu Su's cold gaze either. Their interaction was observed by the person on the high seat. She wondered when he had seen her show such tender affection. Emperor Wu Su's expression grew colder. Seeing Lu Jun and the little prince being driven out one after another, before the emperor could speak, Li Yuzong, quick-witted, stepped back swiftly and closed the door behind him. In half a cup of tea time, only she and the emperor remained in the diligent governance hall. At first, with many people around, she didn't feel anything unusual. But now, alone with him, her mood became anxious. It was as if a small hammer was pounding inside her, making a loud noise, restless and uneasy. But after several interactions, she felt that the burden on her shoulders should be stable now, with no life-threatening danger. However, the deep-rooted fear was not so easy to remove. Seeing her eyes dart around and her eyelashes fluttering, looking a bit panicked and helpless, the emperor finally saw that she was no longer trembling with fear. This change was a good sign. The last time she came to the diligent governance hall, when she saw him, she looked like a frightened bird. Once again, in the side hall of Sinang Palace, he remembered the woman with wet clothes, her slender waist trembling badly. Emperor Wu Su stepped down from the high platform and slowly approached her. Ji Qingwu still kept her head lowered, afraid to look directly into his eyes. She forced herself to stay still, not retreating, as his gaze fell upon her.
She only heard a gentle sigh.
"Are you so afraid of me? Tell me why you fear me." Ji Qingwu's eyes flickered, but dared not meet his face. Her gaze lowered to her waist, which was wrapped with a bright yellow belt decorated with gold and pearls, emphasizing her slim figure. How should she answer her fear? She looked at the plum blossoms above, her eyes watering from the strain, then respectfully replied, "Your Majesty, I have reverence for you, so I am very cautious." Her carefully chosen words should be correct. The divine destiny, the mighty imperial power, the common people, who can see the emperor without feeling nervous? Very good, Ji Qingwu silently congratulated herself. Seeing her still somewhat proud, the emperor lowered his eyes, his expression turning slightly dangerous. "Why do I feel that your behavior is not just reverence, but more like..." He deliberately paused for a few seconds, then lifted his hand to lift her chin. Ji Qingwu looked into his cold eyes and quickly avoided his gaze, feeling guilty. Emperor Wu Su casually said, "You have done something wrong." Suddenly, Ji Qingwu thought about what wrong she might have done, and her legs became weak. Her clear eyes started to shimmer again, as if water might well up. The emperor pinched her cheeks leaning in slightly, his eyes darkening. "I can't even mention it because I get soft when I do, and I want to cry for me." Ji Qingwu didn't want to be so useless. Her tears really couldn't be held back. He stared at her face, not missing any change in her expression. "It seems you really did something wrong, trying to gain my sympathy." Ji Qingwu held back her sour tears, her eyes moist as she looked up at him softly. "Your servant dares not," the emperor said with an unclear tone. "You dare not? Miss Ji, is there something you still won't do? You're timid, but you like to do daring things." Ji Qingwu's pupils shrank. Was this statement meaningful, or just a careless remark? She was uncertain and suspicious, but he released her and walked back to his throne, sitting there with a commanding presence, tall and straight, looking at her deeply. After keeping some distance, Ji Qingwu's breathing became much easier. Once her emotions settled, Emperor Wu Su asked, "Let's talk about something else. Is the five-colored thread on Yuan Heng's wrist something you gave him?" The emperor noticed such a small detail, so Ji Qingwu nodded. "It was made by me, hoping to pray for the safety and smoothness of the young prince." Emperor Wu Su picked up a jade cup and asked, "What is your reason for doing this? When does a prince need a daughter of a minister to take care of him?" She thought for a moment. The reason she told Yuan Heng was to comfort a child, but it was impossible to tell the emperor that. She heard Emperor Wu Su ask again, "You went to great lengths to get close to the prince. What is your purpose?" Ji Qingwu's knees trembled, and she almost knelt again. She whispered, "I have no other purpose, just feeling a connection with the young prince." "What's that?" "I can't hear clearly." "Come closer and speak." She slowly stepped onto the platform and stood beside him. "Do you know what your actions look like to others?" Ji Qingwu thought carefully. There was only one prince in the harem. He was raised in the Queen Wei's palace, and Wei Liru had gained more influence in the harem. People would think that Ji's family wanted her to marry into the palace as a consort and adopt the prince, aiming for a quick rise. This move was indeed reckless. Ji Qingwu was caught by his words and quickly shook her head. "I absolutely have no such intention. Your Majesty's previous decree, I have always remembered it carefully. I dare not have any improper thoughts." Emperor Wu Su's expression darkened, and his fingers tightened around the jade cup. That decree. When she first entered the palace to save Yuan Heng from drowning, he rewarded her with a walnut screen. Soon after, there was an imperial secret decree. Emperor Wu Su hesitated for a moment, recalling the content of the decree, and his lips twitched. With some displeasure, he said, "Do you still tell others about this?" The emperor said this decree could only be heard by myself. "I haven't told anyone." Emperor Wu Su nodded, a satisfied look appearing in his eyes. He said lightly, "Forget about it." "Forget?" The emperor's decree was so casually dismissed. Ji Qingwu blinked her watery eyes, confused. "But I still remember. This order was not good for the Ji family, but for her it was a great blessing." Emperor Wu Su raised an eyebrow and mocked, "You remember what you should, and forget what you should forget. My apologies, Your Majesty. I dare not forget." Hearing her sweet and obedient words, Emperor Wu Su pulled her arm across his face. On his slender wrist was a colorful string, making his pale skin look even colder. Ji Qingwu also looked at her own wrist, following his gaze.
What was so interesting about it?
Emperor Wu Su was holding her arm tightly and said thoughtfully, "Tomorrow is the Dragon Boat Festival. I want to go worship the gods and ancestors. I still need a lucky charm." In the emperor's sight, this lucky charm probably wasn't her arm. Or was it? As she guessed, it was this five-colored thread. "Should I call Lord Li to prepare it?" She tried to pull her wrist free, but he held it tighter. Emperor Wu Su looked at her and said, "You prepare it." The emperor's worship and ancestor rituals involved wearing special accessories made by the Imperial Household Department, following tradition. It wasn't her turn to prepare them. Ji Qingwu hesitated and said, "Your Majesty, isn't that against the rules?" Emperor Wu Su gently rubbed the tender skin on her wrist, his eyes narrowing slightly. If it's for Yuan Heng, it's fine. But for me, it's not proper. These double standards are a bit obvious. She was speechless for a moment and could only compromise. I will make it at home and have someone bring it to the palace tonight. Who knows if you'll just find some ready-made thing to fool me. You stay in the hall of diligent governance to make it. Only after I see something satisfactory can you leave. Guiltily, Ji Qingwu looked away. She did have this plan. Could it be that the emperor also had eyes on her? Emperor Wu Su summoned Li Yuzhong. Soon, all the colorful silk threads needed were prepared. Ji Qingwu held the silk threads in her hands, about to go to the chair downstairs, when suddenly someone embraced her waist from behind and pressed her onto the gilded dragon throne. Emperor Wu Su said calmly, "Just make it here." The back of the chair had 4 supporting pillars, decorated with shining golden dragons. Seeing them made Ji Qingwu feel dizzy. Getting to sit on a dragon throne was like of luck. She felt like her ancestors' spirits were watching. The wide seat could fit 1 person lying down or 2 sitting comfortably. Under the chair, Ji Qingwu's jade-colored cloud-patterned skirt fluttered onto the yellow satin embroidered with golden dragons worn by the man beside her. The hem of the dress was embroidered with coral branches, matching the patterns on the imperial robe, blending together beautifully. It was stunning and luxurious. When Li Yuzhong saw this scene, he hurriedly left the palace, feeling like his life was about to be frightened away. He tugged at his collar and gasped for air. Sitting on the same dragon throne with the emperor, such favor was rare. No one else in the Phoenix Palace had it. Emperor Wu Su sat right in front of her, casually picking up his brush and starting to review documents. Ji Qingwu secretly tilted her head, watching his calm, strong-side profile with deep features. His lips were slightly pressed, noble and indifferent. His long hand held the brush, making a few strokes on the paper. When he was thinking deeply, his commanding presence softened a little, but a coldness that kept others at a distance still remained. She had never looked at him so closely before. It turned out that a man's face could be as strong and solid as a carved iron sculpture, sharp and broad, capable of holding vast waters and filling deep valleys with pine winds. Don't be lazy. Emperor Wu Su slightly raised his eyebrows and eyes, clearly not looking at her, but knowing she was distracted. Ji Qingwu quickly lowered her head, swallowed her saliva, and continued working on her task. The scent of dragon saliva incense in the hall made her feel peaceful for the first time, no longer afraid or nervous. Fine threads curled around her agile fingers. After a few flips, she tied a knot. Because she was still a beginner, she accidentally made a mistake. She looked at it for a moment, then pouted in annoyance and untied it. Emperor Wu Su saw her fair cheeks puffed up. They looked even shinier than the porcelain offered as tribute during the Jingda era. He had personally tested how it felt. Ji Qingwu was so focused on her weaving that she didn't notice the man beside her had already put down his brush and was staring at her intently. When she finished the last knot, she tilted her stiff neck. Suddenly, a large, well-defined hand appeared in front of her, hands that could hold a sword or a brush, belonging to a man. The palm was facing upward. It was a sign that he was asking her for the 5 colored threads. Ji Qingwu dared not keep the emperor waiting. She quickly handed over the finished threads and placed them in his palm. Almost at the same time, that long, clean hand grasped hers, and the 5 colored threads were pressed between their palms. Their palms touched, and a warm, dry heat was felt. Ji Qingwu's eyelashes fluttered lightly, her breathing became hurried. She had done more intimate things before, but never like this. Her hands, covered with thin calluses, lightly brushed her fingertips, causing a gentle, tingling sensation that spread to her heart. Her heartbeat was no longer loud like drums, but gradually grew faster. It was like a sparrow waking up from winter and stepping into a warm spring day, chirping happily and hopping around. The strange feeling made Ji Qingwu feel uncomfortable. She quickly withdrew her hand, lowered her eyes, and looked at the colorful thread in his palm. "Your Majesty, the 5 colored thread is ready." If you have no other instructions, I will take my leave now. But her hand was once again held by him, this time wrapping her entire hand in his palm. Emperor Wu Su looked calm and said, I haven't thanked Miss Ji yet. Ji Qingwu replied politely. You're welcome. He smiled slightly, his voice deep and pleasant. I haven't said how I want to thank you, and you've accepted so easily. Both emotionally and logically, I should express my gratitude. Suddenly, a red bracelet appeared in Emperor Wu Su's hand. He applied a little more force, and Ji Qingwu fell into his arms. He held her waist with one hand, preventing her from moving. With his other hand, he slipped the bracelet onto her delicate wrist, which was free of any ink or dye. Ji Qingwu leaned against his warm chest, watching the string of beads slide down her wrist, a hint of color flashing in her eyes. The bright, eye-catching red jade was carved into a lotus flower. It looked just like a fiery red lotus blooming in flames. According to the jade catalog, jade has 5 colors: white, yellow, green, and the rarest, red. Red jade is the most precious, rarely seen in the world. This gift was quite valuable. Drawn by the red jade, Ji Qingwu temporarily forgot how close they were at this moment. The largest and most central red lotus suddenly sparkled. Seeing this strange sight, Ji Qingwu turned her head to look at the emperor's expression, her face lively and bright. Her eyes sparkled as she said, Your Majesty, did you see that? Emperor Wu Su didn't look at her hand but focused his dark, deep gaze on her face. He softly replied, I saw it. Curious, Ji Qingwu reached out to touch it. The red lotus suddenly became even more transparent. From silent to lively, it glowed with increasing warmth and brilliance. She looked at these changes in surprise. Reflected in her water-like eyes was the red jade's color. She happily said, Your Majesty, look. Quickly, look. Emperor Wu Su was not surprised. She hugged him tightly, as if holding a precious treasure she had just found again. She gently rested her chin on his shoulder and softly said, Wu, I saw it. Ji Qingwu felt a tickle on her neck. When she turned around, she met a pair of deep, dark eyes that seemed to swallow everything, full of mystery. She sensed that this look was not good. She instinctively pushed his arm, trying to get away, but he held her in his broad, strong arms. She wanted to escape, but where could she go? His hand slowly moved from her waist to her neck. Emperor Wu Su brushed her stray hair behind her ear gently, his movements tender, lightly touching her sensitive ear. Ji Qingwu's ears turned red as she said, Your Majesty's gift is too precious. I cannot accept it, but whether she could accept it or not was not her decision. Hearing her hesitant words, the emperor lowered his eyes, his long eyelashes casting shadows. He simply asked, Do you like it, Wu? Ji Qingwu suddenly felt that if she said she didn't like it, her fragile neck might be broken. This string of jade was not only a rare treasure in the world but also seemed to suit her constitution perfectly. She nodded lightly. But her answer clearly did not satisfy the emperor. He stared at her lips, his tone cold and firm. Say you like it. Ji Qingwu felt that saying like was too hot on her tongue. She just couldn't say it. Suddenly, Emperor Wu Su picked her up and placed her on the large desk in front of him. She was now at eye level with him. He lowered his voice and asked, Why aren't you speaking? Ji Qingwu's heart trembled. Just as she was about to speak, she let out a surprised cry. After a dizzying spin, she was pushed down by Emperor Wu Su onto a pile of official documents, some of which had fallen to the ground. She tightly grabbed his arm, panicked, and said, I like it, I like it. He looked down at her and said in a deep voice, You hesitated too long. I think your heart is not sincere. She spoke, but he was still not satisfied. What more did he want? Ji Qingwu knew that His Majesty the Emperor wouldn't change his mind so easily. His gentle and humble appearance was just an act. He had kindly given her a gift, but she had been tricked. Seeing his handsome face getting closer, Ji Qingwu used her hand to push against his firm chest. Then, should I say it a few more times? Hard work can make up for lack of talent. In an instant, Ji Qingwu seemed frozen in place, unable to move or blink. The man's breath brushed against her delicate neck, accompanied by a very intimate water sound. Her ears felt a mix of stinging pain and tingling numbness.
He was
Punishingly biting her ear. Her pearl-like earlobe turned bright red, like a red jewel on her wrist. The side of her ear, along with her neck and half of her face, was numb and hot. Even more frightening, she could hear his deep, hoarse breathing clearly. Ji Qingwu gazed blankly at the ceiling of the hall. The wooden beams held a fierce, roaring dragon, with a precious orb hanging from its mouth. In front of her, there was also a fierce dragon biting her ear. In the solemn and grand hall of government, filled with imperial documents on the desk, their posture was so wild and free. This close contact allowed her to fully feel his body changes. Ji Qingwu's eyes trembled as she finally realized a truth. Even the coldest emperor is a normal man with feelings and desires. But does body reaction mean love? His imperial decree allowed her to marry freely outside the palace, and she could request marriage at any time. The key phrase was outside the palace, warning her not to have foolish thoughts of becoming a concubine inside. But when the emperor told her to forget it, did he mean he didn't want her to marry freely? Or did he change his mind and want her to enter the palace? She didn't know why Emperor Wu Suo changed his mind, but she was sure that if she didn't push him away now, she would truly be trapped inside the palace. Ji Qingwu started to struggle and twist, pushing him hard with her hands. He finally lifted his head, but not to let her go. Instead, he tightly grabbed her wrists, lifting them above her head and pinning her outside the desk. If you move again, I can't guarantee. Guarantee what? He was even planning to break his own decree. Panicking, Ji Qingwu ignored everything, whether he was an emperor or a divine ruler. She kicked out with her leg. She didn't know where she kicked, but she heard a muffled grunt. Though she was strong, trying to fight the emperor's strength and stamina was like a mayfly challenging a great tree. The emperor easily used his knee to pin her legs and arms. With her hands and feet restrained, Ji Qingwu still had her mouth. She said angrily, "Does your majesty really like forcing people to do things they don't want to?" She was not willing to accept being forced. This realization made Wu Sudi's eyes gradually lose their emotion until the fire in his eyes was completely extinguished. His sharp eyes slightly lifted at the corners, and his tone carried an unspoken meaning. Being forceful? Miss Ji is more skilled at it. Ji Qingwu clenched her lips tightly but couldn't find a way to argue back. She turned her head, her cheek pressed against the cold desk, frowned, and closed her eyes. But Wu Sudi silently stepped back, his whole body tense as he left the hall. Ji Qingwu returned home like a lost soul. Only when she saw the little girl did her mind calm down. Chu-Chu was very angry because a palace had sent her home, and she didn't even see her mother's shadow. The little girl pouted and said, "Mother, you broke your promise. You didn't come to pick me up. Our promise is no longer valid." Ji Qingwu also felt wronged. She pouted as well. "Honestly, I came, but I got delayed by something." Chu-Chu didn't believe her, pouting so much it looked like she could hang an oil lamp, and asked, "Who is more important than your precious little one?" Ji Qingwu said angrily, "That person is not important at all. Not at all compared to my treasure." Whenever she got the chance, she would bully her. Then, mother should stay away from him in the future. Ji Qingwu nodded deeply, understanding. Then she remembered something. "By the way, I heard today that you were punished by the teacher to copy texts."
Who said that?
"I just love studying. I did a bit more homework before coming home." The little girl climbed onto the bed and moved to the innermost side. Ji Qingwu tilted her head and said happily, "My Chu-Chu is so diligent." "That's great. So, how many ducks did you draw in total?" 35. "I could have drawn 5 more, but, comma." The little girl covered her mouth, her dark grape-like eyes darting around. Ji Qingwu thought for a moment and said, "If Chu-Chu likes drawing, you should take art classes. If you don't like calligraphy, then forget it." The little girl happily said, "Really? Really? If Chu-Chu doesn't mind being laughed at for having ugly handwriting when writing letters in the future, then of course you can do it. The young girl has developed a love for beauty and cannot stand the word ugly. Even if her handwriting is clumsy, that is not acceptable. Chu-Chu twiddled her fingers and hesitated before saying, "Mother, I will study calligraphy carefully, and I also want to learn painting." Children get sleepy very quickly. One moment she was talking, and the next she was asleep. Ji Qingwu covered her with a thin blanket and lay down herself. She let out a soft sigh. It was probably because the stiff official documents from the Diligent Governance Hall pressed against her. Ji Qingwu took a deep breath and turned onto her side. Even with a different position, she could see the red marks on her wrist from being pinched, and her left ear still felt hot. She opened her eyes and looked at the bed curtain outside. Thinking about her actions today, she believed she had completely angered Emperor Wusu. In her panic, she even kicked him. Did she break something? Will she really become unable to have children now? She nervously rubbed her forehead. Li Yuzong was sweating all over, watching the emperor appear at Hongxing Pavilion late at night. The emperor was practicing swordsmanship with a cold expression. The long sword was drawn, sounding like a dragon's roar. The heavy sword shimmered with cold light, and the sword's glow was like a surging tide, making people feel fear. Usually at this time, Emperor Wu Su was busy handling government affairs in the Diligent Governance Hall. Who would have thought that Miss Ji would force the emperor to leave the hall? However, even if the emperor was angry, he did not issue any punishment. Instead, he came to the pavilion alone to vent. Li Yuzong knew that the emperor only picked up the red cloud sword when he was in a bad mood. He didn't know what had happened in the hall. Just a moment ago, the two of them were sitting close on the dragon throne, acting affectionately. But not long after, he saw Emperor Wusu's face as cold as a frozen pond. He pushed open the red door and strode out of the Diligent Governance Hall. Having just gained great favor, he could still provoke the emperor into a furious rage. Miss Ji really is someone who always keeps her head attached to her waist. The fierce sword energy carried the power of thunder, causing the sword stand to tremble violently and shatter into pieces, scattering debris everywhere. After using this sword move, Emperor Wu Su felt much better, and the frown on his face eased. The precious red cloud sword was casually thrown behind him. Li Yuzong quickly caught it and hurriedly followed the emperor, saying, "Your Majesty, Master Liao Ran from Han Temple has come to see you and has been waiting for a long time." Upon hearing this, he paused and raised his long eyebrows. "Please tell Master Liao Ran to go back first and say that I already know his purpose. I will visit Hanshan Temple in person another day." When Emperor Wu Su was still the general of Dingbei, he had a close friendship with Master Liao Ran. However, this master was elusive, often traveling abroad for years. They hadn't seen each other in a long time, but Emperor Wu Su declined this rare chance to meet. As he just left Hongxing Pavilion, he met Consort Wei, dressed in dark blue brocade. Li Yuzong quickly lowered his head and stepped aside. Consort Wei was stunning, with a brother, Wei Ting, who was famous for his military achievements, making her very prominent in the harem. But recently, the emperor had been deliberately neglecting her. Wei Liru's smile was full of joy, her eyebrows lifted lightly, and her voice was sweet and melodious. "Your Majesty, I humbly greet you." Emperor Wu Su stopped and asked, "Why are you here?" Consort Wei smiled and replied, "The weather is nice today. I was strolling nearby and was lucky enough to meet the emperor. Isn't it fate?" According to the emperor's usual schedule, he would still be reviewing documents in the duty hall at this hour. Her appearance here seemed unintentional. Wei Liru's gaze was full of affection as she looked at the emperor's face. She gently said, "It's been many days since your Majesty visited my palace. Would you like to come and sit tonight?" It wasn't just many days. Since the day Yuan Heng fell into the water, the emperor hadn't come again. Everyone in the palace thought she, the favored consort, had lost her influence. But only Wei Liru knew that wasn't true. All the palace rules at Guanju Palace were still followed, and the inner court sent her everything carefully. She still held her title as consort, and the emperor hadn't blamed her. She hadn't lost her status. What she lost was the emperor's trust. Emperor Wu Su's eyes turned cold like water. "No need. he said, then turned and left. Consort Wei called after him, her eyes full of grievance. Your Majesty, I was at fault. When the young prince fell into the water, it was my oversight. But Yuan Heng is fine. Are you being too harsh on me? The emperor didn't look back but replied coldly, it wasn't an oversight. It was your indulgence in Luo Marin's scheme to harm the heir. Wei Liru clenched her handkerchief tightly, realizing her role in this, and the emperor had long known everything. I planned to give you the authority over the 6 palaces during the Empress Dowager's birthday, but you disappointed me. Disappointment weighed more heavily on Wei Liru than losing the easy access to the power of the 6 palaces. She came from a noble family and was proud, but now, to win the emperor's favor, she had to humble herself. Consort Luo is arrogant and domineering. I only wanted to make her suffer a little, but I almost harmed the young prince. I know I was wrong. Please, Your Majesty, give me another chance. The Wu Sudi emperor said nothing and was about to leave. Wei Liru rushed forward, trying to hold his waist. As soon as she touched his side, he grabbed her wrist and threw her against the cold palace wall. The emperor looked down at her with no emotion in his eyes and said, Concubine, do you also want to visit the side chambers? The side chambers are where punished consorts and palace maids are kept. Tears welled in Wei Liru's eyes as she sobbed, I made just one mistake. Can't the emperor forgive me? The emperor shook off her hand and said, Take her back to her palace. Then he left without mercy, ignoring her crying behind him. Her heart felt like iron. There was no way to change things. The maid by Tao helped Wei Fei up and whispered, Madam, don't cry. Speak softly. If others from different palaces see us, they will look down on us at Guanju Palace. Wei Liru wiped her tears with a handkerchief and looked at the corner of the street, where no sign of a man could be seen. Unwilling, she said, the emperor is so cruel to me. It must be more than just this matter, she guessed. Has the one from Manhwa Palace come out? Bai Tao shook her head. No, she hasn't shown herself. Wei Liru said, Go find out who has recently been around the emperor. Bai Tao was her maid from home, careful and thoughtful. She advised, Madam, if we investigate the emperor now and he finds out, he will only be angrier. Wei Liru nodded blankly. Yes, Bai Tao, you're right. I can't act now. I will go back to the palace and write a letter to my brother. He will surely help me out of this trouble. Although Wei Ting was still in the Northern Army, he would have a way. The music started, and the grand ceremony for offering sacrifices to heaven was complex. At the main ceremony, Emperor Wu Sudi wore a black crown robe embroidered with 12 symbols, with empty wrists, nothing on them. The Taichung Temple prepared offerings like cold cakes, Guanglu Temple wine, date cakes, millet, and golden peaches. After the 9 major rituals of the sacrifice, the emperor distributed some offerings, like cold cakes and millet, to the officials. The family that receives more rewards is considered to be more favored by the ruler. This time it was strange. Ji's family received nothing. Old Mrs. Ji waited at home all day, but no reward came. When Mrs. Chiao arrived at Shoan Hall, she saw the old lady looking worried and asked, Mother, old Mrs. Ji snapped out of her thoughts and said, You're here. Sit down quickly. Did your family receive any rewards this year? The Chiao family received some cold cakes, millet, fragrant pouches, and other items. Just like previous years, their favor remained unchanged. Old Mrs. Ji's face was tight, her mouth drooping, thinking about the reason behind this. Recently, Ji's family must have done something to upset the emperor. Otherwise, he wouldn't act so openly, ignoring the Empress Dowager's face. I heard that Qingwu entered the palace yesterday. What happened? Mrs. Chiao understood her mother-in-law's meaning and replied, Mother, 5th sister just went to pick up Jiao from school. She knows her limits and won't disturb the emperor. The old lady still had doubts and wanted to ask directly. Call her over. Mrs. Chiao felt a bit helpless and said, Mother, 5th sister, and the maids went out to enjoy the lantern fair. Indeed, 5th sister was not at home. Half an hour earlier, Ji Qingwu changed into a bright blue long robe, dressing as a young man. She tied her long hair high, revealing a smooth forehead and slender neck. Wearing a Lanyu hairpin, her features were as bright and beautiful as a clear moon. She was naturally tall, and this male attire suited her well, making her look more like a slender young scholar. Next to her, Jiu was dressed like a cute little blessing doll, wearing a short jacket with floral patterns. Since it was evening and cool, she also wore a light-colored jacket. Ji wore a simple long dress, but styled her hair into a woman's bun at Ji Qingwu's request. The three of them stood together, looking like a young family of three. Ji Qingwu cleared her throat and lowered her voice, saying, "Madam Ji, come and walk with your husbands." Her elegant appearance, dressed as a handsome young man, made people think of a charming, graceful gentleman. Ji blushed shyly and said, "Fifth Mississippi." Ji Qingwu smiled and shook her head. No. Madam Ji, you should call me husband." The already beautiful person, dressed differently, looked even more handsome, and she was teasing her. Ji blushed deeply. Ji Qingwu did not make things difficult for her and suggested, "Let's just call him Fifth Young Master." They walked to the street, where the night market was crowded with visitors. The lights shone brightly, creating a beautiful scene. The city of Linen was truly a place of wealth and prosperity, with bright lights that never went out. Ji Qingwu ate from the street stalls all the way from the main street to the alley. Under Ji's repeated urging, she came out holding fragrant roasted meat and crystal fish with crispy sauce. Chiu tightly held a candied hawthorn and cloud cake and a large windmill spun in front of her chest in the breeze. Both mother and daughter had satisfied smiles on their faces, holding hands as they left happily. It took a lot of effort for them to squeeze out of the crowd and find a quiet spot to rest. Ji angrily said, "Fifth Young Master, you should watch the children better. You just stood there in front of the fruit wine stall and couldn't move." Ji Qingwu touched his neck awkwardly and said, "Ji, don't be angry. I won't wander around anymore." The fruit wine stall owner was good at business and couldn't resist his enthusiastic shouting. She took a small sip. Ji led Chiu, and they headed to the river to walk and ease their hunger. The scene before them was free from the noise of the night market. Because of the Dragon Boat Festival, colorful lanterns with mugwort were hung along the river. Thousands of lights and flowing water reflected the wealth and prosperity of Linen. The water shimmered under the lights, and suddenly, ripples spread across the surface. Ji Qingwu's eyes sharpened as she looked toward the center of the water. Sure enough, she saw a fragile figure walking toward the middle of the lake. She handed what she was holding to Ji. Putting her hand to her mouth to quiet her voice, she shouted loudly, "Hey, Mississippi." The woman seemed to hear the call, paused, and stopped in the water. Seeing this, Ji Qingwu ran to the lakeside, panting, and urged, "Miss, come back quickly. The water is cold, and staying in too long can make you sick." The woman lowered her head, trembling, and started crying with her face covered. Her mournful sobs touched everyone who heard. She didn't really want to die tonight. She was just overwhelmed and couldn't think clearly. She had asked someone to send a message, arranging to meet that person by the lake, but he was heartless and indifferent, ignoring her. Poor her, she was already pregnant. Actually, when she first entered the lake, she regretted it. She couldn't bear to part with her unborn child. When she heard someone calling her, she realized how much she wanted to live. Seeing her wavering in her desire to die, Ji Qingwu patiently persuaded her. "Miss, come here. No matter how healthy you are, you shouldn't waste yourself like this. Come ashore quickly." In the dim night, the woman began to follow the sound, slowly moving toward the shore. Ji Qingwu reached out a hand to hold her, and after studying her, he let go. The woman saw that the person in front of her did not take advantage of her, unlike the hypocrites she usually met at Liangxiang Pavilion. He was honest and kind-hearted, truly a good person. Her palms were cold, but her heart warmed up now. Her gaze toward Ji Qingwu changed. Under the light by the shore, she looked carefully at him several times. She thought he was very handsome, with clear and bright features like a peaceful lake and mountain scenery. However, he didn't sound like a typical man's deep, steady voice. It was a bit high-pitched. His body looked a little fragile, not very strong. At this moment, Ji came over with Jiu and said, "Young Master Wu, it's getting late. Let's go back." The little girl, full and sleepy, looked tired and almost fainted. Ji Qingwu picked up Jiu. "Let's go. Dad will take you home." The woman looked at the adorable child in Ji Qingwu's arms. Seeing how skillfully he held the child, she knew he would be a good husband and father. She thought about her unborn baby and decided she needed to find a good father for her child. After a moment of thought, her expression became firm. "Your kindness in saving me, I cannot repay. If my benefactor does not mind my humble appearance, I am willing to serve you." She moved closer as she spoke. Ji Qingwu quickly stepped back a few paces and swiftly threw Jiu to Lanji. Then he ran away as fast as he could, escaping quickly. The woman stomped her foot and chased after him. She couldn't miss such a good man. As soon as Ji Qingwu heard her calling him husband in a sweet voice, he felt something. Running was the best choice. After turning 2 or 3 corners and feeling too exhausted to run further, he slowed down and stopped. He hadn't caught his breath yet and was about to look back to see if the woman was following. But at the corner, he bumped into someone rushing over. He sidestepped but was hit the right shoulder. He heard a proud, commanding voice. "This young lady is adorned with pearl and jade ornaments," gently swaying her head, causing her hairpins to clink. Her clear, crisp voice suggests she is a noble lady from a wealthy family. Ji Qingwu looked down and carefully examined her. She twitched her lips, realizing with some frustration that she had run into an old acquaintance. It was Princess Qingyun. From her expression, it seemed she hadn't recognized Ji Qingwu yet. Ji Qingwu decided to use her old trick and turned to run away again. Tonight, she had enjoyed every piece of cake she ate. Princess Qingyun called out behind her, "Why are you running?" Before she could get far, Ji Qingwu bumped into someone. The person was dressed smoothly and softly, but their body was stiff like a solid wall of iron, making her head ache from the collision. Ji Qingwu looked up, feeling dizzy as she stared at the person in front of her. Suddenly, she felt even more dizzy. In that moment, it was like seeing the bright morning sun rising in the dark night. His eyes were brighter than all the surrounding lights, so dazzling that they hurt her eyes. What she didn't know was that this brightness only appeared when he saw her. Princess Qingyun angrily said, "Second brother, this scoundrel bumped into me." He didn't apologize and tried to run, but luckily you stopped him. Ji Qingwu thought to herself that she should check the almanac before leaving. She had bumped into the emperor, who was out secretly enjoying the lantern fair. Yesterday, in the Hall of Diligent Governance, she had annoyed him. She just hoped he and Princess Qingyun wouldn't recognize her. Emperor Wu Su was dressed in a blue-green silk robe with cloud patterns, wearing a subtle jade crown that was not flashy. But his commanding presence and cold, proud attitude made it impossible to hide, even in rough cloth clothes. Tonight, Li Yuzong was not with Emperor Wu Su. Instead, a stranger with a gloomy aura followed behind him. Ji Qingwu and the princess accidentally bumped into each other. Usually both would be responsible, but there were many people, and wise people knew not to fight against the odds. She cleared her throat and apologized first. "I was rude, I'm sorry." She took a few more steps back, leaning against the wall, hoping that after these people passed, she could leave. Seeing they had no intention of leaving, Ji Qingwu said, "Miss, please go ahead." Princess Qingyun snorted and was about to say something when she saw someone approaching from afar, carrying a colorful lantern. She stepped forward to greet him and said, "Brother Qingxuan, while you were away, a troublemaker bumped into me. I wonder if he was trying to take advantage of me on purpose. I have become the one being taken advantage of by a troublemaker." Ji Qingwu really wanted to laugh at the inappropriate time. The princess not only has paranoid delusions, but is also very vain. After Li Qingxuan comforted her a few words, he looked at the person the princess mentioned. He frowned. The person in front was dressed as a man, but there was no prominent Adam's apple on his slender neck, and his skin was smooth and delicate. After looking a few more times, his gaze froze. "It's her." But since they were still in front of the emperor, Li Qingxuan could only restrain himself and look away, handing the lantern in his hand to Qingyun. He said softly, "The princess doesn't want to see lanterns. I came from the West Street, where there are many beautiful lanterns. Princess Qingyun looked at Emperor Wusu with anticipation. The emperor nodded. Go ahead, but don't go too far. From the moment Li Qingxuan appeared until the figure of him and the princess walking away disappeared, Ji Qingwu didn't look at him once, acting completely like a stranger. But her actions were too deliberate, and in someone's eyes, there was a big problem. Ji Qingwu leaned against the dull gray wall. Her bright blue robe was eye-catching. Although the length was suitable because she was tall and slender, it looked loose and was fluttering in the wind. Her skin was white and smooth, her eyes clear, shining like the moonlight. She looked like a handsome young noble. Emperor Wusu took a step closer. Young master, a charming voice called out from nearby. Ji Qingwu turned her head and saw the woman who had just fallen into the water and tried to take her own life chasing after him. The woman, holding up her skirt, hurried over and complained, Young master, why did you leave me behind? Ji Qingwu knew she couldn't escape and said with a hint of helplessness, Miss, are we very familiar? We just met by chance. The woman wiped her tearless eyes, worried that he might run away again, and directly said, Young master, you're so heartless. I am even pregnant with your child, Ji Qingwu. She raised her eyebrows. She could treat infertility, but she couldn't just hold hands and let the other person get pregnant. This woman dared to say that, not afraid of ruining her reputation. More and more people gathered around to watch. Someone said, Isn't this Mo Lingling, the girl from 2 Fragrant Pavilion? What's 2 Fragrant Pavilion or 3 Fragrant Pavilion? It's just a brothel. You country bumpkin, the women from Xianga are not just ordinary courtesans. If you want to see her, giving silver isn't enough. You need the lady's approval to enter the fragrant chamber. Unexpectedly, this woman was a well-known figure in Linen City. As everyone chatted eagerly, it seemed they were about to surround her. Ji Qingwu looked at Mo Lingling and said, Let's find a quiet place to talk. This woman arrived just in time. Since Emperor Wu Sudi and the others weren't leaving, she could leave with this woman first. She took Mo Lingling's hand and was about to walk out. Wait a moment, a cold voice commanded from the man following the emperor. Ji Qingwu felt the woman's hand suddenly turn cold. It seemed they knew each other. She reached out and gently pressed the other's wrist, surprised to raise her eyebrows. It was clear she was pregnant. She hadn't lied about that. Mo Lingling seemed frightened and hid behind Ji Qingwu. The man's expression grew darker. There's a private room in the tea house. Ji Qingwu looked into his eyes, shielding Mo Lingling behind her, and said, No need, no need. A refined environment isn't suitable for someone like me. We'll just go. She bumped into my sister and now wants to run away. Ji Qingwu thought quickly and said, What if I let you bump into her again? After saying this, she realized who had spoken. She turned her head and met the emperor's eyes. He was smiling faintly, with a half-smile. Ji Qingwu immediately lowered her head, biting her lip to stop herself from speaking, and shyly touched her ear. In the tea-house's private room, there was a round wooden table. The emperor sat down first, facing the door. Mo Lingling still clung to Ji Qingwu, seeming more at ease by her side. Everyone sit down. Standing and talking would hurt her back. Ji Qingwu pulled the person next to her to sit. The emperor glanced at the man behind him. Mingfeng, seeing how close Mo Lingling was to the young man with a pale face, Deputy Magistrate Duan Mingfeng narrowed his eyes and bent down to sit. The waiter quickly brought tea and the house's signature snacks. He wanted to say a few words but saw everyone's serious expressions and decided to leave quickly. The emperor picked up his teacup, sniffed it, then put it down with a look of dislike. He casually asked, What's going on between you two? Ji Qingwu cleared his throat and lowered his voice, saying, I just happened to meet this young lady by the river earlier. We only had a brief encounter. However, Mo Lingling had a different story. I fell in love with the young master at first sight. He saved my life. Does the young master think I am from a brothel? I can redeem myself and leave the Green Pavilion, stay at home to serve my husband and raise children and cook for him. Ji Qingwu kept waving his hands. Miss, I was just helping out. Besides, I already have a family, so I can't burden you. Is it the woman in yellow? I think she doesn't match the young master. This probably referred to Lan Ji, who was not as beautiful as Mo Lingling. Seeing how difficult this girl was, Jing Qingwu started making up stories. The woman you saw is just a concubine in my house. To be honest, I also have a wife, so he still had multiple wives. Mo Lingling frowned and asked, "How does your wife compare to me?" She had a happy life at the Green Pavilion, rarely rejected by anyone. Today, waiting for that person, she was both sad and frustrated. The young master was the same. Mo Lingling stubbornly wanted an answer. Jing Qingwu imagined what her wife might look like. She is noble and graceful, talented and brave, good at managing the household. Hearing this, Emperor Wu Su raised an eyebrow and took a sip of tea. Mo Lingling said, "Are you lying to me?" "There's no one so perfect in this world." Jing Qingwu immediately gave a convincing example. "There are such people. For example, the young gentleman in front of you. If there is such a man, how could there be a woman like that?" Mo Lingling looked at Emperor Wu Su. His handsome and noble appearance was obvious, and wherever he went, he attracted everyone's attention. His commanding presence, even if deliberately restrained, was impossible to ignore. At the Green Pavilion, she had seen many powerful officials, but none matched the aura of this nobleman who lightly looked down on others. Mo Lingling looked down in disappointment. So such a person really existed. Jing Qingwu nodded. There are always people better than others, and skies higher than the sky. "Miss, you shouldn't feel inferior." Seeing them dare to discuss the emperor, Duan Mingfeng angrily said, "How dare you speak so disrespectfully in front of the master?" The vice secretary of the Imperial City Office was acting a bit too emotional, which was unusual for him. Emperor Wu Su looked at him calmly. "Is he an old acquaintance?" Duan Mingfeng hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said yes. Emperor Wu Su stood up and said softly, "Mingfeng, take Miss Mo back. I still need to guard." "It's fine." Duan Mingfeng accepted the order, strode forward, grabbed Mo Lingling's arm, and dragged her out as if she were about to be punished. Mo Lingling, still hopeful, looked back and said, "Young master, just take me. I've made up my mind about you." Seeing her still struggling, Duan Mingfeng's face darkened, and he considered knocking her out to take her away. Ji Qingwu also stood up and looked at Emperor Wu Su softly, saying, "Young master, please help her. After all, this woman was pregnant." Duan Mingfeng was dragging her away without mercy. "How can I help? Do you want me to marry her?" Emperor Wu Su suddenly pulled Ji Qingwu closer with a long arm. He looked at her snowy white dress at the neckline and asked, "Has your wife at home agreed?" "Why are you asking me instead of her?" "Wife." Ji Qingwu couldn't find the words. She was just making an excuse to Mo Lingling. She didn't have a wife. Asking him was only because he was powerful. Emperor Wu Su slowly moved closer, walking at a steady pace, with a look of curiosity in his eyes. She couldn't help but step back, feeling a little nervous. When they were alone, she always felt overwhelmed. Mo Lingling, who was being dragged by Duan Mingfeng, tightly held the handrail of the stairs and looked back at her young master with longing. Suddenly, she was stunned and stopped struggling, which caused her to stumble and fall to the ground. Seeing her sitting on the floor, staring blankly at the upper floor, Duan Mingfeng also turned to look. He saw a handsome young man in a blue robe and his own master, one panicking and retreating, the other boldly approaching. Until the young man's delicate white neck was grabbed, and his small, fragile body was pressed against the wall of the private room, unable to move. This scene made people blush and their hearts race. Mo Lingling's knees hurt from the fall, but her mood was surprisingly good. She muttered, "So he's a gay. Not liking me is normal." Daring to call the emperor a sleeve cutter, Duan Mingfeng covered her mouth and warned coldly, "If you want to stay alive, shut up and pretend you saw nothing." The atmosphere upstairs between the two was not as romantic as outsiders might think. Emperor Wu Su suppressed his emotions and asked indifferently, "What does the courtesan call you?" Ji Qingwu, whose neck was held, felt a sense of being controlled from head to toe. She obediently replied, "My lord." These words carried no extra emotion, but to the man, they sounded soothing and pleasing. Emperor Wu Su's gaze moved from her neckline downward, and he asked with interest, "Which young master's girl are you? Say your name, let me see if I recognize it." Ji Qingwu could no longer lie, or she would have to keep inventing more lies to cover the truth. She couldn't pretend to be naive anymore, and she forced out a faint smile, saying, "Your Majesty, you have such sharp eyes. You saw through my disguise at once." The emperor's gaze lingered on her face, with a hint of meaning in his words. "What I see through is not just that." His words carried deep implications. Ji Qingwu's eyes trembled. She knew she should ask what else the emperor saw through, that he was trying to coax her into revealing more. But could she handle the truth once she asked? She knew it was only a matter of time, but she was still afraid. Emperor Wu Su stared at her tender lips, waiting for her response. Ji Qingwu clenched her fists, then loosened them, her face scrunching up in worry. Nervously and carefully, she asked, "I have a question for your Majesty. Can you promise not to get angry?" "It depends on what the question is." The emperor reached out, gently touching her face, his tone unusually gentle. "But since Ao is speaking, I will be more patient." His gaze was so intense that Ji Qingwu couldn't help but lower her eyes. At that moment, she accidentally caught sight of something. Suddenly, her pupils shrank sharply, and her heart stirred with turmoil. On his robe, there was a jade pendant. It was a lively little koi fish. Her eyes warmed. This was the jade pendant she had personally tucked into Yuan Heng's quilt, and Jiu also had one, an identical pair given by Qiao Shi, a matching koi pendant.
Yikvingwes lips tremblet uncontrollably.
This jade pendant was left to Yuan Heng by her, but he has been keeping it all along. Her gaze shifts slightly upward. The string holding the pendant is made of colorful threads. It is the same one she personally braided yesterday in the Hall of Political Affairs, while he pressed her onto the throne. He didn't wear it on his wrist, but instead hung it on himself in this way. Both the multicolored thread and the koi fish pendant belong to her. Ji Qingwu's eyelashes tremble, and her body feels like it's boiling with restless energy. Actually, Emperor Wu Su had long suspected her true identity. All along, she was deceiving herself. He was waiting for her to reveal the truth voluntarily. But why didn't he get angry as she had expected? Was he planning to punish her after she fell into his trap? Or was he more tolerant of the woman he spent a night with? Thoughts raced wildly in Ji Qingwu's mind about everything that had happened since she returned home. The imperial decree clearly told her that the emperor didn't want the Ji family woman to become a consort. But now he regrets it. So, what is it about her that makes him so eager? On the desk in the Hall of Political Affairs, she saw the deep, dark expression on Emperor Wu Su's face, raw, exposed desire, without any disguise. Emperor Wu Su has reigned for many years, but he has only one son. Even with the favored concubine Wei, he hasn't fathered a daughter or another son. Thinking of this, her heart tightened. Her nails unconsciously dug into her flesh, drawing red blood. He must have discovered the secret that only she can continue his lineage. What he wants is simply her body. Emperor Wu Su gently rubbed her delicate chin with his thumb and urged, "Why don't you ask?" Ji Qingwu took a deep breath, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. She no longer wants to be a puppet controlled by the reproductive system. That night in the military tent was humiliating for him, and it was no less tormenting for her. Otherwise, she wouldn't wake up startled so many nights in her sleep. The task of the reproductive system, no matter how beautified, cannot hide the fact that she is just a tool. Still just a means of reproduction with no real choice. But she is a living person with feelings. According to Ji Qingwu's original plan, she wanted to develop her feelings slowly with her target, waiting until passion grew naturally and everything would fall into place. She hoped to minimize the selfish motives in this task, not wanting it to become just a simple transaction. However, there was a big mistake in her plan. She confused the person. To save her life, she abandoned her sense of duty and integrity, left Wei Ting and her newborn son. Because no one desired freedom and a lively life more than she did. In her previous life, she spent her days weekly lying in bed. This was her greatest dream. The task of having a child was already completed. She whispered to herself that now she was living for herself. Ji Qingwu's eyes were dry and lacked the usual tears that would gather each time before. Instead, her eyes were bloodshot, as if she was about to cry blood. The man in front of her gave her enough time to think, and finally, she spoke. Her voice was hoarse and rough. Though difficult to hear, each word was clear. I want to ask if that imperial decree can still be valid? A valid imperial decree meant she was allowed to marry freely outside the palace. Emperor Wu Su's expression turned completely cold. That's all you want to say? Even without looking at him, Ji Qingwu could feel a bone-chilling coldness sweeping over her. Her whole body stiffened, as if she were in an ice cellar. The intense pressure almost made her knees weaken, as if she might fall to the ground. She could only support herself with her hands against the wall behind her, trying not to fall. Waiting for judgment was always hard. Ji Qingwu was terrified but refused to bow and beg. His eyes darkened with anger, turning into a black cloud, as if a thunderstorm was about to explode. Ji Qingwu clearly showed her stance. No matter what, she would not stay by his side. Emperor Wu Su raised his hand, forcefully grabbing her chin, forcing her to lift her head until her entire view was filled with his tense face. His knuckles turned white from the grip, and his chest rose and fell as if he was trying to contain his deep anger. Ji Qingwu's heart pounded fiercely, her ears ringing, and her breathing became rapid and shallow. Her consciousness started to blur. She only felt darkness within her sight, unable to see the person in front of her clearly. He seemed to say something near her ear, then suddenly tore off the jade pendant at her waist. The jade pendant hit her body, pressed against her waist, and then fell to the ground with a clear sound. She didn't know how long had passed. Ji Qingwu regained her clarity. She squatted down, hugged her knees, and gasped for breath. The room was empty. She didn't know when Emperor Wu Su had left. Her eyes refocused, and her gaze fell on the koi pendant on the ground. The five-colored thread had broken into two pieces, and the colorful silk was torn unevenly. It wasn't just the thread that was broken. Carefully, Ji Qingwu picked it up and hid it in her chest. A gentle evening breeze entered through the attic window. It wasn't cold, but it made her shiver. She tilted her head to look outside. The bright moon hung high, almost midnight. Ji Qingwu hurried out of the tea house. The young servant downstairs saw her and said, "Young master, that young man just now." She threw a silver ingot and then ran away like the wind. The young servant held the silver and watched her blue figure quickly disappear into the night. He hadn't finished speaking. Lan Ji and Jiu Jiu were still by the river. When Ji Qingwu reached the place where they had parted earlier, their shadows were gone. She asked passers-by, but no one had seen a woman in yellow holding a child. Ji Qingwu was anxious and walked along the riverbank for a long way. Her legs ached, and her feet were sore. Today, she had run at least 10 miles, but she still couldn't find them. She leaned on a willow tree, bent over, and took a deep breath, planning to rest for a moment. In the shadows by the shore, a modest yet luxurious carriage was parked. A man was resting with his eyes closed, looking cold and distant. "Sir, that young lady. She's still by the river and hasn't returned." The shop assistant probably didn't pass on the message. Duan Mingfeng saw the emperor and him being close in the tea house. After thinking carefully, he realized that the young man with the pale face was actually a woman. Meanwhile, Ji Qingwu was by the river. She wasn't sure whether to go home first or keep searching here. She looked across the river. Someone approached her and blocked her way. In her line of sight was a man dressed in black with gold-trimmed boots. Ji Qingwu looked up, surprised. Prince Yong smiled and said, "Fifth cousin, Your Highness, Prince Yong." Prince Yong studied her outfit, a strange light flickering in his eyes. "I saw you wandering the lantern market earlier in Jade Green Tower, but I didn't dare to acknowledge you. It turns out it was really you." He had been nearby all along. Ji Qingwu quickly asked, "Your Highness, have you seen my daughter?" Her eyes were red, looking pitiful and delicate. She was dressed in men's clothes, showing a gentle yet strong demeanor, full of charm. Prince Yong immediately felt a strange affection. I haven't seen her, Prince Yong said with a smile, leaning closer. Fifth cousin, did you get separated? Don't worry, I will send someone to help find her. Thank you, Your Highness, Ji Qingwu said, stepping back uncomfortably to keep some distance. Prince Yong whispered something to the young servant behind him, then turned his gaze back to her waist, not letting go. Why don't fifth cousin come with me to Jade Green Tower? When we get news, they will come to tell us. Seeing his flirtatious look, Ji Qingwu knew Prince Yong was interested in her. But she needed his help. Seeing her hesitation, Prince Yong reached out to try to hold her. It's cool tonight. Let's go upstairs and wait together. Suddenly, a dull male voice interrupted. Your servant greets the prince. Prince Yong, annoyed by the interruption, looked over. The man was Duan Mingfeng from the Imperial City Office. Master Duan. Since the Imperial City Office rarely interacted with Prince Yong, he raised an eyebrow and asked, What do you want? Duan Mingfeng cupped his hands. I heard you were searching for Ji family's maid and children. They returned home at the hour of the pig. I came to inform you. Learning that Lan Ji and Jiu Jiu were safe at home, Ji Qingwu relaxed. She stepped forward and bowed sincerely. Thank you, Lord Duan, Prince Yong said. I already know this news. I have something to discuss with fifth cousin. Do you have anything else? His words sounded vague. Anyone clever would realize he was trying to dismiss him and not cause trouble now. But Duan Mingfeng stood there stubbornly, not leaving. Yes, I want to enjoy the scenery here. I also want to appreciate the flowers and trees. Most people would believe such words. But with Duan Mingfeng's gloomy face, Ji Qingwu definitely did not trust him. This Lord Duan does not smile easily, and his eyes and expressions look fierce, as if he wants to cut down the willow tree with 1,000 cuts. He knows where Chu Chu and Lan Ji are. She was looking for someone by the river, and he appeared just in time. Who does Duan Mingfeng serve? Ji Qingwu feels as if the lucky fish pendant she wears is getting hot inside her chest.